Hello and welcome to .NET Conf. Over the next 3 days, you'll hear from our team, partners, and the .NET community about what's new in .NET and things people are building with .NET today to meet their needs of tomorrow. Our goal with .NET is to build a unified development platform that developers love and businesses trust. It enables developers to build any kind of application with best-in-class runtime, programming languages, development tools, and a vast ecosystem that is powered by amazing developers around the world. I want to thank all of you for the energy that you put into supporting and sustaining the .NET community, and of course, building on top of it. Now let's talk a little bit about .NET's momentum. We continue to grow at an astonishing pace. .NET is used by more than 6 million developers, and they're adopting the latest version of .NET faster than ever. Over 50,000 people have contributed to .NET till date. Not only are developers adopting and contributing to .NET, but they also love using it. We are the most admired framework on the Stack Overflow survey. C# is amongst the top GitHub languages, and we continue to be one of the highest velocity open source projects. We are so excited to launch .NET 8 today, one of our largest releases yet, and it couldn't have been done without you. Thank you for all your trust and contributions to help make .NET what it is today. Every single developer that is building with .NET, building open source libraries, submitting issues, fixing documentation, or helping drive the future as part of .NET Foundation, thank you. Now, let's go over to Damien and other members of our team to learn more about .NET 8.
Thanks, Gaurav. All right, it's another year, and that means another .NET release and another .NET Conf. .NET 8 is the biggest release of .NET yet, with improvements across the runtime, frameworks, and programming languages, including ASP.NET Core, Entity Framework Core, MAUI, Blazor, and C#12. Today, we're going to show you just a small taste of what we've got in store for you with .NET 8. Let's start out by looking at performance. Performance is very close to my heart and is always top of mind for each release of .NET. And .NET 8 is no different. For the last several years, we've been publishing a blog post that highlights the core performance improvements with each release of .NET. This year, with .NET 8, we are delivering more than 1,250 performance improvements. It's no wonder that blog post is getting so long. We'll touch on some of these improvements throughout the keynote today, but if you haven't read those posts, you should check them out. We've been sharing our progress on the Tech Empower web framework benchmarks for quite a few years now. With .NET 8, we're seeing improvements in the JSON API scenario of 18%, hitting nearly 1 million requests per second using ASP.NET Core minimal APIs. In the Fortune scenario, which is closer to a real-world workload including database access and server-side HTML rendering, we see an even larger improvement, 24%, hitting over 300,000 requests per second with ASP.NET Core. Our goal with .NET is to ensure that developers have a delightful experience. Building for the web, be it full-stack web apps or web APIs, building client apps that can run on desktop and mobile devices, and building powerful cloud-native apps that are resilient and scale to meet your demands. We'll cover some key features across these workloads this morning, but you'll hear a lot more about them throughout the rest of the day. Now, for the rest of this keynote, we're going to hear from members of the team talking about 4 key areas of .NET 8. Building full-stack web apps and APIs, crafting apps for mobile and desktop, infusing new and existing apps with artificial intelligence, and finally, how we are evolving .NET into a world-class platform for cloud-native development. To better highlight feature enhancements in .NET 8 in these workloads and more, the team has been working hard on a significant new iteration of the eShop architecture sample that we'll be highlighting throughout the keynote and throughout .NET Conf. This is a full-fledged reference app that utilizes cloud-native microservice architecture, fronted by some great-looking web and client applications. We're going to start by looking at full-stack web development, so let's head over to see Safia and Dan talk about what's new in ASP.NET Core in .NET 8.
Hey Dan, hey Safia.
Hey Damien.
I hear you're going to tell us about all the new stuff in ASP.NET Core for full-stack web development.
That's right.
Take it away.
Thank you, Damien. ASP.NET Core in .NET 8 has everything you need to build modern web apps. Whether you're building browser-based web apps or scalable back-end services, ASP.NET Core provides everything you need right out of the box. There's no need to stitch together a solution from multiple different frameworks.
That's right. You can be more productive by leveraging the same frameworks, languages, and tools for your entire app. ASP.NET Core is built for security and optimized for performance, so you can handle any scenario. With ASP.NET Core, every developer is a full-stack web developer.
ASP.NET Core includes Blazor, our front-end web framework for .NET. With Blazor in .NET 8, you can use the server and client together to handle all of your web UI needs. It's full-stack web UI. Blazor now includes enhanced server-side rendering capabilities, including static server rendering, enhanced navigation and form handling, and streaming rendering, so you can optimize page load time and elevate the user experience. You can then add rich interactivity wherever it's needed in your app, either from the server using Blazor Server or from the client via Blazor WebAssembly. Running your .NET code on WebAssembly from a browser is significantly improved in .NET 8. Components render 20% faster, there are lots of new edit types supported by hot reload, and a new web-friendly packaging format called WebCIL streamlines deployment. New built-in components for displaying data, for defining section outlets, and handling authentication help you stay productive and get the job done fast.
That's right. Now, as always, we take performance seriously, and those dividends pay off to you with lightning-fast APIs and services. ASP.NET Core is packed with new APIs in .NET 8 that allow you to be more productive, so you can focus on the code that matters most, yours. And if all that wasn't enough, Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code come with new tooling to enhance the developer experience. Let's see all that in action. We're just about ready to ship the eShop app, but there's one more API endpoint we need to add before we can do so. It's an endpoint that will allow our users to browse items in the catalog by their brand and type. Let's take a look at the code that I'm adding here. Now, the first thing I'll notice is that all of the route patterns in my code are lit up. This is thanks to the new route tooling in .NET 8. It allows me to see the parameters in my route template and any annotations that I might add. There's something else that's going on here too. You'll notice that I get a helpful warning about an unused route parameter in my code. In this case, it's this ID parameter right here. I can go ahead and remove this parameter to get rid of that warning. Fantastic, an analyzer that helps me write better code before we ship to production. Now, if we take a look at the implementation for my endpoint, we'll notice that it's taking advantage of quite a few services that are available in the DI container. I've captured these services into a catalog services type. Now, let's go to definition on this type, and we're going to spot something super nifty. It's the new primary constructors feature in C# 12. It's concise syntax that allows me to declare a constructor with parameters that are available in the entire body of the class. This is really helpful for types that take advantage of DI constructor injection.
That's really cool, Safia.
Yeah.
I gotta say though, but I can't help but be intrigued by this Visual Studio pane that you have on the left side there.
Yeah.
What is that?
Oh, great question, Dan. So this is the new Endpoints Explorer in Visual Studio. I can use it to browse all of the routes that are currently registered in my application. Now, what's pretty neat is that I don't need to build or run my application in order to see these routes. They're all discovered statically. Pretty nifty. But there's more. I can select any of the endpoints that I've created, here's my new one, and right-click to generate a request for it. This request will show up in Visual Studio's new built-in HTTP request client. Now I'm going to run my app. Great, now that my app is running, I can go ahead and click Send Request. And I'm able to send a request to my application and view the response right from within Visual Studio. I don't need another window at all. You know, I think we're almost ready to ship this new API, Dan.
Sounds great. But before we do that, should we do some testing on that API endpoint first?
Good point, Dan. I would never ship code to prod without writing tests. In fact, I've already gotten started on this. Let's head over to our tests. You'll notice that I've added a new test to exercise the API endpoint that I've just introduced. And I'm using another cool new C# 12 feature, collection expressions. Collection expressions are terse syntax that allow me to initialize collection values. In this case, I'm using collection expressions to provide a parameter to a method that takes an IEnumerable. Pretty nifty, right? Cool. Let's go ahead and run this test. Right-click, run test. Oh, darn, my test is failing. It looks like it was not able to find the route associated with the new endpoint that I just added. Let me go ahead and try and debug this. Now what I'm gonna do is set a breakpoint right here at the entry point for my application after I've registered all of the routes associated with my catalog API. Then I'm gonna start debugging my test. See if I can figure out what might be going on. Cool, we've just hit our breakpoint. Now what I'm gonna do is examine this app type right here. Now if you've got a keen eye, you'll notice that there's something new in .NET 8. The debugger display for this type and quite a few others in ASP.NET has been improved. In this particular case, I can take a look and examine the endpoints that are registered in my application. I can see the total number of endpoints and get information about the HTTP method, route template, and handler name that's associated with my methods and endpoints. Pretty nifty. It's a small detail that dramatically improves the debugging experience for my application. And in this case, I can use it to figure out that I think I might have made a typo in my test. It should be plural items in my route, not item. Let me go ahead and stop debugging, fix that typo, and rerun my test. All right, fingers crossed. Oh, great, a green check. The new test passed. All right, Dan, I think we're almost ready to ship to prod for real. But first, do you want to show us what we're doing on the front end here?
Yeah, thanks, Safia. That dev experience for building that new endpoint API looked amazing.
Totally.
All right, here's the UI for the web app. Here on the home page, we can see the product catalog. And thanks to that new API endpoint that Safia added, we should now be able to filter on product types. Let's look at some footwear. Yes, it's working, and we should be able to filter on brands. Excellent. We can then pick one of these products and look at its details. This transparent hiking boot looks intriguing. It looks like it'd be great for showing off your sock collection. This whole web app is built using Blazor and Blazor components. If we bring up the browser DevTools, we can see how this is all working. Let's refresh the home page. Okay, now let's filter on WebSockets. Do we have any WebSockets in this app? Nope, there are no WebSockets. What about WebAssembly? I'm not downloading any WebAssembly. Is there even any JavaScript? There's no JavaScript. This Blazor web app is being fully rendered from the server. So it's ready to load fast and scale. Blazor in .NET 8 supports static server rendering. Let's look at the code to see what that looks like. So here's the catalog component for that home page. If we scroll down, we can see it looks like a normal Blazor component. But in this app, this component is set up as an ASP.NET Core endpoint that renders HTML directly in response to requests. With Blazor in .NET 8, you can handle all of your server-side rendering needs. Of course, Blazor can do much more than static server rendering. We can now use Blazor to enhance the page loading experience to make it much faster. To do that, let's go over here to the root component for the app, and I'm going to uncomment the Blazor script. We'll apply that to the running application. All right, so now if we go back to the app, so now when I filter, let's filter on footwear again, or on a particular brand. It's fast and it's smooth, and I don't lose my scroll position on the page. That's because Blazor is enhancing the page navigations and instead doing a fetch request. Right there. So instead of doing a full page reload, Blazor's intercepting the request, doing a fetch request, and then intelligently updating the DOM with the retrieved content from the server. This means we also don't have to re-download any style sheets, fonts, or other assets that were previously retrieved. My app feels fast and responsive like a single-page app, even though it's still using server-side rendering. Now we can enhance form requests too. To do that, let's add a couple of products to my shopping bag. Let's add maybe this watch. And first I'm going to have to log in. There we go. So now we can add this watch, the shopping bag. There it's showing up. Let's add a few more things. Let's add this bike helmet. Looks good. And then maybe also this backpack. Awesome. Okay, so we can see in our shopping bag, we now have all of our products. And we have these little forms that we can use to update how many of each product that we want to buy. For example, maybe I decide I want another backpack. Now, when I submit that form, you may have noticed there was a brief blip and I lost my scroll position. That's because it's doing a full page reload when I submitted that form. But with Blazor, we can do better. We can enhance that form post so it's much, much smoother. Let's go find that form in the cart page component. There it is. And I'm going to go ahead and enhance this form. Save that, and we'll apply it to the running app. Great. Now, if I submit this form again, let's click Update. You can see it's fast, it's smooth, and I no longer lose my scroll position. If we look in the browser DevTools, we can see what's going on with that form request. Again, when I submit, Blazor is intercepting that form request and doing a fetch request instead of doing a full page reload. And we don't have to re-download all of the web assets. So that's enhanced navigation and form handling. It makes my app feel fast and smooth, even though it's still doing server-side rendering. Okay, let's go back to the home page. Now on this home page, we have to download all of this product catalog data by making an API call. And that might take a little while. It's pretty fast in my development environment. Like if I just refresh the page right now, it's pretty quick. But when I deploy this to production, that API request might take a little while. To simulate that, let's go back to the code, and I'm just going to add a artificial task.delay to the catalog component for for those times when the API request just takes a little longer than we hope for. Okay, let's go ahead and apply that to the running app. Now, if we go back, if we refresh the home page now, you can watch the tab up above. I click, about 1,000, and then it loads. Or if I apply a filter, let's filter on footwear, click, 1,000, and then it finally loads. We have this 1 second delay now while we're making that API call to get the product catalog data. We can make this experience better using streaming rendering in Blazor. To enable streaming rendering is really easy. We just go back to the component, and up at the top, we're going to add this stream rendering attribute. We'll go ahead and apply that. With streaming rendering, Blazor will render the component immediately with some placeholder content. Let's go ahead and refresh the page and see that. There, right there. You see how we can now have loading ... almost immediately while that API call is being made. Then, once the API call has been completed, Blazor will render the component again and stream the updated content down to the browser and patch it into the page. So you get those stream updates automatically. The page loads fast, and you see the streamed updates as they become available for a much better user experience. If I refresh now, we see loading, and then an automatic update.
That is pretty cool, Dan. Now, does that stream rendering require a WebSocket connection to work?
Nope, there are no WebSockets required at all. The streamed updates are actually sent on the same response that was used for the initial request.
Wow, that's nifty.
Yeah. Now, of course, with Blazor, we can also build richly interactive components. For example, this app has this store chatbot that I want to be a rich, interactive, and responsive user experience. We can do that in Blazor using either Blazor Server or Blazor WebAssembly, wherever in the app we need it, like just for this component. To show how you set that up, let's go find that chatbot component. Here it is. And all we need to do is apply an interactive render mode. I've already done that here using the new render mode Razor directive attribute. And then I'm here using interactive server rendering, which is Blazor Server. I'm also disabling pre-rendering in this case, and that's just because I don't want that chatbot animation of it sliding in from the side to happen twice. Okay, so that means that this chatbot is now an island of interactivity in an app that is otherwise just using server-side rendering. So we should be able to add a little question here, like, what is your best bike helmet? We'll wait a second to see what it says. There we go. So now we got a response, and we have a nice interactive chatbot. Now what's really cool is at the same time, I can still go over here and filter and browse the product catalog, and I don't lose the chatbot state. That's, again, thanks to Blazor support for enhanced navigation. Also, if I close this chatbot, and let's bring up the browser DevTools, and let's see what happens when I open the chatbot, and now I'm going to filter on WebSockets again. Now, we do have a WebSocket in this case because we're using interactive server rendering, and we can see that the WebSocket connection is active. It hasn't been closed yet. But once we close the chatbot, watch for it. There it goes. Now the WebSocket connection has been automatically closed and the request completed. We're only paying for interactivity when it's in use. Awesome. So our web application now has a great user experience, and it looks fantastic. So that's how ASP.NET Core in .NET 8 makes it easy to build full stack across your entire web app.
Thanks. That was really great. It's amazing to see how far ASP.NET has come all these years.
That's right. Whether you're building web UIs with Blazor or backends with minimal APIs, ASP.NET Core in .NET 8 has everything you need to be more productive.
And that was just a small amount of the features in ASP.NET Core in this release. If you want to learn more about the other great features that we've been working on, check out the rest of the talks over the rest of this conference. Let's talk about client development for mobile and desktop with .NET. .NET MAUI is our platform for building mobile and desktop applications for multiple platforms. Use a single C# codebase and access native APIs to build world-class applications. We've seen great adoption of MAUI since we released it 18 months ago, and here to talk more about MAUI is Maddie.
Thanks, Damien. We have had so much fun seeing all the things you've built with MAUI so far. I have loved hearing about the apps and the projects, and of course all the feedback you've had, which is why in .NET 8 there were a few key areas that you told us were most important to you that we focused on. Not only has .NET 8's performance increased, but so has MAUI's. We've continued improving our overall startup time, our memory management, and our layout optimization across all of MAUI's platforms. Another really big focus has been on quality. We've squashed over 600 bugs and worked closely with our community to accept over 1,500 PRs across a bunch of different areas. Many of these were highly requested desktop app features and, of course, plenty of improvements when building Blazor hybrid apps with MAUI. More importantly, we could not be successful without you. We've been really grateful to our open source community members, our library maintainers, and our control vendors who have really come together to help MAUI's ecosystem flourish in the past 18 months. Now, my favorite thing to talk about with .NET 8 is developer productivity. We continue to ship amazing things in Visual Studio to make it easier than ever to build and debug and deploy your MAUI apps, but we also wanted to give you a lightweight, consistent experience across any development platform that you want to work on, which is why today I am excited to share with you the new .NET MAUI extension for Visual Studio Code. The .NET MAUI extension, alongside the new C# dev kit and updated C# extensions, makes it easier than ever to develop your cross-platform .NET MAUI apps in VS Code. It's currently in preview, so you can try it today, and let's take a look. So I am in the same eShop app that you saw from Safia and Dan earlier, but this is the MAUI version. So we rebuilt this to render with native UI controls on your desktop and mobile platforms. This one project has all of the code needed to run the app on iOS, Android, Mac, and Windows. It's part of the bigger eShop codebase, but I opened a solution with just the MAUI project so that we can look at those. And you can see that there's actually a solution explorer in VS Code. This is brought in from C# dev kit. It's able to show me my file structure the same way I'd expect to see it in VS Code. So my XAML files have their C# files nested in them and anything that you need there. You can see all of the different shared resources and platforms we're targeting in this app right in these folders here. So we have our resources folder and we have our platforms folder. And you can see we are sharing things from the app icon to images to even fonts all in one place with this code base. And we're targeting all 4 platforms that MAUI targets. And you have all of the platform-specific code you need right here in those folders too. So it's really easy to drop down and get to the native layer if you need to. So this is all part of the .NET MAUI, the C# and the C# dev kit extensions. All you have to do is install the MAUI extension. It will pull in the other ones for you, and we have all your instructions that you need to get set up. Once you have the MAUI workloads, you can then start writing your mobile apps and debugging them and trying them on any target platform that your device supports. So on my Mac here, I have Xcode installed and I have my Android SDK installed, so I can actually see all of those things when I zoom in down here to what we're calling our language status item. And it's telling me the project that I'm deploying to and also the target I'm deploying to. So I'm going to go up and pin this so I can see it. And then when I click on this that says my Mac, I can see all of the valid places I can deploy this app to. So I have my Pixel emulator, and then I have all of the different simulators that Xcode gives me. We are going to run this on my Mac. All I have to do is hit run and debug. If I want to create a launch JSON file, I totally can, but it's really easy to just hit run or hit F5 if that's what you like to do. Give it a second. And then you see that the debugger launches and the app is going to pop right up for me. So again, this is the same eShop app we were just looking at, but I rebuilt the UI in MAUI. So it's a little bit different. I took some creative liberties with it, but I can just go ahead, add things to my cart, and then go look at my cart and see all of that in the total. If I pop up my iOS simulator alongside this, I already have the app running again, and you can see it's the exact same cross-platform. Even things like the app icon, this purple Northern Mountains logo, is the exact same as it is on my Mac. So it's all part of MAUI. I didn't have to do anything custom to get that to work both places. And then I also customized the code so that on the cart page, there's a delete button only on the desktop app. Because on a mobile phone, I might want to swipe, right? Swipe to delete, that's something that people do. But on my desktop app, I probably don't want to swipe with my trackpad as much, so I just created this delete button. Does the same thing. And all I had to do to make that work was actually go into the XAML, go to the XAML for my basket item, and use a couple lines of code to create a button that says, on desktop, it's visible. That's it. That's all I had to do to customize this based on desktop or mobile apps. And thanks to C# Dev Kit, I can actually also go and see my testing project and run my unit tests right within Visual Studio Code. So I have everything I need right here to get started with MAUI and to start working on all the different platforms. That has been a sneak peek into the .NET MAUI developer experience with Visual Studio Code. Like I said, it's in preview today, so you're more than welcome to download and try it out. And you can also join me and my teammate David Ortnow later this afternoon for a deep dive into all of the amazing features of .NET MAUI and .NET 8. Definitely make sure you check out the rest of the amazing MAUI sessions at .NET Conf this year. Back at you, Damien.
Thanks, Maddie. So teams at Microsoft have been adopting .NET MAUI over this past year, including the Microsoft 365 admin app and the Microsoft Azure app, which have millions of downloads and excellent ratings across the platforms that they ship to. There are companies around the globe that have adopted .NET MAUI as their platform for multi-platform development. Let's take a look at the NBC Sports journey with .NET MAUI.
For the last 10 plus years, we have leveraged a multitude of Microsoft's engineering technologies. Specifically, the .NET platform has been as productive as it has been innovative for us and our products. As we continue to build cross-platform solutions across the board, we're always looking to become more and more efficient. And that's where .NET MAUI comes in. It has allowed us to coordinate and share code across web, mobile, and our APIs, leading to features being delivered to the market faster. Having used Microsoft's traditional cross-platform approach for mobile for more than 8 years, we have learned to streamline not only code productivity, but also better collaborate and communicate within our product and technology teams.
In 2022, our team embarked on rewriting the Sports Engine app. We were attracted to the .NET MAUI as it promises simpler and scalable development compared to other cross-platform frameworks. And with Microsoft fully behind MAUI, we decided to use it for this project. This choice helped us to finish the work much quicker, releasing the app in record time. The success of this project underscores MAUI's productivity boost, reaffirming our choice to embrace this technology.
In my experience, .NET MAUI is intuitive and a time saver. It opens up the door to integrate with Blazor on the web.
.NET MAUI has allowed us to unify our code base, making us highly productive and flexible.
That was a great video. Now let's change focus and talk a little bit about AI. In the last year, we've seen OpenAI generate a lot of excitement around the globe with developers, thanks to the transformative power of AI to enhance their applications. I'm going to introduce Maria to talk a little bit more about .NET and AI. Thanks, Maria.
Thank you, Damien. Large language models like OpenAI ChatGPT have transformed the field of natural language processing and opened up new possibilities for software development. You can build amazing applications whether you are building a chat app, summarizing your data, or creating a translator seamlessly with .NET. But when you think about integrating AI into your application today, you as a .NET developer might be saying it's too complicated or too much code. Well, I have some good news for you. It's actually quite easy. The .NET team is making it simple for you to leverage AI in your applications today by continuing to provide first-class, out-of-the-box AI features in the .NET SDK, providing seamless integration with the Azure SDK so you can leverage Azure OpenAI and Azure Cognitive Search, as well as making it easy for you to integrate into these large language models with the Semantic Kernel SDK. But most importantly, we want to make sure that we meet you where you are. We are working with AI ecosystems across the world to deliver these emerging AI technologies, like vector databases, for example. We worked with Milvus to ship the very first C# client, and Quadrant will be coming soon. So I'm going to switch over to my computer and show you a quick demo on how we built a customer service chatbot inside of the eShop application. So we're back on the eShop website, and I want to give you a fun fact about this demo. Every single image and every single product catalog that you see on the page was generated using AI. But I'm going to show you the interaction that we built into an existing .NET application to make it more intelligent. So I'm going to launch my chatbot over here, and I'm going camping this weekend. So I'm going to ask for suggestions. I'm going camping. What do you suggest? So as you can see, I have a list of items that have popped up with rich images and rich descriptions. I want to add a couple of these to my cart. So I want to use a very natural language that I would use in a store, because I like the tent to number 1, I like the backpack, that's number 3, I'm going to add those to my cart. So I'm going to say, can you add the first and third item to my cart? So both items were added to my cart. And as you can see, we have a very natural response. And if I go over to my cart, we have both items and I'm ready to check out. So let's go and see what makes this all magic under the hood. We're here in Visual Studio so I can show you some code. In our existing application, we added a route that queries our catalog using AI. This is achieved by creating an embedding from the chat search and then ordering it by cosine distance. What this means is that we are ordering the results from the closest to the farthest in relevancy. Only the chatbot is able to access this endpoint, and I'm going to show you how we do this. In our chatbot, we have a set of semantic functions that tells the AI what to do. So for example, this semantic function gets a description. The AI invokes the search catalog function and hits the get semantic relevance endpoint that I showed you earlier. So just in a few lines of code, you too can make your app intelligent. Before I hand it back to Damien, I wanted to share how developers at Microsoft and across the globe are leveraging AI to personalize their user experiences. One of the most popular AI assistants in the world is Bing Chat. It is setting industry standards on how you build large-scale AI applications. And guess what? It's built with .NET. In addition to Bing, we also have developers across the world who are leveraging AI within their .NET applications. Stack Overflow builds on .NET. Now they trust .NET to bring AI-powered offerings to their community. We're also collaborating with industry partners like Intel to push the performance boundaries across a set of scenarios.
Thanks, Maria. It really does seem like it's that easy to integrate AI with .NET.
It is that easy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Damien.
I think we should go off and find Glenn and Fowler to talk about cloud native. We aspire to make .NET the best platform for building cloud native applications, ensuring developers can build observable, resilient applications that scale along with their business needs and are easy to manage using rich telemetry. The .NET team has been working really hard this release on lots of features in this space, so I want to hand over to Glenn and Fowler to tell us more.
Thanks, Damien. First thing I want to call out is a large set of capabilities that we build up in conjunction with a set of high-scale service partners here at Microsoft. People doing billions of requests with millions and millions of customers. We went through several code bases and we tried to extract the most useful components to help you building cloud services today. There's a lot in there, but it falls into basically these 4 categories. Resilience, particularly built on the new version of Poly that we collaborated with the Poly team on. Health checks, testing and fakes, and observability. You should check out all of this if you're building cloud services, but I want to particularly talk about observability. .NET has always had deep integration with OpenTelemetry. And in .NET 8, we adopted OpenTelemetry semantic conventions and had a ton of new metrics and data points for you to be able to observe what is going on in your application. As you can see on the screen, we created this beautiful Grafana dashboard for you to be able to grab and get started quickly with seeing what's available in .NET 8. And then because we're betting on open standards or because of their own or existing deep integration, you're also going to be able to get that data with App Insights or whatever APIM vendor that you're using today. Now let's change focus and talk about containers. Containers are the unit of deployment for the cloud. And because of that, .NET is always working on improving our container story. In .NET 8, we've hardened the security of our default container story by making sure that you're not running as root in containers. We've tried to improve the size of your containers and made sure that all of that works with our existing SDK publish feature to try and get you into containers and into a registry as fast as possible. Let's zoom in a little bit on the size. So not only does size help with attack surface area by not having as many dependencies inside your application, it also helps with deployment speed and density and many aspects of building a cloud native application. In this image, you can see on the left the improvements we've made and options you have for just the size of your base images. We worked hard with partners like Canonical in this case to make that real. And on the left, you see all the runtime options for different sizes of your .NET application inside those containers. And if you look far to the right, you see this really tiny application running in the chiseled AOT. And what that is our AOT investments over the course of .NET 8. So AOT stands for ahead of time. And that's when you compile your application to native code and get a small self-contained executable that you can run. We think that partners really nicely with Cloud Native because you often have small microservices that you want to run lots of in a cluster. And so in .NET 8, we created a sample application that was meant to simulate a small HTTP API. The idea being that we model a small microservice that does something useful, and then we try to get a better profile for that in terms of publish size, working set, and startup. So you can see here where we started. We had nearly 100 megabytes and 90 megabytes working set. And then now, at the end of .NET 8, you can see the massive improvements that we've made, or less than 10 megabytes on disk, and a very small impact to your request per second. You're going to be able to pack many more of these onto a cluster than what you were able to before. But this is still just phase one of AOT for us. This is a HTTP API using a database, so you can still do real work. But larger libraries like SignalR and Entity Framework and a lot of ecosystem packages aren't ready for an AOT world yet. And so you're might have to wait, and we're going to continue to work on this from release to release. Show you what this looks like and talk about that a little bit more. David is going to demo AOT in one of the eShop services that you've seen.
Thanks, Glenn. The team has been hard at work making native AOT work for ASP.NET Core services. In .NET 7, we started the AOT journey with console applications. And in .NET 8, we made a lot of progress making ASP.NET Core applications ready for publishing to AOT. So let me show you an example of the eShop application. We're going to take one of these services and native AOT compile it. The Basket API is a very simple microservice that uses gRPC and Redis. I did one small change to my application. I set publish AOT to true in my project file. And that's all you have to do to AOT enable any application. Now, it's not that easy because if your dependencies aren't native AOT compatible, then it won't work. Let me show you an example of the publish size of this application before native AOT. So to get this application, I made this application a single file publish. I set publish single file to true. And the end result was 102 megabyte binary. This contains the entire framework and every dependency required to run the application, but it's not very small. AOT lets us trim the application to its bare minimum dependencies and compile to native code so it doesn't have any dependencies on the runtime and just on the OS. All right, so I made the application publish AOT true. Let's head to the command line and run .NET publish. It's compiling. It's going to build the application to IL, and then it will turn that IL into native code. So there's no JIT. You'll see a sentence saying generating native code soon. And there it is. All right. During this phase of compilation, you will get warnings if your app or any of your app dependencies are not native AOT compatible. So if you're using libraries like AutoMapper, AutoFac, Entity Framework, you'll get a ton of warnings that typically are really hard to fix. But remember, this is a journey. And as Glenn said, we're working with the ecosystem and partners to make libraries more AOT compatible as time goes by. So I expect there to be a slow progress in getting that out. All right, the app finished compiling, and the app that was 102 megs is now 23 megabytes.
That's amazing. And you're going to be able to fit a lot more of those onto a cluster when you're trying to achieve high density cloud native apps.
Yep.
Well, thank you, David. And thank you for watching our whirlwind tour of the cloud native features that we have in .NET 8. And back to you, Damien.
Thanks, Glenn. Fowler, I know you and I worked on the AOT feature. It's fantastic to see all that come together at the end of the release, and I'm really looking forward to customers getting that stuff. You've seen so much great content about cloud native work in .NET 8 today. Please check out the rest of the talks that are going to be available during .NET Conf about this. The team's worked really, really hard on this stuff in .NET 8. Up next, let's hear from Vestas Wind Systems, who are harnessing .NET's cloud native capabilities to build more efficient solutions in sustainable energy.
Here in Vestas, as a global leader in sustainable energy, through our wind energy and hybrid projects, we have kept 1.9 billion cubic tons of CO2 out of the atmosphere. Fast innovations require digital twins at scale, and that is where we lean on the .NET technology. The cloud-native capabilities of .NET effortlessly orchestrate our workloads, requiring 400,000 cores and petabytes of data. It is a natural fit for our high-performance computing, like our Vestas turbine simulator application. With Web API, we could easily integrate existing systems and streamline our data exchange to meet our requirements. With Blazor, we used our existing .NET skills to develop an interactive admin dashboard. We use Azure functions for serverless event processing, letting us focus more on the code than infrastructure. And when it comes to understanding performance or troubleshooting, application insights give us a vital telemetry on our distributed .NET APIs. Sustainability is always front and center for Vestas. Through contributions to the open source carbon-aware SDK written in .NET, we dynamically allocate Azure resources based on carbon intensity, which aligns directly with our sustainability goals. .NET provides the scalability and flexibility to run applications that help Vestas make the world a greener place.
It's great to see .NET increasing performance while reducing environmental impact, aiding in Vestas' sustainable efforts. Now, with that being said, we are always seeking to innovate as the cloud-native landscape continues to evolve and delight developers. The most important aspect of that is listening to you and having you tell us what you need. As we've talked to customers and partners, both internal and external, here's what we've found. Cloud computing is fundamentally hard. Getting started is really hard. Developers need to make a lot of choices, and .NET today does not have a golden paved path available to you to build cloud-native apps. And that is why we are so excited today to announce .NET Aspire, a new stack for building production-ready, observable, distributed applications with .NET.
ASP.NET. I used to work on that. I think Aspire is one of the biggest innovations in .NET in the last couple of years. I'm very excited about this.
Awesome. Well, Glenn and Val are going to tell us more.
Thanks, random guy. We are happy to be able to show you Aspire for the first time. The team has been working really hard on it, and we've been really trying to streamline cloud-native development and try and solve some of those problems that Damien talked about earlier. So I'm going to give you a bit of a whirlwind tour of some of the features of the stack, and then David is going to take it away to show you how it all comes together in a demo in eShop. So the first thing I want to talk about is the components. Aspire includes a curated set of components to try and address some of that choice and complexity problem that we heard about earlier. Components are configure client libraries for resiliency, telemetry, configuration. They all have a rich schematized configuration system. They don't wrap the client library, but they configure it for production readiness in a cloud environment and get it into DI as much as possible. So if you're going to use SQL Client, you're still using SQL Client, but it's configured to be ready with timeouts, resiliency, and so on. Next, I'm going to talk about the developer dashboard. So the developer dashboard, we've discovered, is really your first line of debugging for a distributed application. It's become extremely useful for us in debugging all the apps that we've shown you today. And we think it's going to become the centerpiece of your debugging efforts and diagnostics efforts as you're running applications as well. And then finally, you can run an entire distributed solution in a single command. You can express your application topology in a language you're familiar with the concepts that you're familiar with, like references. And then you can deploy it to the cloud, either using things like the SDK container build we talked about earlier, or via integration with other ecosystems like Radius, AZD, or Terraform to map your application needs to a cloud environment. But that's a lot, and to show you what that really looks like in an actual demo, I'm going to hand you back over to Fowler.
All right, Glenn, thank you. Let's talk about Aspire. If you've been paying attention during the keynote, you would have noticed this little purple triangle hanging out in various slides. That's the Aspire icon, and this is the Aspire app host project. I can add Aspire orchestration to any existing .NET solution by either right-clicking, going to Add, and clicking Add Aspire Orchestrator Support. That lets me add these two projects, the solution.apphost and service defaults, to my current application. I can also go on the command line and do .NET new Aspire to create these projects as well. All right, let's dive into the apphost project and see what it does. Here's my program main of the apphost project, and I am constructing my application by adding containers and projects. And as Glenn said, I am adding a reference to these containers from my project. Not once have I had to mention a connection string, a URL, a port. That's all handled for you by the Aspire orchestration process. So you can see right here, my basket API is referencing the Redis container and the one for RabbitMQ. That will inject the appropriate connection strings into the application when it runs. Now, eShop has about 13 or so projects, and they're all wired up in about 63 lines of code. Pretty cool, right? Normally, I would have had to use Docker Compose, which requires me to build container images during development for every single project. What a pain. Also, I could have gone to Visual Studio and configured multiple startup projects, and that only helps with launching. It doesn't help me configure connection strings or ports. Aspire handles all that for you. I can run the entire application in a single run of the app host. Let's do it. I ran the app host, and it launched the orchestrator, which will launch the containers and projects and pop up this beautiful dashboard. The dashboard shows me an overview of all the projects, containers, executables in my entire application. It shows me things like errors that may be occurring in the logs. I can see a ton of errors. I see the endpoints for my application. I can visualize environment variables. I can see values being passed in. I can even look at console logs. It's pretty awesome. Let's run the application and create traffic to see what the app is actually doing. So I'm going to buy a watch so I can tell time. I'm going to log in right here now with my super secure password. And I can add to cart, to bag, and checkout, and then hit place order. So the app is functional. That was cool, but let's see what happened behind the scenes. In the dashboard, I can click on traces to see a list of requests that happened for the application. I want to see what happened during checkout. This trace hit 5 services. Out of the box, the Aspire dashboard shows me a distributed trace of the operation, which shows me calls to every dependency, including Postgres, Redis, RabbitMQ. And I can also see that there's a lot of stuff going on, a lot of queries happening. Let's check on that later. But how did the dashboard get this info in the first place? Let me switch over to a brand new Aspire project in Visual Studio. So I can do File New, search for Aspire, and there's 2 templates. I'm going to create the Aspire starter application. We can see familiar projects. We just learned about the Aspire app host, but there's a new project here called aspire.servicedefaults. I'm going to dig into the extensions CS file, and I see a method called add service defaults. The intent behind this method is that it's called from every single application to configure the default things like telemetry, health checks, service discovery, and resilience in every application. We are by default using OpenTelemetry. We're going to wire up default traces for HTTP, gRPC, and all the things required to build a cloud-ready application. We also expose health check endpoints by default so that any modern cloud platform can get the health of your application out of the box. Now, This project is meant to be yours to customize. It's in your app so that if your company or team has their own defaults, you can express those as part of your service defaults application. Let's take a look at the program CS for the Blazor project. I'm using the Redis output cache Aspire component, passing in the connection name cache, and I'm also wiring up a typed HTTP client, hitting the backend service API service. How did this work? If you recall, if you look at the app host project, we get to name our components, our resources. So in the app host project, I named my Redis container cache, and I named my API service, API service, API service. I can use those names in the project as the connection names for both Redis and for the HTTP endpoint in my weather API client. This takes away the pain of having to find ports and connection strings. That's all handled for you out of the box. This demo wouldn't be complete without deploying to a cloud. So let's see what that looks like. I'm going to pull up the command line, and I'm running a preview build of the Azure Developer CLI. This build understands Aspire projects natively, so I can run azd init, and it will ask me to scan the code in my current directory. And it will eventually find the Aspire project. Awesome. So it found my Aspire app host project. And if you recall, my app host project describes my app's dependencies. So we're going to confirm that. We're going to confirm one more thing. We're going to expose this one endpoint. And we're going to call this the keynote, df keynote. Perfect. Now I can run azd up. And it will ask me a couple of questions, like where do I want to deploy it to. I'll pick this. I'll pick that. Awesome. That kicked off the process of deploying it to Azure. So it took about 5 minutes to deploy that application, and I have one here prepared and ready for the keynote. So let's jump to the resource group and see what got created in Azure. So with just the Aspire project, the Azure Developer CLI was able to understand the application, its dependencies, and it deployed containers to container apps and also deployed the Redis instance to Azure. And the app should be running. Awesome. One more thing. The weather endpoint is the important one. And we're up in Azure with just 2 commands. All right, we just saw how you can add Aspire to existing projects, use the dashboard to gain a deeper understanding of your application, use Aspire components to make calling dependencies robust and observable, and of course, deploy it to any cloud. Back to you, Damien.
The first preview of .NET Aspire is available today, and we can't wait to see what you build with it. It's open source on GitHub, so please do let us know what you think. Let's go catch up with Gaurav.
Thank you, Damien. It is always so humbling to be part of these keynotes and to see the outcome of so much hard work from the teams across Microsoft and the community members. There is so much in .NET 8 and it is available today. So head over to the .NET website to get started. Alongside the release of .NET 8, we have also released the 17.8 version of Visual Studio 2022, which supports .NET 8, the latest C# 12 features, and improves developer productivity across the board, including several new enhancements to GitHub Copilot. Go to visualstudio.com and download it today. In collaboration with FreeCodeCamp, we recently announced the Foundational C# certification. Co-authored by Microsoft and FreeCodeCamp, these certifications help you gain practical skills and knowledge to start building applications with C# and .NET. This certification is completely free and is available today on FreeCodeCamp. Now, speaking of learning, Microsoft Learn is another great platform to learn all things .NET. If you are new to .NET, looking to add a new skill to your developer toolbox, or just looking to brush up on the latest and greatest in .NET, then head over to Microsoft Learn, where we are launching new and updated content for you to start learning today. For the rest of this conference, we have a packed and exciting agenda with sessions from teams across Microsoft, our partners, and the .NET community. I want to close out this keynote by thanking all of you for joining us today, giving us your feedback, and all the support that you provide around .NET. Thank you, and have a great .NET Conf.
Hi, I'm Jamie Singleton.
And I'm Katie Savage.
Wow, that was an amazing keynote.
So much happening.
I mean, .NET Aspire, Cloud Native, all the amazing in .NET 8. I'm excited.
Me too, and there's way more coming.
Yeah, and you should download .NET 8 today, and you can get that at aka/get.net/8.
And there's way more ways to get involved as well. We actually have a Hack Together coming up November 20th through December 4th. By the way, yesterday we also had a student zone, so if you want to check that out, go ahead to the .NET Conf website.
Yeah, and if you're just getting started with .NET or you want to learn more, we have tons of content for you in our Learn collection, as well as all of our brand new .NET 8 beginner videos.
But you don't have to learn alone. We have a ton of local events. I think about 200 globally distributed events led by community members. You can check those out at aka.ms/.netconf-local-events.
Yeah, and we have a full blog that has all of this information that was published today that you can go to at our dev blogs at aka.ms/.netblog. And it has all of the information about everything you're going to learn about today, this week, and everything and all the goodness in .NET 8.
But Jamie, that's not all. We also need to learn from everybody who's watching today. We have a .NET 8 survey. We really want to learn from you about how you're using .NET 8, what you're building, what version you're on. So please check that out. That'll really help us to figure out how we can best help you.
Yeah, but there's more ways to hang out with us this week. We have our Tags app here where we're tracking all of your social engagements. They're going right up onto this board, and we're going to pull them out. We're going to talk about them. We're going to answer your questions live. So maybe you can get featured. So submit your questions on your social platform with #.NetConf.
And remember, all of those questions are going to get answered after every single session. So
Yeah.
we're going to have a couple minutes. We'll be able to pull them up. We can see your excitement. We can answer those questions. We can have our speakers answer those questions. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah. And as you can see, we already have a lot of people really excited. We can't wait to get to this. There'll be a Q&A after every session where we can pull these up and answer your questions.
So I know we're super eager to get into it, but what are we even talking about today? What are some of the topics that are going to come up throughout the next 3 days, actually?
Yeah, it's a fully packed agenda, but we're really excited to get started with Blazor, with a full stack web UI with Blazor and .NET 8 with Daniel Roth and Steve Sanderson. And that's going to be up next.
Yeah, as you saw in the keynote, though, tons of cloud native stuff coming as well. All kinds of updates from, Blazor, cloud native,
.NET Aspire,
MAUI. Can't forget MAUI.
Cannot forget .NET MAUI. It's true to my heart.
Yeah.
What else? What else are you excited for today, Katie?
So I'm really excited for our next session, actually. So we have two of our best, Dan Roth, Steve Sanderson. They're going to be talking about full stack Blazor. So a lot of new stuff coming with Blazor United.
Oh yeah, Blazor is coming in hot, so you're not going to want to miss this session. There's so much packed into this one agenda. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, and we're looking forward to seeing you in about an hour to answer all those questions as they come in and shout you out.
Yeah. If you're having a local event around the world and you're streaming this live, publish your pictures so that we can feature you on the Tags app, and we want to see your smiling faces all around the world.
I'm so excited. There's so much coming. We have so much more coming. This is only day one. This is only the beginning. 2 more packed days. One of them is fully 24 hours, so there's a ton coming.
So we will be here when you get back.
All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Daniel Roth, Product Manager for Blazor on the .NET team. It's great to be back here at my favorite developer conference, .NET Conf. I am joined online from across the globe by my good friend and colleague, Steve Sanderson. Steve, do you want to say hello?
Hey, yes, Steve here. Looking forward to showing you all what we've been up to.
Awesome. Thanks, Steve. We're really excited to be here today to share with you how Blazor in .NET 8 is ready to handle all of your web UI needs so that you can build great web user experiences faster. Blazor is our front-end web framework for .NET. Blazor helps you build rich interactive web apps using .NET and C#. It's part of ASP.NET Core, our umbrella web framework for .NET, and it ships as part of the .NET platform. Blazor is based on a powerful reusable component model that you can use to easily handle UI events, render updates, and set up two-way data bindings. Blazor comes with built-in components for handling forms and validation and displaying large virtualized data sets. There are also great component libraries for Blazor available from the .NET community. With Blazor, you can use open web standards to build installable web apps that can function offline. We provide rich tooling for Blazor with Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code, including project templates, support for hot reload, and AI-powered code editing. And while you typically write your Blazor apps in C#, you can also interoperate with JavaScript if you need to. So whether you're one person or one team, Blazor helps you build fully featured web apps faster and with fewer resources. You can get started in just a few minutes and then stay productive using one language, one framework, and one tool chain that's integrated with .NET, a supported platform that you can trust. Now, Blazor in .NET 8 is no longer just a client web UI framework. Blazor now has smart web UI rendering that leverages the capabilities of both the server and the client. It's full stack web UI. Blazor now has advanced server-side rendering capabilities with components, including static server-side rendering, enhanced navigation and form handling, and streaming rendering, so you can optimize page load time and really polish the user experience. You can then add interactivity for your components wherever needed, either from the server using Blazor Server or from the client via Blazor WebAssembly. You can even use both together in the same app and automatically shift users from the server to the client at runtime to, again, improve app load time and scalability. Let's now go to Steve Sanderson and see what building full-stack web UI with Blazor in .NET 8 looks like.
If you've used Blazor before, you probably know that we've always had two hosting models available for you to pick from, Blazor Server and Blazor WebAssembly. As a quick recap, Blazor Server is a mode where your application is running on a server, probably in a cloud somewhere, and it communicates with the user's browser using a WebSocket connection with SignalR. So it can send the UI in real time into the browser and receive events back from the user. The other hosting model that we've always had is Blazor WebAssembly, where you compile your application in a certain way that lets it run on WebAssembly inside the user's browser. Okay, now those are the two hosting models we've always had, and they're not going away. They are both an essential part of what we're doing in .NET 8 and beyond. But we're now also introducing a third capability for you, a third hosting model called static server-side rendering. And this is in some ways the simplest of the three modes. All we have here is your .NET application running on a server somewhere, and to communicate with the user's browser, it just does the most traditional thing that web servers have always done. It takes HTTP requests coming in and it replies with some HTML. But you still get to use the Blazor component programming model, and except now you don't have to use either WebSockets or WebAssembly. So what is static server rendering good for, and what kinds of things would you want to build with it? Well, one thing it's extremely good at is scale. It's great for reducing the load on your server because you don't need to have any WebSocket connections with each user, and it's great for reducing the load on your end users because they don't need to download any WebAssembly files. So you can serve your application much faster and more cheaply than you might have been able to in the past. Secondly, it's really good for sites that are mainly about presenting information. So mostly read-only public websites, things like blogs, e-commerce, search engines, things where the user is mostly coming to read information. And the kind of interactions that users can have with your site then are what they traditionally have in HTML, which is navigating around through links and entering data in forms, and many web applications can be built this way. Now, there's a couple of things that it's not really so good for. For example, it's not a way of having arbitrary interactivity, the sort of thing that you would think of as a single page application, rich event handlers. And it's also not good as a way of pushing real-time information to the user because there's no code running in the user's browser after the page initially loads. But don't worry, if you want to do either of those last two things, you absolutely still can, because we allow you to mark any component or page as running on Blazor Server or WebAssembly for full interactivity. And I'll show you that later in this talk. Let's have a look at this in action. Here's an example of an e-commerce site, the sort of thing that is really good to build with Blazor's static server rendering feature. This comes from the eShop sample that you'll see in various talks in this conference, and you can get the code and have a look at it yourself. But let's just see what the user could do with this application. Well, they could explore and try and find some products. They could search by different brands, or they could look for particular types of products. Let's see, imagine I want a jacket. Well, I really like the look of this colorful one here, so I'm going to add that to my shopping bag. In fact, I like it so much, I'm going to add a couple more. Then I'll go into my shopping bag and I'll realize that I don't really want 3 of them. Let's just have 1. I'll update that. I could go into checkout. And of course, I've got all the kind of validation features that you'd expect on a page like that. Right, so how is that implemented? Well, you won't be surprised to learn that that is implemented with Blazor. So let's look a little bit of code in there. Here's the code for the catalog page that we just saw that was used on the home page. And this uses the same Blazor programming model that's always worked with Blazor. For example, the same kind of lifecycle methods. When this page gets initialized, it's going to use normal .NET code to fetch some data from a backend data store, and that populates this catalog result here. And then if we scroll up here, you can see we've got normal Razor syntax to loop over all of those items and display a Blazor component for each one of them. Okay, so it's the traditional Blazor programming model, but it's not using WebSockets or WebAssembly, it's just statically server rendered. How does that work then? How do we tell Blazor to do static server rendering? Let me show you how this works. Imagine you're building a website like this. It's got a few different pages in it. Some are for the general public, some are for admins only, some are static, some are interactive. Now, if you were doing this with Blazor before .NET 8, you would have to decide upfront whether it's Blazor Server or WebAssembly, and whichever one you chose, that would apply to the entire application. So every single page would be coming out of either Blazor Server or WebAssembly, depending on which one you've picked. Now, this approach is still available in .NET 8. It's not going away. Your existing applications can just be brought forwards and can carry on working this way if you want. We now call this global interactivity. It used to be the only option, but from .NET 8 onwards, it's not the only option anymore. So as of .NET 8, if you're building the same site, then by default, each page in it would be rendered using static server rendering. So that's the simple, cheap option. And whenever you want, any individual page or component can be marked as requiring interactivity with either WebAssembly or server. And you can choose that on a per page or per component basis, and everything works together in a single site. And this new pattern is now what we call per page or per component interactivity. Being able to render HTML is of course great, but we didn't just want to stop there. We've gone further by adding various enhancements on top of server-side HTML rendering to allow you to produce a better user experience than would normally be possible. So I'll show you each of those features now, starting with streaming server-side rendering. This allows you to render the page before you've even loaded the data that needs to go onto it. So if you've got some long-running database query or some API call that you would normally need to wait for, well, traditionally you can't return the HTML until you've got all the data that needs to be in it. But with streaming rendering, we can skip that process, render the initial HTML straight away, and then stream updates into it as the data becomes available. And in fact, you've already seen that because we were doing that inside this e-commerce site. If I go back and start looking through different brand options or looking through different types of products, you may notice that each time I navigate, I see this loading sign appears at the top there while I'm waiting. So how is that even possible? traditional HTML can't display states while it's loading. It can only just display the final state. So to understand this more, I'm going to switch over to a much simpler example, almost the simplest possible thing that I can do over here. So all I'm going to do in this very simple example is display a count that increases over time. So it's Blazor, and when the page first starts, we've got a count, and we're going to loop 5 times, and each time we're going to wait for 1 second, we'll increase the count, and then we'll trigger a UI update. Now, the only reason I have to call this is because I want to show all the intermediate states. If you just want to show the first and last state, then you don't actually have to call this. So normally you wouldn't. But in this case, I want to show all the states. So if I compile that and I run that inside my browser, what am I going to see? Well, I'll come over here and I'm going to start it loading. And I don't actually see anything. I'm just waiting. And I'm going to have to wait for a full 5 seconds before eventually it just displays the final state. So that's how traditional server-rendered HTML works. You will only see the final state. And we can see that even more clearly if I load this in curl on the command line. When I start that going now, we just have to wait and wait and wait for 5 whole seconds before eventually we just see the final state. The count is 5. Okay, now watch what happens if I enable streaming rendering. I'm going to put an attribute here, stream rendering, okay? And then I'm going to go back into curl on the command line, and hopefully we will see that behave a little bit differently. So I'm going to start that running again. And this time, you see, we actually get the initial response immediately saying that the count is 0, and it goes through all the different counts, ending up with the final count of 5. So what does that actually do inside a browser? Well, if I reload here, you'll see I see all the counts, and they increase, and it updates the UI each time some new bit of information is available. Now, Blazor knows about all the tasks that you're waiting for. It knows which bits of the UI have changed after each task, and is able to send a minimal UI update to the browser, all part of the same HTTP response. So that's what's happening here inside this e-commerce site. Each time we navigate, we're displaying different intermediate states of the UI rendering until all the tasks are complete and we're able to render the final state. So, in summary, this allows you to do an initial fast UI update without the user having to wait for all the queries to take place in the background. And it also has a different technical benefit, which is that the browser can start fetching all the static resources like CSS or JavaScript, whatever else you're using, at the same time that those database queries are happening on the back end. Now, you might wonder why we didn't just enable this by default for every page. Why did I have to add this attribute explicitly? And the reason is that you should only put this on pages when it actually makes sense. You don't want to really put this on a page if the loading is only going to take a microsecond anyway, because then the user will just see this strange flash of loading that instantly goes away. So you should only really use this if the loading is going to take a few seconds at least. And you might want to render some sort of sensible loading state like a spinner or like a placeholders for different parts of the UI. So it's up to you to decide how things should look while it's loading. So you do still need to do a bit of UI design around that. Another feature of static server-side rendering in Blazor in .NET 8 is to do with navigation, and it's about making your site feel faster, snappier, and more responsive to your end users. In fact, it's about trying to make your site feel as responsive as a single-page application, even though it's using traditional server-rendered HTML. So again, I'll show you, and once again, you've already seen it because it was already inside this e-commerce site, but you wouldn't really have been able to tell. Because this is running from localhost, it's all kind of instantly fast anyway. You can't really see what difference it makes. So to understand this a bit more, again, I'm going to switch over to an even more basic example so we can see exactly what's happening on the network and exactly what's happening inside the DOM. So this is about the simplest page I can make that still has navigation in it. And if we have a look in the browser's network tab to see what requests are happening, when I reload this, you'll see that the page has to do 3 requests to load. There's some HTML, some CSS, and some JavaScript. Right, now, when I navigate from one page to another, with a normal server-rendered site, with traditional HTML that is, the browser would throw away the entire page and recreate another one from scratch. And that's why it feels slightly slow, slightly jerky compared with the SPA technology. But in this case, we've got enhanced navigation on which is on by default. So when I click on the About link, the browser doesn't actually discard any of this information it's already got. It only has to do a single extra HTTP request, which it does using fetch, and then it swaps that content exactly as it is into the existing DOM. And if I navigate back to home, then you'll see that it's just done one more request and swapped it in place. Now, to really prove that we're retaining the DOM, I'll switch over onto the Elements tab here and expand this a little bit. Now, as I click backwards and forwards, if you keep your eye on the Elements tab on the right there, see which parts of it are flashing and which parts aren't. The flashing parts are the bits of the DOM that are actually changing, and so you can see that all the other parts, the navigation header, the scripts, the head, everything that hasn't changed is being left alone, and that allows the browser to do the UI update much faster than it would normally do. Okay, now as well as just retaining the DOM, we have some other functional practical benefits to what's going on here. In terms of controlling how the UI state changes. So if I start putting stuff into this search box, let's say I want to search for hello. Now when I click on the About link, watch what happens to that search box. Well, it gets reset back to nothing. Why is that? Well, because it should, right? Because the About page, in fact, every page has got an empty search box by default. And so every time I navigate, it's going to update the DOM to match what the server says the DOM should look like. And by default, the search box should always be empty. But what if I want to retain the contents of that? Now, traditionally, that would be hugely difficult. You would have to store the data in local storage or something painful like that. But because of enhanced navigation, I can mark any part of the DOM as being retained during navigation if I want to. So let's go and have a look at the code here. Here is my navigation menu that we've got here. And on this form with a box inside it, I'm going to add an extra attribute. I'm going to put data-permanent. That's a Blazor specific attribute, and that tells the enhanced navigation system not to replace the contents of this element when the user navigates. Okay, so now if I search for something, okay, and then I click on the About link, notice how the contents of that text box are not removed anymore. So as a developer, you can control which parts of your page are retained during navigation, which is not something you could traditionally do with static server-rendered HTML. So in summary, this is a way of making navigation complete faster because the browser doesn't have to do as many HTTP requests, since it can retain all of the static resources that it's already using. It also allows the browser to retain most of the DOM elements, which again reduces the workload on the browser and makes the UI feel snappier. You also get full control over which parts of your page have this feature. It's on by default, but you can easily turn it off at any level in the tree if you want to. And the sort of reason why you might want to do that is maybe you're doing some navigation to a page that is going to load some JavaScript that's incompatible with JavaScript that's already on your page. In that case, you might actually want to reset the page and hence turn off Enhanced Nav for that one particular link. But the point is you have total control over where this feature applies and where it doesn't. The next feature of static server-side rendering to talk about is forms, and that is of course how you can accept some input from your user. And the intention with the design here is that you should have all the same features that you might know from Blazor Server or Blazor WebAssembly, and they should also work with static server-side rendering. And in fact, in just about all cases, it's even the same APIs, so you can even share code across all the different hosting models. Let me give you an example of that. And like before, I'm trying to make the simplest example that I can, so pretty much the simplest form you can have. We've just got a couple of fields, one name and one price, and you can click submit to submit that form. And the way that works in terms of the code is like this. So if you already know how forms work in Blazor, you'll know it's the same thing. So we've got the same edit form component, the same input components here. It uses the same binding system. We've got the same validation system with data annotations validator. And we've got our onValid submit here wired up to save product async. And so if it's a valid product, then we will add it to our data store and set this message that says product added. So let's try it out. Back in the browser, I'll try and submit a blank form, and of course validation is applied. And if I enter something to make the form valid and I hit submit, then you'll see now the form post is accepted and we get our product added message. Okay. Now, in terms of new APIs, when you're doing static server-side rendering, you do have to give a unique name for each form that gets submitted. That's because you could have multiple forms on the page, and when an HTTP post request comes in, the server needs to know which one you're trying to run the submit handler for. So that's what that is for. And then the other new bit of API is this attribute supply parameter from form, and that allows you to bind incoming HTTP post data to a particular .NET object. So it's up to you to control how the incoming post data gets mapped onto your objects, like that. But apart from that, it's the same APIs, and it should work as you expect. Now, if those were the only features of static server-side rendered forms, then it would be kind of boring, because that's just what web developers have already been doing for decades. But don't worry, we've added some advanced features that allow you to produce better user experiences than would normally be possible. And this works by integrating with enhanced navigation and with streaming server-side rendering when you're posting your forms. Let's show you that. So by default, form posts are not enhanced. They throw the whole page away and create a new one. Let me show you. First, I'll type some stuff into this search box, something, and I will submit my form and watch how many requests are made. So I'm submitting now, and you can see that the browser has done 3 requests. It's refetched all the static content, and it's reset that text box because it's not enhanced. And the reason it's not enhanced by default is that post requests are kind of more sensitive than get requests. We can't retry them if anything goes wrong, and we don't know if the endpoint on the server is a Blazor endpoint or is going to redirect to a non-Blazor endpoint that can't handle it. So you have to explicitly mark your form as using enhanced post if you want that. So I'm going to do that on my form there. And when I go back to my browser now, we'll do the same thing again. Something in here. Okay, and then I'll type into my form, and I'm going to clear the network trace. I'll click submit, and this time you can see that it's only done one HTTP request and it didn't lose the contents of my search box. So that's how it's integrated with the enhanced navigation system, which makes the responsiveness a little better. The other thing is how it integrates with streaming rendering. Now notice that this form takes a little bit of time when it submits. I've deliberately added a delay on the server, so that's why I click and then I have to wait for a full second before this shows up. Now, can we use streaming rendering with this? Well, yes we can. So I'm going to add the streaming rendering attribute here, and now to show you that does something, I'm going to add another message that happens immediately before we start saving changes. So I'm going to put saving ... in there. So now back in my browser, let's get rid of this because we don't need it. Okay, I'm going to enter yet another thing and a price, and when I hit submit, notice we instantly see saving appear and then product added after it's finished saving, and that's using streaming rendering. So this starts to create a really nice user experience. It's a form that when you submit it, you get instant feedback even while the operation is taking place, and the browser is able to retain whatever parts of client-side state we want. So you get all the same user experience benefits as with a single page application, but without having to use a SPA technology. So now finally, I can show you the full power of full stack web development with Blazor on .NET 8. Blazor has always been about creating rich, interactive user experiences, and that is very much still the case with .NET 8 and beyond. So even though you may be able to build many parts of your site in a very fast and cheap way with static server-side rendering, there very likely will still be some parts where you want to use full interactivity. And the great news is it's very easy to do because this is deeply integrated with the whole system. To see this in action, let's go back to the eShop sample application. And you may have noticed this little speech bubble in the bottom right hand corner. If I click on that, then an interactive component is dynamically added into the page. And in this case, it's running on the Blazor server hosting model, but it could also be WebAssembly if we wanted. And this is an interactive chatbot, which is powered by the Azure OpenAI service. So I can start typing, "What's up?" and it's going to reply to me using AI, and it can even do things like search the catalog. So what bags do you have? It's going to go and look in the catalog for me and hopefully make some recommendations to me when it's finished thinking. There we go. Got some nice pictures and everything. All right, so let's tell it. Actually, I'll come back to that in a minute. The other thing I want to show you is that the state of this is preserved even as we're navigating around different statically server-rendered pages. So as I move between these different pages here, or I click on different categories, notice that I don't lose the state of my interactive component. That can be preserved during enhanced navigation. The other thing to know is that interactive components can cause statically rendered content to be updated. Notice that I don't have anything in my cart at the moment. In the top right, you see I have the cart icon with no numbers next to it. But I'm going to add something to my cart from the chatbot. So add the first bag to my cart, like that. And the chatbot is able to add stuff to my cart, and it's also able to trigger an update of statically rendered content directly from the interactive component. Now, if you're wondering how the code for that looks, how does interactive components update statically rendered content? Well, it's pretty simple. Here we are inside some code for the chatbot, and this is where it adds items to the basket, as it calls it. And I simply have to call navigationmanager.refresh, and that will reload any static content that's on this page that we're already on while preserving interactive state on that page. All right, so there's quite a lot to take in here. I'm going to show you a simpler example in a second, but just to set your expectations, how this works is, for any page or component, you can mark it as running on server or WebAssembly, or even both if you want to. I'll get to that in a minute. And it's deeply integrated into the other parts of static server-side rendering. It works with enhanced navigation, so it doesn't lose your interactive state as you're moving around. And it knows how to open and close WebSocket connections to the server as required. So we call them circuits when you're connected to Blazor server. If you go onto a page that's using one of those components, it will make the connection to the server. And if you then do an enhanced navigation away, it will close that connection. So you only have to keep the connections open for as long as they're required, and that minimizes the amount of server-side resource consumption. To understand this a little better, let's switch back to our simpler application and add an interactive component to it. Over here on the About screen, you can see I've added this little note saying that we want to add a calendar, and here it is in the source code too. I've already got a calendar component which is built to work with either Blazor Server or Blazor WebAssembly. Here's the sources for it. We're not going to read that in detail. It's a bit complicated, but it uses lots of event handlers to make things nice and interactive. Let's add an instance of that onto our static server rendered page right here. Back in the browser, let's reload and see what we see. Well, what we see is a calendar, so it looks like it should do. Our interactive component is here being rendered in the middle of a statically server rendered page. But it's not actually interactive. We can scroll around, that works fine, but if I try and drag these items around, well, they won't drag, it's not doing it. And if I click on things, well, again, nothing is happening. The reason for this is because by default, all Blazor components, all existing ones, can be used in a static server rendered page, but they just don't have interactivity because they can't. There's nothing interactive in a static server rendered page. If you want to make them interactive, you opt in on a per page or per component basis. Let's do that with this component right now. I could, if I wanted, go into the source code for this component and add a render mode directive right here. And I could say interactive server or interactive WebAssembly or even auto. We'll get back to that in a minute. But maybe you don't want to edit this component, or maybe you can't. Maybe it's someone else's component. Another way to do it that's possibly better is you can add the render mode at the place where you use the component. So in this case, I'm going to say this calendar instance is going to run interactively on the server. Let's try that out. Now that's an interactive component. It looks the same, it behaves the same as I scroll, but now I can start to drag things around and I get all the interactive features that I might want. So I can pick different items, I can hit save, I get all the features that we should do, validation, and everything else is all running interactively on the server now for that one particular component. The other thing to see is how it's smart enough to open and close connections to the server on demand as the user navigates around. So if I start here on the home screen and we'll have a look to see how many WebSocket connections we've got, you'll see we've actually got 0 at the moment because there's no interactive server components on this page. If I do an enhanced nav over to the About screen, then you'll see it does start up one WebSocket connection to the server, and that will be used for as long as there are any interactive server components on the page. If the user does an enhanced nav and after it there aren't any on the page anymore, it will automatically close the WebSocket connection. Now you can't really see on the browser DevTools that this connection has been closed, but it has, and you can kind of see it if I go back to the About screen, because it will create a new connection to replace the old one that had been closed. So there you go, it opens and closes the connections as required to support your interactive server components. Now, running components interactively on the server really is as easy as just adding this attribute onto the component. Basically, any component is just going to work interactively on the server if you do that. But what about if you want to run on WebAssembly? Well, that involves a couple of extra steps, and I'm just going to show you that right now. So I'm going to switch this component over to interactive WebAssembly, and it won't actually work at first, but let me show you what error we get. Here in the browser, it might look as if it's working, but this is just pre-rendering, and all the interactive features actually aren't operating. If we have a look inside the DevTools, you'll see we've got this error saying that the calendar could not be found in the assembly. That might seem a bit strange because it is in my assembly, so why can't you find it? Well, the answer is, when you're running code on WebAssembly, you have to send that code to the browser, and it's up to you, the developer, to decide which parts of your application should be sent to the browser and which should not. And the way that we arrange that is by having different projects. So here in my solution, I've got two projects, one that runs on the server and another one that's compiled for WebAssembly and runs on the client. And unless your component is in that client project, then of course it can't be loaded on the WebAssembly side. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my calendar component and I'm going to simply drag it, including everything that it depends on, into the client project there. And in fact, I can delete the one from the server because that won't be used anymore. Okay, and once that's done, I can go back into the browser, and when that comes back up, this time instead of an error, it won't have an error, and all the interactive features will be back, and now they're actually running on WebAssembly. So that's adding interactive components to your site. Now, it's perhaps obvious, but I'll say it anyway. If you're going to use interactive components, then that means you'll either be using a WebSocket connection, if it's server mode, or WebAssembly files, if it's WebAssembly. And in some ways, these two are a trade-off against each other. With the server mode, your site starts immediately, but it consumes some server resources. Whereas with WebAssembly mode, your site doesn't consume server resources while it's running because it's in the browser, but it doesn't start as fast because the user has to download those files. So, is there some way we could use both of these together to get the best of both worlds? And that brings us to the final render mode, which is called Auto mode. This allows you to use WebAssembly, but without the user having to wait for it to download in the first place. How does this work? Well, initially when each user arrives, it will use the Blazor server render mode while it's downloading WebAssembly files in the background, and then the next time the user comes, it will be able to use WebAssembly without consuming any server resources. Now, a requirement for that, of course, is that your component has to be able to work on WebAssembly in the same way that we talked about before. But assuming that it does, then you can use Auto mode. So let's try it out, shall we? I'll switch back over here and I'm going to change this calendar to run on the interactive Auto render mode. Now let's see how that behaves inside the browser. Let's have a look, and I'll hit reload. Then we should see that it's using the server hosting model initially so that it can start immediately without having to wait for WebAssembly files to download. But in the background, it will have downloaded those WebAssembly files. So if I hit the reload button now, the next time it comes up, you'll see there's no WebSocket connection in the browser. And if we look on console, you can see it's logging this information about the fact that we're running on WebAssembly now. And of course, everything works. All right, that is the auto render mode. So, in summary, with .NET 8, Blazor combines the full power of the server with the client. This means you can use static server-side rendering for maximum scale, with enhanced navigation and streaming rendering for a better user experience. And when you need full interactivity, you can enable that for any individual component or any part of your application. Now, back to Dan.
Awesome. Wow, thank you, Steve. That looked amazing. Okay, so how can you now get started building full-stack web UI with Blazor in .NET 8? Well, it's easy. You can use the new Blazor web app template that's included with the .NET 8 SDK and with Visual Studio. This new template gives you the best of Blazor Server and Blazor WebAssembly in a single solution. It's set up and ready to go with static server-side rendering and all of the new progressive enhancements. And you can also easily enable the new interactive render modes, Server, WebAssembly, and Auto. Let's go and check it out. OK, I'm going to hop over here to Visual Studio. I have the latest version of Visual Studio installed, and we're going to create a new project. And of course, we're going to use the new Blazor web app template, which is right here. This single template has everything you need to build Blazor apps with .NET 8. Let's go ahead and select that. We'll choose the default project name. And now we have a few options here. Well, first of all, by default, the Blazor web app template is set up for server-side rendering, both static and interactive. But we can choose to instead use interactive WebAssembly rendering if we want to do the rendering from the client. Or we can enable both, and that will enable using the new auto render mode. Like I want all those features, so I'm going to select auto. We can also choose how much interactivity do we want in this app. Do we want it per page or component, or do we want the whole app to be interactive? For this demo, I'm going to pick per component. So we'll go ahead and create that. All right, so now we've got our solution with the two projects. This top one is the server project, and the bottom one is the client. That's the bit that's going to run client-side and the browser on WebAssembly, and the server is going to handle all of our requests. Let's take a look at Program CS in the server project. Up here at the top, we're registering all the services that are required to render Blazor components from the server and the new interactive render modes. Down below, we can see that we are setting up our Blazor components to be routable endpoints using ASP.NET Core endpoint routing. By calling this map Blazor components, this will discover all of our routable endpoints and set them up as endpoints. Now we've also are specifying our root component, this app component right here. Let's go take a look at that. So here's app.razor. And here we can see that this is where we're rendering the root HTML document for our application. We no longer need a Razor page or a CS_HTML file to bootstrap our Blazor app. We can use Blazor components for our entire application. Your root components will be statically rendered from the server. This component is also setting up the Blazor router, which works together with endpoint routing to route requests to all of our components. And we're also adding the new unified Blazor script. OK, we have some pages in this app as well, the usual suspects. We have our home page, which just has some static HTML content. We also have this weather page, which we can see at the top is using the new streaming rendering feature that Steve showed us. That means this component can render immediately with some placeholder content while it goes off and gets the weather forecast data. Then when the data has been retrieved, it can send a streamed update down to the client with the weather forecast information. Now, honestly, it's not actually going and calling an API to get the weather data. It's doing a simulated API call with this task.delay, as if we're making an API call that might take a little while. OK, and then we also have our counter component, which is over here in the client project, because it's going to need to run on WebAssembly. And this is using the new interactive auto render mode. All right, let's go ahead and run our Blazor web app and see what it does. See all those features in action. There it goes. OK, get it up and running. All right, so here on the home page, we just should have some static HTML. We can see that really quick if we bring up the browser DevTools, and let's just refresh. If we look at what was retrieved from the server, we just have some normal static HTML content, like there's the hello world, welcome to your app. So no WebSockets, no WebAssembly here. But if we go to the counter component and we filter on WebSockets, we can see that we now do have a Blazor WebSocket being set up. And that means that we can click on the counter, the count goes up. So this is currently using interactive server rendering. And we can see that the WebSocket connection is actually currently active because the request is still pending. It hasn't completed yet. But if we browse away from the counter component and go back here. We can see, there it goes. So the WebSocket connection was just closed. We are no longer using interactive server rendering, so we can free up those server resources. And then when we browse back to counter again, notice that there's no new WebSocket connections, but the counter still works. How is that possible? Well, that's because in the background, we have downloaded and cached the .NET WebAssembly runtime. So our counter component is now running client-side in the browser on WebAssembly, and it works great. If we look at the weather page, and let's just refresh it, and we'll try and freeze the screen real quick. Here we go, freeze it, there we go. Okay, so we can see this loading ... that gets rendered immediately. And then if we let it continue rendering, about half a second later, we get our actual weather forecast data that was streamed down to the browser. There's no WebSockets being used here, no WebAssembly on this page. This is using streaming rendering on the same connection that was established for the initial request. So just a few minutes, we were able to create a Blazor web app that's using all of the new full-stack web UI features, static server-side rendering, all the page navigations were enhanced navigations, the new interactive render modes, including auto and streaming rendering. Super easy, but really powerful. All right. Now, in addition to full-stack web UI support, Blazor also has many other new features and enhancements in .NET 8. QuickGrid is our fast and functional data grid component that makes it easy to display data in a tabular form. It's now part of .NET 8 and supported out of the box. Sections are a way to define outlets for content in one component that can then be filled in by other components. The Blazor router in .NET 8 has gotten lots of improvements. It can now route to named elements, and it now supports route constraints. You can monitor inbound circuit activity for your Blazor server circuits to detect idle circuits. And we've also completely revamped authentication for Blazor in .NET 8 so that you can build and customize a complete identity UI using Blazor components. We've also added a new capability for Blazor components so that you can render Blazor components outside the context of an HTTP request or an ASP.NET Core hosting environment. You can just take a Blazor component and then render it as HTML to a string or to a stream. This is useful if you want to use Blazor components as like a templating system for generating HTML fragments, like for a generated email. It's also something that's laying the foundation for future support for static site generation in Blazor, which is something that we're looking at and investigating. All right, let's take a look at some of these new Blazor features and enhancements. Let's go back to Visual Studio, and we're going to create another project, another Blazor web app. Looks like a good one. OK, and I'm going to add some additional options to this one. We're going to add some authentication. We can select individual user accounts to set up our Blazor web app with authentication using ASP.NET Core identity. So let's select that. And then I don't really need WebAssembly for this app, so I'm just going to stick with server-side rendering. We're going to use just the server render mode. So we'll go ahead and create this. All right, cool. So now it looks a little bit simpler. We just have a single project. Let's go ahead and run it. We don't have our client project anymore because we're not going to be running on WebAssembly for this application. And this looks like a normal Blazor web app, has home, counter, and weather, but now we've got some additional pages here. This auth required page, if I click on it, I get redirected immediately to the login page because that page requires authentication. It has authorization rules. And we now have an entire authentication UI, identity UI, built with Blazor components. Let's go ahead and register a new user. Let's add a password here. There we go. And I think at this point I'm going to need to set up my database with the schema for identity. Yep, so I'll just apply EF Core migrations, click the button, refresh the browser. Great. So now my user is registered. I can confirm my email account during development by just clicking this link. And we should now be able to log in. Let's see if we can do that. So, and then type my password again. And there we go. OK, so I'm logged in. Supposedly, can I now access that auth required page? I can, and you can see that I'm a logged in user. We also have a full account management UI where we can modify our profile information, change our email address, change our password, set up two-factor authentication. This is an entire identity UI solution implemented in Blazor components. If we look at the code to see how that's done, here in the components folder under accounts, pages, there's all of our Blazor components that make up that identity UI. The code is part of the project now, so you can customize it and adjust it to meet your app's needs. So that's how easy it is to set up authentication with a Blazor web app in .NET 8. What should we do next? Let's say now that we want to connect to a database and display some data from a database. Can we do that? Yes. All right, let's go and let's add a data model to our project. I have an existing type that I'm just going to use for this that I typed up previously in my snippets folder over here, this movie type. All right, so this movie type is an EF Core data model that has an ID and a bunch of properties to represent a movie. And what I want to do is I want to set up a database that can store my movies. I want to be able to display them, edit them, delete them, basic CRUD operations, create, read, update, delete. And to do that, I can just right-click on my Pages folder and say, let's add a new scaffolded item, because we now have the new Blazor scaffolder. This is available now with the latest Visual Studio preview. And this scaffolder, what it will do is it will allow me to specify a data model, and it will scaffold it out for me, all of those CRUD pages, so I don't have to write any of that code. We can pick from a set of templates here. If I pick CRUD, that will do all of the pages, or I can pick individual pages. Let's do them all. I can then select my data model. I'm going to pick that movie type that I added previously. I then need to specify what DB context I want to use. I can create a new one or use an existing one. I'm going to use the one that came with the template. And let's go ahead and add that. So now Visual Studio will inspect my data model, figure out what its structure is, and scaffold for me a whole bunch of CRUD pages that I can use to connect to my database. Generating code. And there it goes. OK, so under Pages now, we have this Movie Pages folder with all my scaffolded pages. Let's go ahead and run the application so we can see what those do. Go back to the web app. OK, so let's browse. I think the URL that it generates is /movies. And initially, it's telling me that, hey, you need to run migrations on your database again for that new movie schema. No problem. We can do that really quick. Let's go to bring up a console, and we'll just add a migration for our movies. I'm just going to call it movies. And then once that migration is generated, we can run update database to apply that migration to our database. There goes EF Core doing its thing. All right, and now back to the web app. Ta-da! Voila! We now have a pre-built UI for looking at movies. We have a table that shows all our movies. We don't have any yet. So let's go ahead and create one. Let's add a movie. I don't know, how about E.T.? I think that was, I looked up the release date for this one. I think it's June 11th, 1982, I think. All the best movies, by the way, were created in the 80s. Awesome era for movies. This is a sci-fi movie. Price, let's just imagine I don't specify a price. I'm getting validation on my form. Awesome. I don't know, $8.99, whatever, to make up a price. And then we're able to add a movie to our database. We can see its details. We can edit the movie. Like maybe that price was a little too high. Let's give a discount to folks. And of course, we can delete movies from our database. Awesome. So, and I didn't have to write any code to do that. I was able to easily connect to some data and display it using Blazor components. That's the new Blazor scaffolder available with Visual Studio Preview. Now, the scaffolder is in preview, but all the code that it generates is fully supported using .NET 8. Let's look at the code that it created. That table that we saw, that's not just a normal HTML table. That is QuickGrid, our fast and functional data grid component for Blazor, which means we can do all sorts of fancy things with that table. Like, for example, let's say I want to clean up that release date column, like make the title a little bit cleaner. It needs a space in it. It's just using the property name currently. So let's set the title here to release date. We'll save that and hot reload that into our app. And then let that update. There we go. That looks better. I also want to format what the release date looks like. So let's add a format string right here. Month, this should do the month, day, and the year. That's good. And we'll go ahead and hot reload that into the application. That should clean that up. There it goes. What else? We can add sorting. Let's sort on the titles. So we'll just say that the title column should be sortable. And we can hot reload that in. Now, this will apply, and you can see that the title is now selectable, but when I click it, nothing's currently happening. Why is that? Well, that's because, by default, this page is using static server-side rendering. It's not enabled for interactivity yet, but we can enable interactivity really easily. We know how to do that now. So let's go to the top of our page, and we will add an interactive render mode. Here we're going to use interactive server. Cool, and then we'll go ahead and restart so that that gets applied. I'll give it a second to restart. There we go. Now we only have one movie, so sorting by one movie is not going to be very interesting. So let's add another one. I don't know. How about Labyrinth? Another. I don't know what the release date for this one was. So we'll just make up one, like 1980 something. This is definitely a movie that gave me some nightmares as a kid. I mean, you don't really want David Bowie's hair in your nightmares. This was, I don't know, adventure. I don't know what genre it was. And then let's give it a price and add that. OK, so now we have two movies. And if we click on the title, we can sort our movies. Awesome. So we can do sorting. We can also add pagination support. With that, we just use the built-in paginator component that comes with QuickGrid. Now, the paginator and QuickGrid need to coordinate on the pages that should be viewed. And so we just need to create a little state object here. It's going to be a pagination state object. So we'll just initialize that, pagination state, and then we can specify how many items per page do we want. Well, right now we only have 2. So we're going to have 1 item per page, which I know is a little bit silly, but at least it shows that pagination is working. So we'll add our state object to our paginator, and then we also need to specify it up above for our QuickGrid. So there's the state, and then we'll go ahead and hot reload that in. OK, and there, now you can see pagination is showing up. We have 1 page with ET, and then if we go to the second page, we've got Labyrinth. We can sort. This is just some of the things that QuickGrid can do. If you want to see all of its features and capabilities, I recommend heading over to the QuickGrid demo site at aka.ms/blazor/QuickGrid. This has a bunch of really awesome QuickGrid examples that shows all of its capabilities. Here's a QuickGrid that has pagination, sorting, but also filtering, like if we want to filter on particular countries and see their Olympic performance. You can also do virtualization with QuickGrid. Like this is a QuickGrid that's actually rendering 22,000 rows, and it's doing it by only loading the rows as they are visible. So as I scroll, it's loading the data into the QuickGrid and just rendering those rows. QuickGrid is out of the box, an easy and simple way for you to display your data and to connect to your databases. All right, great. So in just a few minutes, we were able to get started with a Blazor web app, add authentication, and connect to data using the Blazor scaffolder, and use the QuickGrid component to display our data. Now, .NET on WebAssembly also is significantly improved in .NET 8. Your code runs much faster thanks to the new JIT-terpreter-based runtime. It's a runtime that now has partial JIT support, or just-in-time compilation support, for WebAssembly. This means your components run 20% faster, and JSON deserialization is twice as fast. Hot reload for WebAssembly is also significantly improved. We now support all the same edit types that are supported by the server-based runtime, by Core CLR, including the new edit types like being able to edit generic types. We've enabled WebAssembly SIMD and exception handling support for ahead-of-time compiled Blazor WebAssembly apps, so they run much faster. We've introduced a new web-friendly packaging format for .NET WebAssembly apps called WebCIL that makes deployment seamless and painless. And we've also improved our content security policy compatibility so you can really lock down your web apps and make them more secure. Wow, so that's a lot of stuff. So what if you have an existing web application? How can you start using Blazor in .NET 8 with your existing web apps? Well, there are a bunch of ways that you can do that. If you have an existing Blazor application, it's easy. You just upgrade to .NET 8, and you can start using all the new features. Your existing Blazor server and Blazor WebAssembly apps will work on .NET 8 as is without any code changes. You can then choose to also upgrade them to the new Blazor web app patterns if you want to. We have docs and guidance that show you how to do that. If you have an ASP.NET Core web app, then you can just add Blazor pages alongside your existing endpoints and UI. Blazor is part of ASP.NET Core, so it's designed to compose with all of your ASP.NET Core functionality. If you're using MVC and Razor pages, you can add Blazor components to your CSHTML files using the Blazor component tag helper. So you can just embed a component right there in your existing app. For minimal APIs and MVC controllers, we also have a new Razor component result that you can return from your controller actions and from a minimal API to just easily render some UI. And lastly, if you have a JavaScript-based web app, you can embed Blazor components in that application as custom HTML elements. And this really works with any web application, like .NET Framework-based web apps, web forms applications. Anywhere you render HTML, you can add a Blazor component as a custom element using open web standards. So no matter what type of web app you're building, you can start using Blazor in .NET 8 with your web app today. There's a really great session coming up on day 3 of the conference by Ed Charbonneau, where he is going to walk through all these ways that you can integrate Blazor into your existing web apps. You'll definitely want to check that out. Here's a summary of all the new features available with Blazor in .NET 8. Full stack web UI, lots of great framework enhancements and new components, and improved WebAssembly support. We hope you're as excited about this release as we are. We invite you to give it a try today by going to blazor.net, where you can find helpful docs and tutorials for getting started. Thank you for watching. Thank you for being here at .NET Conf, and we'll be happy to stick around and answer a couple questions.
Hey, Dan and Steve, that was absolutely incredible. I don't even know where to start. You packed so much into Blazor. Wow. I guess we have a couple questions that we can get to, though. So if you want to go ahead and kick it off.
Yeah, I'll kick us off. We have a couple of awesome questions on our tag board here. So one from John Smith. Will there be guidance for how to leverage the new render modes in components we've already created?
Absolutely. We have just published today the .NET 8 documentation for Blazor, including documentation on all the render modes. There's also migration content for how you can take an existing Blazor app and upgrade it to be a Blazor web app. Yeah, so we have content on the learn.microsoft.com that you can consult for learning how to do that.
Fantastic.
Yeah. We have a couple more questions that we're going to get to. So when using the auto-interactive render mode, do the components and/or pages need to be defined in both the client and server projects, or only in the client project?
Steve, you want to take that one?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so they do only need to be in one place, and it does have to be in the client project, because client kind of means everywhere. We could have called it the everywhere project, but I think people might have found that confusing. But in practice, that is what it means. So yeah, anything that's in that project can work with WebAssembly and server and auto.
That makes sense.
Let's ask a few more.
We got a couple others. So this one, can I transfer some state from an SSR rendered page to a WebAssembly component? So when the WebAssembly components load, it does not need to refetch some state.
Yes, you absolutely can do, yes. So we've got a feature called persistent component state, which is not actually new in .NET 8. That's been around for 1 or 2 major releases already, and we have integrated that with how server-rendered pages work and how interactive components work. So anything that's added to the persistent component state collection during server-side rendering also becomes available for your interactive components, whether that's server-side or WebAssembly side. So yes, you can transfer state across like that.
I believe that's actually used even in the authentication code that we set up. Like we use the persistent state system in order to flow the identity of the user when it gets established on the server to the client, so that you have it available when you're running on WebAssembly.
Oh, nice.
Perfect.
Yeah. You guys have thought of everything. Okay. I think, we have one question here. Can you explain to me a feature or features that are only available on SSP and not on Blazor Server or WASM?
Okay, so 2 features that are not available that are only on server-side rendering are streaming rendering and enhanced navigation. The reason those are not part of the interactive component rendering system is that you kind of don't need them. One of the benefits of having interactive execution is that you've already got this sort of instant navigation. You've already got the ability to update the UI at any moment. So you kind of have those features anyway. The reason why we added enhanced navigation and streaming rendering for server-side rendering is because you wouldn't otherwise have it in that case.
Gotcha. All right, well, that's all the time we have questions for, but feel free to post your questions and we'll get them up here. And Daniel and Steve can get to those on social. Our next session is with Glenn Cauldron and David Fowler, and they're going to be building cloud-native apps with .NET. Take it away, David and Glenn.
Hello.
Hey, everyone.
How's it going? You can tell that we're live because Fowler arrived at the studio 34 seconds ago.
I'm on coffee.
Everybody is panicking.
Running on coffee.
So thank you all for joining us today. There's been lots of excitement about .NET Aspire since the two best people in the keynote talked about it a little while ago. And today we are going to tell you a lot more. So, I'm Glenn Condren. This is David Fowler. I am the PM lead. I probably just smacked my microphone. Apologies. I am the PM lead for the .NET Platform team, and
I'm the distinguished engineer on .NET.
Yeah. So, let's, without further ado, get into some slides for .NET Aspire. My plan today is to talk for a little bit, but as quickly as possible, well, maybe as quickly as possible, get into demos. The vast majority of this talk is just going to be in Visual Studio, showing you what Aspire looks like and talking about it. So, get prepared, settle in, ready to see lots of code.
Live coding.
Live coding.
No
with
mistakes.
all of the hilarity that will no doubt ensue. Right? Okay. So, first slide. Let's get going. Fowler is driving the slides.
Let's go.
.NET Aspire.
All right.
So the first thing I wanted to talk about is a little bit of the history of how we got here with Aspire and cloud native in general. So we've been doing this for some time. Probably almost since the beginning of .NET Core. I remember the very earliest examples of us getting Docker working where we had to explain what Docker was before we could show people the demo because they didn't know. And then this slide is just like a cherry-picked set of things that are examples of, we've been doing a lot of individual features, bits and pieces, all over the stack to try and make it better and more capable for building apps for the cloud for years. And all of you have been building amazing applications. Sometimes I'm blown away by what you all build and what you manage to pull off with .NET. You can see health checks, poly, gRPC, YARP, all of this amazing stuff. But next slide. When we still knew we hated to do more, like even with all of those capabilities that we were building up, then we still had quotes like these, which you might have seen briefly in the keynote. We still have people saying it's kind of overwhelming. The amount of choice is really large, and that's not necessarily bad, but the paved path is really kind of obscure. I don't know if these pieces are all supposed to go together. It kind of keeps me up at night, not that the package is bad that I've chosen or the path that I've chosen, but is this bit supposed to go with that bit? Were they not designed to work together? How am I supposed to figure this out? And then there is also just an overwhelming amount that developers now need to know. We're being asked to do more and more and more with less and less as time goes on. And that also becomes overwhelming. You now feel like you're asked to be an expert in things that you never had to be an expert in. And then the last one, which I think has probably been true since the beginning of time, but is also far worse in the modern world, is just nothing seems to work together by default. And so we started this journey after getting a lot of those quotes and think here with all that in mind. At the beginning of .NET 8, we were doing kind of a tour. We were looking at, okay, well, what is everybody at Microsoft who are building cloud native applications doing? What do they need? And that largely fell into two broad categories. We saw a lot of libraries that were filling gaps, just the bits and pieces like log reduction and things like that, right? You'll see a lot of those libraries appear as part of .NET 8 as packages, independent to Aspire, but the part of the whole, because they are about filling gaps that we noticed that people were needed to write. And then the other which is more related to Aspire, were these wrapper libraries. They would take a dependency and then kind of configure it for telemetry, shim it into their systems, put retry policies around it, integrate it with, and then make sure you could integrate with DI. They became kind of the core of what components eventually became, which we're going to talk about later on. And then we also did some experimentation. So for those of you who tried TIE, and TIE was an experiment that myself, Fowler, Ryan Nowak, a few other people worked on a while ago, where a lot of the same concepts that you see in Aspire appeared in. It had a dashboard, developer dashboard, but it wasn't exactly the same. It was YAML-based, it gave you the option to run as containers or not in dev, and it had a whole deployment experience built into it, whereas Aspire doesn't tackle any of that deployment part because it was the part that didn't resonate from the experiment. So we took lots of lessons learned as building that, and all of you who have used TIE, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All of your feedback, all the survey responses you did, the bugs you logged, and the discussions you had with us went a long way to helping us build what now is Aspire. Next. But even with all of that stuff, even with TIE, with all of these things, distributed applications are just fundamentally hard still. It was very difficult to, it's very difficult to get started, to figure out what to do. And so we built Aspire. But to give you an example of this, how do I get my front end to talk to my API? Like, what is the port? What is the URL? How do I run all the projects locally? How do I get the end-to-end to work? What is about monitoring? What should I use for monitoring? Should I be scraping? Should I be using OpenTelemetry? Like, what does APM even mean? I don't know. Like, how do I run Redis? Do I need to install Redis? Do I need to install SQL Server? Should I use containers? Should I not use containers? How do I know what config options I need to set up? Should I be using environment variables? Should I be using Key Vault? Should I be using local config files? Like, how do I know that all these libraries are supposed to work together? What is the right resiliency policy? Should I be doing exponential backoff? Should I not be doing that? I don't know. Is the thing that I'm depending upon doing retries? I don't really know the answer to that either. Let me go and spend 4 months researching. I hate it here. Like, it is super hard to get started and try and build an application like this, and just answering all of these questions, which are all important and all very, very very difficult as you start, let alone thinking about where am I going to deploy it, which of the platforms am I going to use, like all of that. And that is even before you get to the reason you're actually getting paid to solve somebody's business problems. It's amazing where we've landed up. So our solution to a lot of these questions, a lot of these problems is Aspire, a stack for building observable, resilient, configurable cloud-native applications with .NET. We include a curated set of components, so those libraries we talked about earlier, those kind of shim libraries, things that are configured by default for the environment we know you're going into. They give you health checks, they give you config, they give you resilience. There's a cool schematized config story that I don't think any of you have seen yet that we're going to show you later on today. And how can we make it easy for you to discover, acquire, and configure all those dependencies, and then support you through the life cycle of your application, from the getting started phase into production, monitoring and diagnosing problems, evolving your application through the whole inner and outer loop of your dev cycle. That is what we're trying to do. We're focusing on developer first, developer productivity and inner loop stuff, and integrating as naturally as possible with all the ops tools that you need to use or whatever you want to use to get into production today. And so, I guess that is my spiel at the beginning. That is where we came from. That is the history and how we got here and some of the problems. And now, I believe over to you.
For demos.
For demos, which is most of the rest of the talk.
All right, so I am low on sleep and high on coffee. So
excellent. Nothing is going to go wrong.
We are going to do.
This is going to be amazing.
Live demos, and the demo So Aspire has been what the team has been working on, or a subset of the team has been working on for at least, I want to say, like 6 months. And we kind of started from where Glenn spoke about, but one of the big things we wanted to do was to make sure that we were on the right path. So as we built Aspire, we actually used it to build eShop.
Yeah.
So it was used as, to prove that the actual, platform was working well, was acting well.
It was amazing the bugs and inefficiencies we found just from using Aspire to build up just the demo app, right?
Exactly.
Like that eShop architecture diagram that I believe you saw at the beginning of the keynote. when you run that and then you see 1,000 requests going to a database and you're like, that doesn't seem like the most optimal way of doing this thing.
Yeah.
And it made it very visible. And that was part of our kind of proof that this thing was real. Is that
It gave us confidence.
Yeah, it gave us a lot of confidence.
All right, so I'm going to start a new project, and I could do an Aspire app in the brand new VS 17.9 Preview 1. You'll see if I type in Aspire, there are two templates. There's the .NET Aspire empty, which has the orchestration app host and the service defaults project.
Right.
Then there's the start application, which I also showed in the keynote if you didn't see it, which has a Blazor front end, an API backend, and a cache for Redis.
Yeah.
And I want to build up from scratch to show you how we got to Aspire from nothing.
If you want to kick off the tires and try Aspire, jump into the starter app and
Exactly.
explore. If you want to create an app and then slowly build it up and add your stuff together and stitch it together, start with the
Either
other
way
one.
works.
Yeah.
So I'm going to build a new Blazor front-end application using the new Blazor .NET 8 that Dan just showed in all of its awesomeness.
Yeah.
Let's do Blazor front-end 3.
You see a checkbox right there?
This
down the
checkbox
bottom?
is brand new
Yeah.
in list and Aspire orchestration.
Right, so this is if you were creating a Blazor, starting with, in this case, a
brand new
Blazor app, but then you could just start with, I'm going to have the web app, I also want all the Aspire stuff immediately,
Right.
and then I'm going to start adding more stuff in from the beginning.
So you can start empty, add Aspire, you can start with Aspire.
Yeah.
All the options are there for you. So I'm going to minimize this and then just create a new project.
Yeah.
All right, new project, very simple, no magic, one single project I'll build to make sure it works. And this isn't recorded, so I can't NuGet package restore. That's not great. This is supposed to just work. Oh, build succeeded, perfect. We're gonna ignore that and make sure it works.
Wow.
I'm gonna run this.
Unlike the keynote, there's no fixing it in post.
We can't fix it in post. All right, so we have home, counter, this is your typical Blazor app.
Right.
And weather.
Yep.
Now weather is a local component. If I look in my components, pages, weather, I'm getting weather forecast, in memory.
Randomly.
This is what you do, yeah. And it has a nice delay here to make ourselves look better when we fix the perf issue.
Yes.
Right, for later on.
Yes, excellent. I like it. Right.
So let's, instead of having this be, local, let's pull the weather from a backend application. So I'm gonna add a new project, still no Aspire, no magic.
Yeah.
Look for API. And I'm going to make web API, yes. I'm not going to change the default. We're not using controllers
you could
today.
have missed in Aspire here, but we're not doing that deliberately in this demo flow. But again, in all of there's a bunch of different ways to bring Aspire into an existing app or a new app.
Right. So let's make the backend application now. So now we have our first distributed system.
Yeah.
Right. Front end, back end, and now I have to make it work. So my front end wants to get weather from this weather forecast endpoint, which is the same logic as on the front end, but in a back-end API. So we're making ourselves, we're getting paid more money to build a distributed system that runs in the cloud.
Sure.
So the first thing I have to do is to change this local weather to call the back-end API.
Right. So you need the URL
let's
of the
create
backend, right?
a weather client.
Yep.
Weather API client. Let's call it that.
This is using the typed client stuff that we've had for a little while.
It
is
is.
one of our earlier attempts to make doing HTTP to in this environment better. Yeah.
You saw that? Look at that.
Oh, magic.
Beautiful.
Nice.
All right. Let's take in the HTTP client.
Primary constructors.
And let's do, I don't think I have Copilot turned on actually. It won't help me this time. Let's make a weather forecast.
Can't code anymore with that Copilot.
Oh, I can't play with it anymore. But you know what I can do? I can copy and paste.
Yes.
So I have the weather forecast class, from here. I'm going to take this, navigate back to here, make this class public. I'm going to create an array of weather forecasts, get, look at that. All right, that's not Copilot, but it's good enough.
Yeah.
And that's what we want to do. And we are going to make this do client.get from JSON async.
Yep.
Hopefully you'll know what this is, to get a JSON payload from the backend API.
Yeah.
I think the endpoint was called weather forecast.
Was it? Oh, that's the URL in the new API project by default.
That's right.
It's that URL / weather forecast
Let's
to
make
hit the
sure.
weather endpoint. Yes.
Weather forecast. Let's copy and paste just to make sure I didn't typo. Perfect.
Yeah.
I'm going to await this and then show you some C# magic.
Ooh.
So if it's null, it returns an empty array instead. Perfect.
that's a new language feature as well.
No error handling. It's good.
Yeah.
It's good.
Nice.
All right. My code is almost perfect. And now I have to wire up this client to the DI container. So I'll go into program CS. And
I guess we should explain on that last one. It means if it returns.
Yeah, we
basically
should. So this just says either return me the JSON payload, and this can be null.
Yes.
And if it's null, I want to fall back to empty array.
Right, and those
so
square brackets
back.
are a shortcut for a collection that satisfies. So
beautiful.
You get a collection type.
Empty array.
And later on, if you were to change it to some other type of collection, it would just work without you changing it, for example, which is magic.
Well, this isn't list, so I have to change it too. But
yeah,
I'll leave it.
But if you were to later on refactor to list, you wouldn't have to change the square brackets. It would still work, which is the cool feature.
So the last phase is I'll come in here and use the normal, not a new feature, typed HTTP clients. Add the weather HTTP client. I get back the HTTP client in the callback.
Yeah.
And I have to set the base address to something. So this is where things start to get complex. Like, what is the URL of my backend? How do I find the backend?
Localhost 5000 /
so it's some random port, and I have to go into my app settings, and I have to find the weather API.
But then if you
run it, properties.
But if you run it in a different spot, it'll be a different URL.
The best part is I open this file, and I think there are 4 URLs like staring at me.
Yeah, which one?
Like, which one do I copy? The one for IIS, the one for like HTTP, HTTPS.
Yeah, no idea.
So this is the first challenge when trying to build these applications.
But that one has a semicolon in it. Does that work? I don't know.
It doesn't. So the trick here is like, maybe I want this one. Let's just like pretend I want this one, right? So that's fine. And then when I deploy, like what happens? This doesn't work anymore. So now I have to know the address of my backend, right?
And this is the kind of rabbit hole you end up going down as you're trying to figure stuff out.
Exactly. So now I'm going to go into configuration.
Yeah.
And create my own schema and say like weather API.
So this seems like a lot of typing to do. That seems like a lot of typing, and you've still not managed to like actually do the thing you set out to do. Right?
Correct. So this is kind of where Aspire kicks in.
Yeah.
Or at least the first phase where it kicks in.
Yeah.
So I can go here and I can add. It's not here. I think it's add solution. Maybe
on a project, not on a solution.
You're right. It's add here.
Yeah, because it adds the. So what happens when you right-click on a project, you can add orchestrator support. The reason it's a project and not a solution is because when you add the orchestration support, it includes the project you right-clicked on in the orchestrator code.
You know more than me, Glenn.
I've always known more than you.
Damn it. All right, let's click on that, and it's going to add these 2 projects, the app host and the service defaults.
Yeah.
And I add that to my solution, and the Visual Studio tooling will light up
some stuff out
beautifully. It's working stuff out. And if I look in my program CS, it has worked out that I want to add this single project to my orchestration.
Right.
Right. So now I have this project that's going to be my launcher, essentially. It will orchestrate anything that has to run as part of my end-to-end distributed system.
Right.
So let's teach it about our 2 apps.
The backend, the API. It's already got the Blazor app because you right-click, so now you need to tell it about the backend API.
Exactly. So I have the Blazor app. Let's call this, let's give it a better name. This is like front end.
Yep.
And let's create a rep to the backend application.
Yeah.
What's super nice about having this all in C# is I get IntelliSense, I get good tooling, so I can do builder, dot, add, and I see there's container, there's executable,
add a RabbitMQ
there's
there
Postgres, RabbitMQ.
Yep.
I don't have to go looking up container images, where things come from.
Right.
I can kind of use the power of the type system to discover things.
Yeah.
So I can do add project, and let's see what happens. I'll do projects dot, but I only see Blazor app 3. Why is that? So when I added Aspire orchestration, I only added a single project.
Yeah.
I could do the same here. I mean, I could just type, but I'm lazy. So I'll come to my backend and click on Add Aspire Orchestration Support.
Yep.
And it says it already exists, so it won't recreate those 2 projects. But it does do this for me.
Nice.
It injects code because I didn't want to type it. So
good.
I could have typed that, but to show tooling.
Yes.
Let's do this. So I have front and back end. I should call it weather. Let's call it weather. It's better name.
Yep.
I can copy and paste this.
Because there's going to be more.
There's going to be more, exactly. So I have front end, back end, and I have my weather API. One really cool thing I can do is I can capture a reference.
This is another advantage of this being in a programming language, is you're just using things you're familiar with, references and such.
So I capture an object reference from my add project call, and I can just call with reference.
and give it the backend.
So I'm adding a reference to the backend project from the front end project, right?
This is how you set up the relationships between your projects, and then when you F5, that gives you config and stuff, right?
Correct. And this lets me, from my front end, reference the URL
from the backend.
Weather.
Nice. And no port, because we
No
take care
port.
of making that work for you.
Exactly.
And so that weather string there is whatever you called it in that previous project.
Correct.
Right?
So if I were to kind of, let me just close some of my program CSs.
Yep.
Close all but this. Nice feature.
Yeah.
And then I can open up the program CS here.
Right. If you would call that Fowler, if you would call that line 3 there, if you would put Fowler instead of weather, then you would put Fowler in the URL.
Exactly. So if I made this like.
Yeah. Cool.
Same thing goes here.
Yeah.
Right.
Cool.
So this enables service discovery to work on from the front end to the back end project.
Mm-hmm.
So the last piece is just consuming this service in the weather component. So I can inject weather API client, let's call this weather client.
Yeah.
And I can get rid of my sleep to get paid more money whenever.
Look at that, improved performance by
I made this
some
faster.
percentage.
Man, not having Copilot feels so difficult. Get rid of this thing. All right, we should be good now. So I'm going to build first.
Yeah. Now it
Make sure
looks
compiles.
amazing because we moved all the complexity to a different project, which is what we do.
To a different team.
Yeah.
So Glenn's team owns the back end. I don't care anymore about what
I see
the
how
back
this
end
works.
does.
Okay.
I have deferred responsibility to Glenn's team for the weather API. If it's done, it's your fault, Glenn.
Now we're doing microservices.
This is microservices. This is how it works.
Okay.
7-8 blame.
Yeah.
So okay, let's run this to make sure it works.
Yeah.
I am starting the app host project.
Mm-hmm.
So normally in VS, I would have to go to solution, click on properties, check multiple startup projects,
yeah. You
and
gotta
then figure out how to kind of add
Yeah.
multiple.
Yep.
And it wouldn't give me the feature of being able to reference the backend just by name.
Yeah.
So let me.
But when we added Aspire support, we set just the Aspire app host already. So when you just run this now, you get the Aspire demo that people have seen, the dashboard and everything, right?
Of course. Yeah, start Docker for me.
Ah, nice.
Even though I don't happen to be using containers, Docker is not required, just so everyone knows. Docker is only required if you do use containers from your Aspire app host.
Right.
VS is just being very nice to me and trying
make sure that
to help me in the future because it knows I want to do.
Yeah.
When
you and in the starter application, when you're doing file new there is a checkbox that says, do I want to use Redis? And then if you check that, the starter app will actually already have a container reference, and it will then require Docker. But the experience itself doesn't require it unless you want to launch local containers.
That's right.
You don't have to have it there.
Look at that. So the app started. I get this dashboard, and you can see the output says kind of two things. No listening on this port. This is the dashboard port.
Yep.
And it says this OTLP server running at 16.049.
Right. OTLP being PLP being the open telemetry.
The open telemetry protocol. We'll talk about this later on, but let's talk about the dashboard for now. The front end crashed. This is unplanned. This is not part of the demo, but let's actually try to diagnose
debug an error.
The error with the dashboard. Hosting start failed. Why is that?
Don't know.
Buying address already in use. That's not great. Why was it already in use?
Don't know.
Let's try to figure out.
Do you have a bunch of stuff running?
We have logs, and it's saying that 5226 is already in use. Let's see what port weather was running on. Wait, what? 5196. Did we just get unlucky and choose like a port that's in use?
I'm pretty certain that's what happened. That looks like what happened.
That's
You've got another something else running.
Let's test this. Okay, so the app failed to start. Let me attempt to go to my launch settings and just change this port to like, I think it said this one's in use. By default, Aspire will use your launch settings to choose the port. You can choose random ports. But by default, it tries to mimic whatever happens typically in a .NET inner loop style project.
Which would be this. And this, for those of you who don't know, these ports are randomly generated when you create the project.
At app start.
They don't check,
sorry, yeah,
so that could be something else using
the other
ports.
Let's just make sure this is actually the case.
Yeah.
Maybe I ran it somewhere else first.
Yeah.
Oh, it was that.
Classic.
Okay, let me just attempt to leave it alone, relaunch. I think I killed the entire thing.
Cool.
Also, you should be able to rebuild individual projects without killing the entire dashboard to make it work.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's working now.
Yep.
Yay, no errors.
Port conflicts are terrible. I can launch the front end right from the dashboard. Yeah.
The dashboard shows me the URLs.
Yep. You just saw that you can see errors. Yeah, you have a small resolution so that they all can see it.
Yeah, it's used for debugging. So I just tried to debug the errors, saw the logs for the executables.
Yeah.
I can hit the backend to see if this is working.
Yep.
So Glenn is doing his job. His backend seems to be working.
Yeah.
It's great. If we look at the dashboard again, look at the traces, you'll see why I showed in the keynote where you get this end-to-end distributed trace view.
You can also see in this view that I am definitely not asking anybody else what the weather is, and I must be making it up, because otherwise you would see the weather doing an outgoing request to figure it out.
Exactly. And we can see from the trace view, we see the incoming call to weather, the weather endpoint, the weather page in the front end.
Yep.
This is a call being made, I think, by Visual Studio. So you can see every single call because HTTP client in .NET is instrumented at the core.
Yes. Yeah, you're about to see everything. And then this is super useful when you're like, why is this thing taking so long? Or why is this inefficient? I can't figure it out.
We actually found a bunch of bugs in different libraries just from looking at this trace.
Yeah.
I mean, we found issues, they were fixed.
Yeah.
It was
very
cool
you'll
and
see,
useful.
why is that request being made?
Yeah. It's like, what's this request?
Yeah.
2 requests? That's strange.
Yeah.
That's the bug in Blazor.
Yeah.
That's the bug in X. Yeah.
Which is very easy because of the view that you get. It makes it obvious.
Right. So this is the outbound call. You can see the span, and span is an open telemetry concept.
Yep.
This is showing you all the attributes of the span. You can see the outbound request. You can see the port, the HTTP client call, etc.
These are also structured so you could filter based upon specific parts of this.
And you can see all the logs that were part of this trace. So by default in ASP.NET Core, every request is tagged with an incoming span ID. And if you have a trace ID coming from a separate API call, you get to build this end-to-end trace across multiple services.
Yes.
And that happens without you having to have changed any part of your application.
Even multiple languages, because the standard protocol is standard.
Right.
So most languages have the ability for this to work for you.
Yeah. So we lean heavily on open standards to implement these protocols. So it isn't us building our own distributed tracing model. This is just using raw OTLP and OpenTelemetry as is, and then just making everything around the end-to-end experience clean, so you can actually not have to worry about configuring stuff by default.
Yeah.
All right. So okay, so this is our end-to-end trace. We saw the front end have the outbound call, and then the weather forecast having a trace as part of that end-to-end, and then the response coming back to the front end.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Nice.
Logs. So let's look at some dashboard features since we're here.
Yeah, might as well.
There's console logs, so I can see all the logs from my every service, the front end or back end here. I can see all of the actual outbound calls. I can even go into my app and dynamically change. Let's change the backend because the backend isn't logging much. Let's change the backend. I think we're in development. So let's change the backend logs to be information.
Oh my God.
Intelligence. Oh my gosh. Yeah. If I hit this request again from the front end to the back end, I should get more logs now. Whoa, 2 weather forecast pages.
Yeah.
If I go to traces, you'll see this end-to-end trace. I should get way more. No.
There is more than there was
your
before,
logs?
right? But not way more like you expected.
Where are the weather forecast logs? Oh wait, did I change the wrong?
Maybe.
The wrong service?
Maybe.
I did. This is the Blazor app, isn't it? It is.
Yes.
Ha 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 ha. Okay. Same thing again, but for the backend application, the right one.
For real this time.
Save it.
Just so that people in the audience could correct you.
I didn't recompile. I just saved it, refreshed. You don't blow up on me. What are you doing? Oh, I changed. Wait, you shouldn't. Don't blow up.
Yeah, this has been an amazing example.
Hold on. That was the wrong port, maybe. Front end.
Confused of which tab.
That was the wrong tab. Okay, we're good. We're still good. We're still running. All right, let's close these tabs.
Okay.
App is still running. I should have now more of an end-to-end trace showing, including.
Man.
You see all the logs.
So many. Yeah, that seems like a horrible idea.
Here's the back end. Okay, so now I have.
What have you done?
The trace.
Yeah.
The back end. If I view logs, I can see weather.
Yep.
Front end. The whole end-to-end trace. So front end to weather, back to front end to get the response.
Because the response. Yep.
All right.
Nice.
These logs are structured, so I can see the details of every log. I can see all the properties added by individual log calls. I can extract different fields by adding filters. So you get this kind of comprehensive view of being able to visualize your logs and traces right in development.
Yeah.
I can also
figure out what's going on. Like this thing is optimized for you to figure out what's broken.
Yeah. I think, and one of the big things is I think this makes you appreciate telemetry in the inner loop.
Indeed.
It's really hard to appreciate the fact that logs and metrics or traces are even working in development.
Yeah.
Because it gives you kind of like a really visceral inner loop feeling, so you can see your traces, look at properties, and understand if what you're logging makes sense, right? In general.
Yeah, and you'll be familiar with them when you get the production version of this because something broke there.
Exactly.
You don't know, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
You even get metrics, so I can look at metrics for my individual services, and you can look at all the metrics being sent from various parts of the runtime, the server, Kestrel, the hosting layer, and you can add your own as well.
Yeah.
And we have these defaults kind of
added a bunch more metrics in .NET 8 as well.
Exactly. Yeah.
Cool.
Very cool.
Next.
All right, so let's move on to how some of this stuff works under the covers. So we didn't spend a lot of time on service defaults in the keynote, but this is one of the places we want to get feedback from customers that use Aspire.
Right.
One of our challenges was how do we have defaults or strong opinions kind of weakly held in Aspire projects? How do we make OpenTelemetry work by default? How do we make health checks work by default? We want an experience where they're just there and they're kind of these cross-cutting concerns shared across all projects. At the same time, we know that maybe in your company or your team, you might have slightly different defaults that you have to conform to.
Yeah.
So our opinions have to be there by default, yet just slightly such that you can change them.
Yeah,
right?
we want to get you up and running with what we have observed and use as great production defaults. But we understand that they're defaults and different people's requirements are different. Sometimes you have to change them.
Right.
And the deeper we bake them in, the harder it is to change. And so there was this this we thought was a really good middle ground where we give you the code in a shared project that you can reference easily for everybody.
Right.
And you can tweak it and you can change it. The alternative would have been something like a configs file, and then the config schema starts to get very complex, it starts to get very difficult to manage. You don't get IntelliSense and things like that.
This is a final. It is more, this is where we currently are in the first preview. We definitely want to hear your feedback.
Yeah, indeed.
Let's dive into the app and kind of see what we exposed by default.
Yeah.
So here's this method called add service defaults. And any typical ASP.NET Core .NET Worker app has these two patterns where you call add, then you call use, for the ASP.NET Core pipeline, and to add services and configuration to DI, etc. So add service defaults configures OpenTelemetry, adds health checks, adds service discovery, which is a brand new component that we authored as part of Aspire, but isn't tied to Aspire. One of our principles was if we have a generic component that isn't kind of tied to the Aspire end-to-end, it will be developed as a separate component, but it will be part of the Aspire packaging, the stack.
We call it a stack deliberately because it really is a lot of things put together that are all independently valuable, and you could use bits and pieces of it if you really wanted to, and they're all authored and designed to be independent.
Right.
And we're just, Aspire is just the thing that brings them all together and gives you a singular experience, but none of them are very tight, most of them aren't very tightly coupled together, but the experience of using them all together is kind of greater than the sum of all the parts.
Exactly.
That's what we're trying to achieve.
That's a really good point.
Yeah.
So we add service discovery, and here's a new method in .NET 8 that we added that lets you configure every single HTTP client, factory client that gets created. So you can do cross-cutting things like every single HTTP client that gets created is going to have this standard resilience package built on Poly, V8.
Yep.
And also, I want to turn on service discovery.
Yeah, there's a good point there. So let's talk a little bit about the resiliency stuff. One of the things that happened over the course of .NET 8 is we took a lot of the learnings that we had observed of people using Poly at Microsoft. And then we helped the Poly project, and they did a new major version that is amazing and really fast. If you haven't been watching what's happening in the Poly project, you should go check them out.
Yep.
The add standard resiliency handler uses that, and it just sets up a default policy that we think is good, that you can then tweak. And then you get it for free all the time. So every HTTP request you make is going to retry. It's going to handle transient faults properly. It's going to handle those intermittent weird networky glitches without you ever even knowing.
Right.
You might see a weird log where it's like this failed, but then it
retrying.
immediately retried, and you never have to even worry about it, which hopefully means far less getting woken up or panicking or having a bad outage, because it kind of helps because it keeps your stuff up longer.
Yeah, And if you have like low trust for the team and our defaults, you can change them. So even though this is our default, you can come in here and
put your own policy,
add your configuration, put your own policies in, modify our default policies, change timeouts, circuit breakers, bulkheads. So that is all part of why this is part of your project and in your app itself.
Yeah. Especially if you're already using Poly and you already have a good standard policy that everybody understands, you want to come and throw that in here and not like switch it up accidentally on people. Yeah.
Correct. So this line is the magic that makes this code work. Weather. What's happening is, remember the process where we grabbed the URL from launch settings and we copy and pasted it into a configuration option in here to make it work? Think of that same thing happening, but behind the scenes, we have this default schema. So by default, when you add service discovery, it adds these resolvers that know how to kind of grab information from different places. One of those places is configuration. So you can actually use service discovery without the Aspire host if you manually just use our default schema and say like services, weather, and then just put the URL here, like HTTP, whatever.
This is just like manually configuring. This is effectively manually configuring service discovery to go
somewhere
specific.
So the system isn't coupled to Aspire, but used with Aspire, it kind of gels together, works well, right? So even though behind the scenes, the magic isn't that magical, it is what you would have done yourself if you were going to hard code a config, for development and for production. We're just making it easier for you. So we're taking the things that you would have done on your own and making it more automatic.
Right. Makes sense.
All right, let's go a bit further. Here's our default open telemetry configuration. Now, we expect this to get simpler over time because we're working with the team to figure out, what things should be, config-based versus code-based versus not. So I expect this to evolve as we get through from Preview 1 to the GA of Aspire.
Indeed.
But by default, we turn on tracing, logging. We wire up the open telemetry logging provider. So all iLogger logs end up going through OTel. And then we also wire up metrics, and we turn on default metrics for various things like the runtime counters. This is part of the OTel project. We also add the built-in meters added to .NET 8. So as part of .NET 8, we added a lot of default metrics to HTTP client, ASP.NET Core, Kestrel, and we had counters before. Like this isn't a brand new concept, but meters lets you add dimensions, so it's a lot more powerful, and you can build like really fancy dashboards that we'll show off later in the week. I think Sam and Noah's talk on diagnostics will dive into those details of what these are. All right, let's keep going. We add tracing, so the distributed trace you saw, the end-to-end tracing, we have for ASP.NET Core, for inbound, and for outbound, we have gRPC and HTTP client by default. And there's more stuff. There's databases, there's Redis, there's caches. When you pull in Aspire components, as Glenn said before, those components bring in telemetry as well by default.
Right.
So
one of the core opinions is that this telemetry system exists, and everything that is participating in your whole solution should be feeding into it. And so one of the requirements of an Aspire, for something to be an Aspire component, it has to fit into that world. And so if you use the Aspire Redis client to talk to Redis, it is just the normal, it's the same Stack Exchange Redis client you would have used, but we know we've configured it to integrate into this
with some magic
world,
around it.
Right? It's configuring it to make sure it sends all of its data to the same endpoints. It's making sure it also honors the same resiliency policies. It's making sure that it has a health check that allows us to check whether or not the Redis database is up. Looks like Visual Studio just restarted, because why not?
Oh yeah, okay.
And then that is part of the opinions where we say opinionated, is because we have that opinion that this telemetry system has to exist, everything has to feed into it, and everything that is part of that Aspire ecosystem should do that. And that's how we cut up. That's how we increase your ability to get started a lot faster, because you can just take advantage. You can just rely on that fact.
Correct.
Right? And then you don't have to worry about it or think about it as much. It just exists. You can just you're good, right?
So one of the main things that makes the dashboard, the tracing, metrics, and structured logs view in the dashboard work is this magic right here. So OTLP is the Open Telemetry Protocol, and it's a standard protocol over either gRPC or HTTP that lets applications send traces, metrics, and logs to some endpoint. Right? I can egress that information from my app into somewhere. in development, we inject this environment variable, which is a standard open telemetry environment variable, OTel exporter, OTLP. I don't know if that's like super visible. Let me zoom in a bit. Yeah, so this environment variable is passed into the application, and the app then wires up the exporters, so going from iLogger and meter and activity to the dashboard. The dashboard in this case is your OTLP server.
Right. It also means the same data is available with anything that understands OTLP. It's part of us making sure you're part of that. It's pretty common in the cloud native world. You have Prometheus, Grafana, like there's this whole ecosystem of things that understand this protocol, and we want to make sure that you're set up for that world by default. Even if you're, but also all the other like vendors, as I said,
Zipkin, Jaeger, everything can.
App Insights, like all the things are just more and more supporting this world, and we're setting you up for that.
Exactly. So I think one of the really cool things about this experience is we wanted it such that your code does not have to change in production using standard protocols, using these like standard APIs.
Yeah.
This code can work whether you're in dev against the dashboard, since we implement the protocol as part of the dashboard. When you go to App Insights or any other APM vendor to get like diagnostics, they support OTLP. This same code doesn't change.
No.
You just have to change what the server points to. Right?
It should integrate into whatever the ops pipeline is. Yeah.
We also have commented out lines to kind of help you get started with things like Prometheus, which are very popular.
Yep.
So if you want to expose a Prometheus script endpoint, you can comment this.
Yep.
And you add the package, which is, if you look at there's a bunch of packages here. There's also one for Prometheus. You would add that package.
Yep.
And then we have this endpoint right here, map Prometheus scraping endpoint, that you can uncomment, and it will give you that kind of end-to-end scrape flow out of the box.
Right. Yep. There's where my health check endpoints are defined.
It is. Yeah. The last piece is health checks. We have 2 health. It's funny. I asked on Twitter, I think a month ago, we had a debate about what the health check name should be.
Health Z.
So I asked on Twitter, and we had this debate about should it be Health Z or Health, and we chose Health after a little bit of debate.
Yeah.
And there's like different kinds of probes. This pattern gives you a way to kind of define health checks and fit into these 2 slots. You can add more if you want to. These are our default conventions for different kinds of probes.
Yeah. And then as you move into your environment, like Kubernetes has support for probing these things and doing different things based upon whether you're healthy or alive, or they use readiness and such as the name for them. But these are going to be useful. These are mostly good. These aren't as useful in the dev environment, but it's critical often in the production environment.
Very, very, very cool. So that was our kind of defaults tour. These 2 methods, add service defaults and map default endpoints, these were automatically injected by the tooling
when you right-clicked inside.
When I added Aspire orchestration.
Yeah.
So I didn't show that, but this is to Aspirify the app. You kind of add those 2 projects, and you just call 2 methods.
Yeah.
That kind of shows this isn't that much magic. You can kind of unpeel what happened. I added this 1 call. I added this 2nd call.
Yes. So if you have an existing set of apps that are all already working, you want to make Aspire work. By default, add the app host, add the Aspire orchestration. You get app host, you get the shared code. Go and call those 2 shared code methods from each of the projects that you want to be part of it, and then go and write the app host code if you're not using the tooling to do what like we just did in the thing, and then you get the same result. And then you can also then slowly work things in. And at that point, even if you do nothing else, you'll have already gained a massive amount of the thing. Even if you don't change your communication to use service discovery or any of that stuff, you'll still get a lot of the telemetry. You'll get a lot of benefits. You probably even get the resiliency and stuff for free because you're still using HTTP client. Right?
So I'll show components, and I'll dive into a little bit of a deep dive and show Dapper, because Dapper came up a lot on Twitter over the last hour or so.
That is an aside while Fowler switches gears there. In the Aspire, there is an Aspire samples repo. In there, we have an example of how to use Dapper. We have an example of a Node app participating in an Aspire project. We have like a version of eShop in there that you can go play around with. So you should go check all those samples out.
Right here,
to be
Aspire
able to,
with Dapper.
Yeah, to be able to see how all this works. And yeah, there was a bunch of interest with Dapper after the keynote. So you're watching us change our demo flow for you live.
Yeah. All right. So
nothing could possibly break.
So let me show a component. So I'm going to go into my app host, and I'm going to builder services. IntelliSense my way to success.
Yeah,
and I want to add a container for Redis. So I don't know where that is, but it tells me, right?
Yep.
Add container for Redis. I'll call it cache2 just to make sure that people know that I'm not just calling it cache and it's a magical name. Call cache2, and I'm going to cache from the front end, if I can remember all the steps. And if not, Glenn will help me.
Yep.
So I have now not just 2 projects, but a container.
Yeah.
So under the covers, there's an orchestrator that kind of is running all these projects, much like Docker Compose or any local orchestrator.
For those playing along at home, Fowler has now spent, I don't know, 40 minutes to get to the point of what the Aspire starter template provides for you out of the box.
But how much did you learn on the way there?
That is fair.
Exactly. I'm going to show another feature where I can right-click on the project, on the project, on the project. That's not the project. This one? Oh no, this is the back end. I want the front end.
Yep, your front end.
Has
what Fowler's doing here is trying to add a Redis cache and then configure the front end to use the Redis to cache the output of my amazing API, so that he doesn't have to call it as frequently because I'm constantly
we can't trust you.
Calling him and telling him to stop it.
So assume you want to find Redis on NuGet.
Yeah.
Let's try it. So I'm going to type in Redis.
Yep.
And I find it. Oh, great. It's the first one.
Yep.
I'm going to install this, and I get the super awesome Stack Exchange Redis client.
Yeah.
And I don't get telemetry. I don't get config-based configuration. Like I don't get a lot of things that are on by default. Right? So I have to go look for Redis.
Yep.
Open telemetry.
Yep.
I kind of have to do this searching game of like grabbing these 4 packages and then gluing them together to get this end-to-end experience like working.
I go through a bit of this in the blog post if you go check out the Aspire blog post. The steps that the Redis Aspire package actually take care for you is probably 8 or 9 things.
Right. So
by the time you've got the Redis client, the OpenTelemetry bit, the like resiliency bit, and you've configured and wired all those up, you're talking about multiple lines of code, multiple package searches, a bunch of research. And once you've done it once or twice, maybe it's fast. But that first time, you basically won't do it the first time.
What version do you use? Like, so there's a whole set of things whenever you want to depend on one of these super common open source client libraries to call some dependency. So there's this new feature called dotnet, add an Aspire component, which tries to give you a curated experience.
Yeah. These are just NuGet packages that come from an
They're just
Aspire
packages,
thing.
and there's a filter that we have there by default.
We're trying to cut down on the noise if you're looking specifically for these, but they are just under the covers NuGet packages.
And there's no magic. Like I can erase this filter and get the entire NuGet, so we aren't blocking you from using NuGet in Aspire projects. But this leads you to the Aspire Stack Exchange, and I actually want to
we want to be able to give you confidence that if you do these things, they're going to integrate with all of that stuff we've just showed you.
Perfect.
The point.
So I'm installing Aspire Stack Exchange Redis output caching.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Output caching.
From NuGet live. Yeah. Nothing cached. As like 15 packages, not 15. It's like
a bunch.
A bunch.
But that is actually part of the point. It's like how you would not have found all those 15 packages probably.
Not in the first
Not
take.
until after it fell over in production. You didn't know why, and then you realized you needed to build out extra resiliency in the front.
So now I have this Aspire Stack Exchange Redis output caching package. And I end up going to my program CS. That gave me this method. Ooh, not byte. Add keyed Redis, add output cache.
Yeah.
And I want to add Redis output cache.
Yep.
And the name here maps to
the name you put in
I put in the app post. That was shown in the keynote as well, right? So I called it cache2 just to make sure people knew
that it's cache2.
That is cache2.
Okay.
I'm caching as well. Caching too.
Yeah.
All right. The magic here isn't too much magic. The way this works is it looks for a connection string called cache2.
Yeah.
So let's say you didn't have the Aspire app post running and you wanted to make the Aspire component work. I could go into my app settings and go into connection strings, cache2.
Yeah, this is another example. You could start using the components before you started using all the rest of it. If you just wanted to get their features.
And the entire point is that we built the stack in a very decoupled way, so you can actually consume components, consume source discovery, consume resilience, any part of the stack independently. So you can gradually adopt, or you can grab the entire thing and have the experience work end to end. That's why it's a stack.
Should if you can, because it is amazing when it all
makes
works
it easier, right? So I could do that, but the Aspire app post actually injects that schema in when I do with reference.
Yep.
So when I did this with reference
in the host,
you'll see this mega comment that I wrote. I'm proud of.
Yeah?
It's pretty amazing.
Mm.
That tells you it will inject the format, connection strings, source resource name. In this case, it's cache2,
Right.
underscore some value.
Yeah.
That value just happens to be what it is in development, and in production, it's something else,
Yep.
right?
Yeah, you set that. Can have that config to be something else.
All right.
Or
Let's see if I
rely
can
on service
make this work now. So I need to add.
So at this point, there's nothing
use-
aspire-y about this.
Nothing at
bit.
all.
You're just adding the new output
I could
caching
skip
stuff.
this. I could just pretend like this works.
You could. We might as well. We've got like 5 minutes.
All right,
if
let's
you
do it.
want to make some other points.
Okay, perfect. Let's
But
show some
you
more
should
stuff.
run it though. To
Should
show
I?
the Redis.
I should show the
running,
cache.
right?
Yeah, being added.
So we haven't actually turned on output caching here to actually have the Blazor like put the save the values into the cache, and unless Fowler does that now. But what happens now is when he runs the project next, Aspire is going to run a container locally for you that has Redis in it. It's going to set up all the connection strings, and then and then if you go and modify if you put this output cache attribute on this page, then all of the framework is going to save the actual like HTML render for this page into Redis, and then the next time you come back for a request, instead of executing all this code and generating it again, it's just going to grab it from Redis. And what you'll be able to see is, first of all, Aspire in the dashboard, you'll see this Redis container exist. And then when you go to the distributed trace, you'll be able to see that we check if the thing is there in Redis. If it's not, we call the backend API. And then the next time around, we call Redis, and then we just return immediately. And it's much faster. That's the flow here. And that you'll see in a bunch of demos because it's kind of the default. It's also what the starter app is configured to do out of the box. So if you just do file new starter app, that's what it's configured for, to spin up Redis, do output caching, and save all of that for you.
Live demos.
Yeah.
So VS disappeared before, and the process is still running.
Yeah, I'm not sure what sort of state your machine is in. The Visual Studio restarting is like not normal.
That's not normal. Let me just do one more thing and then show, I think, one more important part of this entire thing. Let me kill the Blazor app. All right, should be compiling now. Should be all fine.
So Visual Studio restarted, but it left your app running.
This is a known issue that we're gonna resolve with Aspire.
Yeah.
This is live coding, okay? This is live coding and fun for you because we are normal developers that make mistakes sometimes.
Yeah.
Well, Glenn is. I don't know.
Jeez. Okay.
All right. Front end, back end projects, and I also have a container running.
Yeah.
You can see my cache is running. I can see the image. I can see the
I
logs.
also expect us to merge these 3 views at some point.
Yeah, I think so too.
But yeah, at the moment they're all separate.
They're separate right now. Yeah.
But now the container exists the same as all the projects do, and if you go hit the app a couple of times.
If I didn't break it, let's see if I broke it or not.
Yeah, let's find out.
You think it works? You didn't help me,
yes.
so let's. Okay.
I mean, it works as good as anything could
2,
work without me
3,
participating.
4. Oh, it works. Perfect.
Nice.
So it cached for 5 seconds. Didn't hit the backend API.
Yeah. Show me in the traces.
Let's see. So we hit, front end only because it's cache. Okay, let's the top. Here's where it starts, right here. So I hit the back end.
Yep.
And then it's cached. So it should just actually let's look at this. It hit the back end and then it cached the information in Redis.
Yeah, you can
see set.
You can see how the Redis part of this thing is also included in your distributed
here.
trace. Yeah.
And by the way, that was wired up by this one call. So if I'll just peek behind the scenes for like a slight second. If I F12 and it works like magic. Thank you, Visual Studio. If I add Redis, this component wires up a ton of stuff.
Yeah.
Ignore the code specifics. It is doing open telemetry, DI resolution, like health checks, logging. It's basically adapting primitives of the underlying library to what typical projects
to work
have.
with those opinions that we talked about earlier.
Yeah. One more thing I should show that Glenn spoke about is the configuration schema.
Yeah.
Aspire components can bring in schema.
And they should
so we
be
have
part of our spec for what an Aspire component does. Yeah.
So we have this brand new feature where packages can bring in config schema fragments, and they'll show up in IntelliSense live. So I can get the config options for.
So what's happening here is the package is advertised all the things that you can configure, and then you get completion in the config file just by adding the component.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. And so then that should hopefully help you when you're trying to figure out how to configure a thing.
Exactly. Makes it more discoverable.
Yeah. Even in JSON instead of code.
So you got 1 minute. I'll show the manifest.
Yeah.
The manifest? Okay.
Yeah, so one of the questions we get a bunch is this thing bound to Azure or cloud or anything?
Yeah,
And it's
how do you deploy it?
Yeah, well, how do you deploy it? And then also, can I only deploy it to Azure? Because you seem to
Yeah.
only ever demo that. And Aspire itself isn't actually tied to any cloud,
Right.
any form.
So let me do this thing where I can like find my project. The way we support deployment is by not doing it.
Yes.
But we do enough to support being able to spit out enough data for tools to consume for deployment.
Right.
So this morning I demoed the Azure Developer CLI deploying to Azure. The way that works, and if you go to Scott Hunter's talk at 4, he's going to show a deep dive on how AZD and Aspire work together. So I'm going to run this command, .NET run.
And so the point here is that with Aspire, we wanted to be able to express all of your your app needs from a developer standpoint, but not try and get into what your app needs in the production environment.
Right.
Because we felt like that made it unnecessarily complicated and took it further away from the developer. We wanted to be very developer first, developer focused, but make sure we gave all of those ops tools what they needed to be able to participate in this world. We didn't want to reinvent everything.
This is like the best
and
live demo ever.
So yeah.
There it is.
So what Aspire does is generate a file, which is what that command does, that manifest.json, which expresses in a format that can be understood by another tool everything that Aspire knows about your app.
So here are all the resources, cache 2 that we define,
Yep.
type is Redis,
Yep.
weather is a project, and it has all the environment variables, the bindings, etc. This is what other tools use to glean, provision, figure out what to do with this app model.
Cool. And we are
We're out of time.
I don't know, a few seconds over time. So thank you, everybody.
There's so much more to show.
There is. There is lots more to show. But there's lots more previews too. I think a question time now, right?
Yeah, we are question time.
So maybe someone will ask a question that'll let them show what you want.
True. I'll prepare.
Exactly. It's question time, and we have a couple of good ones for you too. So we'll just dive right into it.
Awesome.
All right.
Start with that one.
Yeah. First off, so we deploy each component in an Aspire project individually, right? As in, Aspire is for local dev?
Haha. It is primarily for local developers, like that experience.
Yeah.
But the manifest I just showed is kind of how we've been integrating with tools like the Azure Developer CLI to publish to different places.
Yeah, so if in the AZD demo that we showed in the keynote, for example, that deployed everything all in one go because that thing grabs the manifest and then creates everything and does everything.
Right.
If you weren't using any ecosystem of tooling, then yeah, you would have to go, do publish on each individual project to get a container and then figure out how to deploy from there. So yeah, that's the way it works.
Yeah, so we expect to have support for Visual Studio publish as well, like publishing the entire end-to-end microservice or publishing individual apps one at a time. Services.
Wonderful. So where are the metrics, traces, and so on stored?
Good question. In the dashboard. So when you're in the local developer experience and you've run the application, they're stored in memory in the dashboard. This isn't supposed to be a production level crazy storage of logs and it's super efficient. This is like your just-in-time, let me see what just happened kind of experience.
Yep. And then you would use whatever production thing you have in production to send them to instead.
Gotcha. And I actually recall a question from earlier that was curious if the dashboard was built with Blazor.
It was.
It is. Yeah.
Actually, we made that a point. So it uses the Fluent Blazor UI controls. And the team actually spent a lot of time dogfooding it, finding bugs. The engineers on the team, on the Fluent UI team, helped fix a ton of bugs. And it made it better.
We didn't show that it has light mode and dark mode.
It does have light mode and dark mode. Oh my gosh, that was huge.
But we never show it in light mode because it attracts more bugs.
You know what happened? Because I was coding at night, me and some other engineers, and it just was so hard to see, like the white lights. So we added dark mode.
Well, I appreciate the dark mode. I have everything in dark mode, so that's definitely for me.
Good.
Me too.
I think we have time for one more
maybe
question.
one last question here.
How about this one?
All right. How does Aspire integrate with Azure Container Apps? And how does it integrate with Dapper?
Everybody's asking all the great questions.
Those are super good questions.
Yeah, okay. So, Dapper first, ACA first?
Yeah, so let's do Dapper because it keeps coming up. So Dapper is so when we started to work on Aspire, we wanted to make sure that question that was going to be asked by everyone was going to be answered easily.
Yeah.
There's a sample showing the Dapper Aspire integration. Think about Aspire as a local orchestrator for your dev experience. the Dapper support plugs into that beautifully. And since you're kind of expressing the Dapper sidecars in C#, you get this beautiful IntelliSense experience where you can say like, add Dapper, and then like use Dapper sidecar and name it, and it works really well together. I mean, the sample is shows you the extensibility model of the app host and what you can do with it.
For container apps, that AZD demo that we show where you do AZD init AZD up, there's an amazing integration there where that application that uses Redis to do output caching. So something that is really cool about it is you do AZD up and it takes your application, runs all the projects in container apps, and uses the container apps features to add a Redis to your environment without you ever you're not actually running Redis in container apps, you're like injecting the Redis service from Azure. And so it makes use of that feature. I can't remember the name of that feature now in container apps.
Add-ons.
It uses ACI add-ons to be able to get you Redis so that there is this magic flow where you've never even seen what the connection string or anything is. It just kind of all magically works for you with container apps, and it's amazing and smooth.
Automagically.
Yeah.
Well, that's absolutely amazing. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have for questions. Next up, David Fowler's going to join us again with Jonathan Peppers and Stephen Tobe talking about performance improvements in .NET 8, ASP.NET Core, and .NET MAUI.
I'm here. Oh, I've got the camera. Oh my gosh. Are we on now? We live? I gotta change slides. I'm like back to back. Hey everyone, we're gonna talk about .NET performance, and I have my best friends Stephen and Jonathan, and we're gonna talk about performance improvements in .NET, MAUI, and ASP.NET Core. So I believe, Jonathan, you're going first, so you take it away with MAUI performance improvements.
Yeah, sure. So my name is Jonathan Peppers, and I work on the Android workload for .NET, but I also work on .NET MAUI. So yeah, I'm the opener. Opening act.
Yeah, you're the opener.
Let's get going. Yeah. So .NET MAUI in general, like our focus for .NET 8 has been, fundamentals and quality. We really want to start with a good foundation for everyone to build their apps with. And so, we really focused on bug fixes, right? Where performance, wasn't our top thing, it's still important. We want to be slightly better than .NET 7. And when it came time for me to I've been writing this yearly blog post about the stuff we did, I was surprised at how much we had to talk about. So if you want to check that out, this is really going to be a whirlwind of the couple things that I'm going to talk about. But if you want to see the post, check out akms/MAUI-perf8. So here's a visualization of where we are. This is Android startup time on a Pixel 5. Android, we focus on improving startup, where iOS kind of has a different problem where we focus on app size. And we're just trying to progressively get better each release. The .NET Podcast app here is a sample app that we've had for a few years, and it was written in MAUI, and so we don't have a Xamarin number, but you can see here, what you'd anticipate to get moving from Xamarin Forms to .NET 8. And so likewise, iOS app size, we've moved things a little bit. But the big winner here is native AOT on iOS, which this is a new experiment that we have available now. And it's like that's a lot smaller bar. So let's talk about what that is and how that works. So native AOT, to turn this on, it's the same way you would turn it on for a console app or a web service, is you set publish AOT true. And for now, we'd recommend that you try this on a release build of your iOS or Mac app. And the thing that mentioned here is that when you turn this on, you're no longer using mono as the runtime of your app. So things are going to act differently. Native AOT actually has to fully trim your app, all the managed code, and ahead of time compile everything. And that's why it's so much smaller, is that it actually does trim everything. And trimmer warnings are going to be a big focus of .NET in the future. So that's one of the things we want to improve on, like to get this like the stable thing that everyone uses. We want to solve all those trimmer warnings. We also want to experiment in .NET 9, like how we could get this, bring this to Android. We don't know 100%, like, you know, that's probably not going to happen immediately, but we're going to work towards those goals. Okay, so here's the first improvement I'm talking about. This is really a quality issue, but it impacts performance a lot. So if you look on the top right, there is a Swift code example. And so you imagine that you created this view and a parent and a child, and you call add. The parent has a strong reference to the child, and the child a reference to the parent. If you do this on a reference counted platform like iOS or Mac, that's a memory leak. And .NET developers are not particularly knowledgeable about this problem. This is an all new thing. Like, it's not a problem if you're just using vanilla C# objects. And so what we did to combat this problem was we created a Roslyn analyzer, and with the goal of we would turn this on in the MAUI code base and kind of find all of these and then fix them all. We made a lot of progress in .NET 8 using this, but we hope that maybe one day we put this in the iOS workload so that, like, if you're coding against UIKit, that you'll get the same like benefits that we're doing in the MAUI code base. So if you want to learn more about this, we do have a wiki page, that link there, that goes into this problem, and it talks about other memory related problems that may be interested for MAUI developers. So let's talk about Android improvement. This is probably the most basic control on Android, is the text view. And it was originally Java, which you can also call it from Kotlin. But the way we provide this to .NET developers is, instead of providing this strange get and set text methods and a car sequence type, which car sequence is an abstraction over Java lang string, we want to offer them a text system string property. And so that's how we've done things even back in the Xamarin Android days. This binding hasn't changed, but this is very usable for C# developers. If you look underneath one layer to see like what's happening underneath, what we previously did is we create a Java lang string, call the underlying funny property, let's call it funny property, and then dispose it immediately. This wasn't great because it allocates an object on the heap, and we have to do some bookkeeping to manage this .NET object and the Java object, so that wasn't great. So in some cases we were able to move to this, and so some of the code here is what you would have seen if you looked at that text formatted property. But the part that's interesting is we now call JNI environment strings new string, which it does a p-invoke into Java to create a string, and we get back a JNI object reference, which is a struct or a handle to the string. So we don't have that object floating around. We allocate it on the stack instead of the heap. And then we just dispose at the end, but we don't have all that bookkeeping between the C# and Java worlds. So this was a good thing. Now, this does feel kind of low level, but imagine every label in your MAUI app is calling this property. And if that's in a list view or a collection view and you're scrolling, this is getting called like while you scroll. So this is why we try to make these kinds of improvements at a lower level. So one more thing to talk about, this is diagnostic tooling that we've had in .NET. .NET Trace lets you profile your app and look at that in either SpeedScope or PerfView or your choice. And GCDump is similar. It lets you get a memory snapshot of your app. And so on mobile, the way you use these tools is you use another tool called DSRouter to intermediate and talk to your app on the mobile device, and then you use .NET Trace to talk to DSRouter. And I mean, it sounds complicated with me explaining it, but We did take a pass to try to make it even simpler than it was. You used to have to forward some ports on Android and iOS, and so that we've simplified that a bit. And then the other thing that is new is we didn't have GC dump support before, and where we have it today. So setting this up is still a little tricky, and so we do have a wiki page, akms/profile-maui. And there's a link for each platform because it depends on, like, if you're on Windows, it's completely different than if you want to like profile or get dumps on Android or iOS. So check out that page as well. So that's all I have. I think these are the links I mentioned before. Make sure you check out the blog post on Maui if you want to get into more details. I couldn't mention everything. Those are just kind of the highlights, but I'll go back to David and let's see what he has to talk about ASP.NET if he's ready.
Thanks, Jonathan. That was pretty awesome. I learned some stuff just now. I think it's pretty amazing how you don't think about how individual labels work, but then when you kind of like have 1,000 on a big UI or a big page, you're like, oh crap, we're doing this thing a million times. That adds up, right?
Yes.
So I'm going to talk about ASP.NET Core performance improvements, and then we'll go to Stephen to close us out with the .NET performance improvements and his massive blog post that he's done every single year that I love to read. Let's get to it. So performance improvements in ASP.NET Core 8. As usual, the overall team spends a lot of time on performance improvements, and this year is no different. I want to start with the blog post. So every year we have a blog post for kind of like every part of the stack. Stephen Tope's epic like multi-page blog post that you can print out. But we also have a blog post for ASP.NET and for Maui. Brennan, who's one of our engineers who works on a lot of the performance improvements himself, wrote the blog post this year. Give it more likes, please. Give it more comments. Give it more love. It's a lot of work the engineering team does every single year to make things go faster. What always impresses me is that we find ways to make things faster, even though they're like really fast already. There's just so much. I think a lot of the low-hanging fruit has been discovered or handled, so we're finding more creative ways to kind of get perf gains as we go through the cycle. I stole this slide from the keynote. This is our Tech Empower benchmarks. We track this every single year, so every new release, we kind of get together as a team. We talk about goals and how we're going to improve various benchmarks. A subset of those happen to be the Tech Empower benchmarks. Last year, there was a lot of rumblings about, is ASP.NET Core fast? Are the benchmarks cheating? We spent a lot of time this year making sure that our benchmarks for the idiomatic ASP.NET Core applications was as fast as we thought they were. There's benchmarks that compare us to other frameworks. I don't have a slide for it, but definitely go check out the ASP.NET Core benchmarks. We spent a lot of time making minimal APIs, MVC, middleware, the entire normal pipeline, as well as the low-level benchmarks faster. Some of these gains aren't just from the platform, they're from the benchmarks themselves. We often find issues in the platform from the benchmarks. We also benefit from improvements happening in the runtime itself. The runtime, dynamic PGO, JIT improvements, GC improvements, those end up bubbling up and combining into this 18%. So the improvements I showed don't account for like all the improvements that you see in benchmarks. It's a combination of across the stack investments. Right into it, let's start with header parsing. So digging into how header parsing works in Kestrel. We use pipelines, which is this awesome tool that we built in .NET Core 3. And the way it works is we grab data from the socket, and then we allocate 4K blocks. And we stick the data from the socket into these 4K blocks, right? And for the most part, if your request fits into a 4K buffer, it's really fast. We ran a couple of benchmarks, and we were seeing a lot of allocations in places that we didn't think we would see allocations. And it turned out whenever you got bigger headers or you got different size requests on these boundaries between this 4K buffer linked list, we would allocate an array to make it easier to parse. So you have like 4K, 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 and you would parse, and you would hit this boundary where you were crossing two 4K buffers. We would grab that entire block and then copy it into a new array and then parse it and move on. So one of our engineers, Brandon, actually spent time looking at this specific issue, and he tried to optimize that to avoid the new heap allocation that happened per request, essentially. And he got an 18% performance improvement. The change was rather small. The technique used was one that we use all over the stack, so it wasn't a brand new technique. But it was one of these places where, that's an edge case. That won't happen super often. But as we got more and more benchmarks that did more different kinds of requests, we saw that it did matter in some cases. So the before is 1.7 million ops per second, and then like 2 million. So we got an 18% improvement with no allocations, right? In most cases. And then the allocation savings. If I zoom in, I'm not sure if I can zoom in here, but on this little thing that I'm hovering over that you can't see. OK, I can zoom in. There you go. You see this to array? That is the difference between these two profiles, right? This is per view. It's beautiful UI showing you that this to array call is happening every time you parse in this benchmark. So we got the allocations down from 7.8 gigs to 2 gigs. What's always funny about looking at like gigs per second, these benchmarks are doing millions of iterations and requests per second. It's not your typical application, but we basically run these apps in this stressful environment to see what the worst case scenario is. So we got a huge gain here. And then just to show the kind of code we had to write to make this work. Before, so header is where the header buffer was that was maybe across multiple different buffers. And before we used to do .toArray, right? You saw that code here, toArray. Now we say, is this header tiny? If it's less than 256 bytes, just stack allocate that byte array and copy it into there. Otherwise, rent an array from the array pool and use that as the storage. So you still end up copying data and slicing it, but we end up not allocating for a vast majority of cases. There are like cases where headers are massive. I've seen a 16K header before, but for the very common case of you going over the 4K boundary for a small header, we handle it pretty well. And don't forget to return to the array pool, right, to make it effective. You can use these techniques in your apps as well. If you're trying to really hyper-optimize low-level details, this is how we do it in Kestrel, and you can copy the same into your apps. All right, more improvements. So we didn't just improve Kestrel. We have other servers in ASP.NET Core, and a lot of these servers are used by internal teams who are Windows-based, and they kind of find these improvements, and they'll send us email or file issues on GitHub, and we'll invest as well. The team cares about the performance of everything. So we improve performance for IIS, HTTP sys, even if our primary focus is Kestrel. You should use Kestrel for sure. But we spent a bit of time improving the response, buffering, and the throughput of HTTP sys applications. One of those big changes, actually, I made the first one. It was to avoid double dispatching from the thread pool. So there was a case where we would queue a thread pool work item on a new request and then do it again. And it kind of happened just because I believe the code was written in a way that it was hard to avoid. So we untangled it, and then we got this 15% performance improvement. It turns out thread hopping is pretty expensive. And then one of the other big ones came from an internal team seeing a performance issue. And then the funny thing about this change was that it was a simple flag we had to set whenever you wrote the request. So HTTP sys is in the Windows kernel, and whenever you call write on the response, it could either choose to write to the socket directly, or it could buffer your write, and then choose how it optimizes your write later on. That technique is also used in Kestrel, at our layer, but you can actually have the kernel layer do the same thing by setting this flag. So we have this new flag that you can turn on to avoid every single write going to the underlying network, and it's this bool that we turned on. Very simple. Enable kernel response buffering true, and I believe it's on by default now in .NET 8. Someone can tell me if that's right or not. And this sample just shows a minimal API returning a path to a large file. There's a big file somewhere. And the scenario that we had was a server that I believe was in, or the client was in West US, and the server was in Sweden. And we tested a 212 megabyte download, where the round trip time was 200 ms. And without this feature, the result of the file download was 11 minutes on, before this feature was on, so .NET 7 and before. And then with the feature, it was 30 seconds. So huge, 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 huge value. This also goes to show that you need the right benchmarks to show you the right kinds of throughput issues. We wouldn't have caught this if the team didn't have this big gap between the client and server round trip time. So we were thankful for teams that had this experience in real life and could give us a benchmark so we can actually verify that this change made a big difference. All right, more server improvements for HTTP/sys. We use GC because HTTP/sys lives at the kernel layer, and we're trying to interop. Every single time you write a response or you read a request, you're doing interop. There was a lot of fragmentation because we kept allocating GC handles over and over, and it showed up in a couple of our profiles. So we ended up using native memory for this small part of the response writing to reduce pinning and fragmentation. This isn't a thing that I would recommend anyone just do for their apps, but it showed beneficial on our benchmarks when we were testing out response writes. Another super interesting low-hanging fruit, I think we wrote this code forever ago, and it affected both IIS and HTTP/sys because they share the header implementation. Because under the covers, IIS does use HTTP/sys, so we ended up sharing that between those two servers. Count just did a crazy link statement, and it was super expensive, and now it's free. But that took someone using it, seeing the perf issue, and sending a PR. So I believe this came from the community. And before, it's kind of embarrassing, counting a single header, it allocated 176 bytes, and then counting large headers, had this big 9 kilobyte cost. But then afterwards, it's zero allocation and much faster. So there you go. You can now count headers much faster in .NET 8 with HTTP/sys. All right, we're almost hitting at the end. I want to talk about native AOT. We spoke about native AOT briefly in the keynote. Native AOT enables you to build small, fast-to-start binaries that embed the .NET runtime, including the GC. There's no JIT, but including the GC. And it trims the code super aggressively. So the team spent the entire release trying to make a subset of the platform trim-friendly. And the funny part about it is when you use things, so we did minimal APIs as the first framework because it didn't have a lot of dependencies. But just doing minimal APIs had this dependency graph where the team learned how to make assemblies trimmable. And we had to make, I want to say, 60% of the framework trimmable to make minimal APIs even function. So we had a lot of experience in trying to make sure that APIs are pay-for-play. So when you turn on one feature, it won't pull in all of this and those features. To make this end-to-end work really well, where you get small, fast-to-start binaries, you basically have to make everything you do opt-in. So we added new APIs, we added new features to enable making this thing work. The other part is reflection and dynamic code generation. A lot of ASP.NET Core is classes and discovery and dispatch, and those patterns don't gel with AOT. So a lot of this work was trying to figure out how to make the entire framework work while getting these perf gains of fast start time and reduced disk size, and not making throughput worse. Go to Damien's talk. Damien Edwards has a talk on Wednesday about AOT. And we'll dive into more details about how we made it work and the specifics and what it means for you. I just wanted to talk about the performance improvements that we saw as a result of this work. So here's one of the APIs we ended up designing as a result of having AOT, the AOT goal. How do you build a super tiny ASP.NET Core application without dependencies? As we looked at the dependency graph of the default project, because the web application builder kind of brings in authorization, authentication, regexes, the dependency graph was huge, massive, and we had this goal of trying to get it below 10 megs, right? I think, yeah, 10 megs by default, for no features, not with features. This create empty builder is the most minimal app that you can build with no dependencies. It doesn't even have a server. It isn't usable, but it's used to just show you how far we got on the journey, right? And I have this really cool animation. This is like 15 megs. As you add more features, you pull in more stuff and more content. So just be aware of the fact that when you're trying to AOT an application, you have to worry about every dependency and how big it is and what it might bring in. But yeah, there are new APIs to enable new scenarios that you didn't have before. So there are more tools now to make it small and trainable. All right, so one of the coolest features of .NET 8, in my opinion, is the minimal API request delegate source generator. We call it RDG. And if you've ever seen minimal APIs, you call like, app.mapGet, mapPost, mapPut, whatever the HTTP verb is. You can do binding in functions. You can do open API and various other features. Minimal APIs today is it uses dynamic code generation a lot. The reason it's so fast is because when you call mapGet, mapPost, we build this super efficient function that does only what is needed based on your arguments. So it can basically hyper optimize for a zero allocation method that will parse the int and will pass an int into your function and will not box or not allocate. It's super efficient. But it also uses all the runtime code gen to make it efficient. What RDG does is RDG takes all of that logic that happens today at runtime, and it does it at compile time. And it does it with this new feature called interceptors, which you'll probably hear about later in the conference. So we can look at calls to mapGet. And when you turn on publish AOT, it will replace that mapGet, mapPost, mapPut call with one optimized for AOT. So instead of looking at all the arguments and having this code generation using IL-emit to create a function and do all that stuff, it'll actually spit out source code that you can read and debug into. That shows you, OK, if you declare an integer as my input, you can kind of like see the int.parse being called and being passed to your function. So it makes it really transparent to figure out how how it works. And it's actually a really cool way to get an understanding of how the framework works, because the dynamic code gen is now part of your application and is more static. And it moved a ton of the code, a ton of the start time from first run to compile time, which has its own trade-offs, right? So here's an example of a sample that this is a time to first request. So I start the app is cold, I make a request, and I time the booting of the app to the first request response, right? And in the case of 2 routes, the difference between having RDG enabled versus not is tiny, right? But when you have 1,000 routes, it's huge, right? Almost 10x. So that just shows that shifting the time from startup to compile time has this huge benefit on first request, which will make a huge difference in serverless platforms, like function-style platforms, where you're constantly cold starting your application. So the idea here is that with AOT plus source generators moving the performance costs from start time to compile time, you end up with these kinds of big wins. So not a throughput win, but a startup win. There's a lot more improvements. As one of the big things as part of native AOT was that the GC got this really cool feature called datas, dynamically adapting to application sizes, where server GC can kind of grow and shrink heaps on the fly. It's a really cool feature, and it kind of solves one of the big complaints that we've had in .NET from the beginning of time, where server GC leaks memory or takes up too much memory because it's lazy. That's one feature that I care a lot about that's coming up. So just read more about improvements in ASP.NET Core and .NET on our various blog posts. And here are some links. Performance blog, etc. And now I think I'm going to go to Steven to close us out with his awesome .NET blog post performance things.
Awesome. Thanks, David. That was great. One of the things I love about .NET 8 and previous .NET releases is how these performance improvements sort of up and down the stack are done sort of coherently. ASP.NET seeing that certain things would really help performance, working with folks in runtime and core libraries in the community, making those changes lower in the stack, taking advantage of them higher in the stack, and you get these amazing end-to-end performance improvements. That was great to see. Awesome. So, I want to spend the next 20 minutes talking about performance improvements in .NET 8, sort of in the runtime and the core libraries. Now, as some of you may know, it was mentioned Jonathan has this great post on MAUI every year. There's this great post on ASP.NET performance improvements every year. I've also been writing performance improvements in .NET posts going back to .NET Core 2.0. So I wrote one about .NET Core 2.0, 2.1, .NET Core 3.0. Performance improvements in .NET 5, .NET 6, .NET 7, and then about 2 months ago, I published performance improvements in .NET 8. And just to give you a sense of how much goodness there is in these releases, if you were to print out this post, it comes out to about 220 pages. Hopefully 220 pages of enjoyable reading, but that also means there's no way I can cover 220 pages of performance material in 20 minutes. I'm not going to try. So what I've done is I've instead pulled out just 3 changes that I particularly like. I'm not going to talk about AVX 512. I'm not going to talk about how async gets faster. I'm not going to talk about how formatting and parsing get faster or how crypto gets faster, any of that stuff. I've pulled out just 3 changes, and we'll dive into those to give you just a taste of what awaits you when you upgrade your applications and reap the benefits of .NET 8. So with that, let's dive in. David mentioned this word previously just briefly, but this is by far my favorite improvement in .NET 8 from a performance perspective. When you upgrade to .NET 8, this has the greatest chance of being the thing that really significantly moves the needle for your applications and services in terms of performance. Dynamic PGO, we shipped a preview of in .NET 6. It was off by default, had some rough edges. We were kind of getting experience with it. We shipped a preview of it in .NET 7, again, off by default. We wanted to get some real world experience, people willing to opt in. But now if I had to pick a single PR in .NET 8, one PR that is the most impactful, it would be this one that changed a single character. That was the entirety of the PR, pull request. It changed a single character from a 0 to a 1, enabling dynamic PGO for every .NET application and service running on .NET 8. It is a game changer. Now, I've said the words dynamic PGO probably 5 or 6 times now, and I haven't actually said what it is. So what is dynamic PGO? Well, to understand that, we have to go back a few versions to .NET Core 3.0 and understand tiered compilation. Tiered compilation is the idea that the just-in-time compiler, the JIT compiler, can compile a method once and do it at startup the first time the method is invoked, and basically totally eschew optimizations. Just tries to get in and out as quickly as possible, generate usable code, not necessarily particularly efficient, but that's okay because the vast majority of methods in a typical .NET application are only ever invoked once or maybe a small handful of times. And if the JIT were to spend a whole lot of time optimizing them, it'd be spending more time optimizing them than it would actually save from those optimizations. So the JIT first compiles them just as quickly as it can, gets in and out, gets the app up and running. And then the runtime keeps track of how many times those methods are invoked. And once a method trips over some threshold, say 30 invocations, the JIT kicks in again, now recompiles that method and throws at it all the optimizations it can muster to make that code super efficient. So you get really great startup and great throughput. But the really interesting thing about this is there's information that we can learn from that initial fast compilation, which we call tier 0. We can learn information from that we then apply to that tier 1, that optimized tier 1 compilation. For example, if you have a method that's making virtual calls or interface calls, those are less efficient than a direct call. But the runtime can now track in that tier 0 compilation the concrete type at every call site that's most commonly used to make a virtual call or an interface call. And then when it comes time to generate the tier 1 code, if the JIT sees that at a particular call site there was a very dominant type, let's say you had an I list of T, and 99.9% of the time it was a list of int. Well, when it generates the tier 1 code, it can choose to specialize code for list of int and then have a general fallback as it would have in the past. And this allows you to significantly across the board improve amazing amounts of .NET code. So let's take a look at this in a small demo. I have a trivial little main program here. I'm calling 1 billion times to a method isEmpty, and this is taking an iList of int, and it's simply making an interface call on that iList of int to get the count and comparing that to 0. A pretty trivial thing. Now I'm going to build this. Just doing it from the command line because we're going to be interacting with this from the command line. I'm going to take my .NET 7 version of this because I'm building this for both .NET 7 and .NET 8 with 2 target framework monikers. We'll run this and we'll see for that billion invocations of isEmpty and then billion interface calls. This is taking about 3.5 seconds to do that work on .NET 7. I will instead run this now on .NET 8. The exact same app, the exact same command, just for the different build. And now instead of 3.5 seconds, it's taking a little better than 2x that, 1.7 or 1.6 seconds. And we can see exactly why that is. So one of the really cool features the JIT compiler shipped in .NET 7 is that an environment variable, JIT disasm summary, which I'm going to set to 1. And what that does is it tells the JIT compiler to print a line to the console for every method that gets compiled. So now if I run that exact same application again, we see a bunch of stuff spewed and we see something interesting. We see a call, we see a line here where the JIT was compiling isEmpty at tier 0. So this is that initial unoptimized implementation of isEmpty. But then the runtime noticed that isEmpty was getting invoked quite a bit because we were calling it 1 billion times. So now it compiles it again. This time it does it still unoptimized, but with additional instrumentation in that method in order to learn information about it. What's hot? What's cold? Where are my branches going? What am I calling? What do I need to devirtualize? And so on. And then after it's gathered enough of that information, it compiles it yet again. This time it's compiling at tier 1 with dynamic PGO, taking full advantage of all of that information. And we can drill down even further. Let me delete that environment variable so it doesn't clutter up our output. And I'm going to add one more environment variable now. Instead of JIT disasm summary, I'm going to do JIT disasm and specify the method that I want to look at. And what this is going to do is tell the JIT to print to the console not that it was compiling, but what it actually generated, the actual assembly code. Don't worry, you don't need to know assembly. I'm going to highlight the relevant pieces, but it's really instructive to understand exactly what the JIT is doing here. So we saw that there were 3 times isEmpty is compiled. We expect to see 3 blocks of assembly code generated, and that's exactly what we see. So if I scroll up here, we can see the first compilation was tier 0, and we see this call to iCollection.count. Right? This is that virtual or interface call being made. Great, nice and simple, cool. Then we move on to the second compilation. Now we're instrumented tier 0. We still see this call to iCollection.count, but we also see a call being made to this other function, core info help class profile 32. This is the JIT instrumenting this function to build up a histogram of the concrete implementations. What was that iList of int actually? Was it a list of int or was it something else? After it's gathered up enough of that information, it then does a tier 1 compilation. We still see this call here, but now it's at the bottom of the method. It's no longer sort of the primary thing. This is the most complicated part of this assembly we need to understand, but what this is doing is this number here represents list of int. This is the number that the runtime uses to represent list of int. It's loading that number and it's comparing it to the same to the number that's stored in the object that's being passed in. So it's checking to see whether this object is a list of int. If it's not, okay, it falls back and it does the same thing that would have done previously. It calls iCollection.count. But if it is, then it calls listofint.count. Well, listofint.count is simple. It devirtualizes it and it inlines it. All it was doing was loading a field. And so that entire interface call becomes a simple move operation, which is how we were able to see that 2x improvement in these results. Just by enabling this, just by upgrading to .NET 8, Dynamic PGO was able to kick in and do all these kinds of optimizations across your entire code base. It's incredibly exciting. All right, so that was my first favorite improvement. So let's take a look at another one. Again, There's tons. There are hundreds upon hundreds. You should go read the blog post, but we'll just highlight a few. My second one is about system text JSON. There were actually a ton of improvements, both functional and performance in system text JSON in .NET 8. We're going to call out one in particular. There is a whole lot of work that system text JSON needs to do to serialize and deserialize types. It has to understand the shape of those types. And to do that, historically, serializers and deserializers would use reflection to, at runtime, gather information about the types being deserialized and deserialized. And just like David was talking about how the ASP.NET minimal APIs would do all this stuff with reflection and reflection emit at runtime, and it was replaced by a source generator that can do that all at build time. Similarly, the system text JSON library has a source generator that can take all of that reflection of work that it was doing at runtime and instead do all that analysis at build time and generate at build time all of that code so that no reflection is actually necessary. And while it's doing that, it can also generate additional fast paths to allow certain things to be optimized for that dedicated type. If all it had done was gather up data on, say, a rectangle type, great. It doesn't have to use reflection to get at what properties are on rectangle, but it still needs to go through sort of a generic code path to say for each property, do some work for each property to serialize it out. But instead, if it's generating code anyway, it can generate an optimized serialization routine that just says, start JSON object, write X, write Y, write width, write height, close JSON object, and be done. And this is way faster. That's great. The problem is this functionality hasn't historically been used if you were doing streaming, like you were calling JSON serializer.serialize to a stream, or if you were doing async, serialize async to a stream or otherwise. And that's a big problem because ASP.NET, that's its primary mode of operating, right? It wants to serialize to streams and not buffer everything. It wants to go asynchronous and not block the world. So this was sort of a disconnect until now. Now in .NET 8, all these fast paths apply everywhere. They apply streaming, they apply to async, and the impact is dramatic. So if we take a little benchmark, I've got my rectangle here. I'm setting X, Y, width, and height. And then my benchmark is just calling JSON serializer.serialize async. I'm serializing to a stream. In this case, it's just throwing the data away, and I'm serializing asynchronously. And if we look at the results for that on .NET 8, it's about 3 times faster than it was on .NET 7 because it's able to take this optimized path, and it allocates 10 to 20 times less, going from something like 600 bytes per serialization to about 30 bytes per serialization. So really, really dramatic changes. Very exciting. And the last change I want to highlight, again, one of hundreds, is a new type called search values. This is one of my favorite features in .NET 8, and I think it speaks to our general philosophy about how we do performance in general. The previous changes you saw, dynamic PGO, the JSON serializer, you just upgrade and it just gets faster. That is an awesome way of operating. There's another approach we take as well, which is in addition to upgrading and things just get faster, we also expose more primitives, more fundamental components, things that you can use, where if you want to tweak your code a little bit, you can get even more improvements. And then we also try and take advantage of those in our own code and get even more benefits. And search values is a great example of that. Search values is a type that allows you to efficiently search for arbitrarily large sets of bytes or characters. So if you wanted to search for a set of bytes or characters in the past, you would have used index of any. And index of any is really highly optimized, but today only for small numbers of bytes or characters. So if you wanted to search for A or B or C, index of any has been awesome. But if you wanted to search for 6 or 10 or 20 or 50 or 100 different things, the perf with index of any kind of falls off a cliff, until now with search values. Search values allows you to make minor tweaks to how your code is structured. Rather than saying caching a char array, for example, of the 6 things I want to search for, A, B, C, X, Y, Z, I can instead cache a search values.create A, B, C, X, Y, Z. My call sites look identical. There's now an overload of index of any that takes a search value in addition to taking a char array or taking a span. But the power of this is that because we're doing this call to create once, when we call create, we're able to analyze the set of things that you've passed in and choose from 15 or 20 different implementations, which we can grow as well in the future. Choose from 15 or 20 different implementations behind the scenes to choose the most optimized implementation for this particular set of characters or bytes. And then we can also go a step further and compute all the relevant tables or vector maps or bit maps or whatever we need to make that search efficient. We do it once, we cache it, and then every call to index of any can dive right in and immediately take advantage of those optimizations. This can lead to massive throughput improvements. And as a result, we now use this throughout the stack. This is used, I think last count, it was something like 50 different places in the core libraries in ASP.NET. In fact, there was code in ASP.NET that was doing custom vectorization using the vector 128, vector 256, vector T, and so on. And we've been able to rip out a lot of that code and replace it just with search values, which takes care of all that for you. So we built this functionality. It's used throughout the stack: HTTP client, WebSockets, URI, ASP.NET, and then you can also tweak your code to take better advantage of it. We also take advantage of it in source generators. And so as an example of that, I want to highlight the regular expression source generator, which we shipped first in .NET 7, but we've made even better in .NET 8. So let me bring up Visual Studio again. Here I'm using the regular expression source generator just by having a method that returns a regular expression and has this attribute on it, generated regex. And what this is telling the source generator to do is fill in this method implementation to generate a fully custom implementation of regex for this pattern. Now, currently this pattern is empty. You can see the XML comment here says this matches an empty string. And if I were to drill into the implementation, which Visual Studio shows me live what the source generator is outputting, we can see that the generated implementation for this recognizes that this is just matching the empty string and it doesn't do anything interesting. But if I were to change this to say ABC, now you can see the code updates live, and what it's actually doing now is an index of for ABC. And if I were to change this to ABCDEF, you can see the code updates live as the generator is recognizing that my pattern has changed and it's doing something else. Now, if I were to go back to ABC, and I were to change this, instead of searching for a string ABC to search for a character class ABC, you can see the code has now updated to take advantage of another new method in .NET 8, index of any in range. So now it's efficiently searching for anything A through C. And if I were to change this to DEF, we'd see just updates live. Now it's searching for anything A through F. But if I were to choose something that wasn't contiguous, like XYZ, now we see the code changes again. It's searching for a character class, everything A through C and X through Z. And the source generator has recognized that the best way it could generate this search is with search values. So there's this field here that is a search values. You can see the comment says that search for anything in or not in A, B, C, X, Y, Z. And if I go to the definition for that, you see it looks just like the slide. I'm doing search values.create, that's getting cached. And then the source generated implementation is able to take advantage of it. And it's able to take advantage of it in a variety of ways. For example, if I were to tweak my regular expression here to be A star followed by that same character class, we still have this index of any here, but the actual match possibly requires backtracking, because if we had a whole string of A's and we need this expression to end with this, well, it's possible that this loop would have matched all the A's and then it needs to back off in order to find something that would allow this to be matched as well. So there's this whole implementation that's generated here to implement that complicated matching routine, including that backtracking. And to do that backtracking, to go backwards through it, if we scroll right here, we'll see that there's this last index of any. So not only is there index of any, there's last index of any, there's index of any except, there's last index of any except, that all allow efficiently searching using one of these search values instances. So not only are we using this throughout the core libraries, not only are we using this in ASP.NET, not only is this exposed for you to use in your own code, but things like a source generator are able to take advantage of this to generate really efficient code into your application. I have 20 seconds left. And with those 20 seconds, I will say this is just a glimpse into the functionality and performance improvements that are available in .NET 8. After this is done, after you've had an exhausting day of watching all these amazing .NET Conf videos and demos, I would highly encourage you to read the ASP.NET blog post, the MAUI blog post, and performance improvements in .NET 8, which you can just find by searching in your favorite search engine, Bing, for performance improvements in .NET 8, grabbing a cup of coffee, and hopefully settling in for a really good read. And I think we have time for some questions.
All right. The best part about those changes, we get to delete code in ASP.NET Core.
Yeah, exactly.
I think we're doing questions soon. No-ish.
Maybe. Possibly.
Possibly. Or Stephen can show you 10 more. Oh, perfect.
All right,
Yeah,
here we are. Sorry it took a little while. Hi. You might notice that we're not Jamie and Katie, but we're Gerald. I'm an engineer on the .NET MAUI team, and this is...
I'm Rachel. Nice to meet you all. If we
Nice to
haven't
meet
met.
you all. And thank you so much for a great session all about performance. So we're going to look into some questions here, I guess.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of awesome questions on all the different socials here. So let's see what we got. We have one question/comment here saying, I'd be interested in seeing a chart that compares .NET 6 to .NET 8 perf gains, LTS to LTS. Is that something that we have available or that might be coming soon?
So it is really hard to create one chart that summarizes performance improvements from one release to the next. If you look at, for example, the performance improvements in .NET 8 post, there are about 200 or so different benchmarks, each with their own thing, that represent different aspects across the stack. You could certainly take some of those benchmarks and run them to compare .NET 6 to .NET 8, or you can just go and read the performance improvements in .NET 7 post, which is itself a few hundred pages, and performance improvements in .NET 8 post, and kind of get a sense for just how much improves across the stack. It's possible as well that there will be some sort of particular benchmark like Tech and Power or something like that that might have a summary of what things look like, but it is very difficult to boil things down to a single chart to a single number. It's just such a wide swath of functionality and performance improvements.
All right, thank you so much.
But it's faster.
Oh, go ahead.
But it's faster. So upgrade, please.
It's always going to be better than the last one, right? It's always upgrade.
Trust us.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Stephen. So this was a post on X. Like, if it goes like this, Stephen Tobe, actually, this is a question for me. Like, how long do you actually take to write these blog posts? Do you start like right now? Like .NET 8 is released. Do you start right now for .NET 9?
So what I have already started doing is I probably need a better system, but I have an email sitting in my drafts folder to myself that I just add links to throughout the year. It already is about 2 pages of links to PRs that have come in since we forked for .NET 9, and that list by next summer, that list historically has grown to over 1,000 links. And then when I'm ready, I sort of sit down and organize and start writing. I think it took me, I figured this out, I think it took me about 60 hours to write, to kind of from beginning to end, to write performance improvements in .NET 8. That was basically every night after kids' bedtime for like 2 weeks, plus some weekend time. Yeah.
All right, perfect. What else do we have here? This one. How does trimming work with reflection? Does it even work at all?
Yeah, so trimming is a really interesting feature that we kind of introduced in .NET. I think it's probably been around for a while now in MAUI and other platforms, but I think it's becoming more to the forefront with AOT and just having the feature in general. And trimming really challenges, I think, a couple of .NET patterns that are very pervasive in the entire library ecosystem. So it can work with reflection, but you basically have to educate the trimmer as to what reflection is happening. So it won't just work. If you use AutoMapper, I'm picking on one library, but if you use libraries that typically scan all assemblies, find interfaces, look for those things, that won't work. There are certain patterns that do work, but you basically have to mark your library as trim enabled, and then you get a ton of warnings. And your job is to go through and tell the trimmer, hey, I'm doing reflection on these members on this type that's passed in. And we basically spent, I want to say, like 2 years marking like a big swath of the BCL and ASP.NET Core and MAUI and Blazor, trying to make it trim friendly. I think once you start from a place of no reflection, you're better off. But I think there will be challenges to like make existing libraries and existing patterns work with the trimmer or for AOT, and new patterns will emerge. We need new static ways, language features, source generators to basically make existing libraries trim and AOT friendly.
Cool, thank you so much. Let's see, what else we got here? There's this one from Roger. I'm a library author. Is it safe to just enable AOT when I have no external dependencies?
So, I mean, so to what David said, I mean, yes, you can turn it on, and you should turn on, mark your library as being publishing for AOT, get all the, enable the analyzers, get all the warnings. The work that you need to do is basically what David was saying around ensuring that you drive those warnings down to 0, which for the most part means annotating places where you're using reflection. That's the vast majority of it. If you're not using reflection anywhere, for the most part, things should just work. And your warnings should be pretty close to 0. But once you start using reflection, you need to start, and you use patterns that the trimmer can't just figure out. If you say type of list.get method name, the trimmer can figure out what you're trying to do, and it can keep that code around. But if you accept an arbitrary type and start using that, the trimmer doesn't know how to connect sort of the call site to the caller to the callee. And so you have to annotate your method to say, dear trimmer, whatever type is being passed in here, I'm going to access all the public members, so make sure you keep those around. So it ends up being some work driving those warnings to 0 by using these kinds of annotations and attributes in your library.
One of the biggest things we found while making ASP.NET Core trim friendly was if you use JSON or XML or any of those components, it is painful to make that work in an AOT friendly way. So you may not have dependencies, but you may be calling serialize on an arbitrary object passed into you from the outside. That is not trim friendly. So you might end up down a rabbit hole of, okay, I'm taking this input from the outside world, it's an object, it's being passed to me, I call serialize, I save it to disk. I don't have dependencies, but you do. And I think we did a good job. If you turn on the analyzer, it'll warn you and tell you this thing is not trim friendly. And then you have to unpack, do I want this code path to be trim friendly and I have to add a new one? Or can I figure out how to make this API now safe in some way? So it's not just a simple turn on, it's more of a, you may have to trade off and make new APIs to make it work.
That's a great point. It's not just about reflection that your own code is doing, but any reflection that might be being done by the things that you're calling. So the reason JSON serializer shows up a lot is if you just call JSON serializer.serialize, you're using reflection, as we talked about, to access the members of that type. And in order to make it friendly, you have to basically switch to the source generator, which means passing in the source generated context, which means feeding that through from all of your calling locations.
All right, great. Thank you so much, David, Stephen, Jonathan, for your great session. I think this answers a lot of questions on this part, and better performance is, of course, always great. So let's just have a look at the board, what people are thinking here. I have to do this one. I'm very excited for .NET 8 MAUI. Shout out to the MAUI team because
we're on the MAUI team.
Yeah, we're on the MAUI team,
so
big shout out to them, obviously. And what else do we have here? It does look great. It's a bit out of context, but it does look great. Always good. So we have that one. And .NET 8 is amazing.
We had one up here from Jeremy.
Oh, very good.
Got some notes on server improvements, removing the GC handles and response writing, and improved perf of request headers by removing link from HTTP context, that request header keys and header count. So thank you for that.
And actually this one here, I think this is an extra link. So let's just plug some links right here. I think this is going to MAUI Perf 8. So this is probably the blog post that Jonathan just mentioned in his session, where he describes about like what has been going on in the performance of .NET MAUI. And there's a longer one from Stephen Tope that we probably all know and love, and your browser will crash if you start reading it.
Yeah, and be sure to check out all the latest. Download .NET 8 at aka.ms/get-.net-8. So without further ado then, next up we have Mads Torgerson and Dustin Campbell talking about what's new in C#12. I'm so excited to hear about everything they have to share with us.
We're going to see what is new in C#12, all the new language features that are coming together with .NET 8. If you want to dive even more into that, there's also a Learn collection, aka.ms/learn-.net-8. I think it's now time to switch over to Mads Torgerson and Dustin Campbell.
Well, hello everyone. I'm Mads Torgerson. I'm
Thanks,
one of those C# designers. And
thank you.
I'm Dustin Campbell. I'm also one of those C# designers. This is what we do.
So as the introduction said, we're going to show you, we're not going to show you all the C#12 features. There's quite a few. But we will start out by kind of showing you around to where you can find out more, and then we'll focus in on some of the most impactful that are probably going to change how people write code in the world ever after in C#.
Yeah. So, we also want to talk about a little bit about how you can engage with us. There are a couple of links out there that are useful, but I would recommend taking a look at the Learn site for C# and how to get started, what's new in C#. There's a big document there that explains a lot of things. Also, taking a look even at the Roslyn project on GitHub if you want to engage even more deeply. Getting there's a language features status page that kind of shows the nitty-gritty of where we're going and what we're even looking at next, what's in C#12 and what's in C#V next, potentially. And then finally, there's the C# Lang on GitHub where you can engage with us. Depending on how, again, you can go deeper and deeper and deeper. I just want to hear about C# or I want to engage.
Yeah, that's the last one is the repo where we do all our language design work.
Yeah.
So we have a lot of community engagement, both in the language design and actually in the implementation. And one of the features we're going to show today actually had a lot of input from community all the way up through big parts of the implementation.
Yeah.
So thank you for that.
And you can see here we have a very low kind of text slide here because we're just going to stay in Visual Studio. This is how we like to do things. So let me get that back to 100%. We'll get up to our demo, and we want to show you guys, really what there is to see in C#12. It's an exciting, honestly, it's a very exciting version of the language.
Yeah, and let's start with something really small, just to get us warmed up, honestly,
like
in here,
an appetizer,
and also,
right?
An appetizer,
yeah.
An amuse-bouche.
Oh, ooh, very nice. That's very fancy.
Yeah.
All right.
So let's have fun with that first line of code right there.
Okay, so this has been there since C# 1.0, right? It's a using type alias, right? Where we've created another name to stand in as an alias for a fully qualified type, right? And we've always had to put that fully qualified type there, even though there happens to be a keyword in the language that stands in already alias as system.decimal. Yeah. But we can't type it there. We couldn't type it there in C# 11 for 11 versions of the language.
Yeah. Yeah, we just never got around to dealing with it.
So now
you can just
you are so welcome. Yeah, you can just say that. And that's pretty much what we've got to show today.
Yeah, thank you, goodbye.
Yeah.
No, you can put any type syntax there now.
Yeah.
Since it's a using, if you want to put a name type, you still have to put the whole qualified thing. But for any other type syntax, you can just go ahead.
Yeah, and so like, for example, one of the things that you could always put in here if you knew all the secret way of doing things, you could put a value tuple in there. You could make an alias for a tuple, but you couldn't type the regular tuple syntax. But now we can do that, and that's fantastic. This is one I'm really pleased with because even though you could always do that with value tuple, you could never put names in there.
You couldn't get the tuple names.
Yeah, it's like
the
you couldn't put
tuple names.
Because those are like encoded in special attributes. But now, sure enough, we can do that. and that works great.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
And of course, there's that oldest of type expressions, pointers.
Pointer types.
How about pointer types?
Yeah. So I can put this back to decimal, and yes, I can put a pointer type there and get an error.
Yes. Great. I think I could do that before as well.
The error, though, tells us that, yeah, they can only be used in unsafe contexts. So for this feature, if you are trying to alias things that are pointer types, you can type the unsafe keyword. We kept that as an important part of C# is that when you're doing unsafe things like that, we would prefer that you declare that you're doing so.
All right.
Yeah.
So with that, we kind of we should probably unpointer it. But
Unpointer it.
We got back to decimal there, and now let's go and look at some of the more substantial features.
Yeah, this is I think the first feature we want to look at. We have some, we've got, a record here, which this came back in C# 9. I think we did records. It's been a while, and these have we had two flavors of records, right? What we called nominal records and positional records. Positional records declare a cool constructor up here, and this constructor, it in its parameter list, those parameters become properties, right? It's for declaring properties. And in fact, if I dot into this, you can see those properties are all there, right? That's how records work.
We call that a primary constructor even in records, but for records, it was easy to say what to do with those because records are very opinionated. They're about expressing values. So it was obvious that they should always just get a public property by default representing those. And we always kind of wanted to do primary constructors for all classes and structs, but it was actually a bit harder for the non-record ones because we had to figure out, well, in a non-record type, it shouldn't be opinionated, right? It shouldn't say, oh, these always turn into this kind of member or something like that. And so we finally went ahead and decided what to do with primary constructors when you're not looking at a record class or a record struct, but just a regular class of struct.
And we decided that you could now, essentially that you could now delete that keyword.
Yes.
Yeah.
But now you get an error.
Now you get an error. And the reason we get that error is just to prove that, there is no longer a name property that's declared, right? So if I dot into this again to bring up the completion list, see that there's just the one property, just GPA, which is actually declared as a property.
The one we explicitly declared. And this goes to show that in structs and classes in general, you want to decide how and whether to expose any given piece of data and any given piece of object state, right?
Yeah.
There's not a sort of pre-specified way of doing it. It's up to you.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah.
And so this becomes then, these have warnings because they're now parameters, right? They're not properties anymore. And when you have parameters on a method that you're not using, we'll
you just get an unused warning on it.
An unused error, an unused warning, right? And so we can go in, though right now we'll just go ahead and rename these to make them at least look like parameters to us, so that that'll help us.
Since they're no longer doubling as members, public members as well, we can use like the proper parameter naming there, which feels a little good.
Cool.
All right. Well, I guess the first question that comes to mind is like, okay, so I can get constructor parameters on a class. Well, how do I pass constructor arguments on to like my base?
Oh, sure. So if I want to then take these and move them down below, it's very similar to how we do it we allow it with records. If you're familiar with primary constructors on records, it's very similar. You can declare a base type, and then when you declare that base type, you now have a place where you can put an argument list to pass on.
Excellent.
Down. So I can pass name down here.
Yeah, that works.
And now name's used. Great.
Excellent.
One down.
One down. We should. So I think in this class we should expose name and we should expose ID as public properties.
Sure.
But grades, I think it's fine that we keep that secret and we just have like GPA is using
feels
it.
Better. Yeah, it feels better to keep grades secret. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And certainly not leave it as an array as well because you can come in and change them very easily. So, okay, we can declare a new property for name to expose that, and we'll make that, I don't know.
Just an auto property.
Yeah, just an auto property. We can initialize it, though, with that parameter that's coming in.
Yes, because the constructor parameter is in scope throughout the whole class, so of course it can be used in initialization,
Absolutely.
Just a member initializer.
It's like your entire class has become this constructor body in a way, right?
Yeah.
At least for initialization. And down here, I could also do you asked for 2, and let's do this one read only. Right? So we'll do it with an expression body, and then I can also return that.
Right, and that's excellent, but that's kind of different, right?
It is different. That's not initialization.
Right, because this is a body that gets evaluated every time around. Every time you call ID after initialization is already finished. So given that ID is a constructor parameter, like how does it even know what ID is after the constructor is done running?
Right, if I hover over it, it shows me that it's a parameter.
It is a parameter.
So what do we do here?
Well, this is like if you know from lambdas, we have this thing called capture, where if you have a lambda inside of a method, even if that lambda is kept around and run after the method is done, those parameters mentioned in the lambda are still around somehow. We capture them. We find a place to stash them so that they continue to live for everything that is referencing them. And in the case of primary constructors, the place to stash them is really in the object that we are creating. Right? They're secretly part of the object state.
I see. Okay. So this is now stateful, and that by using it in this way, it needs to be stashed so that we can get back later whenever ID happens to be called.
So the compiler sees, hey, this is used after constructor. Let me stash it. It doesn't stash name here because it's only used for initialization, but it stashes the ID. But it doesn't just make a private field called ID. Like you couldn't say this.id.
Right. Okay. So I couldn't do this. I just want to see if that's true. Yeah. No, I definitely can't do that. I only get the property name.
Yes. Yeah. So it's more like an implementation detail. Under the hood, the compiler generates some field that you can't get at directly, but it backs up the parameter.
Right. But suppose I did want a field, right? Or if this capture stuff seems kind of super magic. Is there a way to?
Yeah. I mean, so it does something, right? And since it's parameters, and parameters weirdly in C# are actually mutable. Sorry, that's always been the case.
Yep.
So when you capture a parameter, it is mutable. We could assign to I don't think we should, but we could assign to ID later. A lot of people like to explicitly make their object state read-only, for instance.
I could assign to it right here.
Yeah, but let's not.
Let's not do that.
And so we should not. We kind of make a default decision here.
Yeah.
Right? But if you want your state to be read-only, for instance, we did discuss should we have a modifier in the parameter list
so I could come up here and say this is going to be read-only. We didn't do that yet.
No,
we're still talking.
We're thinking about it because we kind of want to wait and see. But if you want that, you don't have to use capture, right? You can define your own private field.
So I could declare ID here.
Yes.
And I could assign it with the ID parameter.
Yeah.
And now I've got a field that this is now binding to that field instead of to the parameter. And so then throughout the class, except in places of initialization, I'm now referencing the field. And I could come in here and type this dot.
Yes, you could indeed. So we did a little bit of trickery with the lookup rules so that if there's a field, if there's a member, it wins everywhere except in initialization, and the parameter wins there. So that this all kind of does the right thing. And now we can make it read-only.
Now we can make it read-only. That's excellent.
Yeah, and I think it's important to point out that capture is nice, but it isn't like the main benefit of primary constructors. That really is, getting those parameters just into scope for easy initialization. You can lose a bunch of boilerplate. And so some people will make use of the capture, and some people will always explicitly declare their field so that they have more control.
Yeah, I've found myself going back and forth for very small types where it's just like, I don't need these fields, and I'm just using them almost very briefly. The parameters.
Yeah.
I'll leave the fields off, but then in more significant types, I find myself saying, no, I need to see all my state together, and so I put all the fields at the top for that sort of type. I find myself kind of going back and forth depending on the situation.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think we should say that there's there's a new kind of error mode or bug mode that people can fall into with capture that we should probably talk about a little.
Oh, sure. For example, right now we're assigning name to a property. So it's not really exactly capturing things, right? Because we're putting it in our own state.
We're doing our own
property.
Capturing, yes.
Yep. Just like we did down here with ID, but that happened to be a field. This time we were doing it with an auto property. But if I want to say use name somewhere else where I wasn't putting it in state. Like then like down here, maybe I want to say name.length. Well, actually that's kind of weird.
It auto-completed your name.
I tried to type name, the parameter, but it's not there in IntelliSense. And is that a bug?
Well, let's try to force it.
Let's force it, yeah. Okay, so I got length there, and that was fine. But now we see actually that there's warnings elsewhere in my code.
Yeah.
Over on these other uses of name where it's just used in initialization or passed down to the base type. And this is something that can happen. And one of the reasons why IntelliSense was trying to stop us from doing that was this is a case where we're double capturing.
Yeah.
Yeah, the compiler's automatic capturing is happening because we're using it here. And so the compiler says, well, I need to stuff this in a field. But then, and since we didn't reference the property, our own state, but we also put it in another auto property, so we're kind of storing it twice, which is probably not what you intend.
Yeah. So that is, so we figured it's better to give you a warning there, capture that, catch that. And then if you really meant to copy name and to have name be in two different things, one of which is auto-captured, well, you can go and make, you can go and make your own field instead.
You can still make a field, right? And that will do exactly the same thing. So now this actually references the field, and we're able to get out of that. We're not get out of the double capture situation, but being more intentional and showing in our code more intentionally what we're trying to do.
Yeah, now you're doing it. We're not doing it with our auto capture. You're doing it yourself. You're asking for it. You get whatever you get.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that's actually a super kind of tricky thing, right? The capture can be kind of tricky.
So this helps it not be tricky for the user.
But one thing I want to ask about though is we're doing this. It's very natural, but I'm also not doing anything like what if I want to check grades for some argument validation or something like that? It seems to me like, and this is something we talk about a lot in the C# language design, is the ergonomics of code, transforming code. You know, what is the cliff like we talk about? Like, so if I wanted to say, or add some like significant complex logic to the constructor, I need now to get to a constructor, a regular constructor.
Yes.
The old style kind of, not old style, just a regular constructor.
The primary constructors don't currently have a way to give it a body, right? You can just do the trivial things that you're doing in initializers.
Yeah, in a field initializer,
But and I'm sure you can do ugly things with that would do your validation. But
I can put it all in a lambda and invoke it right now.
Sure. So it's not going to be pretty though. And so we may fix that in a later version of C#. We are talking about should there be a way to do that validation in an object like that. But until then.
Yeah, until then. So as we've been working on the tooling for this feature, and you saw what we did with the completion list, where we're hiding things that might cause double capture, and we're instead we want to provide the tools so that you can easily go into a regular constructor or even come back out. So if I put my caret up here, I bring up the light bulb list here. There is a convert to regular constructor, and that will do exactly everything. In fact, also declaring a new field for grades, assigning everything, using this dot correctly because of how we've chosen to name our fields here, and now we have a regular constructor, and I can just go do what I intended to do. Now this feature, this particular refactoring, we're going to show a couple of others in a moment, is only right now in VS Preview. So we just put out the 17.9, first preview of 17.9. That's available out there today in the VS Preview channel. So this is available there. It's also available already in DevKit, in C# DevKit. So it's a cool feature and it's super useful. It just didn't get it quite in time for the 17.8 release.
And then on the other, so if you want to get out of the primary constructor, this is super easy. If you already have code though that is amenable to primary constructors, there's a refactoring the other way, saying, hey, old code, why don't you get spiffed up?
In fact, it's even, if you look carefully, it's even added a little smudge there saying that, you could use a primary constructor. And it kind of sorts that out. If you're doing complex logic here, it won't let you do that. If you're doing logic that could be in a field initializer, it might try and transform that in that way. It's very useful.
Yeah.
But if I bring this up again, it gives me two options. One is just use a primary constructor. And in this case, it is keeping the fields and assigning them, in their field initializers.
So it's avoiding capture.
It's avoiding capture. This is one style. But then there's a style to say, oh, you know what? Do that and remove fields. I'm going for full brevity. And that's exactly what this is going to do. And this gets us pretty much back to where we started, except with this name.length here.
Yeah, we got to get back to
just put that right back.
Code that does something vaguely meaningful, at least.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, so very nice. So I think we got a good look at primary constructors. We could say a quick thing about chaining.
Yeah, constructor chaining. It's kind of a complicated thing in C#, at least when you first encounter it. It's been there since C# 1.0, but the idea that you can chain constructors together to either a constructor on the base type or constructors in the same type. And we can do that as well here. In fact, we are right here where we call this, but there's some differences with, I think, with primary constructors. So if I want to declare a constructor, it takes a single parameter. Well, that's just going to give me an error. Because in a primary constructor, it must, in fact, have an initializer. So I'm going to go ahead and, well, we know there's a person down below, and I can call that. But now we're just moving the error around. And the reason for this is because with a primary constructor, where we're giving you the ability to use these parameters, auto-capturing them, use them in initialization, we need to guarantee that they have values.
That you actually pass value.
That you actually called that thing.
Pass arguments to them. Yeah.
So with a primary constructor, you must always, in your chaining, go back to that one primary, that constructor at the very top, which is, honestly, is a best practice and been known as a best practice anyways with constructor chaining, though you could kind of make a mess of things and have weird state and all that. With primary constructors, it is now kind of really enforcing that best practice.
Yeah, and of course you don't have to go directly back. As long as you call this,
Yeah.
Because constructors can't be cyclic, they will eventually end up calling the primary constructor, as they do here in the chain.
And that exactly. That we're not actually calling the primary constructor here. We're calling another constructor that does call the primary constructor. Yeah.
All right.
So cool. That's primary constructors. That should change the landscape of C# as far as what code looks like. Yeah.
Code will be more terse.
Yeah.
But speaking of that, let's look at let's change gears here and talk about collections.
Okay.
So we do have a collection parameter to our primary constructor here, the grades one. And it takes an array, and so in all the places where we are passing an argument to that, we are newing up arrays in various ways. So getting hold of
we do it right up here, right? We do it here, or we pass down here, we pass array.empty.
Yeah, I mean, Stephen Tobe told us and put in a little analyzer somewhere that you shouldn't new up empty arrays because they can't be mutated anyway. You should reuse array.empty.
Yeah, use empty arrays, array.empty.
So we happen to know that. So we know it's efficient. Doesn't look super cool, but okay, we'll take it.
It has another cost too, right? Which is that, okay, when I decide that this isn't the appropriate collection type.
Yeah.
Right? I don't want to use an array. I want to use something else that's a little bit, has some different qualities to it.
Let's try that.
Yeah, and so like maybe I want to use a list. Maybe I want to pass in list, for example. And if I do that, I can do it here, but now my call sites all need to be updated.
Yeah, because they're syntactically specific to arrays.
Yeah, so we can be clever. Like we can fix this one and be clever, like and say, instead of brackets, I could do parentheses.
Ooh.
Yeah, which uses the target type new feature, so it's newing up a new list, and then a good old C# 3.0 collection initializer at the end to put the values in. And we can kind of do the same thing down here, right? Except that doesn't work.
Right, because an empty list can in fact be mutated. So
and so there's no such thing as list.empty.
We just have to new one up.
Yeah, so we can be nice and terse with our target type new.
Right.
And now we've updated the call sites. Of course, in a real app, this is probably
that's a million
absurdly large number of these call sites to fix. But yeah, so now I can do that. But that's painful, and it's also weird passing in a new list every time and all that kind of thing. But it was kind of weird. But that's all right.
It's all right. But actually, I want to use an immutable list instead.
Oh, immutable list. That's the new hotness, right?
It is the new hotness.
Yeah.
So
and I can do that. And now it's like I don't even have a constructor that takes 0 arguments that I could use a collection initializer with. So we're in bad shape.
Yeah, and I can't use a collection initializer period because it mutates. The whole point of a collection initializer is mutate the collection after it's created.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? Immutable lists really are resistant to being mutated somehow.
Right. Instead of mutating the list, it
Yeah.
returns you a new immutable list. But
Yeah.
collection initializers coming from C#3, they don't actually know about that, so they just throw that result away.
Right. So what we need, really, it seems, is we need a unified syntax for creating collections.
Yeah.
And we need it to work for many more collections.
Yes.
Okay. Well,
so we did that.
We did that.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
We did that,
Yeah.
and so we can do that right here. I can put in just square brackets.
Square brackets around the elements. Look at that.
Look at that.
Ladies
And
and
now
gentlemen.
that passes right in.
Yeah.
Down here, I want to pass in something that is kind of similar to above. There's a code fix for this because this is an error, but it also has a little helper on the bottom that says, this collection initialization can be simplified.
Yeah.
And so we'll go ahead and simplify it.
And
that introduces little
An
square
empty-
brackets.
empty
I hear those showed up in a demo earlier. So yeah, these are the little square brackets, which means the empty collection, right?
Yeah. It's just a collection expression that happens to have no elements in it.
Yes.
So that's really cool, Dustin. So what does it do? What's the point? Like, how does it? These are. I mean, the reason why this was all weird is that these different collection types are created in different ways.
Yes. Like if and a good example might be like something like another list, right? Immutable array. And by having this ubiquitous kind of syntax, we can switch that over to immutable array right away and get the benefits of it. What do? They do an amazing amount of things, right? To sort out, like, okay, well, how do I create this? How do I add elements into it? And trying to be ubiquitous. I like that word of just kind of being general. Like it's a general mechanism for really any collection or potentially any collection. But also, we want it to be as efficient as possible. All of these collections have different characteristics. And with immutable array, for example, there are very specialized ways of working with that that we want to be as efficient as possible. So. So this is where we kind of get into some of the other bits about this, right? Where we want to show how can I say immutable array is something we can create as a language.
For my collection, like this will try to fall back to like collection initializer style stuff. If there's nothing else to do on the
if
type.
it's got the add methods and all that, we'll try and do that.
But that's sort of a last resort because it's inefficient and it often doesn't work.
But that wouldn't have worked with immutable array.
It wouldn't.
Yeah.
But any collection gets to say how to create me with a collection expression.
Yes.
And let's go look at how you do that. Because immutable array is one of those that does that.
Yeah, so I'm going to press F12 and wait for navigate to, there we go.
There it
So, and in here, looking at immutable array, we're going to find that this version of it has a special attribute called collection builder, which says, okay, this is, that it's essentially what it's going to do is it's going to look for a particular method on a particular type. And it's going to go back to the immutable array type, that's the non-generic one.
And call the create method.
And call the create method. So let's go to that, and let's look. And there's a whole bunch of create methods here. But the one that collection's going to use is that one. That's the one that we're going to try and use. We want to pass in a read-only span of items. We want to, and so that if we can construct that set of items as efficiently as possible, we want to pass them efficiently as well, be able to process them efficiently.
And by using a read-only span overload, there's a high chance we can pass all kinds of things that aren't allocated. So, so the compiler has a good shot at not allocating anything, and that's why we'll typically go for that one.
Yeah, and so that's kind of the magic, and this is something that you can add to your own types in order to make them kind of collection expression enabled. So if you're a library author, this is a great attribute to if you're a library author dabbling in collections, in custom collections, this is a good thing to take a look at.
Right. Okay, but if we go back to our code, so what we just showed is the case for immutable array and actually also for immutable list. But if you go to list itself.
List itself. And list itself, which we were showing earlier, this also works, but this is different. If I were to go to that list type, it would not have a collection builder attribute. And the reason is that we've decided that there are some types that are just so core to .NET. System collections immutable has hasn't been available across all variances of .NET since .NET 2.0, Framework 2.0, right? Like list has. So it needs a way to extend itself into this language feature, right, to make itself available. But list, we know about it. It's well known, and so we just know how to operate on it.
The compiler simply has a list of types that are well known to it, and where the implementations are well known as well. So it will just do whatever it takes and assume that those are indeed the implementations. And if you provide your own, well, you probably shouldn't have.
Yeah. You know, so we've got types that can be, you know, provide an attribute that allows them to be used by collection expressions or targeted by collection expressions. We have types that the compiler already knows about, but that are concrete at least. But what about like interfaces?
Sure. Yeah, we should.
There are lots of collections that are just interfaces.
We should mention that to that bucket of well-known types, we also have arrays.
Yeah, arrays as well.
So it will handle arrays really beautifully.
It will have span, read-only span.
As well. Yeah, those are just known by the compiler.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's what if you had
typical with this is like to pass in like IEnumerable, right? How does that work?
It works.
It does work.
It works by not putting red squiggles. That's how it
that's
works.
we put red squiggles down below because it's not sliceable, but that's another problem.
Okay, yeah.
It's a different feature.
We should look at that at some point.
Yeah, we should.
The thing is, you don't, I mean, even if you use the attribute trick that we showed before, that you can put that attribute on an interface as well. And then that interface will tell you how to create a concrete instance of some derived class, some class that implements the interface. But similarly for the well-known interfaces, like essentially think of all the generic interfaces that array implements.
iList of T, iCollection of T, iRead-only list of T, iRead-only collection of T. Like there's all these things.
And IEnumerable of T. I think it's those five.
I think it's those five. Yeah.
For those, we will be very opinionated in what the compiler does in a sense and just go for the most efficient thing that we can.
Right. And so in the case of IEnumerable, what is very interesting about this is that we could choose something that's well known, right? Like list. But in that case, it comes with another set of baggage, which is that we want to make this true, the collection type that we choose, that we create. We want it to make it true to the interface that's being passed in. So if it's something that's kind of read-only, like IEnumerable, we don't want to like say, well, the compiler's just going to put a list in there.
And then you can cast back out to list and abuse its read-only.
And abuse its read-onliness.
So we guarantee for those interfaces that don't have mutating members on them that we will not make them mutable even through casting.
Right. And so this is kind of a third set of way of how we select what type is going to be created. In this case, we generate one.
Yes.
For your code, right? So that that is read-only at its core, is efficient. And so for the read-only things, that's what we'll do, so that you can't cast those out and mutate them.
And I think it's really important to highlight that when we talk about making it efficient, like we have a goal for this feature that not only is it as beautiful, more beautiful than anything you could have written before, but it's also as efficient or more. Right?
Yeah.
So because you can do a lot of tricks. When you have, when you know the length, when you have some constant members, we can do stack allocation, all kinds of things whenever we know enough about what's coming in and what it's going into, and we will feel free to do all those things, some of which you might have known to do, but they would have been too ugly to put in code that you have to maintain, right? Because we do it behind the scenes, we can go all the way.
Right.
And we can keep, as we keep getting more and more tools, even behind the scenes, to give better performance to this, we can actually change what we generate for any given piece of code to something that's more efficient.
Absolutely. One other thing I also want to mention here, beyond the performance, I want to talk about the fact that we can also put together collections, making collection expressions even more powerful.
Yes.
It's what we call spreads,
that's
right? So right here we have this collection expression that takes 3 elements, and they're literals, right? But maybe I've got a collection I want to bring in. Maybe your grade point average doesn't appear to be all that stellar. Here, I'm sorry,
okay.
Even though you made it much further in school than I did, but I could maybe go find some grades.
Trying to bring it up.
Yeah, bring some grades from somewhere else. Perhaps, and I could use this dot operator, which in this context is a spread operator, to bring this collection in here, and it will create my collection expression, also including those elements all flattened out. Yeah.
That's excellent. And you can actually, you can put those you can have multiple spreads in the same collection expression. You can put them wherever you want.
They don't have to be the same type. In fact, I believe this is of type read-only span itself, right? So very, very different. And that's a very powerful aspect of this feature as well. And again, we will try and do it as efficiently as possible. How we're going to add those elements in, we're going to do it as efficiently as we possibly can.
Yeah,
so,
perhaps there's a way, perhaps we can know cheaply how big it is, and then we can pre-allocate space for it. And if we don't know, well, then we'll have to fall back to something more expensive. But we can make those trade-offs.
Absolutely. Now, one thing I wanted to ask about, do you want to talk about how they kind of relate to list patterns? Because we have this cool list pattern down here that has a lot of really similar syntax. We've talked about the empty square brackets. We've talked about the spread. And we've got errors down here because, unfortunately, enumerable is really hard to, it's not really a list.
It doesn't fit into the list pattern today. We might do that in the future.
But I can put it back to something that
put it back to
put it like a mutable array.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, when we did patterns, when we had a pattern that sort of corresponded to a specific kind of object, we always tried to make the pattern syntax correspond to the creation syntax of those things. In this case, we had the list patterns first, and so we did the opposite of making the creation syntax for collections match the syntax of the patterns that deconstruct or match on collections.
Yeah, I just made sure we had all this on screen at once, because you can see here we have, this is a collection expression that produces an empty collection. But here is a list pattern that matches that empty collection, right? But likewise, this spread up here matches this slice down here, which says, give me all the rest of the things in a list pattern. It's very cool.
So we are elegant.
Yeah.
And with that, though, we have I think we have a little less than 4 minutes left for questions.
Yeah, let's do some questions.
So if you're in there, can you throw some questions?
We've just startled them into being there.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think that we are not getting questions at the moment. Oh, there they are.
There they are.
Yeah. Hi.
Hello.
Hey, we can see you, but we can't hear you.
Oh.
Oh, now we
can hear you.
Good.
Excellent. Hello.
Can you hear us now?
Yes.
Yes.
Awesome. Well, yeah, thank you, Dustin and Mads, for the awesome C# 12 features, sharing all the cool things. Let's take a look at some questions then that we're getting in from here. Let's see. What have we got?
Well, here we have, will default constructors work with Entity Framework?
Oh, will primary constructors work with it?
Yes, with primary constructors work with Entity Framework.
Right. I mean, they are no different in metadata than other constructors.
Right.
So as long as you don't need to put some logic into your constructor beyond that simple initialization logic, then yes.
Great.
Awesome.
This one, when can we make parameters in primary constructors read-only, as currently they are immutable?
Yeah, we did mention that. But now this is like putting a pin on it and saying when. When can we do this? Yeah.
We don't promise when, but we are aware that there's a request for that. Like, should we? I want to point out that there's a little bit of a slippery slope, if you will, for the how much should you be able to put on a parameter that's really about what kind of field it is behind the scenes.
Yes.
Read only makes sense, but should you also be able to say, oh, actually generate a property, actually put an accessibility on it, and so on?
There's a weird, I would say I don't want to say weird, but there is an abstraction sort of issue here. We're trying to make them look like parameters, right? But and as soon as you use them, they kind of aren't. And when we capture and stash them, that means they have restrictions on them that other parameters don't have, right? I couldn't, for example, use one of these as ref and then capture it because there's no way to do a ref field in a class like that, right? There are certain things that are where the abstraction of being parameters sort of leaks a little bit, and then now when you start saying something like read only, well, that becomes an issue of am I declaring parameters, or am I declaring fields, and do I need to make all parameters read only, and does this need to be a general? There's all these questions we have about being general about it, and so yeah, we actually talked at length about this multiple times in the language design meeting, and we kind of decided that our future selves were more intelligent than our current selves, and they might have better ideas. And so we pushed it to a later release to consider it.
Yeah. So the thing we're committed to is we will look at it.
Yeah.
We're not committed to it actually ending up being in the language. That depends on what we find.
So I can't tell you when, and I can't tell you for sure. But it is, we know there's an ask for that.
Done when it's done. All right.
Awesome.
Let's see. Rachel, did you see any interesting questions here?
There's so many great ones. Let's see. Well, we have an awesome comment here.
Yeah,
Tuples
that's
in
also
C#
good.
12
From my
look
good
great.
friend Claudio.
It feels a lot more natural this way. So thank you for
That's
all
great.
your work
Fantastic.
on this.
Well,
Yeah.
we've got one fan out there.
All the fans. What else have we got?
Well, we have one here. Does this class syntax work with the options pattern? I guess this is referring back to something you mentioned in the session, but
The option pattern.
We're talking about like option
All right,
types,
not clear.
discriminated
Yeah.
uses, that sort of
Not
thing?
sure.
Yeah.
Feel free to, whoever
Clarify,
tweeted us,
yeah.
please
Yeah.
clarify. We have a question here. Mads Dustin, how would you handle a record model with, say, a DB transaction? The ID might not initially known, but constituted after the initial save. How would you handle record immutability?
Well, I mean, this was something that we actually talked about a lot when we did records, and this is, we're talking about C#9 records now, where there are two record forms, right? There are positional records, and then there are nominal records where you could declare your properties yourself. You don't necessarily use a primary constructor like this that declares your properties for you. Instead, you declare your properties. You can make them init only, or you can make them getter only, and you can keep your type functionally immutable, and it might need to then do something else to populate its state and its data. It might need to go back, hit a database connection or do some more robust calculation or something like that. That's available in the records. You're getting closer to where you start losing some of those really nice brief benefits of records, but you still keep some of them, right? Because records have many features, including notions of value equality and that sort of thing that that is customizable in records. So I would go towards, but it's going to be a more advanced record usage.
Yeah. I also will say, even if you use the positional record syntax, where you have a primary constructor that turns into properties, if you don't like the properties it turns into, you can in fact declare your own, and they will supplant the one that the compiler would have generated. So
Right.
you do get to intercede there, but again, as Dustin's saying, it's just getting a little more complex with that.
Yeah, so it's certainly possible.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Matt and Dustin, for your wonderful session and the answers to these questions. So before we go on, we quickly want to call out that there are no live captions. I'm not sure if this is specific to YouTube, yes or no, so we're very sorry about that. We will make sure the producing team has assured me that it will be available for day 2 and day 3, and of course also if you're going to watch back the sessions after this, we will make sure that the live captions are on there right now because, accessibility matters. Rachel knows all about that.
Of course, yeah, absolutely. I don't know if anyone noticed before, we had our little .NET bot, our third host up here.
But he keeps falling off.
Yeah, decided to join us for co-hosting now, so.
All right, we want to check out what people are thinking here. I need to call out this one because this is Oscar. He's from the Netherlands. I know him. Oscar, the braces will clean things up. So this is new features in C#12. We have more than one fan out there for the new C# stuff, so that's really great. We already had a couple of questions. What's the most powerful C#12 feature? That one.
All
really
of them.
good one. All of them. All of them. That's the
You gotta
best
check out all of them and figure it out for yourself. Definitely. And definitely there's also, you can check out the Learn collection on https://aka.ms/learn-.net/8. So definitely be sure to go over there and check out all of the different new C# stuff over there and find out for yourself what the most powerful feature is.
Because everything that is talked about is available today, right now. You can go out on your computer, go check it out. And even that reminds me, like I saw, let me see if I can quickly find it here. It is all cross-platform, right? So you can just go into your Debian machine, your Linux machine. You can download C# and the latest bits, .NET 8, on your Linux machine, Mac OS, and do all that kind of stuff, super cross-platform. So there is lots of stuff to play with. We have some other links. If you want to go out and download it, go to aka.ms/get-.net-8, or just go to your favorite search engine and search for .NET 8, and we'll probably get you there too.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of cross-platform, I mean, it never hurts to do another call out to our favorite team, .NET MAUI. So definitely be sure to check out all the new C# 12 features in .NET MAUI as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
There's so much more stuff. Let's see. What else do we got here? The legendary performance improvement posts. So someone is linking here to the improvement posts from the previous session. So all the links, like there is very much going on here on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it. Mastodon, people are joining us here from like Twitch and YouTube.
Be sure to use the hashtag
the
.NETConf and we'll be able to see all the great things you have to say.
Absolutely,
yeah.
absolutely. Yeah, so what else do we got here? Okay, so
I think it's about time we see what's up next, right?
well, what is up next, Rachel?
Yeah, so we got Burke Holland and Leslie Richardson talking about packing light with VS Code and the C# Dev Kit. And I'm super excited about this one.
Yeah, this is really cool because VS Code, super lightweight tool, again, cross-platform. You can run it on Linux, Windows, Mac OS. And C# Dev Kit is like our solution for creating C# code, .NET code on all those platforms with VS Code. And we also have, again, it's getting boring, we should skip this next time, a .NET MAUI extension also for C#, built on C# Dev Kit. And I'm sure that Burke and Leslie are going to tell us all about it. So Burke and Leslie, take it away.
Well, hey y'all, I hope you're having a great time at .NET Conf, and welcome to the session on packing light with VS Code and the C# Dev Kit. I'm Leslie Richardson, I'm a PM on the C# Developer Experience team.
And hey folks, my name is Burke and I work with the VS Code team, and usually over on the VS Code YouTube channel, but happy to be here at .NET Conf to talk about VS Code and the C# Dev Kit. So today what we're going to do is we're going to take you through a soft, gentle intro to Visual Studio Code for the uninitiated. Then we're going to go to the C# Dev Kit, talk about setup. Then we're going to write some code, show you an app that we built just for you. And then we're going to do some debugging. We're even going to do testing, right? We're doing it all today. So to start it off, Leslie, what even is VS Code?
Yep, starting from ground zero. VS Code is a lightweight source code editor or text editor. It is multi-language and multi-platform. So multi-language, we've got Python, JavaScript, TypeScript, C#, of course, which is the topic for today. And cross-platform, meaning that VS Code works on Windows, Linux, and Mac. And all of this basically enables you to code from anywhere. So you could be using VS Code and doing your personal development experience on your like local Linux machine, or you could be up in the cloud via CodeSpace or Microsoft DevBox. There's really no limit as to where you can code with the power of VS Code. It is also open source, and we have a thriving open source community for VS Code, making it very easy to get involved and make VS Code even better than it already is for thousands of people, right? And on top of that, at its core, VS Code is very extension driven. So when you're taking VS Code out of the box, you're kind of starting with a basic text editor, but once you start adding additional extensions, whether they're language-based, such as the C# Dev Kit, or themes, or any other additional toolings, you can really customize the development environment in the way that you want. So over the years, we've gotten a lot of questions about what the difference is between VS Code and Visual Studio IDE is, or why you should choose one or the other. So I want to give a brief rundown on some differences between the two. So first up, VS Code, as mentioned before, it is primarily a text editor versus the Visual Studio IDE, which is primarily an integrated development environment, or IDE for short. So what that means is that if you are installing Visual Studio for the first time, in addition to getting a text editor that's also very powerful in its own right, you're getting additional tooling experiences that span the entire process of your development that you typically see. So a very powerful debugger, some great testing capabilities, logging, profiling, deployment options, among other things. Versus VS Code, you're required to install some additional extensions in order to get a lot of that functionality a lot of the time. So you're getting a lot more out-of-the-box customization with Visual Studio IDE. And VS Code is primarily, again, cross-platform. So if you've got a Mac or Linux machine, VS Code is like the best choice for you, most likely. But if you are very Windows focused, you've got a Windows machine going on, then you might want to go the Visual Studio route because it is providing Windows focused support. Sometimes Visual Studio gets called Visual Studio Windows and not just Visual Studio IDE. So you've got a lot of options. You can choose to use both. There are people out there who choose to use both. But if you maybe want, again, more of that lightweight experience, then you might want to go the VS Code route. Or if you want to take advantage of some powerful tooling experiences that are already built in, such as the debugger or testing. Not going to lie, I'm a sucker for the debugger in Visual Studio. Then you might want to go the Visual Studio route. But both are part of the Visual Studio family, so you're going to get a good experience no matter what you choose, in my opinion. Which brings me to C# DevKit. So C# DevKit is a brand new official Microsoft extension for VS Code. And what it does is provides rich C#-based productivity features across your VS Code development experience. And if you're familiar with Visual Studio, it incorporates a lot of those features from Visual Studio that you might have seen before, such as the Solution Explorer for project management, additional testing capabilities, debugging capabilities, and organically incorporates them into VS Code. So it should not be a foreign experience to you if you're using VS Code, but if you use Visual Studio as well, then you might feel kind of cozy getting to see some of those features in VS Code as well. And let's see, am I missing anything? I think
I think I'm behind on bullets. I was not doing my job. Did I get it? Did
No
I catch us
worries.
up? Are we
Yeah,
good?
I think
Okay.
you got us for the most part. Oh, I should say the best part. Because C# DevKit is a VS Code extension, that means you can now develop C# applications from anywhere. Again, whether you're locally on your Mac machine or you've got a code space, there's really no excuse as to why you can't develop your C# applications with the power of VS Code and the C# DevKit extension.
This is true.
Yep. And so as for what is included with the C# DevKit, I lied a little bit. It's less of an extension and more of an extension pack. So when you first install C# DevKit, you're really installing 3 major extensions. The first, of course, being the C# DevKit extension. That's what gets you the new windows, such as Solution Explorer and the Enhanced Test Explorer, which we'll talk about. You get the base C# extension, which is what's going to be providing that rich C# editing experience, as well as some additional perf capabilities and improvements there. And you're also getting the IntelliCode for C# DevKit extension, which provides AI-based whole line completions and suggestions. On top of all this, if you are somebody who writes MAUI applications or you're a game dev and you want to write some Unity-based applications, as long as you have C# DevKit installed, you can also install the MAUI and Unity-based extensions alongside them and further expand your developer environment, which is pretty sweet. And that is enough of me talking about slides. Oh my gosh, slides.
Enough
Good.
PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Is that it? That's our last slide?
Yeah, that's it. Let's talk about
Dang,
demos.
let's go straight to demo. All right, so let's jump into Visual Studio Code. Yes, I do realize it's tiny on your screen. We'll change that in just a second. So also, we are on a Mac here today, and that is because we are demonstrating the cross-platform nature of Visual Studio Code. My main machine at home is a Windows machine. It's okay. Code wherever you're most comfortable, all right? Just want to get ahead of that. Just get ahead of that one, chat. Yeah, we love you. Okay, so we're in Visual Studio Code here. This is what you'll see when you download Visual Studio Code. I'm going to zoom in on this, and that's just Command or Control plus or minus here. So we can zoom in quite a bit, or zoom out. What is that? Is that good? We look good here, chat? Okay, good. I'd also like to point out that while this is running locally, if we jump over to our browser here, let's open a tab and let's go to, you can do this right now, go to vscode.dev, and you'll see that, as Leslie mentioned, VS Code literally runs everywhere, including your browser. Now, there's no terminal here because we are in the browser, but this is the experience that backs things like code spaces, remote tunnels. There's a whole remote development scenario here that we're not going to get into. We don't have enough time, but you can Google that. We got a lot of material on it. So you can literally code from anywhere, right? You could code from a fridge. I'm not saying you should, but you could theoretically.
It would certainly be an adventure.
Yeah. Go try it out, or from your Apple Watch. That would be something else. All right. So let's go over a little bit, for those who are new to Visual Studio Code, let's go over the editor space just a little bit and talk about the visual elements here. So starting from the left-hand side, we have what's called the activity bar. And then we have what's called the sidebar. And the sidebar, I'm going to talk about some keyboard shortcuts that you're going to want to know. And one of them is Command or Control B, which expands and collapses the sidebar. You will use that a lot. And the activity bar changes the contents of the sidebar. So if I go to search, we get search here. There's debugging. There's source control and extensions. And you'll see those out of the box when you install Visual Studio Code. Now, you'll notice that I have some additional ones here. I have an Azure one, and I also have a GitHub Copilot chat, right? And the reason why I have these is because I've installed Azure extensions and I have installed Copilot chat extensions. And when you do that, some extensions contribute these things to the activity bar so that you can get new views in your sidebar. As we mentioned, very extension-driven in Visual Studio Code. Let's also take a look at what's called the bottom panel. So I'm going to open this. And you can also do this from your menus. I just use Command or Control J to do that. And in the bottom menu here, I'm going to collapse my sidebar. See, I told you we're going to do that a lot. You'll see the terminal in Visual Studio Code. We tend to spend more time in our terminal than maybe you would in Visual Studio, although we're going to talk about how the C# Dev Kit helps you to stay in the editor if that's where you're comfortable. And we also have things like the problems view for all your problems. Not that you would ever have problems with your code, but on the rare chance that you do, they will be right here, as well as your debug console, all the things that you might expect to see. It's similar to a bottom panel in Visual Studio. So that's called the bottom panel. All right, so now you know about sort of the main UI elements. It's important here that we call out that it is possible in Visual Studio Code to completely customize the editor. I mean completely customize the editor. So when we have icons over here, we can actually take and drag these and move them around, right? So if I want the Explorer icon, I can move it like this. I can show and hide icons with the right click here. We can actually move different UI elements around as well. So if, for instance, if we wanted our debug console in the debug sidebar to keep all our debugging stuff together, we can just move it, right? So you can drag and drop. We also have what's called a secondary sidebar, which I'm going to open here. And you can drag, say, like your Copilot chat and put it in your secondary sidebar in case you want to see your project over here, your code in the middle, and Copilot all at the same time. Completely customizable. And look, don't freak out if you move something and you feel like, oh no, I've messed it all up. You can just do reset, view locations, and it will move everything back to where it was before. You're good. That's your get out of jail free card. Okay. So we talked about layout here. We talked about activity bar, side panel, bottom panel. Let's talk about some of the settings in Visual Studio Code. So I'm going to get there by going to Command or Control, comma. And here in our settings, we have virtually every setting that you might want to adjust in VS Code. Some of the ones that I do are font size. I change this, right? My eyes are not what they once were, so I find myself bumping my font size up more and more. And so we can do that here. We can change the font family. In addition, I like to turn on format on save, like this. And so that just formats your code, right? Pulls everything in line, makes the code look nice so you know when you've written that code correctly. I like to do that on save. You can also do format on type. It's up to you. There's a lot of different ones. I also like to move my sidebar. So I like to sidebar position and put the sidebar over on the right side like this. So I'm going to move that over there. And we should also point out that there is, when you make these settings changes, there is a JSON file. So if we go to user settings, you can see that as I'm making changes, it's actually writing these things to a JSON file. And you can just find pretty much any extension right here that you want. Like, I don't know, what's another good one? All right, so there's some Copilot ones here. We can change the font family in Copilot chat. And you can do that all here in your JSON file. So don't be afraid to do that.
Yeah, and shout out to the additional settings that you get with each new extension that you install. Like with C# Dev Kit, for example, you get a whole slew of new settings to choose from, such as being able to toggle hot reload, which is currently in experimental mode right now, or inlay hints. That's one of my favorites. If you want to view the values of different types in line in the editor, then you can toggle that on. So there's lots of different options you can choose from, either via that settings window or settings.json. And fun fact, you can actually sync all those settings with your account, right?
That's right.
And that's really great if, for example, you're maybe on your local machine, but then maybe you want to go to a code space and get that same developer environment that you're used to. So once you sync those settings, that will apply to every instance of Visual Studio Code that you're using.
Absolutely, and that's the one thing everyone should do and turn on right now is setting sync if you got Visual Studio Code. If for no other reason that when your Visual Studio Code or your machine maybe has to be refreshed, or maybe you have to rebuild it for whatever reason. Not that we ever have to do that.
No.
Right? Your Visual Studio Code is exactly where you left it. All of your settings are still there, so make sure you turn that on. All right, a couple more things to know in Visual Studio Code. We're giving you all the essentials here. This is for free. No additional charge to your .NET Conf ticket. So the command palette, which is Command or Control-Shift-P, we use this a lot. Virtually everything you could want to do in Visual Studio Code can be found right here. So for instance, if we wanted to, say, clone something from GitHub, we can just type clone, and there it is, right? So you don't need to know the command you're looking for. You just need to know vaguely what you're looking for. And we're actually, if you have Copilot installed, we use a little bit of AI there also to find the right setting for you. All right, there's also the quick file switcher in VS Code, which is Command or Control-P. And you can see that it's already open here. And actually, in the command palette is just delineated by this little caret here. If I take that out, we're in the quick file switcher. If I put a colon in, then we're going to a line number in a specific file. This is the symbol browser with the @ sign. So this bar here, which is Command or Control-Shift-P or Control-P even, like this, very important. That's not the right key. That's the right key. And we can bounce between files. All right. I think we've covered the essentials. One thing, though, that you're going to want to do right away, I sort of saved this to the end, is that usually the first thing people do, and when my 17-year-old watched it getting started with VS Code video, the only thing he took away was how to change the theme, right? So let's do that. That's
the most important part,
That's
really.
super important, right? So let's close this. When you start at VS Code, we give you this dark modern theme. If you go to color themes from the command palette, again, that's Command or Control-Shift-P, and you move through the different themes, you'll see, there you go. If you hate light themes, you're going to love this part of the presentation. So, right, these are the ones we give you out of the box, but there's also people out there that have created these gorgeous themes for Visual Studio Code. So let's take a look at those. We'll just browse, and these themes are published to the marketplace just like extensions are, right? So some really nice ones. One's called Cobalt 2. Wes Boss wrote this. It's beautiful. You can see we apply the theme for you without you having to install it. It's actually not applied. We're just previewing it here. Another really nice one is called Night Owl from Sarah Drasner. Absolutely stunning theme. You can see that here. So let's accept that one. It'll say, you sure you want to install that? Absolutely, we are. And now we have changed the theme for our Visual Studio Code. So make it yours. Make it yours, right? It's your editor. Make it yours.
Yep, definitely.
OK.
Is it dev kit time?
I think it's dev kit time. Let's do it.
All right, yeah, let's talk about C# dev kit. So going to that extensions window, which is where you'd install any additional themes or other extensions that you're interested in, we've got the installed list of extensions that Burke's already got on his machine, including the C# dev kit. As I mentioned before, it also comes with the base C# extension, the IntelliCode for C# dev kit extension, and one I didn't mention, which was .NET Runtime extension, which don't delete that. That is important for actually being able to run your .NET C# apps, which where's the fun in not being able to run your C# apps?
Kind of important, yeah.
Yeah, so keep that. And once you have it installed, it's very easy to get started with C# dev kit because it comes with its own walkthrough. So you can access that via your new best friend, the command palette, which is Control or Command-Shift-P, and then type walkthroughs, or you can go to your welcome page and access the Get Started with C# dev kit walkthrough from there. And with that, there's really only 3 main steps that you got to do to get started with DevKit. The first is sign into your Microsoft account. If you already use Visual Studio or you've used it in the past, good news, you already have it. Whether you've used Visual Studio Community or Visual Studio Enterprise, you got it. And once you're signed in, make sure that you have the .NET SDK installed. That is really important for actually being able to successfully build your .NET applications. Again, super important. And then finally, the last step, make sure that from there you can just open up an existing project and open up specifically a .cs file to kick the extension into gear. Or you can be like us and create a new project from scratch. So let's go start by creating a new project, which we're going to do by going to the Explorer pane. And we can access new project from here, or again, via the command palette, you can type .NET new project. And from here, we get a list of different templates we can choose to use. Templates are great if you haven't used one because when you hit F5, without having to modify or add any code, it should work. So you've got a great foundation to build off of. And I'm going to choose Blazor WebAssembly app as our foundation. And we're going to choose a location for it. And then we're going to give it a super awesome name like Blazor App 7.
Why not Blazor App 70? Yeah, there we go.
Awesome.
Even better.
Those other numbers are overrated anyway. And once that gets created, we should see it pop up in our Explorer. There we go. So by default, when you first install VS Code, if you didn't have C# Dev Kit, or if you did, you will see it pop up in its own default workspace. So that whole folder contains all the contents of that given project, no problem. However, it might display some additional files that maybe you're not always interested in, things like the .csproj files or your .sln file, which I'll explain in a minute, the object folder, the bin folder, that sort of thing. And that's when you can use another window option called the Solution Explorer, which comes with C# Dev Kit. If you've used Visual Studio before, this might sound familiar, but this is a nice filtered, streamlined view of being able to examine all of your files in a project-based context. So it's filtering out certain files and folders that maybe you don't necessarily need on a regular basis when you're developing. And it's primarily focused on projects and their dependencies and the relationships between them. The solution portion comes from that .sln file or solution file, which acts as a container for all of that different project information. And again, as Burke is expanding out, you've got the dependencies that you can look at, such as the frameworks or packages that the project depends on, or other projects that are being depended on. Which, speaking of which, let's check out a more interesting app other than
than Blazor
app 7.8 to
2174,
yeah.
all the digits of pi. All right, let's do that. So I'm going to hop over here to an app that we've created that's called Rude GPT. And this application is a Blazor WebAssembly app. And basically, it just re-implements the interface of ChatGPT with a special command to the model that makes it a little bit sassy when you talk to it, as you'll see here in a minute. So let's go to our File Explorer here. And one of the things I want to point out here, y'all, is that you have themes for the editor itself, but you also have themes for the icons. So right, in this case, like, it doesn't really know what to do with Razor files, as you can see. Like, it's got this, like, I don't know what this is. I think it's just a generic file icon. So again, to the extensions, and let's look for the material icon theme, which is one I'd highly recommend. Let's install that. It will ask us if we want to activate it. We do, and now look. Now we get some very nice icons, right?
So pretty.
Now, yes. Now we get icons for proj files, for Razor files, so you're definitely going to want to do that. So let's go to our Solution Explorer here, and you can see we have 2 projects in the solution. There's actually 4, right? If we look in the folder itself, we see a client project, an API, a test, and a shared. So we want to add the shared and the API to our solution. So very similar to Visual Studio, you're just going to right-click here and say Add Existing Project. And let's add the shared project here. Double-click on the proj file. That'll add the shared. And then let's add the API. So a very familiar experience here, y'all, and one that is very easy, right? Very intuitive. All right. So we've got all of our projects here. You can see it even picks up on like what kind of projects they are. It knows that this is a test project, this is a website, and it's just got these as like C# projects. So let's look at the code creation experience in Visual Studio Code. So let's expand the shared project, and this project is missing some code. If we ran this right now, it would not build, it would fail. So we need to add a new class here. So to add a new class, there's this little file with a plus here. So I'm going to click on this. And this gives us all of the different templates that we have for files in the C# Dev Kit. So there's one for class here at the top. We've also got Razor files, MVC view imports here, records, structs. I don't even know what a record is, but whatever that is, you can make one right here.
So watch one of Mads and Dustin's
right, exactly. I need to go watch the. I'm a JavaScript developer, y'all. Bear with me. All right, so I'm going to go to class here, and then let's go ahead and say chat. We're going to call this chat session. That's what we need to call it. and it's going to create a class for us. It automatically gives us the namespace, right? Just sets us up, and we're ready to start coding here. So I'm going to close the sidebar, give us more real estate. And y'all, it would not be a proper C# experience if we couldn't do prop tab tab, which, there we go. Now we can do it. All right. So let's add a property here called title. And then I'm going to add another property. And you can see Copilot is going to do this for me. Now, why does it know this? It knows this because we've been through this demo many times before, right? And it's been watching us, right? So it's adding this here, which is exactly what we want, right? We want a list of messages. And it's kind of right, but it's not quite right. So see this chat message here? This isn't quite what we want. So what I want to do is change this out. So I'm going to highlight this. And when I do that, you'll see that it's highlighting both instances of chat message. Now I want to show you a little trick, y'all. This is really cool. So this is called multiple cursors in Visual Studio Code. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press Command-Shift-L. And that's going to give us a cursor at each one of these instances, right? We're going to hit backspace, and we're going to take them both out. And then we're going to replace that with the message, which is actually the class that we want.
Sick.
You can see here exactly. The dev kit knows it's going to help us out there with IntelliSense, and we'll just accept that. OK. What's wrong, though? We still got squigglies.
Squigglies, yep.
Yes, our attentive devs out there will know what this is right away. But you can see list here is we're missing a directive, and that is because we need the system.collections.generics namespace. So we'll just do Command or Control and the dot, which I think is the same in Visual Studio.
Yeah,
I believe
it's
it's
about the same.
Yeah,
Control
same.
dot.
Yeah, and then we'll just hit enter on that. OK, so we're almost ready to go here. But you'll notice that at the top, we have a grayed out system here. And that's because it isn't being used. So we can take that line out. Now we could just highlight it and delete it. But again, another free tip. Command or Control-Shift-K deletes a line. By the way, also Option moves a line around. So if you hold down the Option key, you can just move lines. And if you have one highlighted, Option-Shift duplicates that line, right? So
I need to remember more keyboard shortcuts.
Right, very, very handy. It seems like a lot, but it's actually not, right? And as you commit them to memory, you get better and better over time. OK, so now that we've got this here, you can see that the dev kit is providing us with some nice refactoring tools, like telling us where this thing is used. We can see here it's used in the state container. If we click on that, we can peek it. If we double click it, it will take us directly to that file. So now that we're in our state container here, which is part of the Blazor app that we built for y'all, I can't wait to show it. I think you're going to really like it, and you can check out how we built it. Let's look at some refactoring. So if we go to our chat session here, where's our chat session? So right here, we can right-click this, and we can peek the definition. And when we do that, we're going to see exactly what we had before, right? This is the code that we just wrote. We can also do things like looking at all of the places where it's actually used, right? So find all references here. You can see that. It's used in a lot of different places. And then actually, another thing I want to show you all is this right here is called a minimap. And I like to turn this thing off, so I'm going to toggle the minimap. Right.
Look, here's this thing.
Yeah,
what this thing?
Yeah, it's bothering me. All right, get out of here. All right, so very customizable.
Love it.
All right, focus up, Burke. Here we are. So let's say we want to rename this property active chat. We could do that by just highlighting it, renaming it, but that would be a bad idea because it might be used in other places. And so instead, we'll do the rename here, which is F2. And let's just call this current chat. And then instead of just accepting it, because I don't really know where it's being used, a little nervous, we're going to shift enter here. And now we can see all the places where it's actually used, and we could accept that. So some very rich refactoring tools, a first-class experience for writing your C#, y'all.
Yeah.
I think you're going to love it. Yeah.
Pretty sweet.
All right, so I think we're ready to actually run this thing.
Let's do it. Fingers crossed. Yeah. So why don't you start by running the API first? We've got 2 projects that we need to run in our case.
I think I did.
Oh,
Look
great.
at this, y'all. I was
already out of the game.
It's like I'm prepared. Yeah.
Cool. So then let's
Amazing.
run our client, which we can do via F5 or run in debug and hitting that green button. If you're running your application for the first time, you might be given a couple options via the command palette as to which debugger to attach to. 9 out of 10 times for C# applications, you're probably going to want the C# debugger. So if you see that, that's probably what you should go for. And while that's going, something else I want to highlight is that with the C# dev kit, we've improved a lot of perf and and reliability. So if you've tried to develop C# apps in the past in VS Code, you might have run into some hiccups, especially in the editing standpoint when it comes to refactorings and IntelliSense and other things, and we've tried to alleviate a lot of that too. And with debugging, that also applies as well, because we have tried to streamline that process specifically. I can personally relate to trying to debug a C# app in VS Code in the past and being so frustrated when trying to do something as simple as hit F5 on a Hello World app, because I have to modify like a launch settings.json file and all this other stuff that I may or may not work despite following the documentation. I mean, I think, why won't it work, darn it? So if you've ever experienced that frustration, hopefully you'll experience less of that, because VS Code now handles a lot of that for you.
Yeah, and you can see I'm struggling a little bit. It's not quite working, and I'm not exactly sure why that is. But notice, like, I'm reloading the editor. Look at how fast this is, right? We say packing light, this is what we mean, right? And this is something you'll do often when you run into a scenario where things aren't working correctly. You just reload the editor. So let's try this one more time here. That's looking a little bit
Fingers
better.
crossed. Come on, demo gods.
Come on, don't leave us up here like this. All right, it's gonna launch Edge.
Good signs.
It's looking promising.
Very
Everybody.
promising.
Oh no. Yeah.
Oh no, that one's just like a.
Debug it anyway,
Yeah,
because
debug it
it's
anyway.
already running.
Yep.
Okay. And oops, localhost 5000. That's the canonical. There we
Yay!
go.
All right.
You can see me messing. All right, so here's the application we wrote. Again, it's called Rude GPT, and we'll show you why. We can say, what is the capital of Washington? That's where we are, right?
Yes.
Okay, let's do it. What's the capital of Washington? Washington. Oh, let me guess. You want to say the original. Here's a groundbreaking answer for you. It's Olympia. I'm sure you're just dying of excitement. See, I told you. It does tell you, but it's just not very nice about it.
If you want your
Okay.
daily dose of sarcasm and
Right.
passive aggressiveness, there
You
you
tell
go.
it to be nice. The capital. Oh, and then it apologizes. We got to fix that prompt. All right, so let's go over to, Let's cancel out of this. You can see our debugger is running here. So let's go over to our state container. And I'm going to use the quick file switcher here. All right, we talked about that. That's Control P. Maybe I will. Command P. I'm sorry.
Nice.
I'm on a Mac.
Mac, yep.
Sorry. Windows.
It's hard to
Windows
do that
is,
switch
yeah,
if
I
you're-
can't do it. All right, so let's go back to our. Actually, let's go to our index file, because I think that's where all the magic happens here.
Yeah, and let's set a breakpoint at get completion at the top.
Yeah, right here. Let's drop a breakpoint. Oh, and so it looks like the demo gods are not going to be with us. So in this case, you can see that it's not, the breakpoints are not bound here. That's why we're not getting a red dot. But let's talk through some of the things that the debugger actually does do.
Yeah, so in addition to, of course, being able to set basic breakpoints, you can check out the Run and Debug tab for all things debugging as you're running your code. The two panels that you're probably going to be using the most often are the Watch window and the Variables windows. Those are variables being very similar to the Locals window if you use Visual Studio. That allows you to view all of your variables and expressions that are currently within scope of where your application is paused at. The Watch window lets you do the same thing, except you can manually choose which expressions get added to that, and all those expressions will continue to persist as you go throughout your code. You also have access to the call stack, which is a great kind of timeline for identifying what's calling what, which threads are currently running, all of that. And you've got my personal favorite, the breakpoints window, which is a really nice hub for being able to manage all of your breakpoints in one spot. So if you've got breakpoints across multiple files and projects, you don't remember where they are, you don't care to remember where they are, then definitely take advantage of this panel. You can use it to disable specific breakpoints or all your breakpoints. You can delete from there. You can add function breakpoints from there. You can double click on a breakpoint to be taken to that exact location. So yeah, really nice place to easily manage all of that. And yeah, addition to that, on the topic of breakpoints, you have basic breakpoints, but you've also got more advanced breakpoints you can choose from as well, such as log points, which is the equivalent of trace points in Visual Studio. And if you're like me and you like your print statements, but you don't like having to modify your code to use print statements to debug your issues, then you can use a log point to print out different statements or expressions that you want to the output window. You can also take advantage of conditional breakpoints. These are really great because they will only halt your code under a given condition. So for instance, if we did one where the breakpoint will only be hit if content is null, then if the content is not null, then that breakpoint will not be hit. Really great, especially for for loops and while loops too. If you only care about iteration number 92, then you could set a condition for that and it will only stop once it reaches I equals 92 or something like that. So definitely take advantage of all of that. And now that we've finished talking about debugging, I think we should talk about some testing.
Yeah, let's do that.
Start to wrap things up.
An app's not an app until you've written tests, which I don't
write
do.
your tests.
I don't do, so I don't believe I've ever actually written an app.
Oh, no.
All right.
Cool, so test. We've already got a test project called Rude Test. And in our case, it consists primarily of MS test and B-unit test. That said, if you use really any test framework with the word unit attached to the end of it, so NUnit, XUnit, B-unit, Playwright, MS test, all of that is compatible with C# DevKit. And you'll definitely want to use C# DevKit here because while the Test Explorer does automatically come with VS Code, as is, it's not very helpful. But with DevKit, it will automatically recognize anything that you have labeled as a test in your solution. So once we build that Rude Test project, we can go to the Test Explorer and it will automatically pick up on all of the different tests that we've got. And from there, you can manage them. You can double click on each one to be taken to where you need to go. You can run your test from there. You can debug your test from there. You can filter out specific tests to run and which ones you don't want to run. And of course, you can see the statuses of each of these tests. So if we ran all of them right now, then we could view what their new status is here and also what they might be via the test results panel that's over where the terminal's at as well.
Yeah, they should run here in a second. I broke one on purpose just for demonstration purposes. Yep. Don't try this at home. All right, test results.
Yeah, so you can see a similar view in test results. And also in test results, if you click on the test that failed, you can see what the issue was. So in our case, we had a fun little typo in our button land as we were trying to render it successfully.
Another thing you can do here is, I wonder if this will work. So if I highlight all this, you see this little sparkle icon out to the side? It says start inline chat here. We can ask it, I wonder if we can just type fix here. This might be a preview. It's a preview feature. So what we could do is just copy it. Let's go to chat. Let's see if chat can figure this out. I'm always curious, like, what can chat do? So I just typed in that error.
Like, what's wrong with this?
Highlighted the whole terminal and said, it indicates the actual HTML button does not match. Does it tell me that? I'm curious. Did it tell me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. The text inside the button is send, but in your test, you're expecting it to be SNED. Okay? SNED is
that sounds like a Dr. Seuss
Yeah,
term.
Exactly. So then we could go, yeah, there it is. I fixed that. Dang. And then I believe we can rerun these, right?
Yeah, we can rerun these. We can especially rerun them via the editor window nicely as well. You've got all of those options in line with the editor too. So lots of options. Of course, I didn't even mention the command palette where there's tons of different test-based commands as well too. So you could type in test and you might have to scroll down a little, but they should be there. Here we go. Yeah, you got tons of options. So yeah, really DevKit makes it a lot smoother of a process to debug and run and check the statuses of each of your tests. So write tests. That's the takeaway.
Test.
They don't bite.
All right, so have we done everything? Like, what else we need to do? I don't think I should clap close to the mic. I'm sorry, Chad. I apologize about that.
I think we've covered most of what we want to cover, but most importantly, I think we should briefly say how you can share your feedback because this is a pretty new experience.
Okay.
So yeah, C# DevKit, it just went GA back in October. So while it's really, really cool, there may be opportunities for you to request some new features, or if you're experiencing any troubles, it's very easy to report those issues via help inside VS Code, and then I forget the name of it, report issue, I think.
There report issue there is. I'm zoomed in. I'm sorry. Awesome. We'll zoom out here.
Sweet. And from there, you can say whether it's a bug or a feature request. And what's cool about doing it via VS Code is that you can choose from any of your installed extensions that you have. So if you're experiencing a DevKit issue, please select that one and then write out your issue. It will tell you some similar issues that are currently on the GitHub repo too, as an added bonus. And when you hit submit, that issue will be taken to the corresponding GitHub where real human beings take a look at them in your report. Highly recommend, again, you do it via VS Code, though, because in addition to submitting your request, you can also send your system info by default, which makes it easy and faster on both of our sides because we're not doing a bunch of back and forth trying to get additional info that we could have gotten straight up.
Yeah,
So.
just takes the emotional resistance out of creating an issue, and we thank you for your feedback in advance. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. And with that, that really does conclude our talk. We do have one big old resource that we want to share with you.
That's right.
To go back to the slides real quick. Yeah, so we covered a lot in a short amount of time, so if you want to learn more, please check out the URL list, or urlist.com/packinglight, or just scan the QR code.
Naming things is hard. Yeah, so this is a site John Galloway and I work on every Friday, by the way. If you want to come join us, we build this urlist.com.
Love the plug.
Yeah. We even gave you a QR code. We're making it as easy as possible.
Yeah. So in addition to getting VS Code, YouTube, and TikTok, and all of that, you also get access to the Root GPT source code if you want to play around with that. And especially brand new, hot off the presses as of Friday, I created a multi-part beginner series all about getting started with VS Code and C# Dev Kit. So definitely check that out if you want the full in-depth version of everything we talked about today. And yeah. But with that, thank you so much for watching. I hope everyone is installing C# Dev Kit if you haven't already, and please share your feedback. And now I think it might be time for some Q&A.
Q&A. Yeah, just right before we do that, y'all, shameless plug, this one, shameless plug, shameless plug, youtube.com/code or tiktok.com/VSCode. We publish tips there like 3 or 4 weeks. So if you just want to stay up to date with what's happening with VS Code, like and subscribe. We appreciate you so much. VS Code updates every month, new features every month. So that's a great way to stay up to date. And our counter's in the red, which means we got to stop talking.
Right.
All right.
So Q&A time.
All right. Q's and A's, let's go. What's up?
Awesome. Thank you so much, Burke and Leslie, for showing us all of the awesome things in VS Code and C# Dev Kit. Yeah, let's take a look at some questions we got coming in. So, awesome question here. We love to see this. Is C# Dev Kit free?
Yeah. Yep, for the most part, it is free. So it gets a little complicated. I put an asterisk on there, but if you're an enterprise user, there's a whole licensing thing. But if you use Visual Studio Community, or you're using it for educational or academic purposes or anything like that, then yeah, it is pretty much free for the most part.
That's perfect. And another question we have here, like you're obviously building an awesome C# experience in VS Code, but people in full Visual Studio are used to a NuGet browser. Is there a NuGet browser for Visual Studio Code?
That is a great question. I believe there is one on the backlog, or there is one on the way. We have definitely gotten feedback about that. So thank you for that shout out. Hopefully it is coming, because I want to see it too.
Yeah, great question.
Yeah, and I do know from personal experience that there are already options out there right now with the wonderful extensions that the community are building. But it's good to hear that there is an official one coming as well.
Yeah, I'm curious. I'm going to look for that right now. I wonder if there's a NuGet browser. There's an extension. Oh,
There's
yeah.
an extension for everything.
There's an extension for everything, right?
Yeah.
Just, there's also one if you want to put a pet in your Visual Studio Code, you can do that.
Yeah. Yep, that's there too. Yeah, absolutely. Great. And talking about maybe, you talked about that a little bit already, but is it like, this is a question for me, because I'm on stream and I can just ask this live. Is it like feature parity between full VS, or what's kind of like the aim there?
Good question. Yeah, so we're not necessarily aiming for full feature parity, because Visual Studio is still its own thing. You're still more than, like, if you want to go the Visual Studio route, absolutely all power to you. VS Code is still, at its core, that lightweight experience. So while we do want to take some of that productivity features from Visual Studio, we don't necessarily want to just copy and paste everything from Visual Studio into VS Code, because that would totally defy the purpose of being able to choose one over the other.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It's definitely super awesome seeing some of the really familiar features we know and love from Visual Studio, but also seeing all the awesome VS Code features. So
yeah, now we should point out a lot of folks, myself included, will have Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code installed, right? So it really just depends. It depends on what you're doing, right? If you have a project that you've been working on in Visual Studio and you're cooking there, keep cooking there, right? If you're working on something and you want to start over and you want to use Visual Studio Code, then use Visual Studio Code. There's no right or wrong way to do this, y'all. Just use what makes you happy.
I use both.
Yeah, I do too. I think most people do. Yeah.
And I do too. Really cool. Thank you so much, Burke and Leslie, for this wonderful presentation. If there's any more questions, I think you're both on the socials, so tag them directly for everything that you want to know. Thank you so much. You already called out all kinds of cool content on TikTok, the YouTube channel for VS Code. Of course, there's also the Learn collection for everything about .NET 8, aka.ms/learn-.net-8. All kinds of cool stuff going on there. Maybe we have some new comments here on the board. This is actually a question that I can answer. Yeah. Here it is again, our plug for .NET MAUI. Is this working with .NET MAUI? We have a separate .NET MAUI extension for VS Code as well that you can download, which is built on top of C# DevKit. So yes, there is support. It's in preview right now. The C# DevKit is released as GA. But yes, you can definitely work with .NET MAUI and VS Code and do all those crazy things.
Definitely make sure to check out all the awesome extensions. I know myself, I can't wait to check out the link they shared to the repo for Root GPT. That sample was hilarious and awesome, so I'm excited to check that one out.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Great. I use Linux, C#. I already highlighted it before. It's all cross-platform. It's all amazing. So really great stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think it might be time for us soon to say bye to everyone. We won't be here next time for the next Q&A. And up next, we have Arthur Vickers and Shai Rajansky talking about Entity Framework Core 8, improved JSON, queryable collections, and more.
Yeah.
So super excited to tune into that. And definitely stay tuned for the rest of .NET Conf. And if you missed anything, be sure to catch up. All the sessions, as we mentioned before, they're on demand, so be sure to check out everything.
Okay, are we on? I don't know. Okay, we're live. Okay, sorry about that. It's a little bit confusing back here. Okay, so this is actually the talk with 3 titles. So there's the title that you just heard that we submitted, and then a few weeks ago now, we did an internal talk that covered a lot of the same stuff, and we thought had a really nice narrative. So we decided to do that for this talk, and I gave it this title for the internal talk, Document Relational Convergence and EF Core 8, which, to be honest, even though I wrote it, is a bit pretentious and I don't really know what it means. So really, with the new EF8 Fun with JSON. So that's all you need to know. Okay, but we are going to talk about document versus relational databases. Document databases are good at some things, and relational databases are good at some things. EF Core comes into the picture by leveraging commonality between these two. So we want to enable common patterns. So for example, regardless of your database, you can write a link query, pull back some data, make a change to that, call save changes, and save the unit of work back to your database. But we also want to leverage the specific power of each database system. So where a document database is good at point reading an entire document, we want to make EF Core function in that way and make it possible for you to effectively read the entire document when you're using a document database. And in fact, going further than this, we want the way EF works to promote the best practices for the database system you're on.
So that raises an interesting question, Arthur, which we get a lot. Does that mean that we can treat EF as a sort of abstraction over your database in the sense that we can swap out, for example, I'm using SQL Server and I can swap it out to use something like Cosmos and my code will just run as it is? Can that work?
So that's a very good question, Shai. And the short answer is no, and the reason is because we want to leverage the power of the different systems and behave differently depending on the backend database. But enough slides, let's go and actually look at some code. Code, yeah. So I've got a very simple model here. It's a customer entity type. It's got some details, and the details have lists of address and phone numbers. And then I've got an EF Core DB context here. So this DB context basically is the way EF Core connects everything up and tells us how to map to the database, what the model is, and everything like that. In particular, we're saying use a relational database. In this case, I'm running a local SQL server, and we're telling it to map this customer object to the database. Now, we're not telling it explicitly how to map the rest of these things, the nested things in here. We're going to let it do the appropriate thing for whatever database it's using. So initially, a relational database. And I have just a little application that's going to cleanly recreate my database. It's going to insert 3 sample customers and call save changes. So let's run it. Hopefully works. First time running live code. And you can see that EF has created 4 tables for this mapping. So let's go look at that. Shai, what's going on here?
Right. So anybody who's familiar with relational databases will find this very, this is just a classical thing. What EF does here, it maps your code model in .NET to 4 tables in your relational SQL database. Very classical. You've got a table for the customer, for the customers, for the customer details, the addresses, and the phones. The thing to understand here is that a single customer, the data for a single customer is sprayed across 4 tables. That's the relational way to think about it. All the addresses for the customer go to one table. All the phone numbers go to another table. You've got, the main stuff in the customer table, and they're all linked together via what's called foreign key relationships, right? There's foreign keys and primary keys and all that classical stuff, right? So nothing to write home here. This is the way EF has worked since forever, and that's how most ORMs do their job.
Right. So let's go back to the code now, and let's actually change this context. And we're not going. The only thing we're going to change here is we're going to say actually use a document database instead of a relational database. And for this, we're using Azure Cosmos DB. And so I'm going to run the same code, but just against the document database now. And actually, when this runs, you should see that the output is quite different to what it had before. Visual Studio is messing up the output there. Let me close it and run it again. Okay, here we go. So before, remember, it created the schema. It created those 4 tables. Document databases don't have a schema, so there's no tables to create. So you don't see any output for EF doing that. It did create a Cosmos database for us to use in the background using the emulator, and it inserted 3 customers into there. So let's go look at what that looks like in the database, Shai.
So very, very different, obviously. Instead of getting 4 tables with the data spread across, what we're seeing here is a single customer represented as a JSON document. So typically document databases, you can think of them as representing the data in JSON, even if it's not always exactly what goes on and behind the scenes. But the main point here is that document databases represent hierarchical structures of data. So you have your customer things, and you can see the addresses and the phone numbers and everything inside one single document. The crucial point here is that the related stuff, again, the addresses and the phone numbers, are co-located. They're inside, they're contained within that one document rather than connected to it via foreign keys or all kind of things like that. And of course, we also have the other documents for the other customers. So instead of having rows across 4 different tables that represent the customer, we have one document for one customer, another document for another customer, and a final document for the third customer. And I think that illustrates, for anybody who's unfamiliar with document databases, this is a great comparison to kind of understand that it's very different strategies for modeling your data. And we're going to see how that's going to affect things now.
Right. Okay, so let's go back to the code. And what I'm actually going to do now, remember we said document databases are good at certain things. And one of those things was point read of an entire document. So I'm using my document database here. And in my application, I'm going to go and say, okay, well, let's bring back a document. So I've got this query that's going to say, bring back one of those documents with the name Baxter. And then we're just going to drill down into Baxter just to show that we've got everything back. So we're going to print out the number of addresses that Baxter has. So when I run this, hopefully we should see fairly reasonable output. So we're running, we've executed a query against the document database to bring back that one customer. And indeed, he has 2 addresses because we brought back the whole document there. So that's what we kind of expect from using a document database. That's EF's behavior for that. But what happens now if I do that thing that Shai said and that we get asked? What happens if I take my really simple application, all it's doing is bring back Baxter, right, and outputting the addresses? What happens if I switch out that and put a relational provider behind it? So I'm going to do that by opening the context here again and changing this to use SQL Server again instead of use Cosmos. So we're going to go back to creating those 4 tables that we saw before. So when I run this, what we get at the bottom is a null ref exception. Shai, why are we getting a null ref exception here?
Right, it's a demo. Why are we getting an exception, right? So we actually planned for this exception. This is not a failure in our demo. The thing is, when you use a relational provider and you instruct EF to get the customers, what EF will do is not get the entire customer graph, including all the addresses and the phone numbers, because those are actually over there in different tables with all the foreign key relationships and everything, right? So what EF will do is only bring back the data from the customer table itself. And then if you take that customer and attempt to drill down into the address, they're not populated because EF hasn't loaded it for you, so you get a null reference exception.
But Shai, I can fix that, right? So, sure, we don't want to bring back all of the data because it's, not best practice to do that. But if anybody's used EF, they know about include, right? Include just says, okay, bring back the details and the addresses and the phone numbers with this query. So if I run that, we shouldn't get a null ref exception anymore.
That's right.
And indeed we don't, so it's all good.
Exactly, because you've now explicitly instructed EF to load the entire graph, or specifically the addresses and the phone numbers and so on and so forth. However, it's worth examining the SQL. Always a good idea to examine the SQL, by the way, even though you're using LINQ to express your queries. So if you look at the SQL, you'll see that we have 3 joins in there, which correspond to those 3 tables, right? Because as we've repeatedly said, data is spread across different tables, and loading the entire customer implies bringing in data from other tables. Now, joins are actually quite a big thing for a database to do. It implies a lot of work. The database has to go to the other table, find the exact row that corresponds based on the foreign key relationship and all that kind of stuff. So that is exactly why EF doesn't do it for you by default when targeting a relational database, right? You have to say that you're interested in those addresses. If EF were to bring back the entire graph all the time, then performance would be absolutely awful, because that's not how relational databases are meant to be used. And I think that really illustrates, once again, that point that we made before. Each database has its strengths and weaknesses, and you definitely cannot just take a relational database and use it like a document database, or vice versa. Sometimes people porting applications between the 2 database types attempt to do this kind of thing. They think they can swap. They can't. It doesn't work like that.
It doesn't
Absolutely
work.
Not.
But Shai, and this is where that word convergence comes in from one of the titles to this talk. Because
that pretentious
basically,
word.
Yeah, that pretentious word. So it's basically the competitive environment that exists now between document databases and relational data, all NoSQL databases, but document databases and relational databases is what we're focusing on. And it's pushing document databases to do better at things that relational databases are traditionally good at, the transactionality, that kind of thing. And likewise, the fact that document databases are so good at dealing with documents and doing this kind of scenario is pushing relational databases to have support for document capabilities in that. And so what we're actually going to do is change the mapping in EF Core now in the relational database. So let's go back to the code. So I'm going to open
to go into the cool territory.
Yeah, so I'm going back to my context here where I'm using SQL Server, and I'm saying, oh, actually, okay, map that differently. We don't want 4 tables. For our scenario that we're doing here, we still want a relational database because there's lots of other data here. But for this particular customer and the customer's information, we actually want to be able to bring that back very quickly as a point read. So I can tell EF, okay, well, when you see customer, bring back details, addresses, and phone numbers automatically. And, oh, by the way, map this to JSON in the relational database. So this is actually going to put it in a JSON column, in a relational column. It's going to create a document there. Before I run this code, I'm just going to change 2 other things. So I'm going to remove the primary keys from these nested types because they're not actually needed when you map into a document. They weren't needed, by the way, for the Cosmos one either. I just didn't remove it for the sake of time there. But
right,
now
these things are embedded inside the document, right? There's no foreign keys and primary keys now, so there's no need for keys.
There's no need for keys there, exactly, Shai. And the one last thing I'm going to do is go back here, and I'm going to remove these includes because we've told EF, bring it back always, right? So now, hopefully, if I've done all the things, we run this again. We'll see completely different thing happening. And the first thing we see is we're not creating 4 tables anymore. We're creating 1 table. So Shai, what's happening here?
Right. So no more 4 tables, right? Which I think will mean no more joins. But that single table that we now see has this column at the right edge of it called details. And what is inside that details thing for each customer is a JSON document containing all that data that we map to it. So what we're effectively doing here is establishing some sort of hybrid model. This is a relational database, this is SQL Server, but we're now embedding a JSON document, so kind of a document database sort of way to model data inside a column in that relational database. And that allows us to mix and match, right? Like a while ago, people used to say, you know, it's either relational or document or NoSQL versus SQL. So that is not the way things work, definitely not anymore, right? You don't have to choose one or the other. You can actually, that's the convergence part, you can use a relational database with some, document features and also vice versa, which is what you're seeing here. And crucially, this also gives us, as Arthur said, the way to work. If my data is good for modeling in this way, and I want to just get it back in one single, thing without joins, then this is the perfect way to do that. And it doesn't mean that I can't have other relationships in a more traditional relational way, right? So mix and match.
Exactly. So speaking of that, this is the query. You can see we're not doing any joins. So this is a very efficient query that's going to bring back all the details from the Baxter and his addresses. And of course, it doesn't null ref because we've got everything.
Right.
So that's very cool. One of the things that makes this possible, there's really 2 things that make this kind of thing possible in EF Core, and that's what we're going to dig down to. The first is that EF Core has a rich model, and so it knows what's behind these things. So it knows what's in that document. And the second thing is that relational databases, and this isn't just SQL Server, all major relational databases have first-class support for manipulating and looking into and doing things with JSON documents. And so, as we'll see, this isn't just a serialization of stuff into an opaque column, right? This is a lot more than that. And we'll start looking at that by actually running some a little bit more interesting queries on this. So I'm going to replace this here with a query. So Shai, what's going on here in this query?
So just a normal link query, right, for EF. But there's actually something very interesting happening here. Recall that the seed details that you see in that where operator actually maps to a JSON column in the database, right? This is not a normal column. And the region property that you saw, dotted inside there actually refers to a JSON property inside that document. So if we switch back to the query, what we're actually asking EF here to do is to filter our customers based on something that's a JSON property inside a column, right? That means that the JSON has to be able to parse to actually understand that JSON inside there in order to do this efficiently, right? This couldn't be done. Like, you can't do this if you just kind of dump JSON into your column. That doesn't mean you can search based on the contents inside, because the database has to understand that kind of stuff. So let's run this link query and see what happens.
Okay.
It's going to get more and more exciting.
Yes.
Very cool. So EF here is leveraging a SQL Server function called JSON value. This is exactly the kind of thing where Arthur said that relational databases are getting JSON support. This is it. This is the kind of thing. JSON value is a simple function. You give it a JSON document. Here, that's the details column containing our JSON document. We saw that just before. And you give it also a path inside that JSON document to a property, to a simple property, and it will extract. So it basically parses that JSON document, gets that region, extracts it, and then we can compare that to Europe, effectively asking the database, get me all customers where the region is Europe, basically. Very simple, just works.
Okay, excellent. So I think that one, so that one worked in EF7 because this journey we're on implementing JSON support is kind of a multi-year thing, and we're a relatively small team. So that was something that worked in EF7. But in EF8, we've really ramped up what's available, and this is a query that didn't work in EF7, but now does work in EF8. Shai?
Right. I'm very excited about this specific feature that we're delivering. So we're again looking at seed details, which is a document, but instead of looking at a scalar property inside the region from before, we're now looking at addresses, which is an array. So that's a JSON array, and because it's a collection, we can now compose a link operator, any, on top of that thing, and effectively ask the database for all customers where there's at least one address in the UK, right? Once again, we're composing link operators on a JSON array that's inside a document that's in a column. That's starting to get a little bit complicated here, but I hope everybody's kind of right? But very,
Well,
very cool.
Let's see
switch to the
what it
SQL.
generates,
Exactly.
because I think it's easier sometimes to understand some of these things when you see the SQL.
Possibly, sometimes it's even more complicated though. So here we have another JSON primitive of SQL Server called OpenJSON. Now, OpenJSON, a bit like JSON value that we saw before, you give it a JSON document, that's the details, and you give it a path just like before. But the path in this case is a path to an array of JSON things, not a scalar. And that array contains various objects with properties, the addresses. And what we're saying here, EF knows the structure. So once again, we have a rich model. We know what's inside that JSON array. So we instruct SQL Server to parse out that JSON array as a relational table. This is a sort of a transformation from JSON into a table. What is effectively a temporary table. We're telling SQL Server what the actual schema in there is. So we're saying each one of those elements in the JSON array has a city, a country, a postcode, a street, and so on and so forth. And these become the columns in the new relational array that gets transformed out of this array. And once we have that table, it's just a table in a normal relational world, and we can put it after a from, like in SQL, and then we can use where to filter on the country, where it's only in the UK, and so on and so forth. So we've transformed a JSON array nested inside some document into a table, and then use that to filter on the customers that we want to extract.
Very cool. Okay, so we're gonna take a step into the unknown now, because this is a query that we just threw together literally like 10 minutes ago before this session, which is also a no-no on a big conference, right? You don't throw it together and hope it works. But
you only live once.
This is so you can talk to it and then we'll run it and see whether it actually works.
So we have not even tested this, but I'm confident that this is going to work. So what you're seeing here is something that goes in the same direction, right? We are going into the details thing, but at this point, we look at the addresses and we compose an any operator on top of those addresses. And we also project out things from outside of those addresses, right? So we're composing operators both in the where clause and also in the projection in the select operator, right? We're going to fetch all customers where there's at least one address in the UK, and then we're going to project out the first one that is in the UK, right? So let's give this a try.
We'll give it a try, but before we run it, this is actually, even if this doesn't work, this is something that, quote, does work in EF8 now, which didn't work in EF7 again, and that's projection of parts of a collection inside a JSON document, because that's another thing that's like really kind of important for this being able to work with a JSON document inside a relational, or in fact inside a document database. You need to be able to sometimes just select a part of it and bring it back, because you don't want everything, and so this is going to try and do that, hopefully. It's a fairly complex query if it works, so there we go. It worked.
It does actually work, right?
Okay, you want to talk about this? This is definitely the case where it's not easier when you see the SQL.
Now, people have to be like a bit more expert in SQL in order to understand it. But the crucial part here is the where exists that you see below is the same thing we saw before. So we can actually disregard that. That's the same thing that we saw before. This filters out customers that have an address in the UK. But in order to get out, to project the part that we want, we use an outer apply. That's also called a lateral join in other databases like Postgres, which means for every customer that gets filtered here, that gets selected, we're going to kind of join. We're going to do a correlated join. That's an outer apply. And we're going to join against the open JSON, so against that table that's constructed out of that array. So I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but I'm just going to say we once again take out those addresses in table form and then join that with the customer so that we can project it out. So this is quite a lot of deep machinery going on behind the scenes to produce this query. But the lovely thing here is that you don't have to care as users of EF Core. You just use LINQ to express what you want, and we just do the heavy lifting for you.
So also I should say that perf is obviously a complex area, and there are perf issues and perf things, and all of these things play into it. So we're showing you some things. I'll talk actually last year, if you want to go look at it, we'll talk a little bit about the perf aspects of some of these things and where it makes sense to do joins or not joins. But we know perf is a complex thing, so bear with us on not going too much detail of the perf stuff in this talk. Okay, we're going to switch to something a bit different now. So this looks like some of the other queries we've done, but it's actually different, and it's different because of this property.
Right. So we kind of glossed over this before, but what we have on customer here is something that was not possible before with EF. We have a primitive of a collection of a primitive type. So datetime is what we call a primitive type. It's like an integer string. It's not a complex entity type with a lot of properties inside. It's just a primitive value. And we just have a list of those. Now, this is something that people have been struggling with for, I want to say, decades with relational databases. Just the simple thing of sticking a bunch of ints on your, on your table is actually not very easy because relational databases just don't have the concept of an array or a collection. So what you do is you either stick them with commas, like comma delimited, like numbers inside a string. Maybe you stick them in a separate table and do a one-to-many relationship, but that's complicated and you have a join, so performance problems. So it really is a very simple thing, but not very easy to do. So with EF Core 8, this is really one of the most exciting things that we're bringing for EF Core 8. You can just do a list of primitives, like list of datetime that you see here, or int or string, and EF Core will implicitly map that to a JSON array in the database. So this happens automatically. You don't have to actually configure it in any way. If you look at the database schema, then you see that we have this visits column, and you can see inside, this is a string column in SQL Server, or an nvarchar max to be precise, and it contains a representation of that list, right? Inside you can see representations of datetimes inside JSON. So this is a way to finally resolve that problem, but it doesn't just allow you to serialize those things, which you could already do before with commas. It also allows you to query them because EF knows what's going on.
So here we're going to run a query. Yeah.
Exactly. So we're going to ask for all the customers who have at least one visit. That, once again, requires the database to go and parse what's going on inside that array. Let's go see.
Okay, so let's run that.
So
our
we're
old
seeing
friend OpenJSON again.
That's the star of this show for sure. It's not you and me, it's OpenJSON. What OpenJSON here is doing, it's very similar to what we had before. We're giving it visits. The difference from before is before we used it on something inside the JSON document, and we also used it on an array of complex things, addresses with many, many fields. Here, what we're doing is using it on a primitive collection, which means that there's only one column in the table that comes out. The type of that column is datetime2, which you see that EF specifies into OpenJSON. And then we just select the count of that and select those rows where it's bigger than one. So once again, parsing inside that primitive collection and querying it.
And I want to point out when we look at this next query something that you've mentioned a couple of times already. This is not just a opaque list of numbers in the database or list of strings in the database, right?
Right.
Because EF has this rich model where it knows actually these are date times, and because SQL Server can then use that with the OpenJSON, we can do things that are very specific to the semantics of this list being actually date times and not something else. And
people have been storing, numbers with commas or dates with commas in for a long, long time. But then you can't do anything with it if you just stick it in the database. There's no way to ask your database to filter on something inside, right? Unless you do it via string searches or something. Anyway, so
here we also have parameters, right, which is important.
Right. So this query goes even further. So we have the same primitive collection visits, which is a collection of dates, date times, and we're composing a link operator on top of that, any. But what we're doing here goes a step further. What we want to do is get all the customers where there's at least one visit within a certain range of years, right? So we're going to extract the year out of each one of those date times in that primitive collection, and we're going to check whether it's within that range. So this already goes far beyond, what we did before. It's worth mentioning before we switch over to the SQL that the actual from and to here are parameters. They're not literals inside the query. The 2010 and 2019, the from and to, they're outside the query, and that means that EF will translate them into parameters. That's going to be very important for our next and last code sample. So bear that in mind.
Okay, so let's run this one first. Okay, here we go. OpenJSON again.
OpenJSON again. We will see it once more. So we do OpenJSON on the visits. We instruct SQL Server to parse that out as a table of datetimes with one column containing a lot of datetimes, right? But then, because we know it's a datetime and you've instructed us to extract a year, we're going to use the SQL Server function date part to extract a year out of a datetime, right? Once again, we can do that because we know, we keep repeating this, but that's the cool thing, so we're excited about it. We know what's actually stored inside the database, so we can do that, what you just saw. And the from and the to that you saw before, those things that I just mentioned as parameters, you can see that they're not actually in the SQL. You can see those placeholders there, the from _0 and the from and the to _0. They're sent out of band. They're not inside the SQL. That's important, again, for our next demonstration.
Okay, so we're really going to switch up gears now. So we're going to show a case where there's actually no JSON in the database at all, but JSON is integral to this. And this is actually fixing an issue that when we started on EF8, this was the second most voted issue on our repo. And so it's really cool that we're able to bring all of this together and fix something that has been a big problem for EF users. And it's not really anything to do with document databases or JSON.
Yep.
Shall I run this on 7 first?
Yeah, but let me just say a few words, just so that we can understand the query itself, and then absolutely we want to see what happened on 7. So this query is actually a very classical kind of query. We're going to ask for all customers whose member since column here is one of a list, so is contained within a list. So special days is a parameter, remember from the last query. So it's a parameter, but it's a list parameter containing various dates, and we want all customers whose member since is one of those things. So this is a very, very classical kind of thing. You have a bunch of IDs, and you want all the rows that correspond to that have those IDs, right? Everybody knows this. Everybody has done this. You use the contains operator to do it, and it's remarkably complicated to do this in a relational database, once again, because of the lack of proper support for arrays. So now let's run this in EF Core 7 and see what we did before.
Oh, yes, we're doing it in 7. Okay, I did run it in 7, so we did work.
You're doing great. Everything is cool.
Yeah.
So what you see here, our contains operator in link, we translated it predictably to in. So it's a very trivial translation, right? Where member since in, we open parentheses. And then the curious thing is that those values which you saw in the parameter list back in .NET are now actually present as literals or constants inside the SQL. So remember, a few minutes ago, I said that EF generally wants to put parameters out of band and not inside the SQL. And this is not happening here because there's no concept of a parameter array. Once again, because relational databases just don't have the concept of an array. Now, why is this a problem? This is where it gets interesting. So it turns out when you send a SQL query to the database has to do a lot of heavy lifting in order to execute it. It needs to parse that SQL. It needs to plan for how it's going to actually, perform that query. That's actually a lot of complicated work. So in order to make things go fast, the database has a caching mechanism. So every time it sees the same SQL, it knows, oh, I've already seen the SQL. I've already planned for it. So I can use the cache plan from the last time that I did this, right? So as long as you properly parameterize your queries and the SQL itself doesn't change, you're good. Everything is going to perform well. However, what you see here means that every time you run this query with different values in that parameterized list in .NET, you're going to get different. I'm glossing over. This is actually a very complicated thing, and performance-wise, it goes way beyond what I just said. It's actually more complicated, but I will say this is a big performance problem, and as Arthur said, this was our second most highly voted issue up until this release. So,
and it's also one of the most discussed issues. So if you're interested, that thread has a lot of analysis, both from people at Microsoft, people in the community who contributed to it, looking at all the potential performance things. So let's see what we came up with for EF8 on this, Shai. So I'm going to switch back to the EF8 and run the same query.
This is going to tie the whole talk together, you'll see.
Yes.
All right. Surprised that we see OpenJSON again? Probably not. We've been harping on this. So what happens here, as Arthur said before, there's no JSON in the database. We're not querying a JSON column like we did in the previous things. What we are now doing is using OpenJSON over a parameter. This is what you see in the parentheses here, the special days. So EF Core took your array that was in .NET and basically serialized it into a string with a JSON array representation. It packed the the .NET array into a JSON array, and then it sent that to SQL Server as a string parameter. On the SQL Server side, we place this thing into an OpenJSON, which unpacks it back from JSON form into a table. So this is a way of sending pretty much a table, or more specifically, a primitive collection from the client to the database, which is something that's been notoriously difficult in general with relational databases. Again, very complicated subject. We're not going into all the nuances. Once that thing is unpacked as dates, we can once again use it in the normal way and translate contains to in. So we've worked around the issue, and now this SQL, that's the crucial thing here, is not going to vary. If you change the actual dates in the list, what's going to change is only that string parameter containing the JSON array rather than the SQL, which is what happened in E of course 7, right? So now you have one SQL, no matter what happens with this query, perf win. Very good.
Excellent. Okay. That's really impressive stuff. So that's actually making use of the first-class JSON support in the database, the EF-rich model, together to solve a problem that doesn't actually involve any JSON in the database or any document databases. So that's very cool. Okay, let me go back to my slides here, and we've got a quick summary. So we've talked a lot about document and relational databases, the fact that they both have strengths, but the competitive environment is pushing them both to be better at each other's areas. EF comes into this because we're expanding on what we've done in previous versions to allow you to use patterns against both of those. And those can be common patterns, but they can also be patterns that are very specific to the type of database that you're using. And in particular, what we've dug into in this talk is how we're using the first-class support for JSON in the database. And by the way, we showed SQL Server, but this works in EF8 with SQLite and with Postgres, which will be released in a couple of days. And you can use the rich EF model together with that to do some very powerful query patterns. Shai?
Right. I mean, it's hard to cover everything. This is a complicated set of features. There's a whole lot of functionality being delivered for EF Core 8. This theme of primitive collections, we really did a huge effort on. As Arthur said, this also works in other types of databases. If you use this, by the way, on Postgres, for example, a primitive collection does not actually map to a JSON array because Postgres is the one database that does have a concept of array, like a native array in the database. So the same idea of a primitive collection in EF Core is actually going to map to a normal, like a non-JSON array. So it's not even stored as a JSON string in the database, but rather as an array type. And all of the rich querying capabilities map to array querying in Postgres with some very specific things, which is, I think, a testament to how the EF approach kind of works. We try very hard to be database agnostic and not code specifically for a specific database, but rather, build it with other databases in mind, and so on and so forth. There's the collections of entities inside JSON is like new support that's happened. We also leverage, again, this primitive collection concept to work well with parameters. So you saw how we took a parameter, which was an array, and composed contains on it, which with this cool translation. You can actually compose any chain of link operators on top of a parameter that's an array. And that is incredibly powerful. You can even do that on what's called an inline collection. So you can do like a new array. You open the curlies, you put a thing there, and then you start composing join and union and any link operator. It's all going to get translated, which is all very new and cool.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Okay. So we talked about some specific things, but there's also a lot of other new stuff in EF8. I'm not going to go through this list. aka.ms/EF8 what's new. That's updated today. It's got detailed documentation on all the major things in EF8, plus runnable samples that you can download from GitHub to run. So that's EF8. Oh, one more thing. So we talked about document databases. A few months ago now, we were approached from the people at MongoDB about creating an EF Core provider. So we have been working over the last few months with Damien Gard and the folks from MongoDB to create a MongoDB provider for EF Core. There's a link there, aka.ms efcore-mongodb, that goes to a blog post that has links to the announcement and the NuGet package and all of that kind of stuff. As you might expect, it works very like the relational, the Cosmos provider, and I've got just a very quick demo of that here for you. So what we've done, it looks exactly like you would expect for Cosmos or SQL Server, except we've got use MongoDB, and then everything else is the same. So I'm just going to change to run that one. And then when we run this, what we've actually got is I've got Docker running in the background. It might not be warmed up. With a test container of MongoDB, and we're going to use EF Core to insert 3 documents into that. Here we go. And then we're going to use Mongo's low-level APIs to extract the BSON out of it and convert that into JSON that we can see. And here is that JSON. It's hard to see in the console, but I have a handy slide, of course. And you can see it looks very much like what you'd see in the Cosmos database, except it's got Mongo-specific stuff, and there's 3 documents because it's all co-located like it should be. Okay, so we're almost out of time, so we've got some questions in a minute, but thank you for watching this, everybody. We've been showing the work of the .NET Data Access team, which is me and Shai, but then also Andrew, Bryce, and Marisi, and then we've got our contributors as well. And there's 3 more EF Core talks from the community at .NET Conf. I've got the titles on there, so go check them out. And then there's a bunch of links, but really the only one you need is aka.ms/ef8. That'll take you to the blog post announcing it with the links to everything else. The code's on my GitHub if you want to look at it for today. And Shai and I do a live stream to YouTube and Twitch every 2 weeks. We've got one coming up in about 2 weeks' time where we'll do a tour of EF8 features. So hopefully you can join us for that. And we're done. Hopefully we've got questions coming.
Hi, this is Richard Campbell from .NET Rocks and Dev Intersection. And Arthur and Shai, what a great presentation you did there. That was really fun. I love the one more thing. You got me. Like they feel like they're wrapping up. Oh, wait, there's one more thing.
Just one more thing.
Yeah, and such a good one, too. Really excited to see MongoDB being part of the equation. And we got a lot of great response on the social medias from you. Let me pull up a question for you.
Okay.
There's the one I was looking for. When using Entity Framework with JSON data in SQL, how does the performance compare to traditional joins when the JSON store data is utilized within complex where clauses, which totally makes sense to me. You got to decompose that to be able to do those validations, right?
Absolutely, yes.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we glossed over performance, as Arthur said. The fact you can represent something as JSON doesn't necessarily mean that's the right thing to do every time. That is a very, very important thing to keep in mind. There are features for enabling indexing into JSON documents. That's something that most databases support. So definitely look into this. It's true that usually as you go to the more complex queries where you're starting to use OpenJSON on collections inside OpenJSON, indexing becomes less feasible. But if you're filtering on a simple property, like the more basic version we saw at the beginning, that's actually quite an easy thing to do. So I absolutely recommend that anybody who does this kind of thing and is thinking about perf, definitely look at your database's documentation around indexing for JSON documents, for queries into JSON documents. Very important question.
I just add one thing to that. I guess the important thing is to actually think about how you're using your data, how your application is using it. And what is going to be performant for you is going to be very dependent on what you're actually doing. And so that's why you may choose to model things differently, not just because we've shown it and it's cool, right? But because, oh, I'm actually using this data in this certain way where it makes sense for me to store this as JSON.
Well, and this strikes me as the common data problem, which is like, do it the easy way first. And then when you see you're going to have performance issues, maybe it's time to play with the types and find those optimizations.
It is, But I think you also need to think about the modeling and how, that's kind of one of the things. It's like, it really matters how you store this stuff as well.
Are we really going to do the "it depends" answer? Is that true?
Yes.
Kind of, but the thing with data, the thing that justifies the "it depends" here is data is notoriously hard to migrate after you've chosen a certain modeling, right? Like if you just write code, you can go back to that code and optimize it later, right? So why spend time on it upfront? But data, if you already have like a huge database on a production site that's modeled in a certain way, and now you want to switch it over to a different thing, that's not, that's not the easiest thing to do. So it is a good idea to spend a bit of time in advance.
I would still say though, I'm going to put it out there. If you don't know, start with a relational database. They're good general purpose databases. You're unlikely to go wrong starting with a relational database. But that's
not everybody's going to agree with Arthur. But yes,
not everybody's going to agree with that. Yeah.
Arthur and Shay, once again, fantastic job. I really appreciate the presentation, and I hope you'll get a chance to check through social media. There was lots of questions, but we're about out of time, so I'll let you go. And thanks again for the work.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you very much.
And it's all me now. I hope you're excited about .NET as much as I am. And if you haven't already, go to aka.ms/get-.net-8 to get your copy of .NET up and running. And get to experience all these great new features, because there's a lot to experiment with. And we're coming into the last part of the first day. I'm going to be with you right through to the end when we're going to go to the code party. In fact, I should pull the code party up if you haven't already seen it. Where'd it go? There it is right there. So tonight's code party is always a ton of fun, lots of prizes and games, people being silly, and generally enjoying being technical folks. So I hope you'll be a part of that. That comes after 5 o'clock when I wrap up here today. My name is Richard Campbell, and I do the Dev Intersection Conference. I also make a couple of podcasts you may have heard, .NET Rocks, Run As Radio, and I've been showing up on Windows Weekly lately. There's a lot going on. We're really excited about this version of .NET. It's been fun leading up to it, and all the early versions we've been able to take a spin out. We're just getting used to getting more and more features every year, right? This time each year for the past several years, we've gotten a new version going. We're also doing a survey for .NET, so if you go to the .NET 8 survey at aka.ms/.net-survey, we really need your feedback. You help us get better by telling us what you like, what you don't like, what we can do for you to go further down the path. Coming up in a little while, we've got some more great presentations and some really fun ones as well. I'm excited to see everything that happens for the rest of the day. It's great to be in Studio C. I know this is an online event, but a bunch of us are really able to get together here and to see more of how you actually make these things go on. It takes a lot of people to pull off an event like this, and it's been challenging and exciting to show, not only get this technology ready, but then get it out in a way that you can all take a good look at it. There are other local events going on in the neighborhood, in your neighborhood perhaps. You can take a look at them at aka.ms/.netconf-local-event for events that are closer into you. And we'll be having a lot more questions and comments coming up on this board as we go through the different sessions. So through the social media that you're watching on, if you write there, we'll see it here. And I can pick some of those questions out and ask them to our to the presenters, and if there's anything I can answer for you as well, we'll be happy to do that. We're just about ready in the other studio here. I'm looking forward to seeing what Scott Hanselman and John Mady are up to in a cool talk they're calling .NET Loves or Hearts AI. I'm not sure exactly what it's going to look like, but Scott and John, I'll hand it off to you.
Hey friends, isn't this a lovely day? We're just having all kinds of fun at .NET Conf, John.
I'm feeling like a friend in Scott's presence. I've seen so many of his videos, so I feel a bit awkward and awesome here right now.
Oh, well, flattery, sir, will get you everywhere with .NET Conf. I appreciate you as well. I've read your books, and you were recently on my podcast. You're just a joy to work with, so we've teamed up to talk to you today about .NET and about AI, and about how I think about it, how you think about it, and see if we kind of think about it together.
Interleaving processes.
Indeed. So I'm going to just bring up my machine right here and explain a couple of things that I've been thinking around .NET. I happen to be at the OpenAI website, and I did it on purpose. I went there rather than Azure because I think that we need to kind of talk about the base part of the pyramid as we build up to these intelligent apps that we're going to see a little bit later from Maria and Luis. Okay?
You want to go to the lumber, basically, the lumber yard.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to build this thing from the basics, and a lot of people are talking about ChatGPT. It's fun to say ChatGPT. It's fun to say AI. You know, it has good mouth feel. And I think that's a problem because it gets a lot of people hyped, but they forget that data science and ML and statistics and math, these are all things that have been around for 40 or 50 years. I feel like people are confused because it feels like AI just happened last year. But there's a lot of interesting stuff going on, a lot of science and a lot of work that's been happening in this space. So maybe demystifying it a little bit. Is that cool?
Let's go.
All right. So I'm in here, and I was just going to go and say, it's a beautiful day. Let's go to the. And I like to dictate my, my stuff because I don't like to type too much. It's a beautiful day. Let's go to the. Now, in the corner of my ChatGPT here, I put in full spectrum probabilities. If you just say, hey, AI, tell me what the next word is. In this case, it's a beautiful day. Let's go to the. We don't know what it's going to say. We can actually say, show us the full spectrum of possibilities. And let's turn on some token highlighting. It's going to say, which token was the most likely to be generated? So, John, it is a beautiful day. Where would you go?
I would go to Seattle, where it's always sunny.
It is always sunny in Seattle. It's always sunny in Seattle. And I'm from Portland, and maybe I would go somewhere else.
Maybe it's sunny there too.
But that's interesting because you and I have context about each other. You know, I know where you're from, you know where I'm from, and in our relationship, as we learn to finish each other's sandwiches, we know what the next word is because John and I, as we're new friends, are becoming statistical models in each other's heads about what's the next thing that John's going to say.
Our contexts are lining up.
Classic John. I knew you were going to say that, and I appreciate that you said it. You see how that works? I've been married for 25 years. My wife now knows exactly what I'm going to say. It makes me wonder from an identity perspective, am I a good husband or am I just the most likely thing that Hanselman's going to say next?
And if she's an Azure person, as someone who's watched all your videos, I complete the Azure sentence as your spouse in that way.
I appreciate that. So let's see where John and I would go. It's a beautiful day. Let's go to the. Interesting. So OpenAI said beach. And we can look at that full spectrum there. It suggested that beach was about 21% likely. Surprisingly, not park. Park is really common. We're effectively playing Family Feud.
But if you're in Hawaii, you might not say park, right?
That's a great point. That's a fantastic point. Let's actually test that theory. So I'm going to go and take that text, and I'm going to make a little space before it, and I'm going to say, we're currently in Hawaii, comma, my wife was born in Hawaii, period, and we just love this state, period. Now, of course, none of this is true, but we're going to test it anyway.
That's called grounding these days?
Yeah, so we are grounding. Look at that. Now, this is interesting. What's the word north doing there? Well, because the North Beach is a known place on the Big Island, right?
Okay,
so maybe that's why. By putting this little bit of context there, we could say this. I'm with my friend John. He's from Seattle, comma. It's a lovely day here, period. We're big fans of the Pacific Northwest, period. Okay, now let's remove the and see if it's going to do something else. Maybe it wants to go to the gum wall in Seattle. Who knows? Oh, that's interesting. Let's go to the beach. Okay. But then they said, and enjoy seafood from Pike Place Market.
You know, my mom is born and raised in Hawaii. Could you add in a little bit more context? Like John's mom is from Hawaii.
Oh, that's a good point.
And loves it there.
John's mom is from Hawaii, and she loves it there, period. So this is interesting. Would you call that conflicting context or just more context? We don't know. Oh, look, it's built a whole narrative about how we've been friends since high school.
It knows
and
me.
Look, we both agree that someday we'll make a trip to Hawaii and take John's mom with us.
That's beautiful. She'll love that.
I'm getting verklempt.
Thank you. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Scott. You all saw it just now. Thank you, Scott.
That's so cool, though, because what it's done is it's brought all of that context together and it's built a whole thing around it. So the question is then, is the AI smart? Is the AI thinking? We don't know, right? We don't really know how these neural nets are working, but they are picking the next likely thing, and they're using all that previous context. But we only gave it 2 sentences of context. you've known your mom your whole life. You could give it a whole book of context and stories from your childhood. That could be context you could feed into the model, couldn't you?
I was never a competitive debate person, but they're really good at that, aren't they?
They're extremely good at that. And adding new extemporaneous speech, adding new context, and the more context you pile on, the more this word is going to be different, right? I'm a little surprised that it didn't say beach, but we could also say something like, I'm in London. And then maybe it sends us to the London Eye, right? Or maybe it sends us to the museum. That context is important to understand because we don't always know, let's look at this, we don't always know what that context is. It's unseen context.
Interesting. In conventional code, variables are the context.
That's a really great point because we're effectively calling a function, aren't we?
Right.
It's this big world function on the world computer, and we're calling that function. So then all those parameters you pass in are context. And that's really interesting because, when they started in when I started in computers, they said, don't trust user input, right? You have a text box and you put your social security number in it and you make a regular expression to make that correct. We're doing everything that we can to not trust user input. And now fast forward, and the entire internet is now just a giant text area, and we're not supposed to trust user input. Who knows what they could type in there?
You're using speech Rico as input, but you couldn't do that if you were writing regular code.
That's a great point. Writing my regular code by speech is more difficult, and it would change my context.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So one of the things that we can also do here is we could see what's behind some of that prologue, and not just the context I was providing about your mom, about where we grew up, but also about how I want this thing to behave.
Personality, maybe?
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. I don't like anthropomorphizing these things because it's not a person, but we are clearly interacting with it like it's a person, right?
Tonality?
Yeah, that's a great point. I like that. So in this case here, I'm saying you're a helpful assistant, and I'm expecting it. I'm assuming within helpful is a certain amount of kindness, patience. I would prefer it not be rude. I don't want it to be like I'm calling IT and they're like, Hanselman again? You're so mean. That's
we love IT, mind you.
We love IT. Not MS IT, but the IT of old.
We love IT.
Yeah, we love IT because otherwise my computer's going to suddenly stop working.
We do the right kind of thing.
Okay, so one of the things that I like to do is I like tacos. I have tacos basically all the time.
Why tacos?
I don't know. Tacos are my jam.
Okay.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And especially when I'm on an expense account and my wife's not here. Nobody can stop me from having double meat.
Calzones, tacos, similar?
No, calzones are too much carbs, totally different thing. Not a calzone.
I get it.
So I could say, I need a taco recipe. So this is pretty straightforward here. We have, I need a taco recipe, and you're a helpful assistant. So I would expect a pretty straightforward taco recipe. Here is a simple and delicious taco recipe for you. Okay. So this is coming from this very large language model that has effectively been trained on the corpus of all the text in the world, right? And one of the things that's interesting, of course, is that the internet is 49% nice and 49% mean, and 2% that are still deciding.
It's guessing really well.
It seems to be guessing, but I have no way of knowing if this is good. I don't know what part of the internet it got this from, if this is the nice part or the not nice part. I don't have a kitchen to test any of this stuff. I could also change this tone over here where it says you're a helpful assistant, and I could say, you're a belligerent assistant, period. You'll eventually help me, but you're not going to be happy about it, and you're going to be sassy while we talk, period.
This could be tragic.
It could be really awful, but we don't really know. But also, I, as the user of the chat assistant, don't know that bit of tonality. That was set up by the user interface people. So then if I say I need a taco recipe from my new belligerent assistant, we'll see something different. We'll see what's going on here. Hello, belligerent assistant. Let's hit refresh.
It's truly being belligerent.
It is being. It's so belligerent it refused to give me a taco recipe.
There you go.
That is interesting. Let's try it again.
You know that model parameter you have there?
Yeah, this is a great point, actually. By the way, I think this is where...
oh, there he goes.
I was thinking that was where MSIT finally got mad at me. Oh. But yeah, you're pointing out that the model we're using is GPT-3.5 Turbo.
That's a fast one. Turbo, right?
Yeah, it is. Okay, so this is good. Nice. Drain any excess grease because health, I think. I hope you know how to use the stove. It's being pretty rude. 1 packet of taco seasoning because clearly you need all the help you can get.
Ooh. Wow, that hurts.
It does hurt. If this were the way that it was going to talk to me, then I might not want to spend any time with this model. There was an article a couple of weeks ago where they said, they did some research that if you are kind to a very large language model, it will be kind to you and you will get better results. And I think that's because if you use kindness words, you end up on the kindness part of the internet, the kinder Stack Overflow questions.
Those Midwesterners, right? They get to me.
Have your favorite, kitchen and Iron Chef people? You know how there was a time there in the late '90s, early 2000s where the chef guy was mean, like you're an idiot sandwich, and they were really cruel, and we'd cheer on those mean chefs. Those mean chefs have become kind and nice now. So I think that I would much rather have a nicer assistant and a kinder assistant. That very large language model I could then call, I could log into Azure OpenAI Studio, get the REST APIs, and write this myself. But things get really complicated really fast. I want to orchestrate things. I want multiple chatbots to talk to each other. All of these pieces are going to talk to each other in some kind of an orchestration of not just one chef where it's me making tacos, but a sous chef and a prep chef and all of these kinds of things. My kitchen is going to get very messy very quickly.
Well, as your AI co-pilot, literally sitting next to Scott here, I realized, could you go back a couple of frames? Could you go back to the OpenAI interface?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
OpenAI. Back over here?
Yeah. So like there's that little flipper here where you chose the model.
Okay.
So we know that there's all kind of models. It's like walking into a supermarket. Which model do you use? You chose 3.5 Turbo. 4 is a pretty good model.
That's a great point. I chose 3.5 Turbo on purpose because my thinking was it's 16 times less resource intensive than ChatGPT-4. It may not be as good, but good in this case depends on what my needs were. So my needs were simple. So I wanted to use the smallest model that would get the job done to be respectful of cost and of resources. I don't know if that was the right thing to do, though.
Well, in Japan, they have this weird business where they sell very expensive fruit. Are you aware of this? Like a melon can cost $200, or a peach can cost $150. This is very good fruit.
Okay. Is it $150 good?
Well, that's a question. Sometimes it is. If you're really in that mood for that peach, yes. And so I think of 4 was traditionally that very expensive peach, but as we know from OpenAI Dev Day, that new model is going to get a lot cheaper.
That's a great point, because the quality that is required to bring that to the market will then be understood, it'll be codified, it'll become commoditized, and it's going to go down market.
Right. It's kind of like we got used to like this kind of goodness and this good, relatively inexpensive model, but suddenly, each few months, we're like, wait, I thought that was expensive and too and good. It's going to be cheap and good? And it happened like within a few months.
Interesting. So that's a great point. I think it is valid to use the one that is the cheapest for your needs, but also don't underestimate that the others are going to become cheap soon.
Remember in the era of like the Pentium 150, Pentium 170, we had to have the latest, right?
Yeah.
And it kept like dropping in price, but it was better, right? Same thing happening here. So weird.
That's a great point. And you can, in fact, buy Pentiums and 486s, even now in 2023, for $3 in a bin, and you can have a pile of Pentiums, and they used to be $1,000.
Yeah, it's coming. And so that model, if you go forward to your slide of the Copilot stack, I find really useful as a segue to what is semantic kernel and why we love AI in the .NET universe via semantic kernel. And basically, this toaster here is a kind of metaphor for semantic kernel. You turn up the heat, temperature. You are kind of cooking something. You're orchestrating something there.
Okay, and let's go to a two-shot here and let's see what's going on, because John has actually brought a toaster, one of our first
toaster right
folks
here
to bring the toaster. There we go.
And maybe to get in the mood, if you wouldn't mind putting on a Cozy AI Kitchen apron, would you do mine?
We are actually going to.
We're going to go into cooking mode here. Yeah.
Be cooking.
Yeah, it's cooking mode.
So we are now entering John's Cozy
AI Kitchen. Okay.
AI Kitchen. Like, being respectful of our microphones.
There we go. Okay. So.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Here we go. All right. So. We're going to do some cooking, and we do the cooking to understand the materials. And I really, this is a fanboy moment because I really am new to Azure and I've learned so much through Scott's videos. And what I realize every time as a teacher myself, you have to understand where the materials came from or you cannot understand what this is. I once worked with a curator in Kyoto who told me this life-changing story. And he told me how he once was able to interview one of the last Mia Daiku, they're Mia-era carpenters.
Oh, wow.
They're ordained by the emperor as like special carpenters that can build temples. And these temples in old Japan stand for not just 20 years or 100 years, they stand for thousands of years. So this carpenter was asked, how do you create these temples? How do they last so long? Because modern architecture lasts for like 30 to 40 years. And so he asked, of course, in a Yoda fashion, well, why do you think they stand for so long? And the guy said, must be the architecture. And the carpenter laughed at him hilariously. He said, no, it's actually very simple. We, the Mia carpenters, go to the mountain, we'll pick trees from the east side of the mountain and bring them back to the site and use them only on the east side of the site. Then we go back to the mountain, to the north side of the mountain, take trees to the north side and use them only for the north side of the site. And so basically all the trees are picked in a way that it fits nature's capability, and that's why it stands for so long.
There's an intentionality, there's a deliberateness, there's a focus. It's not just being slapped together, it's being done with a plan.
The raw materials, change everything. It's kind of like why I noticed how you wanted people to start from the beginning, go to the lumber yard, because then you can understand it. So in that sense, that's why in the Cozy AI Kitchen, this is GPT-4, the model that was expensive, now a little bit cheaper.
That is heavy. That is foundational.
Foundational, exactly. It is a foundational model. And what we do, as you know, you were using tokens.
Yeah, so that's a great point.
Yeah.
I didn't get too into that, but each one of those words gets broken down into a token. So in this case here, we have tokens in the form of die or dice.
Dice rice, right?
Dice rice.
There we go. Yeah, exactly.
There we go.
No
I'm
problem.
dropping rice all over the place.
Yeah, so because they're random, right?
They are totally random. You're absolutely right. And we would then pick the one was the next token. I feed it tokens and I get more tokens out.
Yeah. So we need tokens. We need orchestrator. We need our model, foundation model. And so let's grab some semantic code, shall we? And put some tokens in the orchestrator. Okay. Do you mind pouring some in there?
So we have semantic
there we go.
Code here.
Pour them in here. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Okay, there we go. We're not paying for this. Okay, good, perfect. Yeah. Okay, so we have some tokens in there. So that's semantic code.
Okay.
But as a longtime coder yourself, we didn't have this fancy semantic code. We had good old-fashioned code, right? Old-fashioned code, right? So the key to these systems is you want to mix semantic code with native code. The two go together, right? So if you can add some conventional code in there.
Okay.
So we got two kinds of code.
That's a good point because I might have an existing website, existing code, old-fashioned code I could have wrote yesterday.
Right. Old-fashioned code's good. It's like
it's nutritious.
It smells good, right? Okay. So we got some old-fashioned code. Okay. So that's like the foundation of how to do that. Fill in the right, the generative model, the completion model, and that is ungrounded. So we want to ground it. What are we going to do? Well, we don't use this GPT-4 model. We use a so-called embedding model, like Ada.
So Ada, that is, that's interesting because I felt a moment ago maybe you were upselling me.
Okay, yeah.
And saying use the biggest, fanciest one.
No, yeah.
But Ada is a smaller model, and if we switch out to my slides just very, very briefly, you can see some of the models in the GPT family of models. Ada, of course, is a nice one for formatting text, for parsing. Very inexpensive. It's nothing.
Right.
It's fractions of pennies.
Yeah.
But it's a solid foundational model.
It's a solid foundation model for embeddings. And with your slide up, for those of you who have heard these names before, A, B, C, D. Ada, Babbage, Curie, Da Vinci. Ada, oldest. Da Vinci, newest. I had a moment when that happened for me.
Interesting.
Also alternating gender, too. It's pretty cool.
It's also interesting to point out, if you think about these in terms of the planets, Da Vinci being the Jupiter of the thing, and Ada, of course, being like Earth or something like that, this is not to scale, it's fair to say. 175 billion parameters, DaVinci would be so large that Ada would become a pixel. So you got to understand how large these things are. The difference between 175 billion parameters and 2.7 billion doesn't fit on the slides.
And when you look at that thing, you think Ada's so
Yeah,
puny,
you're like, well, it must not be good.
unimportant.
What is it good for?
But we love it for embeddings. And what embeddings are,
okay,
it is we use it for embeddings, particularly to be able to take words and convert them to long vectors of numbers. If you want to read what it says here.
We've got here long grain embeddings, vectors like your grandma used to make. These are very comforting.
Grandma.
These are vectors from our vector. This is almost a database of vectors.
We're adding grounding.
Are we
If
putting
we can
these-
add some grounding into the semantic kernel. Excellent. Okay, so
Thank you,
now
sir.
this combination of embeddings and the completion models enables a grounded semantic computation.
Right, and by grounded you mean it's not going to make stuff up, it's not going to get confused, it's going to get more focused on what we want it to do.
It is going to be less likely to be less grounded in how it communicates. It's going to be biased, the way you bias the system.
That is a really great point because we talk about bias as it's a negative thing, but if I'm making a coffee shop chatbot, I hope it is biased towards my coffee shop and towards selling the products that I have, and it doesn't start making limericks about coffee.
It's also called steering, right? You steer it, right? Okay. So
that's a great point.
So that is a simple way of explaining how the two models interact, and you get basically this magical interleaving of context and completion together.
This model, GPT-4, does not run on my laptop. It's huge. It runs in the cloud. It runs on GPUs.
It's big, yeah.
Where is Ada located? Is it another website?
Ada is also up there too, but as more people discover, you can run embedding models locally. And of course, we know you can run these kind of models locally as well.
Interesting.
Smaller ones.
So when we say running on the edge, depending on the size of your company, the size of your project, the edge might be your laptop in the case of a smaller model, or it could be a machine that's in your local data center if you have a hybrid cloud.
Yeah, if I had like a water jet cutter, I would like cut this into little tiny model, a tinier embedding model, a tinier foundation model for completion. Absolutely. So now, I wanted to, because your audience is expecting something, they're
expecting
ready.
.NET.
They're expecting .NET. Well, I want to show you something new that we've created in Semantic Kernel to take it up a level to what OpenAI Dev Day announced something called assistants.
Okay.
And assistants are an abstraction on top of these components that makes it easier to write this kind of AI.
So but let me just ask a quick kind of grounding question for myself.
Excellent.
I saw on my little demo where I can log into OpenAI, I can log into Azure OpenAI, I can get a key, and I can make basically API calls very manually. I could get down to the HTTP of it all, correct? And call into those models. I send it a string and I get back a string. But I'm gonna outgrow that very quickly if I'm trying to build an intelligent app. Is that a fair statement?
Well, the thing is, you're not going to outgrow it. You're going to be swimming as fast as you can. They say the duck doesn't look like it's actually paddling underneath the water. That's you and AI right now. I got it, boss. I got it, boss. But you're swimming so fast, and you're like, oh my gosh, it's hard. So this assistant abstraction makes it a lot easier to work with this kind of AI. The problem, however, we talked about grounding and humanization. It is a more humanized metaphor, so just caution. What I'm going to show you is not trying to humanize the model. It's an attempt to bring back an idea from the 90s called agents.
I remember agent. I remember the little paperclip was a Clippy was an
Thank
agent.
you. Yes.
The little wizard, Microsoft Bob.
Bob, thank you.
Yeah,
exactly.
appreciate
Bob was
that.
the first deployed agent. And so what we're going to do is we're going to bring in something called, well, we're going to do two things. The first thing is plugins. The semantic kernel short is plugins, planners, personas. Plugins are the foundations of enabling this AI to go and do things outside of its world. If you look at your Copilot stack diagram, at the very top is plugins. And plugins essentially extend the capability of the AI. And so what we want to do is we want to add a few, maybe we can add a few plugins. Let's add in like a Bing plugin.
Yeah. So while we're doing that, bring
yeah.
up my computer real quick. So let's just remind ourselves of where we are here. That orchestrator, to try to have these co-pilots talk to each other, these agents, require plugin extensibility. Because when I said, hey, John's from Seattle, Scott's from Portland, it didn't go in Bing for that.
Nope.
That was all based on what it found in the foundational model. But I'd like it to, grow arms and do stuff and go out and search the web for things. And it's plugins that makes that happen.
You want to give it a tool belt.
Ooh, I like that.
Right.
Or an apron.
Yeah, or an apron, exactly. It's protection.
Okay.
So we've now given it the ability to access tools on its tool belt. And then what we're going to do is we're going to use this new abstraction, personas, also called agents, also called assistants now. This is my jumbo jar of personas. And let's open it up. Yeah, good. Okay. So let's put a few personas in there.
I think this is where it gets a little weird.
Yeah, I have a fascination for wooden dolls. I can't help it.
Like
yes, yes.
It's made of people.
Yes, they're automatons. Let's call them automatons.
Okay, they're automatons.
There we go. Let's get computer science.
A little Soylent Green there.
That's good, guys. So those are essentially personas, definitions, this abstraction called assistants.
I see.
And then we're going to give it some steering. We're going to define what a researcher is. We're going to define what a project manager is. Okay. Now, if we can switch to my screen now.
Okay.
We're going to show how assistants work in semantic kernel with the assistant kernel.
Okay. So we're thinking about these personas as we switch over to John's computer, which is the dark mode machine right there.
Right over here. Okay.
You've got some definitions under assistants.
Yeah. So under these assistants, we have the ability to define a designer, the image designer, who you are, your designer creates images. This is a job description for the agent.
Well, this is interesting because I was over there saying you're belligerent and you're helpful.
Right.
You've taken that out, and that is now the definition, this agent.yaml. You've described how I want you to act.
Absolutely, yes. And what models can it use? It's used GPT-4. And what kind of inputs does it like? Does it take? You know, a project manager, you're a project manager, you enable to the user to finish things. And you notice how there's 4 of these, you put some personas in there, some multiple ones. It's with the intent of enabling the agents to collaborate with each other to produce an outcome.
Interesting. Okay. This is like, now if we go back to the kitchen metaphor, because we've got our lovely aprons here. You've got your sous chef, you've got your prep chef. This is about separation of concerns. You've got roles. These personas are being explicit. And I love that each one can use the correct model that is appropriate for their job.
Well, I like how you described it as AI microservices, basically.
It is AI microservices, which is an analogy that makes sense to me as a .NET developer.
So let me show you this running. So I have spun up the agent conversation space.
Okay.
I want to make a house that is the
So you just said .NET run.
I did. I'm getting used to that command. I love it. It works. A house that is the size of the tallest building in Paris.
So you're asking a lot of it here. You want to make a house, which is a whole thing, but then you also want it compared to the tallest building in Paris. So you need to know that information, which may or may not be current. I don't know where that information is.
And now the researcher, the project manager, has baton passed to the researcher to go and figure out the tallest building. And it's basically contacted Bing. Bing is in its tool belt. And it went off, and it gave the information. It gave it back to the project manager. And then the project manager constructed the ability to create the house at the right size.
So you asked the project manager agent, which was described with a specific prologue, with a specific model, to do something. How did it know it couldn't do that and then needed help? How does the project manager know to call on a researcher?
That's an example of scoping the AI microservice, essentially. This is what you're good at, so it stays on point. And therefore, if it doesn't know it, and your job is to hand off, pick the agent that you know about to hand it off to. It's an example of where this general AI approach is to be able to be good at everything, but as you know, when you narrow its scope and focus, it gets really good at one thing, like picking a beach according to your context.
I really like that because when I interview someone, I like it when they say that they don't know, because that means that they know what they know and they know what they don't know, and they're willing to say that. I would rather it be grounded and say, I don't know, let me ask and I'll get back to you.
And the coolest thing is you can tell some agents have access to certain plugins. Like the researcher agent has access to the Bing plugin, but everyone else doesn't. So you can sort of manage security as well.
That's a great point because there is those multiple personas, each one having individual access to some third party. I might have them running under different security contexts.
Absolutely.
And it might not just be Bing. It could be a plugin that's looking at internal documents. And I don't want another larger model to see those internal documents totally in control, but orchestrated by the semantic kernel.
Exactly. So this assisted kernel is a new concept we released for .NET developers to play with, and we're looking for opinions out there.
Okay. So folks should try out semantic kernel, and we're going to see more semantic kernel when Luis and Maria come around, because they're going to get even deeper into this, because there's so many ways to tie these things together. Now this is, semantic kernel does it in .NET, but other languages as well, correct?
Absolutely, Python and Java.
And if we switch back over to my, my screen here, I just want to call out this, this stack again. The AI infrastructure at the bottom, that's your GPUs, that's the cloud. Then you've got your foundational models, like we saw with our heavy ingredients here in the form of Ada and ChatGPT-4. Then there's the user's perspective, which is, wow, I'm talking to a Copilot, that's amazing. And it went and it binged for stuff, that's cool. That orchestrator in the middle, that's the thing. The orchestrator, that is the role of, in this case, semantic kernel. And semantic kernel is that center of that Copilot stack.
Yeah, and it's the brainchild of Deputy CTO Sam Scalace, who also in his history invented something called Google Docs. And he had access to GPT-4 last year ahead of everyone else. And I think he might have consumed the most GPT-4 tokens like popcorn.
Oh, yeah.
And he noticed it was good at reasoning. So that's why the semantic kernel was designed plug-in first to have tools, planners that can access it, so do multi-step, and the personas have been, we didn't expect it to happen like so soon, but after Dev Day for OpenAI, it's here.
And I really like that you said grounding multiple times. You're focused on making sure that this is doing the job that it needs to do and not trying to step into places that it's maybe not good at.
Well, I'm so proud to be at Microsoft because that Copilot stack, another diagram that I'd like to show is that we built AI safety into each layer because as engineers, you know it's impossible to make something completely safe, but you can architect it to be safe. So AI safety is in each layer.
That's a great point. And also that you made that comment about the Japanese carpenters being intentional and being deliberate about what they're doing. You don't want these things to run off and cause any kind of trouble because you're just making a coffee shop or you're making a kitchen. You really want them to do the right thing. Now, I know that we're going to have some questions. Our friends who are running on the tags board may have questions coming in at .NET Conf. If you want to ask questions of us, because we're live right now, you can do that at #.NETConf. We've got John here and myself to answer questions for you, so feel free to throw those questions at us, and then our friends over on the big board will jump in and ask those questions to us. We'll get the questions answered as much as possible. You know, I was able to get the semantic kernel working very, very quickly. Sometimes with these kind of demos and things, you're like, this is going to take me a while to set up. I was able to get the Hello World example running within just a few minutes, and it was a lot easier. As a .NET developer, I just brought in you know, the NuGet package that I wanted. And in this case here, like if you bring up my machine, it was quite easy. Let's go ahead and switch over to my computer very briefly as we wait for some friends to give us our Q&A.
That's music to our ears, and also this is a community project, so for those of you who want to contribute and improve it, or even provide constructive criticism, please send it our way.
Yeah, so let's switch, go ahead and switch to my computer, please. And we can see here on line 1 that I've got using Microsoft.semantic kernel. Just a NuGet package, bring it in. We're going to build up that kernel. I have my Azure OpenAI key hidden there inside of my region. You can see between lines 9 and 12.
Oh, that's how you do that. That's so cool.
So what I did is I just made a region, and you see I collapsed that region.
Oh gosh, another Hansel moment.
Wow, look at that. Got nothing else out of this talk except that was the thing. Hide your stuff in regions. Appreciate that. So yeah, just say, hey, I want to use the OpenAI completion service. And then to your point, ask for that. Semantic kernel. This is just probably 6 lines, 7 lines of code, you know, with a bunch of white space. And then I could go and say summarize.
It's meant to be simple, made for the AI app developer, not the machine learning engineer. It's meant to make because a .NET developer is busy with their real work, and Boss said go do AI. So we want to make it easiest for them to help make Boss a little bit happier.
You said something funny earlier when we were talking about why this was a good idea, and you said, I think that a lot of .NET developers maybe don't know what's going on around AI. And I said, why do you think that? And he says, because they're working. They're getting stuff done. They're taking care of business, and I think that's really great. Let's see if we have any questions. I haven't heard anyone from the tag board pop in quite yet. I'm waiting for that to happen. In about 5 minutes, we're going to go into Maria and Luis, who are going to go deep into how to do these, creating bots and different things with .NET and semantic kernel, because these are now not just apps, they're intelligent apps. right? These are apps that are smart. Do we have any questions, or are we not able to hear
Richard
from our
here,
friends
and
who
yeah,
are-
I've
There
got
he
some
is.
questions here ready to go for you.
Hey, Richard
really,
Campbell.
Really enjoyed your presentation, and that is a very special toaster.
That toaster right there, not only is, I'm looking forward to seeing how you clean that out.
Yeah.
A little bit,
Well, part of me wondered if there were springs in it and it was going to pop up, and
It's
we were
funny that you mentioned that.
literally going to see the sausage being made.
I would like it to explode at the end of the talk. We should work on that for the next version.
Yeah, this- Just other people need to use the studio, so.
That is true.
But let me grab one of the questions off the board here. Eric's got this great question, which I think is, we have to contemplate a little bit. The best way to balance around customer data governance and the benefits of AI.
That is a good point.
We've got
So-
an interesting challenge.
Yeah, when you think about whether or not this thing should know information about your space, right? You've got to think about it.
It's why we like to have the foundation models built out of brick, because they've been baked over months, and so really it isn't designed to suck your data away. The foundation model, the common misconception is it's like in Avengers Ultron. It's going to take all your data. It's baked. It's done.
That's a great point. You're not able to change that model. It is foundation. You can only build on top of it, and building on top of that with, again, if thinking about the context of governance, documents, PDFs, other things that you might want to ingress, those are going to be additional context, additional tokens that are going to be parameters passed in, and then you might store those into a vector database, and .NET supports that as well.
And with your plugins, you can have the AAD around it, protection, everything like that too. So that's how you also keep it segregated.
That's a great point, and having that AAD protection around it is going to prevent the model from seeing that information, and because you're in control of the plugins, it's not going to escape
Absolutely.
and leave your area, and that can exist and stay on whatever devices you want. You don't need to be moving your private data from one place to another. And I also know that people think about that in the context of Azure regions. I want this data in my country. I want it in this data center. You will be in control of that. None of these things are going to escape like a little outbreak monkey.
Yeah, and I appreciate that there's thought going into what is normally part of the model, what is personal data, and you could decide what do you want to do with that, where you want it to ultimately live.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to pull up another comment. This is actually a comment from Meron, which I really appreciated, where he said, the metaphor of comparing different GPT models to Japanese fruit is quite apt. So you nailed that one, John.
I don't want to spend $150 on a peach, but now you've made me feel like I need to do it once.
It is incredible. Just
Is it
saying.
really?
Just saying.
And
just saying.
you expect a lot from that peach.
I've had these conversations about food before because I am not a foodie.
Okay, this fruit stuff, just check it out. Go to Japan,
I want
try it out.
John is very excited about this.
Some of the
stuff.
best
You cannot
strawberries you'll ever
see-
encounter.
I've never paid for one. Someone gave it to me once, and I was like, okay, I won't pay for this, but
a gifted $150 peach has got to taste different than one that you paid with your own money.
Oh, you're so right.
Just saying, when I-
Meron also had this other question. He said, that ML.NET AOT, is that compatible with .NET 8? This is all .NET 8 stuff we're looking at today?
That is a question that we will have Luis and friends answer because that is exactly in their area of expertise. Because John and I are basically the opening act for Maria and Luis, who will be speaking more deeply about this stuff. So I actually don't know the answer to that.
Okay, well, we'll make sure we pass it along to Luis and Maria in the next segment. And with that, why don't I let you guys go? You've done a great job. It's been an amazing presentation so far. And yeah, I'm glad the toaster stayed contained, but I will be looking forward to seeing you get it clean again.
Well, thank you so much, friends, and thank you for spending time with us here at the Cozy AI Kitchen. And I also love that John is enjoying saying .NET Run, and I wore my .NET Run T-shirt.
Fantastic.
In honor of you, John.
I'm always excited to see folks that were into AI before it was cool coming along with us in the .NET land and saying, hey, this .NET stuff's not bad.
Oh, it's very good. I used to work on Lisp machines in the 80s. So
oh, right.
I'm
So
coming
those were the
back.
original expert system machines, right? $30,000, $40,000 a piece.
Back in the day.
Yeah, no, and they only made a few thousand of them ever. But what I remember about Lisp is a lot of brackets.
These are your father's parentheses from a more civilized age.
Nice.
Yes.
All right, so I think that we take a break now, and then we will be just taking a moment, and we'll pass it over to Luis and Maria, all right?
Absolutely.
Thank you
Thanks so
so
much,
much.
Scott and John. Great
Appreciate
job.
you.
Thank you, Fred.
And here we are, back on the board. I'm Richard Campbell from .NET Rocks and Dev Intersection, and I'm going to be your host till the end of today, and the Code Party will be our wrap-up for sure. And if you haven't gotten .NET 8 already, go to aka.ms/get-.net-8 and grab the latest version and all the cool bits that you've seen so far. All right. I see there was a few questions again coming in from Maran. We could probably pass along to Luis and co. Around the semantic kernel, because yeah, the semantic kernel is where you've got to focus, absolutely. I also want to mention Code Party coming up. I think I got that on the board here if you haven't already seen it. There it is. So tonight, after I wrap up today, .NET Conf's, the last .NET Conf event, we have the Code Party. That's a lot of geeky games and some fun prizes, so make sure you get involved with that. It's a fun way to wrap up our first day. We have a ton of fun, and I hope you'll be a part of that as well. And if you haven't had a chance to play with the Hack Together event, Hack Together's coming up. It's at aka.ms/hacktogether/.net. So specifically focused on .NET and all of the good things that are happening there. We've got plenty more coming up. Luis and Maria are just getting ready. We've got to get that studio organized. I'm here in C, which is down the hall a little bit. There's a big production going on here to put on this event the way we do it today. And I'm glad you stuck with us so far. If you haven't checked out the .NET 8 survey, it's at aka.ms/.net/survey. That's how we learn more about you and what you liked about .NET Conf and how we can make a better one next year. You know, we're going to do this every year. As long as .NET 8's coming out in November, you can expect us to be putting on an event, and we always need that feedback, keep you engaged, and to focus on the things that are important for you. We've seen so much on .NET 8 already today. The new language features in C#, all of the capabilities that .NET, the ongoing performance improvements by the amazing Stephen Taub and his whole team have pulled all those bits together for us so that we get to experience all that. And if you're trying to keep up, you know, there's a lot of versions of .NET out there. Make sure you spend some time with the Learn collection. Learn's only gotten better year after year, and it's mostly because of our contributions. That as you have experience with .NET, you can actually edit those docs. So if you go to aka.ms/learn-.net-8, you can get into Learn. That's a great place to learn more about .NET as well. And as you get more experience, you can take your experiences to Learn and help others know the things that you've learned through those experiences. And it's all managed through GitHub, right? That's all just more source code and code to maintain. So you get to do that with us. And there's more and more for us to do here. Lots of fun stuff going on the board here. I see folks really excited about .NET Inspire. This comment from Atif Mears, total unexpected surprise with .NET Inspire. It's awesome. These are new, you know, we're getting to a place now where we're learning how to approach building apps in the cloud and giving new tools for us as developers to be able to work in the platform and to make it a little easier to manage that huge array of things. It's exciting to see what David and his team have been working on, and our opportunities to just make it a little bit easier to build more complex applications and to understand what's going on when we have trouble with them as well. I'm excited about all the Copilot and other LLM-related technologies that have been released so far. Obviously, that last presentation we had, they're digging into the first layer of how are we going to incorporate this into our apps. There's definitely more to do in all of there, so I hope you'll stick with us as we go through all of these new capabilities and the places that we want to go to. And with that, just keep on putting information up on the board here, whether you're on Twitter or on Mastodon. I think it's coming in through YouTube as well. I hope you're having a good time watching all this, and we appreciate your comments. If I can't get to them during the Q&A for each of the sessions, don't worry, there are other folks there that can answer them, so we'll definitely be responding to everything that comes up on the board over time, even if we can't necessarily get it into the main show. So stick with us, write those comments up, and we'll make sure you get good answers and you get to learn, as we've been learning, about all the new capabilities in .NET. Coming up in a few minutes, we've got Luis and Maria, and they're going down, as Scott and John said, going deeper into this sort of intelligent app model. There's a lot to understand, but we're looking at a sea change in the way we build software, almost a different kind of UX entirely. And that's not a simple thing to understand. It's going to take a bunch of different steps to get all of that right. So I hope you'll be part of that and learn more about it. And with that, I'm going to hand over to Luis and Maria. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Richard. Hi, my name is Maria Nakagana Kanruji.
I'm Luis Quintanilla.
So, this has been the year of AI, and in today's keynote, you saw me leveraging AI in our existing eShop application. And we wanted to demonstrate how easy it is for .NET developers across the globe to easily infuse AI into their existing applications. In our talk today, we're just going to be talking about different layers of AI and how we can build intelligent applications in our applications today. So Luis, what are we going to do today?
Yeah, we could just talk about it, or I can show you. Essentially, what we're going to be building here is we are going to be building a bot with GitHub issues, right? So, GitHub issues is where software developers spend a lot of their time. And so, you just want to provide an easy way for them to be able to access information that's inside of their GitHub issues. And you want to do so in a really natural way, right? Which is probably going to be inside of Teams.
Yep, because Teams is where we work, and GitHub is. I'm sorry about that. We had technical issues, but let's jump right into the demo. So I was talking to Luis how we should be building an application that works for developers. So Luis, what are we going to be building today?
Yeah, so essentially, we'd like to be able to take a bunch of GitHub issues that are inside of our repository. Specifically, we're going to be working with the .NET Runtime repo, which has a lot of issues. And parsing through that data may be a little bit difficult and challenging, right? If you were to go one by one and read all the issues, which we do read.
And it's a challenge, and like sometimes the things that I have when I'm going through issues is that you have to look for the issue that you've been mocked in. Sometimes your email can be really overwhelming, and I'm just like, I would love to see this in Teams.
Yeah, exactly, and I think we can do something with that. So yeah, you want to just
let's dive right into it.
All right, awesome. So right here, real quick, I am inside of this OpenAI repository, which is full of cookbooks. Here you can see this quadrant, chat with issues quadrant, sort of polyglot notebook here. This is one of the many notebooks that are available here and different samples and recipes that you can use to get started building these types of intelligent applications using AI and LLMs. And so, again, I sort of mentioned and alluded to it that I'm inside of this polyglot notebook. And a polyglot notebook is this interactive programming environment that you can use to sort of build out and test out different solutions, and it supports various languages, C#, F#, and the .NET languages being one of them. But also, as you'll see later in this talk, it also supports many other set of languages, such as PowerShell, SQL, so on and so forth. The other thing that you're going to kind of notice here is that I am inside of the browser, and that is because I am using GitHub Codespaces. So I love GitHub Codespaces. I did not have to set anything up in my machine, and just by launching to the Codespace, I have all of my configurations and development environments set up. So with that out of the way, let's kind of jump in and see how we can start building this application here. So one of the things, or the first thing that we're going to need to build this type of application is a model, right? So yeah.
What exactly is a model?
Yeah, so a model is like GPT, right? I think in the previous session we were talking about one of those. And the models, what they provide is they provide the intelligence, right? And GPT specifically, what it provides you with is a way to take in user input. And it's been trained on different language tasks, right? So you could imagine things like summarizing information, extracting key insights. That sort of thing is what models allow you to do. And it's what adds the intelligence to your intelligent apps, right? So the way that we get started interacting with these GPT models is, one of the ways is through Azure OpenAI, right? And fortunately, we have this SDK that's available to us, right? So we can get started using code and a lot of the patterns and languages that we're already used to. So the first thing we start off, like any sort of project, is by installing the NuGet package. Now you can see this _r NuGet Azure OpenAI. So that's the way that you install NuGet packages inside of a polyglot notebook. And so we're going to go ahead and install this. I've already ran this. You can see that it's got the little green checkbox here. So that means that it's already been run. But if I wanted to rerun it, I can just click the play button here, and it would reevaluate this code for me. Now, we'll go ahead and add our using statements. We add the ones for Azure and Azure OpenAI, as well as .NET Interactive, which is actually the engine that powers polyglot notebooks behind the scenes. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to do here is we are going to start chatting, right, or try to set up a sort of chat interface inside of this polyglot notebook so we can interact in a natural language interface with our model here. And so the first thing that we're going to do here is we're going to configure our credentials, right? So you probably saw it. We're not using regions for this one because I don't know if you can use regions instead of polyglot notebooks.
No, you cannot.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll have to work on that. Feature request. So we're going to configure our credentials here. We're going to get our key, our endpoint for Azure OpenAI, and we're also going to have a chat deployment. So this is the model that we're going to be using here to add intelligence to our application.
And in this case, what model are you using for the people at home?
Yeah, so in this case, we're using GPT-4. So that's one of the latest and greatest models from OpenAI. And so that's what we'll be using for this demo. In this case, so we're going to configure the client here. The other thing that we're going to do is we're going to configure our chat completion options. Now, these are a set of parameters that you configure in order to let the model know what exactly you're looking to get out of. So let me kind of walk through a few of these here. So the deployment name, that's the chat deployment that we have, so pretty straightforward there.
And this would be the deployment name that you give the chat in Azure.
Exactly, exactly. So when you launch this in Azure, it's that same name, right? And so this is how it knows which model to pick from. The other thing that you're going to see here is this max tokens. So a token, you can think of it as a way to split up text, right? So the way that these models typically work is they work on predicting the next best word or their next most likely word in a sequence or in a piece of text, right? And so the way that these models process data is in using these tokens, right? And you can, not exactly, but a way to think about it is a word is equal to a token, right? And so in this case, we're telling it, here's the max number of tokens that we want to use as part of our chat interactions with this model. Now, the next thing that we have here is this variable called temperature. Now, temperature.
Is it hot or cold?
Well, it's depending. It depends. Everybody loves that answer. So it depends on what it is that you're looking to get out of the model. So I guess if we were to use that analogy, if you were saying you want something that's hot or something that's, I don't know, out there and very creative, you might want to set this temperature value to high. So I think the range goes typically from 0 to 1.
Yep.
And so 1 would be, I guess, hot, and you might have it write prose like Shakespeare or something like that, right? You want to get the creativity out of the model. But in this case, we don't really want it to get creative with our GitHub issues. We just want it to give us the information. So we're gonna, it's gonna be cold. It's gonna be a little bit boring. So we're gonna lower that temperature down to 0. And it's going to produce more reliable answers.
Yeah, so that's the same thing. Those who have used Bing Chat at home, it's where you have from precise to creative. This is like setting the temperature to exactly be precise.
Exactly, exactly. I actually like that analogy. I'll probably use it next time. The other ones are just different parameters in terms of, should it try to find different words if the words have already been used. So it's controlling things like that. But the main ones that you want to look out for are the tokens and the temperature. Okay. So far so good. We configured our client, we configured our options to provide information to our model here. Now another piece that we need to provide here is the system prompt. And the system prompt here, if you can see in the code here, we're defining that as you are a helpful AI agent that helps users get information about their GitHub issues.
So you're giving the AI a persona.
Exactly. I'm giving it a persona and a job, right? Because I think in the previous demo, I was seeing how you can sort of tweak this prompt to change the behavior of what this bot is supposed to do. And so in this case, we're just strictly trying to constrain it to help us with GitHub issues, and that's its job. Okay, so once we have that configured, we're going to add that message as the first message inside of our chat history. And so chat history is a way that you can kind of think about if you were interacting with somebody, right? So if you are having a conversation with someone, we're going back and forth here having a conversation on this demo, and we don't reset after every turn.
No, it's setting context.
Exactly, it's setting context. So every time as you continue this chat, in the conversation, it's going to use it as context to continue the conversation if you ask follow-up questions. But the very first message here that we're setting in our chat history is the system prompt, the system message that defines the behavior of the agent. And then at that point, we're going to use this good old while loop to just start a loop. And one of the things that this loop is going to do is it's going to get my prompt, so the inputs that I give to the model. It's then just going to go ahead and add that to our chat history. And then it's going to use the get chat completions async to call out to Azure OpenAI and get a response back from the model. Once that's done, we're going to add the response to our chat history because, again, we want to keep that context of the conversation, and we're just going to output the message. So if I were to run that here, let's see if you have options. Oh, whoops. Let me just kind of tell you that it's kind of live here. Let me just kind of set this up and rerun some of these. All right, configure our client. Do that. Run this one, start the chat. All right, so let's start it up again. Okay, so now you can see that the prompt showed up here, and I'm just going to say hi. You can see that the first message there is you are a helpful AI agent. And then once I send my message, it comes back and responds, hello, how can I assist you with your GitHub issues? Okay.
All right.
So I think one of the things that I'd like to know is if there's been any feature requests. So let's see.
Maybe dependency injection?
That could be a good feature request. Let's see. Are there any feature requests for dependency? If I could type. All right, and you can see that now I sent this to the model, and we would expect to get a response back relatively soon. Okay, so the response here is saying, as an AI agent or as an AI, I don't have access to real-time access to GitHub's database. So I think this kind of goes with the previous conversation about sending your data to the models and whether your models have your data. And I think this pretty clearly shows.
It doesn't.
Exactly. But there's something that we can do about that.
How are you going to do that?
Okay, well, I mean, we're going to get there eventually. But I think the first step is let's actually just get the GitHub issue data.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and get our GitHub issue data. So in this case, we are using this library here, OctoKit library. We're configuring our client here to get to get our client for GitHub. At this point, we get the labels because we want to be able to also categorize or actually have the label be attached to the issue, right? So we have additional information that the model can use to generate the responses. And so in this case, we're getting the labels. We're also getting all of the issues, right? So that's happening there. And you can see that we have about 4,000 issues. Here we're getting about 6 months worth of issues. So I think that should be enough to get started. And at this point, we'd like to sort of shape that data in a way that makes more sense to us. So I don't want all of the data. I just want to know the title, the actual description. There's the area there, so we want to also have the area. And we want to have the URL so that if we need to reference the actual issue and we want to go into it, we have that information as well. So again, we're just mapping the original data that we get back from the API, and we are just putting it inside of this GitHub issue record. And then we just have a set of helper functions in case we lose data. We can just save it to a file and reload it back. So nothing special happening here. Okay, so now that we have our issue data, we like to be able to query it.
So let's go ahead.
All right, let's do it. So we're going to take some of these issues. And we have a helper function here called naive search, for lack of a better word, which is going to take our query. It's going to take the GitHub issue data that we just collected. And it's going to set a limit. I just want to see the top sort of issue here. And typically, if you were searching for something in a piece of text, whether something is contained in a piece of text.
You'd look for contains.
Exactly. That's what you might use. And so again, this is a very naive search. We're just looking at the text of the GitHub issue and asking, is my query inside of that text, right? And then we're just returning back the results. And so we can see here that if we call that function, again, here's our query. Are there any features for dependency injection?
Well, it's empty, though.
It is. It is. Let me see if I can kind of tweak this query and actually get a result. So the main thing here, right, let's take the feature request out of the picture. We care about dependency injection and whether there's anything that mentions dependency injection. So if I just put that and I do a naive search, okay, there's an issue.
Yes, because it's doing keyword search.
Exactly, exactly. And if we were to put it back, we can see and we run that, it comes back empty because it doesn't know the semantic meaning of the query, right? It just sees, is this piece of text word for word, right? Is this keyword present in my text?
So is this where things like vectors become important?
Absolutely, you're spot on. It's almost as if you saw what was coming next. Let's see. So we have, okay, so now that we know that keyword search works, but you have to be very precise into how you craft your query and you search for information. Let's try something else. Let's try embeddings.
So for those at home, what exactly is an embedding?
So the TLDR version of this is embeddings are a way to represent text as numbers, right? More specifically, it's an array of numbers. Yeah. And so one of the cool things that you're able to do with these numbers is, as you'll see later, you can actually operate math on this, right? And one of the math operations you can apply on these embeddings or these float arrays is something called distance measures, right? And the distance measure, what it will do is it will try to determine how close or how far apart things are. So things that are more closely related. So in this case, for example, issues that were related to dependency injection would have a smaller distance and would be closer together, semantically speaking. And something that was not related to dependency injection, the distance would be further apart, and so they would not be related.
So cosine similarity.
Yep, that is definitely one of the metrics we can use here. So one of the other things that we're going to be doing here is, first of all, we're going to set up some of these records to help us structure our data. You see the word chunk here, and I'll just talk about it briefly, and then you'll kind of see what it does. But if you remember earlier, we talked about tokens and how there was a max token or a token limit, right? And so these models accept up to a certain number or can only process a certain amount of tokens. And so we need to be efficient with what we give the model, right? You cannot, throw in, the entire Harry Potter series, for example, at one of these models because it's just way too big and it wouldn't be able to process. You very quickly run into that token limit. And so a way that we get around that is by creating chunks. And a chunk is just splitting up individual pieces of text, right? And so processing those individual pieces one at a time to make sure that we're not hitting some of those token limits. Okay, so in that case, now that we have these data structures, these records, we just go and generate a new collection of issues with chunks. Okay, and for the time being, these chunks are empty because we're actually not doing any processing. Eventually, we're going to populate this here. So we are going to actually be using an embedding model here, right? So specifically, it's the Ada model from Azure OpenAI Service, right? And that's what's going to take our text and turn it into an embedding, right, or a float array.
Okay.
We have some helper functions here, which we can also use again for persistence. Now, here's where we're going to actually go through the process of chunking our data, our GitHub issue data, and then generating embeddings for it. And to help us do that, we're going to use this AI utilities, which is just a package that just contains some helper functions that help us with the chunking and also with some of the token generation. So you're going to see here this tokenizer, right? This is something that's provided here by the AI utilities package. And we're using this Ada model that you see here. And what this tokenizer is going to do is it's going to break up our text into tokens. Okay? So that's what it's going to do. And then we're going to go through each of our issues. In this case, we're not going to go through all 4,000. We're just going to take a few of them. And we're going to go through this loop. And one of the things that we're going to do is we're going to chunk our data. And we're going to do it by token. And we're going to have an overlap. So we're going to pass in the full text of our issue. We're going to split it every 3,000 tokens, or roughly every 3,000 words. And we're going to have an overlap of about 50 tokens, right? So the reason for that is, it may be $3,000, sorry, 3,000.
Well, it could cost $3,000.
Yeah, yeah. 3,000 words, in this case, it's an arbitrary number, right? And so it's very possible that one of the sentences may be cut off and you're going to lose some of that context. So what the overlap is giving us here is exactly that just in case we arbitrarily cut off a sentence or something that was relevant to that chunk, we're sort of compensating for that. At that point, we're just massaging the text, right? So we have the title, we have the area, and we have the actual text here. And then what we're doing here is we're chunking, not in a different kind of chunking, but we are essentially creating a collection of these chunks so that we can batch process them using Azure OpenAI. And so that's kind of what's happening here. Once you have these chunks created, you're going to go through each of them, and you're going to call this get embeddings async and generate the embeddings for them. Okay? And then at that point, we're just adding it to that chunk collection. So that's all that this is doing, and then we're just saving this. Now, what does this actually look like? If we take a look here, this is our GitHub issue, and this is all the data that was available for us. But if we kind of scroll to the right here, right, you're going to see that there is this embedding. Okay?
And that embedding is the float array representation of the text.
Of the text, exactly. So here's one of our chunks, and here's the embedding representation of that chunk. Okay? So let's kind of keep going here. All right, so now we have the embeddings for our GitHub issues. So maybe we should just try searching.
Okay, so let's see the accuracy this time.
All right. So there's going to be a few more things that we're going to have to configure here. So I'm going to install the system numerics tensors package. And one of the new APIs that we shipped with .NET 8 is this sort of tensor primitive set of APIs. And these tensor primitive set of APIs give you some functionality to be able to work with these vectors or these embeddings, right? So these float arrays. And in this particular case, we are using the cosine similarity API or method here. And all it's doing is it's taking a float array, our embedding, so it could be our query, and another float array and measuring the similarity between them, right? So that's what this tensor primitives is doing here. And we're also doing it in the context of the similarity compare, which is just one of the other utility functions and functionality that the AI utilities is giving us here. So at that point, we are going to set up an embedding search async helper function here. And what this is going to do is very similar to how we did the naive search. It's going to take our query. It's going to say some data. In this case, it's now the issues with the chunks and the embeddings. And again, we're setting a limit for this, so we just take the top spot. Now, the first thing that we're going to want to do here is, remember, we're not comparing keywords. We're not comparing text. What we're comparing are the embeddings. So we already have the embeddings for the GitHub issues, but we don't have the embedding for our query. So we need to be able to take our query and generate an embedding for it so that we can then compare it against the embeddings of all of our issues. And so that's what's happening here. So the first thing is we are calling that get embedding async again. And you can see here that, we're just passing in our query. We're getting the embedding vector for that. And then we're trying to get the search result of that query. So we are looking through our chunks. We're using the score by similarity 2, where we're passing our embedding vector to our query. We're using the similarity compare, which again is using that tensor primitives cosine similarity functionality to make the comparisons. And then we're comparing the embedding of each of our chunks, right? So we're going to see how does our query compare to all of our embeddings. And at that point, we just order by descending because we want the ones that are closest or the most relevant ones. We also want to set a threshold so that we can see like, okay, well, after this, if it's any less than 0.5 in terms of similarity, just discard it, right? And then just taking that. So if we were to ask it the same question, are there any feature requests for dependency injection? You're going to take a look here. And then you can see here now that I didn't have to do a keyword search. It actually was able to understand my query.
Because it looked at both the query and the embeddings that were coming back from the issues.
Exactly. And more importantly, the semantics of it were still sort of maintained and persisted here. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so let me just kind of scroll down.
So question
yes.
is that you've had all this information. That's great. We have to store this data somewhere.
We do. And I think a database would probably be a really good place for it. But it's not just any database, right? In this case, we need a vector database, which I think in the earlier talk was alluded to, right? Now, in this particular example, we're going to be using Quadrant, right? And so Quadrant is one of the various vector database providers out there, right, that allows you to store these embeddings. We've actually been working with the community to actually, let me just scroll down a little bit more here to show you this Quadrant client. Yep.
And that's available today.
That is available today. So you can go on NuGet, look for Quadrant Client, and take a look and download it, start using it. You can actually also use Milvus. We've been working with the Milvus community as well, and they also have a a C#, a .NET client available. So you can download that one on NuGet as well, and you can also, it's milvus.client if you were interested in that one. But in this case, we're using Quadrant. Now, one of the ways that I can sort of get started with Quadrant is by just running it locally. Now, one of the things I mentioned are polyglot notebooks. We've been running C# so far, but one of the really cool things about polyglot notebooks is you can actually run multiple languages. And you can see here in this case, we're actually using PowerShell. So same notebook, but using a different language here. So we run this. This is going to run and stand up a Quadrant instance for us locally. And then we can just begin the process of getting our data from our in-memory collection and storing it in Quadrant. And so, again, nothing particularly interesting happening here. We're just adding the using statements. We're initializing our client for Quadrant. We're creating a collection. In this case, we're calling GitHub issues. Right? We're creating our collection because we don't have it available right now. And then we're just mapping our in-memory collection to this point struct, which is the data structure that Quadrant is expecting the data to be in when you insert it into the database. Okay? And then we just call upsert async, and then we're able to get this data stored in our database.
Perfect.
Okay, but sanity check, I want to make sure that I can actually search with Quadrant and actually access the data that I just entered in there. So again, by this point, you've seen many different search functions. In this case, we're using search with Quadrant. It's taking our query again. It's taking the collection name this time. We're not giving the data directly because the data is already in our database. And we're doing very much the same process. So we're generating an embedding using Azure OpenAI for our query. And then we're giving that query to Quadrant and saying, search async. Here's the vector for my query. Go find me the most relevant results. And then eventually, it comes back with the results. And if we were to run that very same query, are there any feature requests for dependency injection? You can see that it comes back with the results. And so this is running, this will be running inside of our database.
Oh, it's running in our database inside of Azure.
Mm-hmm. Yep, exactly. Yeah, you can actually deploy Quadrant to Azure. You can actually stay tuned because at Ignite, there's going to be a lot of really interesting announcements happening around deploying some of these vector databases. So yeah, stay tuned for Ignite and learn more about that then.
Okay.
Yes.
So I love this.
Yes.
And I think this is amazing. Notebooks are a great place to learn, a great place to experiment. I built polyglot notebooks and .NET Interactive.
Yeah.
But when I think about building an AI bot, I think about running it in a chat environment.
Yep.
And I did mention Teams earlier.
Okay. All right. You're right. So this, in its current state, will not run in Teams, but I think we have the building blocks. And actually, I think we can use something else because one of the things that you may have noticed is, well, I can search and get my data. You can chat, but those pieces haven't really come together. And so one of the things that we can use for that is semantic kernel.
Okay.
Yep. All right. So let's kind of switch over to Visual Studio. And let me kind of just show you here real quickly what my solution looks like. Kind of close a few of these. So we have a set of applications here. The main ones that I kind of want you to focus on are this API service, which is a minimal API. We have the Teams app, which is actually the application that enables us to talk to Teams. And then we have the just front-end web application built with Blazor, right? That is just, if you had a web page for your bot or anything like that, or your application, that's exactly what that is. And we have actually, I don't know if it's a verb yet, but it has been aspired.
It's been aspired.
It's been aspired, yes. It's been aspired, right? And that's kind of what you're seeing with this API service and app host. So let's kind of start at the high level here with Aspire and show how the different pieces sort of integrate. And then we'll delve deeper into the individual pieces that make up our application here. That's going to eventually go on Teams. So if you can see here, let me just make this a little bit smaller. So this is our application host for Aspire. We have our builder, which I think folks have seen in the various demos here. We have our API service. Now this API service is, again, this is where the logic of our sort of bot or the AI application that we're building lives. And you can see that we're referencing this API service both inside of our web application built with Blazor, and we're also referencing inside of our Teams app. And so that's all we need to let Aspire know and let our entire solution know that these applications, our web and our Teams app, depend on the API service. Okay. So I mentioned that the API service is the one that contains all of our logic. So let's take a look at what this looks like. So again, I mentioned it's a minimal API. And we only have 2 endpoints here. We have the,
Yeah, so it's an API that looks like any other API that any developer has built, but I do see there's an SK chat service to this.
Yep, exactly, yeah. So let's kind of go through that. You're gonna see that real quick. Before we dive into the chat service, you're gonna see that all it takes, it's a query, right? And we're calling this ask questions async method here, or handler. So let's take a look at what the SK chat service looks like. So whenever you hit the chat endpoint on this minimal API, it sends your user question. And then in this case, we're actually using semantic kernel, this semantic text memory, which we've configured all the way up here, right? And so we're using that to do a search async. Now, one of the really cool things that semantic kernel gives is I mentioned that you could use Quadrant, you can use Melvis, you can use Azure Cognitive Search, right? The choice is yours. The thing is that they have different APIs, and depending on which one you're using, you're going to have to learn a different API. And so semantic kernel provides that nice abstraction that you just learn the semantic kernel API, and for the most part,
it handles all the other levels of abstraction for you. So otherwise, a developer would have to write all those by themselves for every single service, every single AI service they want to use in their application.
Exactly. But you want to know something else that's really cool? The semantic kernel connectors for different memory providers like Quadrant, like Melvis, they're actually backed by the same SDKs that we just showed you earlier. So,
wow. Okay.
Yep, exactly. So in this case, we are calling the search async. We are passing our user question. Now you might ask, how come in this one, I am not generating the embeddings?
Yes.
Well, semantic kernel is actually doing that for us. If I kind of go up here real quick, when we actually, let me go back to program.cs. Here's where we're configuring our memory. Here's what we're saying with embedding generation. So here's where we configured what it needs, what semantic kernel needs to generate embedding for us. So we don't have to do it.
Which we had to do before when we're using the AI utilities package.
Yep, and the SDK specifically, yes. So yes, so semantic kernel is handling it for us. We're just passing in the user question, doing the search, and it's handling everything for us. Now, one of the things that you may have heard, whether in this session or in other sessions, is this pattern known as retrieval augmented generation.
Or RAG.
Or RAG, exactly. And that's actually what's happening here, right? So this part here where we're getting the relevant documents, that's the retrieve part. We're retrieving relevant information that's going to help the model answer a question. Our user prompt, or the thing that we're submitting to the model, is exactly that, but we're augmenting the prompt that we're sending to the model with our search results and our documents, right? And that's kind of what this is here. You can see that there's our item, our text data. And then once we've augmented our prompt, we then just generate the response, right? And so that's basically it. So what we'd expect to see here is whenever we launch this service, hit the chat endpoint, and we're going to generate a response using the documents and using our GitHub issues. Okay, so far so good. Last part, and we're almost there. So for our team spot, the only thing that we need to do, the team spot is actually this application that's going to be handling our message. So whenever this on-message activity async sort of method is called, it's going to grab the text from the user. In this case, it's going to be in Teams, so whatever message that you provide to in Teams, it's going to pop up here. And then at that point, it's going to call that chat endpoint, right? So in this case, we're sort of doing string interpolation so that we don't have to manually input our base URL. But it's hitting that chat endpoint here, and it's just doing a post request. It's doing a post request to that chat endpoint with our message text that we got from the chat application, and then it's just returning the response back to the chat application. So that's it. That's all it took. Most of our logic was inside of that minimal API using semantic kernel, and now it's just the matter of integrating into Teams was just calling that minimal API. So I think we're ready to run this.
So is this going to work?
Well, I don't know. We'll have to figure it out. So let's see. Let's try to run this application and see what happens. No, I would not like to start Docker Desktop. And we can see here that our application is launching. So there's our API service in Inspire. So far, so good. They're all starting. There's my Teams app, and then there's my front end. So we'll give it a second here for all of our applications to get started. And then before we head to the Teams application, one of the things that I want to do here is I would like to just test the API service individually, by itself. So if we go over to the endpoints here, it's going to launch us into the Swagger UI, which I think, if you're a .NET developer, you develop these sort of web services. Familiar, right? All right, so let's try the chat endpoint and try to ask it the same question. Are there any feature requests for dependency? Okay, and if we were to execute that, give it a second here while it's thinking.
And while that's thinking, what I think is really important to note here is developers are just adding little snippets of code into their existing applications. The real change in your code base this time is semantic kernel, and it's only to make things easier. If we looked over at our notebook code and we compared it to our application code, we can see the ease that semantic kernel provides you. Otherwise, you'd have to be writing and doing all that embedding and chunking on your own. But the semantic kernel does that for you. So we have the results back.
We do. And I think that this looks pretty good. Property injection. So yeah, this looks good enough. And you can see here that it's returning the title, it's returning the URL, and the summary of that issue. So it's not actually returning the issue, just a summary of it. And that was the model doing all the work here. All right.
So we're down to the last few minutes, so let's see the star of the show.
Okay, all right, so let's see this in Teams. So first of all, let me go to the front end. And in the front end, you could imagine if you had an application, right, that points to wherever your bot, like kind of we saw earlier in the keynote, right, we had our bot sitting alongside it. In this case, though, we're just showing it that this is working here. We're going to go over to Teams here. And this is going to launch us into this experience. And it's going to tell us, do you want to add the .NET Runtime Teams app? I'm going to add it. And it's going to give it a second for that to launch. Now, not so secretly, I was testing this before, so I kind of knew.
It's okay. Like, we always want to make sure that we're getting grounded results, so we're glad that we tested this ahead of time.
We tested it. So now, moment of truth. Is it going to work in Teams? I am a little bit lazy here, so let me copy and paste. OK, perfect. And so it's going to go, and let's see. OK, my bot, it's writing.
Yeah, so it does have that cue of it feels like it's coming from a real individual.
Yep, and hopefully it doesn't ghost me. Fingers crossed. Let's see. All right, so there it is. And so you can see that the same responses that we got back from the minimal API, now it's being used inside of this Teams application.
Can you click on the link? Because I want to make sure we actually are hitting a dependency injection issue.
OK. OK. It is a dependency injection because remember, we were actually using the label to have that information about where this area belongs. So there's the dependency injection label, and you can see if you were to read through it, and if you wanted additional context, you can sort of look through this. But it took a long time.
It did.
OK. All right. Let's actually go back to our Aspire dashboard here, and let's actually take a look at the traces. OK, let's see. So this one's being flagged here. It took 16 seconds. Let's see what's going on here. OK, so we can see here that our Teams bot request was made. And then it hit that chat endpoint on our API service. And this was actually the part that took a long time. And if we were to expand this just a little bit more, oh, I guess I can't. But OK, that's fine. One of the things that you can see is that the operation that took the longest was actually calling
GPT-4.
Exactly, exactly. And so from here, I would have additional information as to how to debug my application and how to, do what I need to do to improve this performance.
Great. So what we've learned here today is that we went through a notebook to show all the different concepts that you would need to know when building an integrating AI into your application. We also showed you how to infuse AI into your existing work stream. We added no additional new tools except Aspire to aspire it, and you got up and running. But let's go through different areas today where you can learn more about AI.
Yeah, so you can see the whole list of them here. There's a ton of great sessions. John and Scott kicked it off earlier today, and then we went. But again, throughout all .NET Conf, there's a lot of really great sessions happening. If you want to learn more about some of the Teams AI capabilities, right? The folks are going to be presenting on that, and then you learn about semantic kernel, generative AI in general. So whatever it is that you're looking to learn with Scott Hunter, you can learn how to scale these types of applications, right? So Make sure to tune in and check out the other sessions, but we're not done. We want to kind of show you and point you to this resource here, aka.ms/ai.net learn. So if I were to kind of open this, just go there. All right, you're going to see that we have this really great collection that has a ton of great samples, like the generative AI enterprise chat template, which is how you can implement this similar solution, right? But with security and all the things that an enterprise would need. We have eShop, which you actually saw earlier today. We have the cookbooks, which I kind of talked about earlier, and I was in that repo there. We've got a ton of learning content. We got the beginner series. We have blog posts. So whatever it is that you're looking for, you can go to this resource collection and find it there.
Perfect. And let's head over to Richard to see if we have any questions from the community. Thank you, Luis.
Thanks so much for that. Awesome work there. No question. Amazing to see that in action. I love the dependency injection.
Rich, we're having a few technical issues. We're just waiting to hear your audio.
All right. Hopefully it comes through okay.
We can hear you now.
Yay.
Perfect.
I was so excited about that dependency injection demonstration because I thought at least one of those work items didn't say the words dependency injection. It was talking about property injection, but still related. So it really speaks to a semantic analysis, which I think is very important. And we had a bunch of great questions up here. I actually want to call back to one that Maren put up here, specifically about supporting other languages in the semantic kernel. So obviously everything that's been demonstrated today has been done in English, but do we have support for other languages with the semantic kernel?
Yeah, so that's actually a really good question. And so semantic kernel, all it does is it orchestrates, right? Really the intelligence and the brains is the model. And so if you're using models like GPT, they actually are multilingual, right? So as long as you're using GPT or a model that supports multilingual capabilities, you should be able to use semantic kernel.
That's really powerful. And to just get that as part of the model, like this is why we use APIs in the first place, right?
Yep.
For sure. Over here, Eric's question for Maria and Luis. As a dev, how would I be able to run an example like this with a model locally on a GPU-enabled laptop for cost effectiveness, not having to depend on the cloud?
Yeah, so there's actually a lot of really great sort of options here. So Onyx, for example, the Open Neural Network Exchange, right, is this wave that you can sort of bring models into .NET that are available locally. And you can leverage that to run inference and accelerate it with GPUs and whatever it is that you need on a local environment.
That's awesome. And of course, some of those large language models are pretty big. Like, I don't expect to run the biggest ones locally. That's not really an option.
Yeah.
Fantastic talk, you two. Thanks so much for putting this on. I'll let you escape, and we'll be moving on to our next topics shortly here. I'm Richard Campbell from .NET Rocks and Dev Intersection. You've been watching .NET Conf. I'm glad you stuck with us. And hey, if you haven't filled in the survey yet, go to aka.ms/.net-survey. That's how we learn what you like and what's important to you so that we can make a better show every time we do this. It's exciting. It's a lot of fun. And we've had some happy noises here too. People that are really excited, like Corey, talking about, after watching .NET Conf today, I decided I got to go play with Blazor, Aspire, Auth0, Stripe, and a little touch of Azure as well. Hey, Corey, I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. It's an exciting time, without a doubt. We've got a lot of cool bits coming together, and you've seen so much, and there's more to come. All day yesterday, tomorrow as well. You know, there's more and more to look at. And don't forget about your local events. There are local events going on as well. Check aka.ms/.netconf-local-event to see the events that might be closer to you. If you want to see some folks in person and see what they're doing with .NET 8 and all of these new cool features. We have lots of action on the tag board so far today. If you want to put your comment up there, you can post it onto Twitter or Mastodon. I think the YouTube feed's working as well. If you're right there, it all shows up here. We're not going to get to all of them. I try and pull as many as I can in the breaks, but you will get answers later on. There are other folks involved there. And if you're looking for answering more questions, any confusion or concerns you have, make sure you check out Learn. Learn's got a lot of good stuff on it, and it'll help you answer your questions, and it's always being added to. You know, it's in the end, it's a GitHub repository too. So as we learn more, we put more in there. You can learn more as well, and as you get experiences, you can be part of those contributions also. We're coming down to the next session here. Looking forward to seeing the latest that's going on in MAUI. We've got Maddie and David standing by. So if you've got questions about MAUI, now's the time. You're going to see the latest bits. There's lots to check out, and hopefully they will be able to answer your questions as well. I'll be here at the break to talk further about that. And so Maddie and David, take it away.
Yay, thanks, Rich. Nice to see you. Hi, everybody. Welcome to .NET Conf, day one, almost end of day one. I'm Maddie Monaquilla. I'm here with my good friend Dave.
David Ortnow, Product Manager, .NET MAUI.
.NET MAUI, and we are very excited. We're here to talk about what's new with MAUI, which is a lot. If you saw the keynote, we put in just like a sneak peek of some stuff. We showed a little bit of C# Dev Kit. We talked a little bit about the .NET 8 features. We're going to dive into all of those. We have like 40 minutes, and then we have 5 minutes for Q&A. So like Rich said, start sending those in, and we'll get to them at the end. So slide time, hopefully. My computer, my poor HDMI port is not having a good time today. So, oh, all right. Swap my... Oh no, I'm in presenter view. I'm sorry. You would think I've done this before. Apparently I haven't. How's that? You good? Yeah, I'm so good at this. Nice. Great start. Okay. What's new with .NET MAUI? Thanks, everybody. All right. If you haven't heard of .NET MAUI yet, or you don't know why we call it .NET MAUI, it is .NET Multi-Platform App UI, which is how you build cross-platform apps from a single code base with .NET, with C# and XAML, and all of the other amazing things you know and love from .NET. So you can go for Windows, Mac, Android, and iOS devices from a single code base. We are 18 months old now.
Yes.
Which is very exciting.
We're toddling along.
We're toddling along. We've just learned to walk. This is a great time for us. And we've had an awesome 18 months just getting to become more of a first-party part of .NET and really starting to bring together the story. We'll talk a little bit about Blazor Hybrid and tease a talk tomorrow about it, but also just seeing what everyone's been building, all the apps, and all of the engagement we've had. .NET MAUI, pretty popular on the internet. Very exciting. Top 2 active GitHub users in .NET and most active in the .NET Foundation, which is pretty awesome. So lots of momentum, and we always make sure we turn that back on all of you, and thank you for all of the work you've been doing to make it so great. We've actually passed .NET Core in stars, which is pretty cool. Gotta say, pretty exciting.
Very exciting.
And of course, just in terms of C# repos, we're still pretty popular on GitHub too. One thing that we said in the keynote, because the keynote was recorded a whole week ago, if you can't tell, I'm not wearing the same shirt. So we said 1,500 and almost 600 issues closed or something for PRs. We actually had more come in since we recorded the keynote a couple of weeks ago.
Yes, we accidentally shipped weekly. Not accidentally, it was on purpose.
Yeah.
We shipped weekly throughout the RC2 time frame. And then when we started talking about Service Release 1, the team said, well, what are we going to include?
Yeah.
And Shane from the team says, well, we kind of included them all in the weekly RCs. So you're welcome.
Yeah.
You're welcome. More fixes for you.
Yeah, very exciting. And so we're not going to go and list out all 600 issues we closed, but we'll try and give you a good summary of everything and get you on your way.
So we have a lot of customers using .NET MAUI, which is super exciting. Some of these are the same icons, company logos that you may have seen at Build just last May. 3M is on there, Fidelity, and I was super excited to see the NBC Sports Next. I did not know that we had done a video, and so when I saw that in the keynote, I was like, what? I mean, I knew who they were. I'd spoken with them.
Yeah.
I was excited to see it, but that was a wonderful treat. So if you have not seen that from the keynote, go back and check that out. We are working on other case studies that we can publish to the website, so you can look forward to that in the future. That takes some time, right? So, but super excited about the momentum that we have with our customers.
Yeah.
And not only with customers, but inside of Microsoft. We get asked this question a lot. Does anybody really use .NET MAUI at Microsoft? Absolutely. So 3 such customers within Microsoft. There's the Microsoft 365 admin app for SharePoint. It's both an Android and iOS app using .NET MAUI. And then we've got the Microsoft Azure app, which is using .NET for Android, .NET for iOS. And then we just found out about the Store Commerce app not too long ago by looking at the apps that were out there and seeing, okay, well, what are they made with? And then we discovered, oh, there's somebody we've never even spoken to.
Very exciting.
Using .NET MAUI. So that happens all the time.
large organization, as you can imagine. And so we're very excited to see the increasing adoption within Microsoft. And we'll continue to work towards getting more of our partner teams involved.
I like that. I was using the Azure app the other day to restart my Minecraft server. So Maui for the win. That's all I have to say about that.
So .NET MAUI and .NET 8, what have we shipped? Improved performance and memory management. Super excited about that. That's kind of one of those table stakes things that you're just always working on, right? Yeah. And so in some releases, we focus on it heavily with goals in mind. In other releases, it's just something that we opportunistically take advantage of wins, and we continue to push things forward. It's certainly making sure we never regress in those areas. And so if you've not seen it, Jonathan Pepper's exhaustive blog post. He had a session earlier today, also with some of our other teammates. And so check that out. You'll see lots of great details there. Smaller apps, faster apps. That's kind of the summary, right? And then memory management, getting rid of those memory leaks, super important. Hybrid and desktop features, I would say that in terms of new features coming to you in .NET 8, that is what we're going to showcase. That doesn't mean that the mobile platforms don't benefit from some of those things, but we'll talk about them in the desktop context. And then flexible tooling for development, tons of bug fixes and stability work. I would say, really, if you look at the release notes for .NET MAUI itself, bug fixes, just like top to bottom bug fixes. I think Rachel from our team was pulling together release notes yesterday, and she says, I can't actually include them all in the release notes. GitHub won't let me. There's too many fixes, too many PRs.
That's pretty good. Yeah. A whole year's worth of fixes.
I know, super exciting.
Very exciting. Yeah, Dave just teased Pepper's blog post, which if you've read the all-up .NET version of this from Stephen Taub, which is like a bit of like .NET lore at this point.
It is.
Like I see the hype building for like the .NET performance improvements blog, and Peppers has started doing a not small but smaller version of it just for Maui. And this is just the screenshots I took of the table of contents, which I had to split into 3 screenshots because there was that much. Yeah. All of the app size stuff I think is something we hear about all the time, like, will my apps get smaller? Apps keep getting bigger because we keep putting pictures and everything, and they get prettier and heavier and do more things. So we're making them smaller for you on the framework side. And very interesting blog post. Last year I tried to review the blog post and give like helpful feedback. This year I just enjoyed it with a cup of coffee and didn't even try.
I'm glad he includes pictures.
Me too.
I'm like, show me some charts, show me some graphs, show me some pictures. Please include side-by-side animations like this, because this really lands at home, that this is the work and how it actually impacts end user experiences.
Yep.
I can grok that. I can understand that.
Yeah. This is literally just on the left side here we have Windows, and on the right side we have Mac. Literally just navigating to and from pages, and you can see the total memory on the bottom there just going up in .NET 7 and not really going up in .NET 8. And that's what memory leaks are.
Yeah, and if this is something that you're like, wow, I think my app might be symptomatic of some of these things, or I'm concerned about it, we actually have a really great wiki on the .NET MAUI GitHub repository, as well as some design documents inside the repo that will kind of give you some idea of best practices, not only for how you build your UIs to prevent and avoid these sorts of things, but also for how you can profile and determine if you indeed do have a memory leak and where it might be coming from. It might be your code, might be our code. So yeah, check that out if you're interested and in need of help.
Cool. Yeah, and the cool thing about Maui and all of these fixes is that they apply not just to native Maui apps, but they also apply to any of your Maui hybrid apps, whether that's with Blazor or otherwise. And so Blazor Hybrid's amazing. We have a ton of customers actually already shipping like Blazor Hybrid apps to the store. They took their web app and they plopped it on the desktop or whatever it is. And tomorrow there is a session. If you're interested, I think the time is on the next slide, but if you're interested in Blazor Hybrid at all, it's pretty powerful. It's a really great way to start using .NET MAUI, start experiencing like the client app side of things without having to totally like throw away your web skills or relearn something. So, and just so you all know, it is not internet required. It's not running the browser.
Right.
That's not how it works. It's very cool.
Yeah.
And something we've been experimenting with that will be in this session tomorrow at 3:30 Pacific time, so 6:30 Eastern time and whatever else other times, is the hybrid web view experiment, which is actually not even Blazor. It is just hybrid. Right. In this example, Beth and Alon, who are going to give the session, they put together one with React in it. So Worth a checkout if you have some web technology that you want to reuse and you want to start integrating more .NET into your stack, but you're not ready to totally rip out JavaScript or whatever it is.
Yeah, React components, Angular components, your homegrown Vue stuff, or whatever you happen to have.
Yep.
It can all work within a MAUI hybrid application. And I think the architecture and everything that Alon Lipton did to pull together the hybrid web view, very much inspired by and borrowed a lot of the concepts from the Blazor web view.
Yeah.
Certainly our recommendation, use Blazor.
Well, yeah.
Blazor, you're going to get the best premium experience there. The tooling is great. The whole thing is the best way to go.
Yeah.
But a lot of customers that we talk to have, hey, we have React, we have Angular, we have Vue. How can we share some of that in our MAUI apps too?
Yeah.
So.
How can we start using .NET? Bits and pieces.
Yeah.
And so the biggest scenario, I think, for Blazor Hybrid and the hybrid web view stuff has been on desktop. And MAUI really started as a mobile-first technology, and we've embraced the desktop a lot since we were in our early preview days. And so in .NET 7, we did a lot of work in desktop features with things just like being able to hover your pointer over something, and the app reacts, or just like right-clicking and calling the secondary click menu, if you will. Which on mobile, there are ways to do that. You hold with 2 fingers or whatever it is. But really, that was a gesture that you expect on desktop. And in .NET 8, we kept doing things with custom keyboard accelerators, drag and drop gestures, and pointer gestures, so when you press things and release things. And they're all, in classic MAUI fashion, not that hard to build. Literally, keyboard accelerator, key F, modifier, control. Even I can understand that. Drag and drop, which Dave's demo is great, so I'm not even going to try and explain this. And pointer gestures. This was an internal demo from when we first shipped this. And we showed some of the engineers yesterday. We're showing this, and they were like, we would have made a better GIF. Like, why didn't you tell us?
I think it shows it just fine. And I think that I was talking to John Dick, the lead for the MAUI engineering team. And I said, I think, we're seeing a lot of requests for long press gestures.
Ooh.
So what can we do there? He's like, yeah, we can definitely talk about getting that on the backlog, but with the pointer pressed and pointer released, that's essentially your long press, bones right there, right?
Oh, yeah.
You build it with that. And so, yeah, it's totally within your grasp to write your own behavior that would do that, or wrap your own gesture and make that happen. Using these new fundamental things. And I think that's one of the changes that we've been making in MAUI, as opposed to what you might have seen from Xamarin Forms, is that how can we expose more of the bare bones stuff, the platform level stuff, so that you can compose it into the experiences you need. And then we'll provide those cross-platform things where we can, as we have time, et cetera, and provide a long press gesture at some point perhaps.
Yep.
But in the interim, because we've already supplied you with the raw telemetry from the pointer that you need, you can do it yourself.
Yeah.
Let's empower developers.
Wow. That's nice. All right, show us how you do all these things. This is very exciting.
All right, let's switch over to my laptop. So I've got my trusty old point of sale food app here, which I think is gorgeous.
It's gorgeous.
So I want to just kind of feature some of the desktop specific things that have been added. Some of these started in .NET 7, have kind of reached the maturity in .NET 8 here. But as I roll over, you'll see that, hey, what is that? Is that a pointer cursor? What? So yeah, that is a behavior that I've written because I can do that in .NET MAUI. .NET MAUI makes it super easy for me to do those platform things. And so I'll show you that code in a minute, but I want to just give you a quick tour of things. I can right-click on these. I have added those context menus. Context menus was a .NET 7 thing. So that's very nice. And that does, some of these also work on like iPadOS and Android because they take on some of those desktop characteristics. And of course, with an iPad, you could have a keyboard.
Yeah.
And so it's more common. And so these things are supported there. Let's see, what else is here? So I have menus. So if we look in the upper left corner here, I have add product category. These are my custom menu items that I've added to the application with icons and with shortcuts. Keyboard accelerators are these shortcuts, new in .NET 8. So I'm really excited to see that come. We had those kind of in Xamarin Forms in a preview fashion only on Mac. So I'm really glad to have those. So what I can do with that, if you noticed, it was a Shift Command A. So when I do Shift Command A, and you may have seen that I actually did type that down here,
That's cool.
I get my Add Product slide out. Now I can, of course, click the Cancel button, but what if I open it, Command Shift A, and I hit the Escape key Oh, why did you do that? Oh, because I set a breakpoint because I'm in VS Code, and VS Code with that .NET MAUI is awesome.
Was that planned, or did you just leave that breakpoint there?
I left it there. I just kind of forgot that I left it there.
That's pretty good.
Just kind of surprise yourself sometimes, you know? Wow, that's great. So how did I do the escape part? Okay, so the first one is a keyboard accelerator. I'll go back and show you that code in a minute. It's associated to a menu item. This is not associated to a menu item. It's just out of the blue, I hit the escape key, and I wanted it to do the same thing that hitting cancel does. And so that's what's happening here. The keyboard up got triggered. What is the keyboard up? Well, I have a keyboard behavior here that I have added to my application. And so this is a content view. I've added the keyboard behavior, and so on key up, so not key down.
Okay.
I could do key down if I wanted, but that's a little too aggressive.
A little bit.
So key up, and so I have a listener here. I check to see what key was pressed. Is escape in there? It is indeed. Wow. And so I can then continue on. And just to drive home the point about it being VS Code, look at all the debugging information that I get here, as you would expect. I mean, I know it's not rainbows and unicorns, but it's pretty amazing when you need a debugger.
Yeah.
Right. So I have found that to be super useful. All right. So continue on. Did I actually get out of the application or out of the window? I did indeed. Very exciting. All right. A couple of other cool things that this application does. I can do drag and drop. Look at that. So how am I doing the hover? How am I doing the drag and drop? So the hover on this, it's Visual State Manager. And I'm using pointer events to do that. So when I have a pointer event that says pointer hovered, pointer exited, or I'll show it to you. I can then change the visual state of this particular view to indicate that that's what's happening. That's also how I'm doing this cursor thing.
That's cool.
Drag and drop is itself a drag and drop gesture. And so I can drag things over here. And what's happening over here is when I'm dragging over and it knows that I'm over the target, it's also changing the visual state on that sidebar to show that it's a different color, give a plus icon, give some visual indicator that I can drop on that the thing I'm dragging is associated to that. Okay, so very cool. And I'm also very proud that I can keep dragging things over here and it actually increments the thing that I'm adding. It doesn't add duplicates.
Yeah, that's pretty nice.
I just want to, I'm proud of myself. I'm a developer.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it didn't do that this time yesterday.
No, none of this. Actually, everything I'm showing you, for the most part, 99% of it, was written yesterday.
Yeah.
So
I have not seen this demo yet, and I'm loving it. I am eating it up. So,
right. So
and now I'm hungry.
One of the other cool things that drag and drop does, this is probably by far the most exciting thing, is that I can add custom, what is it I'm dragging? So Scott Hunter likes to drink sodas in the morning because he doesn't drink coffee. This is how he gets his morning caffeine. So I'm gonna get some sodas for Scott, right?
Yeah.
Very important.
Yeah.
For milk, oh, that's Sweeky. Sweeky drinks milk. Just wait. Just wait.
Oh no. I've only seen Scott.
Juice. Oh, it's Rachel. It's Rachel. Hi, Rachel. We all enjoyed Rachel and Gerald emceeing earlier today. So let's.
Great.
We gotta get all the beverages here, right? So who was iced tea? Who was iced tea? Ah, it's Beth.
Aww.
Oh, Beth has the best picture. I tried to find an embarrassing picture of Beth on the internet. Couldn't find it.
No.
Couldn't find it. I had it in private chats, but I'm not going to do that.
Okay, that makes sense.
Coffee. Oh, I know who this is. This is me.
Oh, okay.
This is Christmas last year stash Dave. I was on my, what's that guy's name from
Ron
Parks
Swanson.
and Ron Swanson. That was my Ron Swanson attempt. Very cool. And last but not least, who likes hot tea? Who orders tea all the time at Starbucks? None other than Maddie. Do you know how hard it was for me to find this photo
Really?
on the internet? It shouldn't have been so hard.
No, that's last year's
Shouldn't have
.NET
been so
Conf,
hard.
you know.
All right, so.
That's pretty good.
So there's the intro to the application, but you're like, but Dave, show me more code.
You see, we need a Twitter poll at some point. Hawaiian shirts are making a comeback for .NET 9. We had an argument. We said .NET 7 Hawaiian shirts. Dave said no more Hawaiian shirts for .NET 8. I said fine. .NET 9, they're coming back.
All right, well.
Because that's a great picture.
We'll come back to that.
Okay.
All right, so I have my MAUI solution here. If you've never heard the term single project before, this is a single project. It is one project. Ignore the API project. That's not part of the application. So the application that runs on Android, iOS, Mac, and Windows is all running from a single project using .NET multi-targeting. So I can focus on just one thing to do all my stuff. So a couple of things to note here. I'll kind of scoot over. So I have a plugin for the key listener. Remember when I hit the escape key and I was able to listen to it and do something? Because MAUI delivers to me all of the bare bones that I need to do keyboard-related things, I was able to very easily write my own plugin. I am a NuGet author.
Yeah.
As of like
wow.
a few weeks ago, I'm a NuGet author.
Wow.
Never before. How did I do it? Well, Gerald, our guy Gerald, put out a little video and a sample repo and said, this is how you make plugins for MAUI. And then people went bananas, like plugins for this and plugins for that. And I'm like, I'm going to make a plugin.
Yeah.
So I haven't made, money off of it yet. I don't know how you do that.
No, I mean,
but,
why would you?
But I'm excited about it because it works.
Yeah.
So that's what the keyboard listener is. And so as a reference, this is my MAUI program. This is the entrance to the application where I register all the things that I'm going to do in the application if I'm using dependency injection, if I'm using custom fonts, et cetera, et cetera. So let's go look at where the actual menus are handled. So in my main page, at the top of my XAML, pardon the scroll, this is my file products. You remember the products. Go back to it real quick. This beauty up here. Beautiful. So how am I doing that? So I've got my menu bar item at the top of menu bar items up here at the top. I've got a menu flyout item, preferences. So here's where I'm doing the keyboard accelerators. So it's great because it supports more than one, right? So on Mac, you have a command key. On Windows, you have a
control key?
Windows key.
Oh.
But I don't want to do that because that doesn't really make sense on Windows.
Oh.
Control key makes sense.
Oh, so I was
So
right.
I switched. But in order to do that, I can do things like this. Or I could also use on-platform, which is a XAML markup extension that we have. Or in code, if I'm doing this in code, I can just do if device, platform, device info, platform, etc.
Code.
So that's how that's happening. And it's going to, of course, execute this add product command, or it does that. How do I do the icons? Because I was super excited about this, getting this working as well. So font image source is a thing that we've had for a long time in .NET MAUI since the beginning. So if you're using icon fonts, I highly recommend this. Saves you from having to manage a bunch of images. And so I just add that as my icon image source. And to show you how you can make this lengthy XAML a little bit cleaner, I have icon image source here, and I'm using a XAML markup extension to do this.
Oh.
So pretty cool, right?
When did we do that?
We have pretty much anything like this. It just kind of works.
That's pretty cool.
Talk to Stefan about it. He could probably explain to you all the reasons why it works.
Okay.
And, but yeah, very cool stuff. And I believe it's all hot reloadable now because there was a point in time where it wasn't.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, so that's very, very cool. All right, what else did I want to show you? So the pointer stuff. So pointers. This is where I was mentioning that when the pointer over happens, I have a visual state manager, and then I can, of course, do the setters to say, okay, change the color of the background, and then when it goes back to normal, it's no longer over, then change it back to the original color.
Yep.
That's the pointer stuff. I attach the cursor behavior here. This gives me the pointer finger, not the finger, the pointer finger.
The pointer finger.
As opposed to the, the people in the room are laughing behind our backs. So that's where I get that. Let's see. Oh, and then the drag and drop, right? So when I do the drag and drop, I have on start dragging on completed. So can I navigate to this from here? Does that work in VS Code yet? No, I don't think it does. All right, so let's switch over to the code behind. Not that part, not that part. Oh, on the drag starting, yes. So on drag starting, I'm going to notify the panel on the other side that something's happening. So I'm using the weak reference manager, which comes from the .NET Community MVVM toolkit.
Oh.
I don't know if that's the exact name, but if you mix those words up, it's something like that.
Yeah.
So awesome. Love this for pub sub type stuff.
Yeah.
Very, very nice. And then I just check, okay, what am I dragging? What's the product? I get the binding context of the parent of the thing I'm dragging because it's a bound thing. I say, okay, what is it? And then I say, what product is it? And then I give them the PNGs.
Wow.
And then I supply that down here to the platform specific, again, multi-targeting. So this is very iOS specific. And I provide it to iOS right here. I load that puppy, load that sucker right up on into the UI. I feel like I'm channeling Miguel when I do stuff like that. Right?
Yeah,
love,
a little
love that
retro
guy.
action.
I love that guy. Yeah, so there's that. Then, of course, on drag over, how do I do these sorts of things? So I set the drop proposal to say, oh, yeah, I can copy that. So I don't know if you noticed that, but as I drag over here, you see how my cursor has a little plus icon.
Yeah.
That's what that's telling me, that, okay, I can add that to this thing.
Yeah.
If it's not permitted, if for whatever the reason the rules do not work in that case, then I could have it say prohibited or whatever the thing is. If you can't tell, I can't code unless IntelliSense works.
Yeah.
Because to try to regurgitate out of my mouth the name of the thing, 90%. That's why ChatGPT, or not ChatGPT, Copilot and I have a little issue.
Yeah.
Because it gives me code that looks amazing,
Yeah.
and I don't know enough to know that it's a lie.
Yeah.
But also,
Yeah.
I did code most of this stuff with ChatGPT, Copilot, and it was great.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. Did I cover everything? You gave me like 7 minutes. I think it's been like 15.
It's fine.
Let's see.
I buffer it in now. I have known you for long enough.
Yeah, you did? You lied to me?
I did. I buffered in extra minutes for you.
All right, so I covered right click, covered the menu items, covered the drag and drop, keyboard accelerators I did, keyboard listener I did, cursor behavior I talked about. I think I'm good. So one thing to know about desktop as well as I'm kind of closing out, we've removed the dependency on Rosetta for ARM architecture,
Yes.
which is super exciting,
Huge.
as well as not just for our apps, but for mlaunch and for the tooling. Mlaunch is the thing that launches your application and launches it in debug and things like that.
Yep.
So tooling has gotten faster. Desktop apps have gotten faster. We've worked very closely with some customers building desktop applications, profiling their applications, going deep, and collaborating with our awesome WinUI, WinApp SDK partners to improve our whole performance on desktop. So it's awesome. We're very, very excited about it.
Yeah.
All right, Maddie.
All right, back to the slides. Hopefully, yeah, oh my gosh, it just worked. I didn't accidentally turn back on presenter view. I'm doing great. That was cool. That really came together since I last saw you at the bar last night at 7 p.m. I fell asleep.
I was going to my room at that point to finish the demo.
Well, that's what I
okay,
figured.
that was the point.
So.
I wasn't hanging out at the, go ahead.
Right, I got you. My stuff was done mostly, except for the stuff that I added this morning. So, yeah, the best part about that demo, in my opinion, is it was all using C# Dev Kit.
But is anybody using this C# Dev Kit Maui thing?
I'm so glad you asked. A bunch of the Maui engineering team is here this week, which is super exciting. Hi, everybody, if you're watching across the street. And one of our engineering leads just came up to us after the keynote and before we came back over here for this and was like, you need to look at C# Dev Kit, like the Maui extension installs, like it's gone way up. And the line, sure enough, like, ba, 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 ba. So very exciting. So thank you everybody already.
Yes.
And I can't wait for the rest of the world to wake up and start downloading it too.
Yeah, I built all this with VS Code, so
yeah, that's awesome.
It's been great.
And there's a lot of work we want to do to it still. It's still in preview. Still got the preview thing, and we also have a pre-release channel, which ships a little bit more frequently. So XAML, IntelliSense, that kind of like go to definition and all that. And of course, hot reloading are things that we really want to make sure we get in there before we flip it off of preview. Because as I was saying to Dave, working without hot reload after having using it for like, what, 3 or 4 years now?
Yes.
I don't know how to write code. Like it's horrible. But one thing I will always bring up, of course, Visual Studio 2022, we still love it. Not going anywhere. Today, we shipped 17.8 GA, which is the one that's been in preview for the past little bit, and 17.9 Preview 1, which I am very excited about. Was actually just editing the blog post for it, which will come out tomorrow with more details. But there's a bunch of things in it, and so what I want to show you is one of the things I am most proud of rhyming in my life, hot off the press in VS. Terrible.
Marketing is going to recruit you.
No, they're gonna fire me. So first and foremost, my Visual Studio is purple.
Ooh.
And that is amazing. Also, the UI is a little bit different. Look at, there's like bubbly things around things. What? This is 17.9 Preview 2. I'm actually on the internal preview because I'm showing you something that hasn't even shipped yet. The PR got merged today. But I am also going to show you things that you can use today with P1, including the new themes. So they're like tinted themes. If you go into the What's New page here, these tinted themes, you can hit the enable or disable right here, and it brings in a wider range of color themes. So I'm a dark mode girly, so I went for Juicy Plum, which kept it dark mode, but my, you didn't like dark mode girly? You didn't like that?
No, it was fantastic. If you had asked me, what do you think Maddie would have chosen? I would have said
Juicy plum.
Juicy plum.
That's great. I really like silky pink. It looks like what I use in Edge when I want it to be in light mode.
Oh.
So pretty cool. Just changes. Lots of details in the blog post tomorrow. Say thank you to Dante for driving this ahead because this is amazing. And the UI refresh preview, which we gave like a sneak peek of a couple months ago, I think around build time, is now here for you to try out. So same thing, click into it and what's new, and then enable or disable it. And the consistency is really nice. I've been enjoying using it so far. It just kind of makes everything a little bit rounder. And we didn't do what we did in VS 2012 and make everything all caps. So you're welcome.
Oh, I remember this when they were A/B
When it
testing
shouted
it
at you?
internally.
Yeah.
And I was like, why is one VS look one way and the other VS look another way? So
Yeah.
it was this.
It was this. It was the UI refresh.
Early testing on us dog fooders.
Yeah.
Oh, awesome.
So I'm not going to take up too much time demoing things. There are a million videos of me and Dave talking about all the XAML tooling and blah, 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 and Visual Studio stuff. It's awesome. Every time I pull down an update on one of Dave's demos, I have to go into like live preview and just click around and be like, where did he do this? Where did he define this? Oh my God. That's the only way I can figure out anything that you're right. So you're welcome. I do have my Copilot chat going, which is pretty cool. And this is just the Maui app one. What I'm going to show you right now is not yet released. It will be coming in preview too. Very, very sneaky. It is this new thing called the Live Property Explorer. I'm so excited. People have been asking for this forever. I got distracted because we had a special guest walk in the room who's probably just missed his face being dragged all over David's screen, but that's okay. I saw that. Oh, you did see it. Scott saw it. Great news, everybody. I'm sorry, I'm ruining the illusion. If I click on something, such as this image in XAML Live Preview, which is how I select a bunch of things, I see what they're rendered, it pops it up in my XAML, it pops it up in Live Visual Tree, and it pops it up in the new Live Property Explorer, which is similar to like when you use the like web inspect tools in a browser. So it shows you what is going on at runtime. So it goes through all my different styles and whatever, and it shows me exactly what is being rendered. It doesn't show me like what I've defined in the code. And then if I edit things, so if I'm like gonna go to this label and I wanna add something like text color, right? So let me search my properties, color. Oh, please, please, great. I can go in and I can edit things here. I think this is the wrong color. That's okay. No, please scroll. Text color, I scrolled by it. I'm trying to figure out where the best place to put this window is. I haven't decided yet. I have too many windows for this one screen. What I could do is
That is
search.
a lot of windows.
Yeah, it's getting out of control. Anyways, when I type it in here, it will change it at runtime for me, which is very helpful, but it will not actually overwrite the XAML. So it's really great for trying things out, just wanting to see what things look like. Like even if I did font size, let me search that, let that pop up. Great. I can go in and I can edit things. And it will change things at runtime, which is cool. Again, so this is in preview 2. This is literally the first day it has been in our internal build, so very exciting. And you'll be able to use it very soon.
Sweet. I've been looking forward to that for a long time.
Yeah, me too.
I really have.
Yeah, every time we talk about it and with the engineering team, they're like, yo, Dave wants it, so we have to do it.
And I say, where's the thing that lets me do this thing? And they're like, well, that's called the Live Property Explorer, and it doesn't work for Maui. Now it does.
Now it does.
So, sweet.
So that's it. Just my little quick sneak peek of hot off the press in VS. Oh my goodness, I'm back in presenter. Oh no, I'm not back in presenter mode. It worked. Okay, good. All right, let's talk about RTL.
Yeah, so I wanted to highlight this because among all the things that we've heard from customers and developers over the previews of .NET MAUI 8, or .NET 8, MAUI in .NET 8, has been, the incremental improvements compared to .NET 7. And one of the biggest ones that I took note of was the right-to-left support. As you can see on the screen here, these screens were provided to us by UX divers, Leonardo and Pablo and the whole team down there. So you can see .NET 7, early stuff, not so good. Not so good. Things are missing, things are not laying out properly, etc. The .NET 8, however, awesome. And so they were like, thank you so much, this is amazing. You can read the quote. This is pretty typical of the kind of feedback that we've been hearing when we get to engage directly with developers that are using the latest .NET 8 bits. Now it's out in GA, now it's your turn, right? So look forward to hearing all the things that you have to say about it, especially if you're using right to left. But if you're looking for any of the key improvements in the quality, we want to hear from you. Let's go to the next slide.
Oh, I was just thinking about this. I was like,
Yeah.
why did he put the .NET 8 picture on the left? And then I realized it's because it's right to left. So the new one's on the left, right? For those of you.
It's almost like it was planned that way.
Oh my goodness.
So that's, obviously not last but not least,
Yes.
right? Tons of other things. As mentioned earlier in our talk here, the release notes are huge, exhaustive.
huge.
Not everything got included there. Our documentation team put together an amazing what's new in .NET 8 with MAUI. So go to our learn.microsoft.com, .NET MAUI, to check all that stuff out. But here's just a highlighted list. We mentioned, the Rosetta stuff, the right to left stuff. Collection view for sure has seen a lot of work and improvement. Not to say that we have declared mission accomplished on any of these things.
No.
Still more work to go. We are heads down, planning out the next phases of things, starting another sprint. So we're super excited to continue this journey. But as you can see across the board, tons of improvements on all the things that we know that you're using in your applications.
Yeah, I almost hate to do this already, but you know what's next after .NET 8?
It never slows down, does it?
No.
It's almost like we're in a race car.
Oh.
What?
Very funny. Very funny. .NET 9, I mean, it's a year away.
Yeah.
So we're planning. And now that .NET 8 is kicked out the door, we're never going to look at it again. No, I'm just kidding. It is an LTS version, so we will look at it plenty for MAUI. So, yeah, I don't know. We got a lot of goals. We want to hear from you. So,
yeah, we definitely want to hear from you on these things. Kind of on the list here that are we're taking feedback on. We have a design doc for Swift Interop in particular that we would like some feedback on. Trying to figure out the best areas for us to invest in initially. It's a big topic. So where is it going to be the most impactful? As I mentioned before, we kind of were more opportunistic on performance and memory management and things like that. So this time around, what can we do to really improve on build times, to improve on runtime performance? And it tends to differ by platform, right? It's not just across the board. When we get .NET performance improvements, that tends to be beneficial all over the place. But as we're looking specifically at MAUI and where we can improve things, it's per platform.
Yeah.
So we know that we want to go back into some of those things and see how far we can push things, especially now that we are unified into .NET. And we have more alignment on the runtimes, on the build systems, the project systems. Let's start to really innovate on these things and see how far we can get.
Yeah.
So super excited about that. And again, we will be aggressively servicing .NET 8.
Right.
So I mentioned this in my blog post. If you haven't read it, please do. We are going to be aggressively servicing as compared to what you saw in .NET 7. We heard very clearly, hey, we need more bug fixes more quickly. But we needed to just kind of step back from our releases and say, what are we missing from a QA standpoint, testing, manual testing, the whole deal? What are our processes that are missing to improve things? And we've done that now. We feel like we have a lot of that in place. So let's go ahead and be more aggressive with the bug fixes.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what we're looking forward to. But it's early days. None of these things are really committed as far as the things that you're seeing here on the board.
Yeah.
And we may entertain other things. So let us know what you'd like to see.
Now's the time to tell us because, we finish .NET 8 or we ship it, we go away for the holidays, and then we come back and we hit the ground running on .NET 9. So now's the time. For those of you who are not on MAUI yet, and maybe are on MAUI's older brother, Xamarin or Xamarin Forms, we are still heavily investing in the .NET Upgrade Assistant. The most recent time, I gave a demo on it a couple weeks ago at DevReach in Bulgaria. Shout out to Progress, that was a great event. And the just joy I had making that demo compared to when I did the exact same demo a year before, it was like a world different. So if you tried it a year ago and you're kind of like, it didn't really work back then, we've added a lot. We've even added in-place light bulbs. So if you're doing things manually, it'll say this is a Xamarin namespace, get this out.
Yeah, if you copy code from a Xamarin sample into a MAUI application, you're going to get some light bulbs now that'll tell you how to tidy that up and make it compatible.
Yeah, and if you were an early adopter of MAUI, this will also get you from .NET 6 or 7 onto .NET 8, so take advantage of that. We have a hotline email.
Yes.
Hotline. That means emergencies, all right? Not, hey, Dave, your shirt's so cool, but I wish it was a Hawaiian shirt, which would be fine too. MAUI-upgrades at Microsoft.com, where we're engaging customers who have niche questions. We know everybody's app is different, so if you're like, this random thing isn't working and I don't know what to do, we can hopefully try and put you in the right direction. And of course, thank you to everybody, all of the packages, all of the people who build on top of .NET or alongside .NET, especially with MAUI, our control vendors. Join us for our community stand-ups first Thursday of every month. We usually round out some of these. We have a great time, and it's been awesome to see the momentum. So, yeah. And we are at no shortage of MAUI sessions.
I
at
know,
.NET
right?
Con.
Look at how many there are.
I know, there's a ton. So we have some first-party ones. You know, we have folks on the team, like we had Peppers earlier. We have Beth and Alon tomorrow. But we also have a bunch of community sessions and some blended ones where we have a community person and a team person. So check all them out. They'll all be uploaded again after the event too, so you can watch them in whatever time zone works for you. But right on time, absolutely nailed it.
3,
Thank you.
2, 1.
.net/MAUI, get.net. That's a horrible URL to say out loud. But thank you, everybody. Thanks for joining. I think Rich is still our host, right?
Rich
so he's
is
going to
still
heckle
our
us
host.
for a few minutes.
Yes,
so.
yes.
Yeah.
.NET rock us.
Ooh.
Oh, very nice.
Oh, he's muted again.
Hi,
That's good. I don't
friends.
want to hear what he said to that because he was probably
Yeah.
really upset.
No, I heard everything, as usual.
Yeah.
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, oh yeah, there you
That's
are.
great. All right. Fantastic presentation, and such a special version of MAUI too. You know, I know it's been a long road for you guys. You've been in it the whole time. Like, congratulations.
Thank you.
It feels like everything you always hope to do, here you are. So, you know, enjoy it. I'm really proud and excited to see what's happened with MAUI, how far you've gotten. You know, I'm an admirer. I'm a fan.
I love that when you share the history with us. You know, we see your Mono to Maui talk.
Yeah.
In other
Tell
places.
your history to you. It makes a
But
lot of sense.
you know, some of it I wasn't there for, but you know, it's great to get that perspective.
Absolutely,
I think
and lots of engagement on the board here.
Sweet, good.
I guess I'll go with the more technical question. This is from David Allen. He says, have collections now been fixed in .NET MAUI? You know, that really support variable row height and all that good stuff, cell reuse and so forth. This was always a challenging part of Xamarin Forms.
Yeah, so has it all been fixed? I'm sure that there are cases where you're going to still run into problems, right? But we do know that it is an issue, and we have those bugs, and we're going after them. It's definitely high on the board. The backlog of things that we're working on. Yeah. So we know that collection view in particular is key to a lot of people's applications. It's core. Yeah. It's like, every screen uses it. And so those scenarios that David mentioned are definitely high on the list. Yeah. So if you're finding that they're not fixed, certainly, and you want to make your voice heard, go back to GitHub, find the open issue.
You guys, you're all listening, so they can hear you.
Yeah,
if you've got problems, let them know.
Yeah,
and I want to call out one more.
Issue, it
just
pops up.
Mac related is like, is it gonna? If you're making iOS apps in MAUI, are you better off working in a Mac?
It's up to you. I mean, I think using VS Code on the Mac is pretty delightful, and you have Xcode right there. Xcode brings in all the simulators and everything, and it's really fast. But I know a lot of people who are just Windows developers, and that is totally fine. So you can pair to a Mac. You can put a Mac in a closet somewhere and pair to it and just use the remote iOS simulator. Also, when you're early on in the development and debugging days, you can just plug your iPhone into your PC and just run the app right like that. It starts to fall apart when you're doing like really custom entitlements or like app icons, because we're basically giving it a fake iOS app that's pre-built, and we preload onto the thing, and then your code runs inside of it. But if you're just trying to iterate on your UI or just get a feel for if something's going to work, or you're running it on Android and you just want to put it on your iPhone too, that's a really good way to get started and unblock you so you don't have to have a Mac, or so that not everyone on your team has to have a Mac if you're a blended team.
Yeah, but you know, some folks want to work in the other machines, and those choices are there, and Visual Studio Code is here to help you.
And you can use Linux.
Yes,
VS Code.
It's your friend. It's all part of the equation. Fantastic job. David and Maddie, thanks so much for doing this. I'll let you go. We'll be moving on to another session in just a minute.
Hey, thanks, Rich.
And here we are. I'm Richard Campbell, .NET Rocks Dev Intersection Conference as well. We're at .NET Conf. Here's the .NET 8 launch. And if you haven't already got the bits, you got to go get them, aka.ms/get.net8 with the dashes in between. It's a great version. Very exciting times. We've had a lot of lead up to it, and it's been fun to see everyone working hard at it and taking advantage of the new capabilities. And yeah, this version of MAUI seems like the Magic 3 version. You know, we were supposed to get the first bits in 6, and it was a little bit delayed because there was a lot of moving parts. We got it in the spring, and they did some iterations. And then 7 was a really strong version, and now with 8, wow, you know, you look at all the capabilities. It's astonishing. And obviously, still more to go. Make sure you fill in that survey, the .NET 8 surveys at aka.ms/.net-survey. That's how we get your feedback and understand more of what's going on. And after this session, I'm going to call it out again. Don't forget about the .NET party, because we're having some fun there. I think there was a message up from Dee Dee. There it is. Yeah, the .NET Conf after party goes on after this final session. And lots of games, lots of fun, prizes being given away. You can win some stuff, so be a part of that and have a good time with it. It's what we do at the end of the first day every time, and it's always a ton of fun. So coming up next, we've got Scott and Paul talking a bit about building and scaling cloud-native intelligent applications in Azure and .NET, a great combination of stuff. And you know, when you start having success with these technologies, you got to know that you're going to be able to take it where you need to go. So I'm going to hand it off to Scott and Paul right now.
Awesome.
Hello.
Great to be here, Paul.
Yeah, good to be with you. We always like to demo to each other, so
this should be scary.
Might as well do it here.
We brought a whopping 1 slide. So we are not slideware people. For folks that don't know, I'm Scott Hunter. I've been at Microsoft 17 years, a lot of time in .NET, currently in Azure. On the Azure Developer Experience team, we build things like App Service, Azure Functions, Azure Container Apps. We build all of the VS Code tooling for Azure, the VS tooling for Azure, and the SDKs.
SDKs, yeah.
I've got Paul here. I'll let you introduce yourself.
Hey there, I'm Paul Yuknovich. Also work on Azure Dev Experience. I'm the product lead for serverless, and I work on microservices and cool open source projects like Dapper. I'm a contributor.
So,
yeah.
With that, we just thought we'd just kind of hack on a couple things today. Number one, we're going to talk about Redis. So since this is the Azure talk for .NET Conf, we're all Azure here, so we're going to talk about Redis Cache. There's some great capabilities we've added in .NET 8 for Redis Cache. I assume everybody's seen Aspire a couple times by now. We're going to show how you can actually take an Aspire app and publish it to Azure Container Apps using our Azure Developer CLI. And then Paul, as you said before, he works on something called Dapper, which is the distributed application runtime. Some folks earlier today kind of thought Aspire and Dapper might compete with each other, but they're very different. Aspire is a .NET mechanism for writing .NET applications, and Dapper is more of an abstraction of things like storage, messaging, and so on. Yep. Great for running an app local, running it in the cloud, swapping out components without having to change your code at all. And it works great with Aspire. And so we're going to demo some of that. I know Maria and Louis already did a little bit of AI. I might do a quick recap of some of that. And then we're going to show how, in just a few lines of Azure Functions, you can do some amazing things with OpenAI. And then one of the most exciting things for me is we actually built functions on .NET. The actual runtime of functions has been .NET for forever, but it never has had like native ASP.NET feel. It's always been this thing that's kind of its own set of APIs. And so for the first time ever, you're going to be able to use ASP syntax, ASP model binding as part of your Azure Function apps. And I'm really excited about that. And then finally, the last thing is functions can scale like crazy.
Yeah, what's that about?
What's that about?
Yeah,
and
love to see that.
So we're just going to jump around and do a couple of these things, and we'll see where we land, and hopefully get some questions.
All right.
So with that, so Redis Cache. So Redis Cache is something we've had in Azure for a long time. One of the nice things about Redis Cache is it's an open source cache implementation, which means it's not tied to Azure, it's not tied to Microsoft, it's not tied to anything. And .NET 8, we made some great improvements in our caching. So we've had this feature called output caching in .NET for forever. I think all the way back even to web forms. And the idea behind output caching is you have a page in your application, and you might generate that making some database calls or some API calls or something else. And with output caching, what you can say is, I want to cache that page for this amount of time. Or I want to cache it until the URL changes. Maybe there's an ID for a product, and you can say cache it until that ID changes, and then we'll generate that new page and cache that page. There's a whole bunch of ways that you can dial this. Now, what's new in .NET 8 is for the first time ever, we have Redis support for output caching. And so I've got a little app here. It's not super complicated. It's not super crazy. And you can see in my main startup here, I actually add the builder services, add output cache. I didn't put any properties there, but I could set up policies and a bunch of other things. And now I've got this new thing, which is builder.services.add stack exchange Redis output cache. And this means I'm going to actually connect my output cache to my Redis in the cloud or on my local machine. And you can see here builder.configuration. All this does is it's going to go look at my app settings.json. It's going to go find the connection strings for my Redis cache. That's all you've got to do is basically give a single connection string to Redis, and you're ready to go. And then down here, a little bit lower, you're going to see that I've actually added a app.use output cache. I learned last night, super important to put that one after the routing. Doesn't work before the routing. I will have to talk to the .NET team saying, would it be great if these things actually told you when you put them in the wrong place? And so after that, all I've got to do, I've got 2 pages. I've got a cached page. I'll do a non-cached page first. My non-cached page, not crazy, just a regular page, but I've added one thing to it. I have a thread sleep 2000, so it basically is going to pause for 2 seconds every time it generates the page. It's going to be slow. And then I've got a cached page. And all I've done on the cached page, as you can see, I brought in a namespace so I can get the attribute. And then I added an attribute to the page. In this case, I'm doing a simple thing. I'm not looking at varying by parameter or anything like that. I'm just saying output cache for 10 seconds. And so once I've done with that, when the page generates, it's good for 10 seconds. And just like the non-cache page, if I go look at the code behind here, I've got that same thread sleep 2000. So let's run this. So this is not a fancy app by any means. Here I am. I've got my 2 pages. If I go to not cached, you can see it does the circle for a couple of seconds while it's waiting. That's that 2-second delay. If I go to the cache page, the first time I hit it, it's going to have that delay. But now I can keep hitting it, and you can see the cache is full in effect. And so one of the greatest ways of saving money in the cloud is actually caching stuff in your application. And so output caching makes it very easy to take any page that you're generating with the database and store it in a Redis cache. And I know that our Aspire samples show caching as well, but I showed this purposely because if you've not moved your .NET application to Aspire, you can use this now in production. It's ready to go with .NET 8. So with that, we can jump back over here, Paul, and let's talk about Aspire plus AZD. So I'm assuming everybody's seen Aspire. Aspire is the new cloud-native framework or programming model inside of .NET 8 for building your cloud-native applications. I'm just going to go to a link here, aka.ms/AZD. And it's going to talk about the Azure Developer CLI. You might ask, what is this? So if you've been using Azure in the past, we have a Azure command line interface called AZ. And AZ is what you would do if you want to manually create an app service or manually create a Redis cache. If you want to go query some of the stuff that you have in Azure already. But it's very manual. If you're going to run a bunch of these AZ commands to do something.
It's good for little ops tasks. Right?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, it actually is more of an ops thing than a developer thing.
Yep.
Azure Developer CLI is something that's different than that, and I'll explain that. So we had a problem a couple years ago when we would have developers that would come and try one of our samples, and the first thing they would run into is the GitHub repo would say, run these 25 AZ commands. And if you messed any of them up, well, you better know how to go erase that and start over again. And so the first iteration of AZD, Azure Developer CLI, was written so we could go put some special folders inside of a sample that would tell us how to go provision and make that app run inside of Azure. Now with .NET 8, we're releasing a new build of AZD that knows about .NET Aspire. And so what it means is you can take any Aspire application and run AZD on it, and it will let you publish that application to Azure. The cool thing about the Aspire apps is they actually generate what we call a manifest, which describes the flow of the app. Here's all the components that make up the application, and all AZD does is scans the folder of your Aspire application, finds that manifest, and then it's going to go generate the assets required to actually make this work in Azure. So let's try this. So I'm going to go over here and you know, I never found a use for Start Window, but it's great for flipping between apps. And so I've got, this is basically your default Aspire app. There's nothing fancy here. It is got the Redis cache. It's got all those things going in it. And we can control F5 it just to show that it works. There's nothing special I've done here. And I'm going to do the thing that's crazy to do on stage, which is I'm going to actually publish an app while we're sitting here, Paul.
Oh, heck yeah.
What could go wrong?
Don't you have to write a few thousand lines of bicep or ARM or something?
I think so. There's a bunch of that stuff you have to write.
All right.
I just want to show that the app runs first, and then we'll go run some AZD commands. And then while it's publishing, I'm going to show some other aspects of AZD that we can do here. And I will say my machine is not the fastest today. I've only installed like 35 preview builds and so on over the last couple of months.
It's kind of the hand-in-the-box stress test.
Yes. And so one of the fun things for any of us that work at Microsoft is like after this day's over, I'm going to pave my box. So here's the app. It's running. You can see here it's got a container. It's got Redis. It's got the front end, the back end. Nothing special. Now let's drop back down here. I'll stop the app. And let's go jump in that folder in my command prompt. So I'm in the .NET Conf Aspire app folder here. There's the app. And I'm going to run AZD init. So init is what you actually do to have AZD kind of learn about your project. And so it's going to go, do you want to select a template, like grab something from GitHub? Or would you like to just run and see if I can scan the current folder? I'm going to say yes, let's scan the current folder. And it's going to go look through that all the folders I have here and find the manifest that describes the application. Let's give it a second here. There's lots of
If I remember,
files.
that's super simple. It's just like this service, this dependency. That's it.
That's it.
Yeah.
And so it's like, hey, I found an Aspire application, a .NET Aspire application, and do you want me to generate the necessary files? I'm going to say, yep. And now it's asking me, hey, I found two services. I found a front end and a back end. Which of those do you want to make available to the internet? In my case, I want the web front end to be on the internet, so I'm going to go and click that on. And it wants an environment name, so I'll say CSH Aspire. I'm going to say 10 because I don't know how many of these I've done. And so that's going to be the resource group. Now it's created a few files, and we're going to go jump in those files in a second. It created an Azure YAML and the next steps. Now, the next step for me, honestly, is going to be just to run AZD up. And so AZD up is the command that says, once you've generated the right files, AZD up will go and provision all the stuff in Azure for me. So let's go to AZD up. And it's going to ask me a couple of questions. It's initializing the bicep provider. For folks that don't know, bicep is the language of how you describe your assets inside of Azure. I'll select my subscription that I want to use. And I'm going to select East US. And this is going to start running. So, and this takes about 5 minutes. But while we're waiting for that, let's go back to VS, and I'll use my fancy switcher here. And this is another application, and we'll just open another tab in my command prompt, and we'll go over to that folder. And over here, I feel like I don't want to go look at the stuff while this thing is running, Paul. I just want to do it in another folder to make sure we don't blow our feet off. And so what I'm going to do is basically do the same thing. I'm going to go do an AZD init, and then we're going to go look at the files that AZD creates. So this time I'm not going to do the AZD up. I'm just going to go generate the files. We'll launch VS Code, and we'll see what actually has been done for me.
I've written a lot of those files, so I'm already appreciating this thing. Well, what am I going to do with all my time?
Paul knows this. Whenever I'm doing a demo, I call Paul at 11 p.m. the night before the demo, and I'm like, hey, I need 1,000 lines of bicep. Can you please do that for me? Okay. So it's created those files. Now let's launch VS Code and see what actually happened here. So first off, there's an Azure YAML. And so this is kind of the description of my actual application. You can see it's got my Spire app synth. It's got an app. It's written in .NET. It's pointing to my host project. That's if you watch any of the things that we have, that's the orchestrator project that actually boots up the rest of your applications, whether it's your Redis cache, local, your front end, your back end, so on. And that's actually all it's generated. If I go and there's also a magic Azure directory, and it's going to have a few things. It's those questions that here's the name that I gave it inside of the tool. Here is the exposed services. This is saying we want to expose that front end. So basically, all those questions I got answered got saved in this folder. If I go over here, you can see that my default environment. So nothing really fancy. But what's cool here is I can also open this next steps. And so when you do an AZD on a Spire application, we generate this markup file that you can go look at that tells you a bunch of things like, hey, I'm doing a raw publish right from command line. I might want to do CI/CD. And so we show you right here what changes you need to make if you want to actually add CI/CD to the flow. And so it's very easy to start with AZD manually publishing, but you can also turn on GitHub Actions or Azure Pipelines very, very easily. So let's keep scrolling in here. And it kind of talks about what was added. It talks about that Azure YAML that we talked about before. But this is even more interesting. I'm going to run AZD infra synth. And so what actually happens behind the covers today is we actually generate a lot more than what I showed you. We generate a bunch of stuff in memory, we run it, and then we throw it away when we're done. So the idea is we don't really want to go mess with your project unless you really care about seeing the assets that we actually create.
It's more like a library or something. Just use it.
So we'll go back in here, and this time I'm going to run AZD infra synth. And so what that's going to do is basically generate on disk the raw files that make all this magic work. Synthesizing infrastructure. And so while we're doing that, we can go over here and take a look and make sure things are good. You can see it's created a resource group, a container registry, log analytics, a container app environment. It created a cache inside the container app environment, and now it's making magic over there. So let's go back into our VS Code, and now there's going to be a little bit more stuff that we can go look at. So let's go look into one of our applications. Well, first off, there's this infra folder, Paul, and here's your friend Bicep.
That's my favorite.
And you're going to notice this has got just some raw descriptions, like the name of the environment. These are basically variables that are being declared. The location, you can see resource group, some Bicep stuff, some environment variables are put out there. I can go look at this file and see a couple more things. But over here, this is going to be where we actually see that real container app environment is what I would say. And so if I scroll through here, you can see there's a container registry. There's some authorization roles.
Actually, yeah, they're using managed identity, which is great.
Yep, it's doing all the right. This is doing best practice.
Monitoring, that's the stuff that you really need to do.
Operational insights here. This is our environment. Here's our container app. And so this is the raw bits that kind of work. Now, it creates this at the root, which kind of describes the thing we're going to go shove all the stuff into. And then each of these projects is going to have a manifest folder, which contains, this is the tech that we templatized to actually make each component. So this is my API service, and you can see target ports, HTTP, you can see the registry, the containers. So AZD will take those parameters we saw at the root level, shove those all in as templates, and then run this and inject it into Azure.
So it's got a lot better building blocks now.
A lot better building blocks. And we made this command where you can generate this, so in case you want to go modify some of this stuff yourself, you're welcome to as well. And so that's all the stuff that's generated. I'm going to guess, if I go back over here and look, you can see We've actually now deployed the app to the cloud. I can control click on the endpoint. You now see that I am not running on my local machine. I've got Azure Container Apps.io as my endpoint here, and this is all good. I want to show one more quick thing about how this works, real quick, and let's go switch back. This is my favorite switcher mechanism. We'll switch back to the Aspire app. And you might ask the question, this is great, I got started. What if I add something new? So let's go add another project. So I'll go to my solution, I will say add new project. We can do a web API and my new API. And I can ignore most of this, but I notice there's a checkbox here in List in Azure Aspire Orchestration. This means when I click that, it's going to automatically wire this up into my infrastructure. And I'll show that. So my new API project is here. If I go to my app host and go into program.cs, you're going to find that it's going to have added, here it is, my new API. And if you've seen this before in any of the Aspire demos today, I can go up here. I could give it a variable like this, var, and I can say new API equals that. And then for my front end, I could decide, hey, I want to make sure that the front end also has access to that new API. Oops. How good are we on time? We're good. So I'll give you about 20 minutes. Is that good?
Sounds good.
Okay. Okay, so if I build this, all I've done now is take that away. If I build this, I can go back and I can run AZD up again. And let's go do that. And what it's going to do now is it's going to actually go and notice that I added a new container, and it's going to go add that container to my container app environment and publish the app.
No way.
And of course it failed. Dun, 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 dun. Let's just double check to make sure I didn't break the app. I broke the app, Paul. Oh,
You did.
no.
In fact, everything's broken. It's all squiggly.
It's all squiggly already, so it was squiggly before.
It happens to the best of us.
Oh, why did it break? Because I have this twice.
Wow.
It's got to be real. So.
It doesn't like to repeat itself.
Well, you can't have two of the same things.
No, it's physics.
Physics don't work.
No.
So I just wanted to prove to everybody it's real. This is not scripted.
Yeah, keeping it
There
real.
it goes, running.
Nice.
And we're going. And while we're waiting for this, I'm going to switch one more time and talk a little bit about, there's this great blog post that I think I have it here, that Stephen Tobe wrote and the team. It's about using retrieval augmented generation, or RAG is what we kind of call it. He has a whole bunch of samples using semantic kernel and .NET. I've got this cool project that I wrote that took all the samples that he has and kind of merged them together into a single thing. And I'm going to run one of those or two of those. Let's not show those things. Those are bad.
We'll be rotating those.
delete the entire thing. So basically, this is just an app that has all of the code that he wrote as samples. And so it starts off with a simple GTP. I'll run one of these.
Loving all the terminal today. I'm feeling at home.
I feel like I'm on my Mac.
Yep.
And so I just asked a question. This is ChatGPT in like 3 or 4 lines of code. And you'll see here, there's a date time example. That's where you actually have it call some .NET code to answer a question. There's memory where we keep a history of all the things you're chatting. There's memory for streaming that makes it give that nice chat interface that you would see. And then it gets really cool with what we call memory plus embedding. And that's where I want to be able to ask it questions about Stephen Tobe's blog post.
Yep.
And in that case, the buffer I'm allowed to use is only so big. And so my only option is to basically run this version of this, and I'll scroll and show you the code, and we'll flip over to Paul's machine. I'll go down here, and now you're seeing that it's not simply as easy as it was before. I'm actually create my in-memory thing. I go and grab his blog post. I go loop it and chunk it up into paragraphs so I can break it into smaller chunks. There's a lot more code here, and then you get to my questions, and what was 4 or 5 lines at the top now is like
hundreds,
100 lines.
Yeah.
And when you run it, you're going to notice that doing all that work is a little complicated, and I'm not going to go all the way through it. We're just going to switch to you. It's going to start chunking each paragraph in, and it goes super slow right now because I actually am rate limited because I'm using a small subscription.
And it's Steven's blog.
And it's Steven's blog, and you all know
way too much
they only take like 3 hours to read, so it's going to take like 20 minutes to put into the embeddings. But I want to flip to you.
Okay.
We built this really cool tech. I guess I skipped twice because you have a Dapper thing and we have
That's
this.
okay. We go to AI.
Let's go to AI first
We'll
and
roll
go
with
to Dapper.
that. All right, perfect. If you want to switch over to
We're going
me.
to switch to Paul's laptop now.
I'll get my bearings. So, all right. So yeah, Scott was showing the RAG scenario, and the way I think about it in Paul speak is just we're going to chat our data. This is the easiest way to do that. So there's really 2 steps. You want to get you writing for each and all kinds of algorithms to chunk over
splitting
it.
stuff and knowing all kinds of crazy stuff.
So we have, it's experimental, it's a binding, but it's public because functions is open source and it's extensible. So we have a couple attributes that we think will make your life better. First one, we have this embeddings attribute, or embeddings binding, I should say. And that'll just let you take in file as a file path, as a hunk, eventually whole folders, OneDrives, all those kinds of things. But you could just point it at your data. And that's all you have to do to actually suck that data in and turn it into the embeddings, which is what the machine wants. And then the second thing is we have a semantic search binding. And as you'd expect, it'll look at that same data source and let you either upload data in or retrieve the data out. So now the whole code, just to ingest all the data, turns into just this. Basically 3 bindings and 3 lines of code, where the main part is that we're going to take the output from the binding, and we're going to pass in a searchable document.
So we took 100 lines of code and really took it to 3 lines of code and a bunch of attributes that kind of describe how things bind together.
And it's using managed identity, and it's making it nice for us, right? So we don't, no connection strings.
Can customers use this today, or is this something they can?
Right now, yeah. So right now the bindings are live. They're actually NuGet packages. As you said, it's written in .NET. So the NuGet packages are live. Look for OpenAI by Chris Gillum, and it's posted as him. And then our plan is to evolve this into a real Azure Functions set of bindings. But it's all there now. We're using the same extensibility that users do.
Should I expect to see this maybe at Build next year?
Don't be surprised.
Okay.
There'll be a lot more. Yep, you should.
People can try it today and experiment
Try
with
it today. Tell us what you like and don't like. And here's the thing. I'm going to show you one way to chunk it. We're learning with you what's the right way to embed and chunk. So we need your feedback. But yeah, we're going to turn this thing into something awesome.
Basically, I fire my document into the function, and all that stuff that I wrote that 100 lines of code for is just happening for me.
Yeah, and let's check out the perf. And then part 2, I'll show you, we could just have another function that's going to do a semantic search and just retrieve the data right back out.
Awesome.
Okay, so what did I do? I took Stephen Toob's blog also, and it's interesting to have a line count, Scott. It's like over 10 grand lines of code. That's pretty serious, or lines of text. And so let's run the function. So we can do a func start. I could have 5, whatever makes you happy. And this thing's going to run. And we've also, I don't know about you, I don't like typing a bunch of characters into curl. So I'm really kind of fond of these HTTP files and the extension for REST.
I love these things too.
Okay, perfect.
And this is an extension you installed into VS Code that will run these files.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep, and this is a clone restore run, so you can take this kind of quick start, and we've already got an ingest data function, or a little microservice almost, and then a prompt data. And so we're just going to fire off. First thing we're going to do is train the AI, right? So we're going to pass in our own data, and it's going to upload and do the embeddings. And if we pay attention, so we got a OK, this is live TV, right? And we can see that it did the embeddings. Now this is the part I like to look at, and a light bulb went off for me when I first saw this. So I'm here, this is Azure Data Explorer, aka Kusto. Really handy for getting data in and out quickly. And if we do a query, we can actually see, and I'll make this a little bigger.
And these are all the vectors that were created by the embedding.
Exactly. All the chunks and the vectors were passed in. And you can see first we see the text. And then Scott said, yeah, look at these are the actual vectors that help, with weighting and help the machine understand the context between the words, and which is an underpinning of how this stuff all works.
So when you actually put a question into like ChatGPT, it then can look at these embeddings to figure out which of this text is the right text to actually put in the buffer as it thinks of your results.
And it happened so fast. Like yours was chunking for a bit.
I'm
not making fun of your code.
You
I'm
probably
just
have
saying,
a better subscription than I do. So.
Yeah, that's gotta be it. Better hardware. It's my new laptop. That's what it's gonna be. But just to show you, like this thing, thanks to the vector database, it's actually shredding through the embeddings and uploading them, ingesting it that fast. Okay, so I just delete it. Now we'll query again. Now we can see the embeddings are there. So this is real. Like it's really putting it in. And now let's go ask a question. Okay, I had kind of a softball. How do I put embeddings data into a prompt? But tell me in the style of someone who's ready to celebrate. All right, I have no idea what's going to happen. All right, and we'll send the request. All right, it's getting pretty colorful, but it's a little saucy, but it's
good.
It's doing the actual work. But the whole point of this is just two bindings. You can ingest the data. You can do your secure, private, compliant queries over it.
So to me, I just think of this as if you want to go add AI to your application, you take your data, not the public internet data, shove it in, and then you can easily ask questions against it in just 20 lines of code. I think this is super exciting, and
it functions like a good companion, right? So you might have existing apps, and now you can make it an intelligent app just by adding a function to it.
So let's show some Dapper.
Dapper, all right, I love Dapper too.
So as I mentioned earlier, Dapper is the distributed application runtime, and I know from feedback we got this morning on the keynote that some people thought that Aspire and Dapper might be these competing technologies, and I don't think of it that way at all. Dapper
I
is
don't
meant
either.
to be
and I was talking to the maintainers and the founders today, and we were all having a great chat about it. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's great. We were just chatting about this before, that he actually did talk to the founder today, because they were asking the same question, like, what is this?
Yeah, but we come to the conclusion, actually when I look at Aspire, there's so many underpinnings from TIE, and you might have talked about that, but just the wonderful tooling and the ability to bring in dependencies and extensions and orchestrate all the parts of my app. It's helping with that part. And then Dapper, I look at, like the website says, a set of APIs or building blocks to do best practices. And it's got these abstractions with a whole bunch of implementations behind it. So, Dapper really will help you build that app. And Aspire will help you integrate it super well into .NET.
I think it's cool that how easy you can actually add Dapper to a .NET app. It means it just makes it's like you add a component, and you're ready to go. And my scenario that I think about is, hey, I'm developing locally, maybe I'm using RabbitMQ on my local machine. When I go to Azure, I want to use Service Bus. If you build the app using Dapper, I don't have to change my code, even though I just changed the implementations of the messaging completely. Dapper abstracts that thing away. So Dapper is an abstraction on many of the core concepts that we have. It makes your app more portable, makes local development easier, and it does some of the same things Aspire does. It does some of the retry logic automatically for you. And you might ask, well, I'm a .NET person, why does that matter? Well, what if you call a Java API, or a Java API calls you?
Or an external API, or a non-Aspire, right?
Exactly.
It helps you really ubiquitously, hit things. And I think, talking about APIs, we haven't even explained. So PubSub is a really good example. I want to send messages, have guarantees, have time to live. Just in one-liners, Dapper can do that. And then you get the resiliency. We use MTLS, mutual security by default. So there's just so many things kind of built in. So it does some heavy lifting. So that's Dapper.
And day zero, we're making it available in Aspire preview.
And it's a real integration.
It's really, really good.
So building on what Scott said, so I took, there's a repo out there right now called Aspire-samples off of .NET. And so I was playing with that and having some good fun. And so I took, let's remember this, so git checkout main. Okay, so the sample will show you how we can do an implementation of the web Razor pages so that when you call an API, you're going to get the weather back. In this case, the Aspire app is actually using Dapper APIs to call Dapper-based microservices. So if you have microservices out there, this is showing you how easy it is to fold those in and integrate them. And as you can see, one of the cool things that this even does by default, we could call an API by name, and it's going to do the service discovery, and it's going to do that secure MTLS connection. So already I'm getting some advantages with that. Another thing that I'd love to show is Aspire has a really nice way to bring in the dependencies. So in this case, it's not directly a Redis cache. I'm bringing in a microservice, like the API microservice, which is based on Dapper. And Aspire made that really easy. And notice, like, for those of you who use Dapper, you kind of know, hey, I have to Dapper run to start a sidecar, pass in 100,000 parameters, and then at some point you've got it going. So that was always a bit of friction. It's really nice to see .NET has actually kind of eliminated that friction.
Yes, the hosting tech in Aspire just makes that so easy to run.
And then, but wait, Scott, there's more. I got to show you a little more. So let's take the more custom code, Dapper state. So I wanted to show that, you know, teeny bit more realistic example would be that I want to do a little bit of state management, right? Because I'm calling these microservices, which are hitting databases and servers. As much as we love to blame the DBA and the database people, it's not actually always their fault if you're not using caching or you're not using state management.
Earlier today,
That's right.
So let's cache. We should cache the weather as well.
Exactly. So in this case, what I'm actually going to do is look in a state store, or think of it like a cache. And actually, this is backed by Redis cache. And I'm going to get the state out of that first. And if that doesn't exist, yeah, we're going to go ahead and call the microservice. And in that case where we do a cache miss and we first load the data, let's go save that and actually put it in the Redis cache. And even, like I mentioned, the best practices. So, you know, Dapper is going to give me guarantees. I can even set a time to live, right? So just all of these things I'm able to do in like one-liners and passing a few parameters. And like Scott said too, this is an abstraction. So if I want to use Redis, if I want to use Dynamo, if I want to use Cosmos DB, Blob Storage, all these kind of different backends.
And you can use Redis locally, and when you deploy your app to Azure, you can use something else, and your app doesn't change.
Actually, if you want to geek out a little bit, like literally that's exactly what I'm doing. So when you install the Dapper CLI, it gives you Zipkin, and it gives you, I'm sorry folks on this resolution, it's a little crazy. Somewhere there's Redis, can you see it?
You can do a Control Plus or.
Oh yeah, I could. You've become the command line expert. Oh, there it is, Dapper Redis. So yeah, the Dapper CLI kind of fulfills dependencies automatically with Redis cache as a container. Dapper doesn't need containers, but we'll use Redis to be your pub sub, to be your state store. It'll help with workflow, which is a cool new API. But anyway, yeah, so here we go. So we've got this app, and instead of like Dapper run infinity, we're gonna do, all right, Scott, I'm gonna listen to you for a change. So .NET, and that's the command I was looking for, .NET run project app host, because that's kind of our orchestrator project.
App host is the project that
Is that what I call it? Orchestrator project?
That's what I call it. I don't know what the .NET folks call it, but to me it's the orchestrator because it actually boots up all the other side projects.
And what did I break? I'm in the wrong folder, Scott.
Typically you want to be in the root folder or the host folder.
There we go.
That looks better.
I like that.
There should be a URL in there somewhere, which is the dashboard.
All right, so let's try this. So now we're gonna run the Aspire project. This is a trick we've actually done for a long time, to have a kind of a host project. All right, so now we can, like Scott said, we can open the dashboard. It's not expecting that. Oh, that was silly. I went to the dashboard URL, so let's do this one. Aha! Okay, so here are my two microservices, my front end and my back end.
What does containers have?
Yeah. This one?
Or just containers, so there should be a container tab up there.
Oh, I see.
Right there.
Yeah, no containers found. So this is the cool thing. I'm running this to the metal, right? And then, because we're just doing this locally, now let's go to the web app. And here we go, fast cache response. And the other thing, all the things you've seen today, the observability, the retries, that's kind of in there. And so, I mean, just to summarize, you can use the power of Dapper together with Aspire, very complementary.
Yes.
And since we heard so many questions, I felt like
I think it's important to show that these
it.
things actually complement each other. They don't compete with each other.
Okay, so we've done Aspire, Dapper.
We have native ASP.NET Functions or Flex consumption. I think we should do native ASP.NET because that is something that's been so long in the making that for folks who don't know, for Azure Functions, about a year ago we started this project to start making all of them look like the native app. So if you're a Node person, you want to look like Express. And we finally have gotten to .NET, and so now we're making .NET projects look like .NET.
We actually made changes. Let me just go ahead and revert that. All right, I thought we'd do a little before and after.
I want to see a before and after. What does it look like today, or yesterday?
Today, well, we could really learn Azure Functions. All right, so today, you're going to see some things. Let's get started, C#.
I always think of today what you do is your response comes in, and you basically have to go parse the JSON to go grab the parameters out. If you're used to using .NET for a while, we do model binding where we just map the parameters to parameters on your function, and I really want that. And on the way back out, in .NET, it's an iAction result. You just return your type back to that, and we automatically do the JSON serialization for you. So you're getting model binding on the way in and model binding on the way out. And if you look at a classic function, you do that code by hand.
You do, and you have some different, I mean, they're good .NET types, but they're not the ones we're used to.
They're not the ones I'm used to in ASP.NET.
From like 6, 7, 8 ASP.NET. We're not used to this anymore. So HTTP response data, what is that, right? So, so here in this project, and I'll give you just a sec to come over there, doing things out of order. It's good. It's keeping me on my toes. And .NET HTTP. All right, so here's, I think, the exact same thing you saw where it's async, but we're seeing that type we didn't expect. So that's kind of the before. And these functions are real simple. It's an HTTP trigger, so that'll be like either a webhook or just a simple web API. Make a get, make a post, and return it. Now let's do the after. All right. And we got some new look and feel. Look how much the code reduced.
There's all my .NET things. All the things I natively feel with .NET. There's my
first thing, you own main. You own main again. Like,
yes.
It's just like a real.
It feels like a minimal API .NET app.
Minimal API. Here's your iAction result, return result. Here's the real HTTP request. And also, so that was the get. If we look at the post, now I can take advantage of great features like from body, so I can deserialize into a real person object.
It's a real person object for me.
Just with a record. So like, already, I mean, this is real ASP.NET, and you get DI. You can bring your own middlewares. You own main.
As a .NET developer using functions, this is the most exciting thing I've seen in, honestly, forever.
Okay, that's pretty awesome. Well,
so we have almost 3 minutes left. Can we do flex consumption in 2 minutes, 3 minutes?
Yeah, we can. No pressure. All right, so flex consumption. Flex consumption, you're going to hear a lot about tomorrow. It's basically the consumption edition of functions we've always wanted. That's got the real corporate networking. It's got all the SKU sizes you want, like how much CPU, how much memory, either really small, really big. Actually, while I'm blabbering, let's start a load test.
You should kick a load test off.
Because
so isn't that one of the things with functions? It's been one of the challenges of functions over the years has been if I actually throw a bunch of load at it, it takes it a while to spin up to handle that load, right?
It does. Like it could take 8 minutes, let's say, to start batching up more instances to handle the load. So we've always had a good scale controller that's kind of good at monitoring, but to actually produce the number of workers you need has been tricky.
So how much faster is that with flex consumption?
Yeah, I've seen some runs, whether it's HTTP or queue based, that could be more like 1,000 instances in under a minute. And that's what we're doing now. We're not done, right? So
think about that. That means your app starts as a single instance, and a big pile of work comes into it, and it goes from a single instance to 1,000 instances in roughly a minute. And then as soon as that work falls off, it starts scaling all the way back down, right?
That's right. Yeah, exactly right. And it can scale in just as quick. I mean, we have some cooldown and some configuration in there, but the whole idea is, you know, you spend the money when you need to, and then you release the resources and stop. So it's a really great. I mean, this year we're all thinking about being efficient. It's really going to help with that. Now, what I'm doing now is I'm racing a load test, Scott, which is like it's got its own cold start that we have to think about. So how about I explain a little bit about flex consumption, just kind of how it works. So. You know, one of the things is that in today's consumption SKU, we actually had a bit of polling so that the scale controller that's monitoring HTTP in your queue, it's kind of like actually pinging and polling your workers, which wasn't super efficient. So that's a better algorithm. Also, functions now understand concurrency, which would be like, how big of a batch do I want to support per instance to do execution? So now it understands concurrency, and the scale controllers and the workers work together to coordinate, and plus the compute itself is so much faster.
So we have 20 seconds left, Paul. So
this is gambling, Scott. I mean, like, is it? Are we going to see the live metrics in time?
While that's waiting for that, just flip back to me real quick on the slides, and I just want to go do a recap. You know, we've showed Redis output caching, how easy you can do that any .NET app. We've showed how AZD makes it easy to take an Aspire app and publish it to the Azure. We've got Dapper, which now works side by side with Aspire. We've got great AI support in functions, native .NET, ASP.NET, Azure functions. And we'll flip back to Paul and see if in the last 0 seconds we can actually show the scale up.
Oh, look at that. Look at that curve. And in the time, like even I had nothing, now we're up to 28 servers doing 1K per second. I mean, this thing, we can get up to 60 real easy. So anyway, that's what you got to look forward to. We're going to start talking about an early access preview tomorrow.
Awesome. So that was a whole bunch of .NET and Azure. .NET and Azure work awesome together, and can't wait to get feedback from you trying all these new tools. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Paul and Scott, thanks so much for that. Awesome demo. Features all the way to the very end. Metrics showing up. That's fantastic. And I got to say, there was it Bill here who actually said, Paul, do you do any mentoring? Because your code is so clean and your workflow tricks are amazing.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I would love to.
It's all online. Were you telling me that your engineering manager actually has helped? The nice thing about working at Microsoft is we work with a lot of people, and they scrutinize our code. So
there's good days. There's simple. There's days like today where I get the compliment and very much appreciate it. There's other days where it's like, Paul, don't you understand global variables? No.
What were you thinking about there?
What are you thinking about?
I got to pull one tech question here from IMGPT, who said, is output caching working only for MVC controllers? How about gRPC?
So I don't know about gRPC, but I know it works for APIs. I know it works for Razor pages. I know it works for MVC, and I know it works for Blazor. But I don't know about gRPC. I'm happy to, you can ping me on Twitter at @coolcsh, and I will get that answer from probably Safia.
Absolutely, and yeah, great stuff there. There's some other good comments here, but we are running low on time, so I'm going to let you guys go. Awesome talk. Thanks so much for digging into the details there about how we're going to scale this stuff. It's great. And variable consumption on functions, yes, please. Let's do that. All right, those guys are away. This is my last piece. We're wrapping up for the day. I hope you've had a great .NET Conf so far. I've been having a lot of fun being here with everyone. And make sure you go get .NET 8 at aka.ms/get-.net-8. And we look at all those numbers. That tells us that you're listening to us and working with us and are having fun with the new toys. And speaking of .NET, there's a tweet out from Gaurav himself who said, if you're new to .NET and want to get started, and he gave us some links for training and for the free code camp, so lots of stuff to get started. If you know some folks that are new into .NET or trying to get going on that, we've got a ton of awesome resources for you to explore. And same thing in the Learn collection, aka.ms/learn-.net-8. That's all that great Learn content focused on .NET 8, can answer your questions, and you can contribute to it too. You're part of the .NET community, you can make that stuff. So Gaurav, thanks so much for that quote to remind folks there. We're coming into the code party in a few minutes, but we're just going to wrap up here. before we move on to our evening part of the event. And a couple other fun things there. There's folks all the way from the UK have been watching day one. Now I'm doing the math here. We're here on the West Coast, so it's past 5 o'clock here. So it must be like 2 or 3 in the morning in the UK. That's some dedication, man. Thanks for sticking with us so late. And you're going to have the code party yet after this. Also, you should be checking out for local events, aka.ms/.netconf/local/event. Those are going to be events closer to you. Maybe you can see some stuff in person, get your questions answered directly, and you'll have an opportunity to learn more and engage with the community. You know, we're slowly getting back into how do we do this stuff together. .NET Conf has always been online, and that's been part of the fun with it, bringing people in from all over the world. And we're coming into tomorrow and the next day with our round the world part of .NET Conf. But we're getting down to it now. This is the end of the first day. And some great comments still up there. Lots of laughs. There's Dee Dee talking about joining in on .NET Conf's, the after party. And I know that a bunch of the folks that you normally behind the scenes, guys like Jeff Fritz and so forth, are going to be part of this. So get a break, grab yourself a drink, and we'll see you in Code Party shortly.
Hello, hello, friends. Welcome in. This is our Look at this. We've got so much going on here. How you doing there? Welcome back to .NET Conf. It's our after-party code party. My name is Jeff Fritz. We've got a great panel here at Microsoft Studios in beautiful, sunny Redmond, Washington. Okay, maybe it's not sunny. It might be nighttime. And we've got our friends Sam and Sarah joining us they're in sunny Florida. Hello, hello, friends. How you doing down there in Florida?
We're doing great. We're so excited to be here with you guys tonight.
Oh my gosh. So we're doing bi-coastal code party. See, this is how inclusive .NET Conf is. We've got folks joining us from all over the place. Let's go down the table here and introduce ourselves. We'll start with Mehul there.
Well, thank you very much, Jeff. I am Mehul Hari, the .NET PMM, and wow, what a day.
Right?
Amazing, amazing. If you have not caught up, I mean, like, you're definitely going to watch it after this code party, but wow. And with that, let me hand it over to my friend Katie.
Hi, everyone. I'm Katie Savage. I'm a PM on the .NET team, and I was your first host today, along with Jamie Singleton. So you might have seen me before, and I'm sure you've seen the great.
Oh gosh, I'm Jeff Fritz. I'm one of the folks that's leading this event, and we've been so happy. My goodness. Mehul is really understating. We've had a fantastic event so far. Starting with Education Zone yesterday that Katie led, and we've got lots more after the event with local events that we've been putting together, and Katie's been helping lead as well. But we wouldn't have anything going on for Code Party if it wasn't for our friends just below us here on screen and the wonderful lady here to my left.
I'm Dee Dee Walsh, and I helped get all those prizes together for you. So, and I work for a company called Growth Acceleration Partners, which I just started 10 months ago, but I still can't say that very fast.
You didn't just start the company; you just started at the company.
At the company, yeah,
right.
yeah. We got acquired.
There
but
you
anyway,
go.
try and say that fast 10 times.
Yeah.
It'd take them. Anyway.
And Sarah and Sam, why don't you introduce yourselves there, just below us on screen?
Yes,
Carl
hi.
Franklin's
So
here.
we are in not so sunny, but still very warm Orlando. And in
Yeah.
Florida, we are here at another conference called Visual Studio Live in Orlando. We are celebrating all things .NET, just in a different place in person, and it's been great just tuning into all the good things coming out of .NET Conf today.
Absolutely. My brain is ready to explode. I'm Sarah Fatz, here with my good friend Sam Basu, and I have my party hat on today. I don't know if you guys can see that with the .NET bot, but we are ready to go. It's been an amazing day with just a ton of great information.
What I would like is take a couple of days off. And Stephen Tube, and Jonathan Peppers and everybody else who's written up so much about performance improvements in .NET 8, I would just like a few days off so I can read all of that stuff.
There's keynotes to catch up on. There's all kinds of sessions. And this is just day one. Yeah. We've got 2 more days coming for you. Why don't we talk about what we're going to do here for the code party? You can see my screen up here. Sarah, why don't you fill us in on the details here?
Okay, so as you guys know, if you've joined us for a code party in the past, we always try to do something fun and interactive. And today we're going to try to, we have to complete some challenges to stop a hacker, and that's just a hacker in quotes, not really happening, from accessing all of our information and data. And so in a few minutes, we're going to hop online and we're gonna start answering all of these questions. And the only way we can really do this and solve these challenges is with the help of all of you online. So, and help us out in chat, help us out in by letting us know what we're missing, where we could be looking for new information and new details, and help us beat the hacker.
So these are puzzles that we're going to be solving.
Let's see.
Puzzles we're solving, yeah, puzzles and riddles, and
All right.
and you'll have to pull out your phones or your laptops or whatever, and maybe do a little internet digging as well with us. But we need your help in order to do this.
And how many prizes and when are they awarded?
There are 19 prizes.
Whoa!
And they're awarded at the end when you complete the form.
So there's a form online that we need you to fill out. Head over to .netconf.com, click into the code party that you see in the list of links there, fill out the form, and get engaged here with us. Let's have some fun. So should I click let's get ready here? I'm ready, let's go?
Do it.
I think you do it.
All right, let's
go.
How well do you know the other players?
I would put it at
Not at all.
not at all.
Not
yeah,
at
let's
all.
go for not at all.
All right. Choose my team. Who's Brian? Who's Trent?
Who's Wiener? Oh, Victor.
Ghost is in fact a pseudonym. That's because I work for a particular organization called Infinite. They are a hacking collective. Infinite are responsible for some of the biggest acts of cyber espionage that you've never heard of. Infinite hacks some of the really, really big fish in business. I don't know if you've ever tried to hack a fish, but it's messy. Now, the reason that they have brought me on is that they are looking for a little new blood. They are looking for some new people to take on, to bring into their organization for their next mission. Now, they're not just going to take on anyone. They want the absolute best of the best, and that's why they've hired me to put you through your paces to see if you have what it takes. Those of you who do well on this will be rewarded with contracts and work worth millions and millions of dollars. But those of you who fail, well, just by joining this call, you've broken several international laws. So I suggest you don't. Well, I think we have everyone assembled here. You look like a good group here. Let's stick you all in a team. We're going to get you working together on this one. So you're going to be competing against some of our benchmark times, some of our benchmark scores. See how well you can do. All right, let's lock you in. Now, there aren't any questions, hackers.
No, let's do this. Let's see what you got for us.
Let's hack. Here we go.
Choose a team name.
I think we are.
I think we failed already.
Yeah.
I mean, we are the code partiers, yes?
The code partiers.
I love it. Code
Yeah.
partiers.
There we go. All right. And start.
Let's do it.
All right.
We need some details on you as security before you join the collective. Tell us 2 truths and 1 lie about yourself. We're not risking letting any covert government agents on this job. Okay. 2 truths and 1 lie. Okay, what truths do we have? I got my first job as a developer when I was in 5th grade.
Okay, so I'm getting a message from Infinite. They're saying they're not sure they trust you. They want a bit of information. You should be being asked for a little bit of information at the moment, team. So put in whatever they're asking for, put it in, and we're going to run a couple of tests, find out if we can trust you after all.
So second truth. What else do we have? What's a truth that we can drop in there?
You mean that I was a supermodel?
Okay, there you go.
Okay. I was a supermodel. And our lie.
Oh, I'm an undercover agent looking for hackers.
I'm an undercover agent looking for hackers.
Just so you know, Sam and I have put ours in there. Just so, and it's going to be hard for you to figure out, I think, which one's the truth and which one's the lie. Just saying. It's very, very challenging on our end.
All right. Link is insecure. They can't keep it much longer. Okay.
Uh-oh. Get it in. Get your truths in. And
Yeah,
the lie.
right?
That's right.
So, now who are the other friends we have on the call here?
We're going to find out soon enough.
Oh, okay. So
Carl Franklin's on.
Well, not on watching there. I'm looking at
30
also over
seconds,
here.
people. 30 seconds. The pressure is on.
So, how should we pause to talk about our sponsors? Oh, go ahead.
Most of our analyzed in at the moment. I can keep the uplink open for a few seconds later. Let's get a few more in. David's got theirs in. Very good.
Time to prove none of us are agents? What is Roger lying about? I like karaoke. I have 2 metal plates in my right arm, and it's now a centimeter shorter. I have 4 daughters.
Which one do you think?
Nobody likes karaoke.
Sam, I was
Wait a minute, Sam. How
my heart's
dare
broken.
you?
I'm going to sing some karaoke right now, just to prove it to
right.
you.
I think it's the 4 daughters because Roger doesn't look that old to have
I'm
4
going with-
daughters.
Yeah.
We're going to enter that here too, right, Sam? I mean,
Thinking it's the
The
daughters.
second one's
Okay.
too specific.
Look at that,
I
everyone,
think. Yeah.
see, Sam,
everyone
the chat
thinks it's the
karaoke
daughters. What are
fun.
we thinking?
All right.
Let's find out.
Nobody thinks that the metal plates in his arm are a lie, so.
Oh.
They like
the answer is
karaoke.
drum roll.
The link was on the website to the
I hate karaoke.
Yes.
Oh,
See,
I don't know specifically.
someone's like me.
And then that takes a particular mind to make daughters.
What is Victor Galanka lying about? I played in theater. I'm a software developer. I have a dog.
These are tough.
Tricky.
I feel like I have a dog is too simple. Like
Yeah.
that's something that you wouldn't lie about. That's easy to lie about.
Yeah. Theater though?
played in theater, and then.
But even spread here. Look at this.
Yeah, there it was.
Ah.
There we go.
Fictional dog.
Who's this person? One more, guess another. Okay. What is to lie lying about? I'm a terrible hacker. I started hacking at college. I work for another government.
Oh.
People don't say they're terrible hackers.
That is very true. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going with that.
I do like that one.
I think you're right, Sam.
See.
The suspense is killing me, people.
So. And.
Feel like we need a drum roll again. There we go. Okay.
10 seconds to send in the answers.
So somebody has not answered.
This is a tricky one.
It is.
Yeah, you wouldn't admit you were.
Oh, the government.
Yeah, okay, you wouldn't admit that.
Well, there's that too. Interesting.
Yeah.
There's the Snoop. They're back.
We need more.
Okay.
What is David lying about? I spend my spare time hunting in the woods. I got married during COVID-19. I went shooting with my in-laws the day before my wedding.
Well,
Well,
there's
it's
two
either-
hunting ones.
And it's either, I mean, if got married
Okay.
during COVID-19, he
But there's-
probably wasn't with other people the day before the wedding, right?
Oh, this is a tricky one.
So
What's in
either
the
he didn't
first
get
one?
married during COVID-19 or, I don't know.
But if the
Or
first
maybe
one's a
he
lie,
went
then the
shooting
third
and
can't
then
be
things
true.
happened and he didn't get married.
I bet it can be true.
Which one are we picking?
And I
Sam,
feel like
from our
getting
end?
married during COVID-19 is something you would brag about.
Yeah.
I'm thinking it's
Okay,
the
which
third
one are we
one.
saying is the
But who
lie?
got
Third
married?
one.
Third one's the lie.
COVID,
Okay.
the opposite happened.
All
Then
right, so the third one.
I think the third one's
All
a
right,
lie.
I'm going to go with Katie on this one.
And Bill DeGray and
Oh, come on!
Okay.
What?
Oh,
That was fun.
we are definitely not. We don't know each other all that well.
Help me
apparently.
out, chat room.
Yeah. All right. So what do we got?
We can't let them get away with this.
What is Sarah lying about? Let me see. 42 siblings. Sam is sitting next to her. Her first computer was a VIC-20. I'm going to take a wild guess. I'm going to take a wild guess.
No, I mean, it's
What?
42 though.
The
Good
answer
Wasn't
is
somebody in
always
chat
42.
saying the
Your
answer
poor
better be
mother.
42?
It is. We've gotten 42 a lot, and Commodore VIC 20
No.
and 42. Oh, and there's another 42,
Oh.
and 42 and 42.
Can we stop when we get 42 42s? Is that a thing?
Yes, that's the rule. Must stop there.
And wait.
What?
Now, Sarah, are you on the Commodore now? Is that where you're streaming
Yes.
from? Okay, perfect.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Because
yeah. We have
.NET
the-
will
we
run
have a
on a
little
Commodore.
kid running in the
There you
side,
go.
exactly.
I've seen that .NET running on a Commodore.
It's
Did a
true.
dissection last
That's
year.
not one of my lies. And did we get everybody chimed in?
I think it's going to be like, I have 43 siblings, right, Tara?
Exactly.
Yeah. Sorry.
I came from a big family, you know? Although all of my cousins combined were probably pretty close to 42.
Saying, they're saying they do trust you, which is shocking, given some of those answers.
We're in, guys.
All right. Somehow.
They have said they've said we can give you an actual practical task. They can say that we can actually put you through, see how good your skills are. All right.
All right.
Have a little
Thank
look
you.
at your screens. Here we go. This is where we're going to get stuck into it. This right here, popping up on screen for you in a moment, is going to be a locked control panel. Now what we need to do, we've got got a new person in the waiting room. Bear with me, I'll just bring your, got a lot of teammates arriving. Let me bring your new teammate in.
We have a new teammate? Really?
Who could
Hey,
it be?
I know this.
All right, Jeff, what are you lying about?
All right. How well does your team know you? I'm an undercover agent looking for hackers. I got my first job as a developer when I was in 5th grade. And well, you're definitely a supermodel.
Yeah.
So it can't be not number 3.
It's offensive that you would even say that.
Yeah, come on. Why would you question that?
Yeah. Which one?
Yeah, go for it. Which one do you think? Sam, you're going to say Jeff's not a supermodel?
Oh, he is right now.
He is, right,
It's
right.
not
But
a
he
plus.
wasn't.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. Today he is. He wasn't before, though. I agree.
Sam, you don't know this, but you know Ben Stiller got blue steel from Jeff.
Be a tiger.
I'm working it here. I'm working it here.
You get credit for being the supermodel.
Maybe I do.
Yeah. Somebody called that out.
You should
Somebody
see that
did?
catwalk.
Yeah.
Really? Where? That's right, Surly Dev. Ooh,
Oh no.
Excellent
we're in the
work,
Matrix or
team.
something.
All right, let's try on something new. Here we go.
Who you would hack in if you had the choice?
Who?
Who would you hack into? Troy Hunt.
That's a great
Like,
one.
Troy, your friend, your buddy, but
Here we go.
if I can break into Troy's machine,
And just for context, tell folks, have I been pawned and
have I been pwned? He runs that.
Now there's something appearing on the
Yeah.
screen for you here, team.
Oh my gosh.
This is one of my favourite little snips here. What we got here is a locked control panel. Now you can see it's got a lot of dials on it. It's got a lot of buttons. You can all push the different buttons. You can type in code. You can flick switches. You can turn dials. Now, what I want to know is how quickly you can get this unlocked. I've helped you out. I've given you a user manual. That should give you everything, tell you everything you need to know on how to decode it. It was, of course, made in the 80s to make a lot of sense. Now, the trouble is, you're all controlling the same control panel here. So if you all just keep pressing buttons, you're going to undo each other's good work. So you're going to need to start talking to each other if you want to get your heads around that. So I would start making a plan of how you're getting it. Look at that. You got the elevator logs. Good start. Let's see how quickly you can get the rest.
Pin is, so there's a pin and then there's offsets. Okay.
I'll take a picture of the manual, Sam, so we can go back to it.
So 4-number access code reset after noon each day. Code is set to 4 unique buttons pushed in staff elevator. Access elevator log, set all color switch and enter today's date code as DDMM. Hey,
Whoa.
So that's going to be right
1411?
1411,
Yeah.
and they access the elevator log, right? Yeah. So what's in the elevator log?
Who did 3?
Oops, someone pressed the wrong button.
Somebody's messing with us.
1511, yeah.
Good.
1411, I think, right? Oh, wait.
Somebody is
Okay,
being.
so the all right, so this isn't clear to me. Pigmented switch combination, forehead or hilltop, grandmother or Indian flatbread, Billy Idol's rebel cry. It's a rebel yell. So yellow.
Yep.
Misplace or be beaten. Female occult practitioners. Okay. And then the sensitivity offsetting. Third knob set to 6 more than the second knob.
So the elevator, somebody keeps changing the elevator switch. It was incorrect. It was correct when it was 1411. So
okay.
Once we hit that, we can let it go. So maybe go back
but I
and
thought
do
it
that
was
again.
4 unique buttons.
No, I'm just mean the so yeah. Type in 1411.
Do not put unit in water. Okay, so third knob is 6 more than second knob, and all 3 sum to 21. So if they go to 9, so if the third is
we have some
18, well,
the
that's
knobs
right.
are 939. Yep, according to there we go.
939, right?
Okay.
Do we know
So what happened to our
top one? That's the
okay. There we go.
Pin is incorrect. Main switches are incorrect. So it's not
I think
14.
we have a mole on the inside who's messing with us a little bit.
Yes, somebody's tinkering
1
here.
4. Try that.
All right, so 939.
I think it's Mahul.
Is it?
Sorry, I've got my little watch computer going here.
So it's 4 unique buttons pushed in the staff elevator is the access code.
The fragmented switch combinations, I think, are they giving us hints to the color?
Yeah.
Okay. So forehead or hilltop, light brown.
Okay.
And then
What are the
non
options?
grandmother or Indian flatbread, you know.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Well, I don't know what
And
color.
that's
that is.
yellow, so that's yellow is.
Yeah, yellow, and then
Misplace or be beaten.
blue. I don't know.
Try one more.
Is it misplaced?
Hang on.
Yeah.
Hang on. Suitable for, okay, so 1411 was right over here?
1411 it is.
Yeah.
1411 is right.
Correct. Pin incorrect, though.
Oh, so
No,
the main switches
1411 is
are-
incorrect.
Ooh.
Because they need to be unique, right?
Yeah. 4 number access code reset afternoon.
Part of that might be because we have to ensure the correct
Set
position
all
of all
color
knobs and
switches
switches.
and then enter.
Oh,
Then enter
1411.
4.
So
Yeah.
we need to
So
color
So we
need
have
to
to
do this
set
one
all of
first.
these
Set that
and
one
then set
for
1411.
third is 6 more than second, and sum is 21.
Oh, hold
on the-
on. No.
on
It
the,
says
Elevator logs, yeah. That,
Here we
There we
go.
go.
So it was unique.
code is set to
Hey,
first
stop it over
four-
there, Brian. What are you doing? Brian with a Y?
It does say though
I'm
that
reading
the
here. I'm
code
reading
is
here.
so
logged in the elevator
you
logs.
unlock the elevator logs for a moment, and then you click on the elevator log button, I think, right?
Right, yeah.
You've already unlocked the elevator logs, team. You just need to click on that button if you want to see those. You don't have to keep typing in dates.
But somebody's turning them off. Somebody's hiding it.
Oh, okay.
That's why you got to work together.
First 4 buttons. First 4 unique buttons push in the staff elevator.
0579421.
So 40579 is the code, right?
Well, but there's also 421.
Because it's the first 4 unique.
Oh.
0579, right?
Yeah, first 4 unique. Okay. So 0579. Okay.
Okay. So do you want to put that in there,
So
Jeff, or
clear
do you want
that.
to? Okay.
0579. And then we need to figure out these buttons up top.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep. Because the code is the last step.
Maybe there's the order we go in, right? Of the buttons.
Okay, so the pigment codes were
So what was it?
forehead or hilltop. That's the first one. Grandmother or Indian flatbread.
And Mahul was
Billy
saying that's
Idol's Rebel
non.
Pride.
That's non,
Misplace or be beaten.
So we had
and female
non-yell.
quilt practitioners.
Misplace or be beaten.
Chat's not.
What do you think, chat room?
Does chat have any?
Chat doesn't have. There's RTFM.
Oh, well, we've been doing that. So forehead, okay, the colors were like, right, so we have a brown, we have red, yellow, blue, and green. I feel like they're all mentioned in there.
Forehead or hilltop? Maybe it's the way we turn them on, like in the order that we turn them on.
Okay.
Right, so switch them all off and then go the order of the mention. So hilltop was
Forehead or
Forehead
hilltop?
or hilltop is the first one.
Right, which one is, what is that? Is that
4 unique
think that-
buttons are pushed.
let's go. That's probably brown and non can be.
so,
yellow.
right, I feel like that the non is going to be the brown color, right?
Yeah.
And Billy Idol's Rebel Cry should be yellow, right? Or no?
Right. What were the other 3?
So the first one is forehead.
Well, cry
Second
can be
one
blue.
is grandmother or Indian
Hilltop
flatbread.
green.
Flatbread.
1767. 489 knobs sum to 21.
How's the pin incorrect?
Don't forget, team, you've got people in the chat who are talking as well.
There's a chat? Oh, there's chat.
Oh, there's chat. Okay, cool.
So should
There's
we try,
chat in
so
there?
turn them all off and maybe try yellow and brown?
No, it's
Ah.
Brown and yellow switch.
Okay.
Oh, the main switch, so did we,
I don't think it's 15 and 11. It's
no, it's 0579, right? Wasn't that what we said before? So try that one.
You've got the
0579.
first
I
4
have to
unique
reset it.
buttons. Press start.
What is that noise?
We're getting the code wrong. No, that's not the right pin.
Oh.
0579.
yeah. That is.
try
Oh, wait. Hang on. Those aren't the buttons that are pushed.
That's the floor.
On
Uh-huh.
40, they went to 5.
RGBY are unique colors. Now the pin is needed. The DDMM was only to unlock the.
We
So
got-
the
we got
first
the-
person
we got the
got
main
in and
switches,
pushed
right?
the button, the 5 button. No, hang on.
I'll check
We
the
got the
logs
colors,
again,
right?
yeah.
So,
Hold
look
on.
at the
So
elevator
they push
log.
button
Pressing
5.
You're going to keep erasing the logs.
Yeah, so the pin, if we go to the elevator
And then it
log,
goes
you
to
guys,
9. So it's 59. It looks like 592. Hang on. 5921.
Okay, let's give it a shot.
59.
5921. Is
You're
it
correct.
No,
Oh, team.
no, it's not the date
Think
code.
about
Right.
it, team.
No, the
So if we go to the
1511 is
elevator
the
logs, you
date to
guys?
get into the logs. We got the logs already.
Yeah, but if you look at the log, Jeff, it'll tell you,
Right, so
um,
we've already got access to the log.
right, so when you look at the log,
What's
it
the
should
first
tell us
button
what.
pushed in the elevator, team? You can get this.
The first button pushed is 5.
Why is that?
No, it's not.
Oh
5.
no, it's 7.
That's-
Because, oh wait, 1, 2. Hang on. A125 gets off at.
Yeah, we got this wrong because the order of the floors is not the order in which the buttons were pushed.
Exactly.
Right.
We can figure that out. based
A125
on the
gets off at
users
9.
who exit first.
So they press 9 first. And then these two get in, and 343 gets off at, I can't see, it's under Brian's.
So I took a screenshot. So first user that leaves the elevator leaves at the floor 9.
So
That's the
9,
first user that got into the elevator. So 9 is the first number.
right.
0124. That's one that was thrown out.
But
here.
you wouldn't press 0 first, right? Oh. Don't mess with the.
It's actually no. The first one that gets out, yeah, it's 9, and then the second one is 7. So it's 9-7, right?
The A125 gets off at 9, then
That's our first
343 gets on, and they get off at 2.
9, 2, okay.
366 gets off at 7. So
927.
927, and then D077 gets off at 2. That's a
927.
repeat.
Well, try it because wouldn't you hit it even after they?
1. 9271.
Let's try it. Who wants to put it in?
0594.
I would just like to say that I grew up with Winamp, and this brings back the UI, brings back some memories. There you go.
Nice. What was the answer?
You did it.
9271.
Oh, this one was 9721.
There we go.
How many developers?
We've got some you got a little bit of skill there, team. A little bit of technical skill. So now what I'm wondering is how you do in the field. That's the question. We've got about 20 minutes left on the clock. Let's see how you deal with an actual operation. Here we go.
Okay.
Now this is Medi Disposal Industrial. They are a particularly nasty chemical waste company. They've been dumping toxic waste in beautiful places all over the world. We want to stop them. Now, if we're going to do that, we need to know where they're planning on dumping their waste next. Unfortunately, all of that information is locked away on a secure part of their website that is only accessible by their senior leadership team, by their senior management. But you're a skilled group of hackers. I'm sure you won't have any trouble finding a way into that website and finding all of that information for us and doing it before we run out of time. Good luck.
CEO's name is Baxter.
Now, bear in mind, you can't see what each other are looking at now, so you're going to have to talk to each other even more than you were on the last one.
Okay, so...
Sam and I have hopped in, just so you guys know, Sam and I hopped into the medidisposal.co.uk website.
Yeah, we just went there too.
Okay, we know that the CEO's name is Baxter. What's his last name, Sam? Capinson. I'm going to see if I can find any information about good old
You have
Baxter.
to hack into the login website. I don't think that everything is going to be on the landing page.
Okay.
Okay, so if you click on the Get Started, have you guys tried that yet?
Do you have the CEO's email anywhere?
Let's look for it on...
Staff portal, email address and password. Access your settings.
BaxterTheBaller@gmail.
Yes, they do have.
Yeah, look at that.
an email
Baxter
on
the
landing
Baller.
site. It's BaxterTheBaller@gmail.com.
There's one right here.
Yeah. Yeah. There's
He's
email
also
right
on
here, or you can go-
Instagram, and he's on
It says he's on
Facebook.
Instagram and Facebook.
Are
Yeah,
you
you're right.
kidding? Can we look at Baxter's Instagram here? Look at that.
Wow.
Oh,
Gets around.
your
Baxter.
pirate
Oh, he has
name
a-
is the color of your underwear, your favorite food, and your mother's maiden name.
It says
Also,
view page source.
Who?
Somebody suggested you view page source.
We can get there. Let's go over here to
So did we
Baxter's
enter-
link tree also.
Get started. So Baxter the Baller. Enter that there. Baxter the Baller at gmail.com.
gmail.com. All right.
I'm going to share it on Snapchat. Okay, so the link tree is the same.
Tagged, maybe?
So in
And
Facebook,
then
they
should you
show
access
that
your
the email
phones?
is the same as the one.
Okay.
In the,
So if you do access
last
your
one.
settings, there's a password recovery thing.
Yeah, did you guys see this?
Which has
No.
all of his stuff from Instagram.
I'm trying to
So
get
go
in to
back
read
to-
his Instagram.
Yeah, so go back, Jeff, to his.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yep. and then go up and hit
One of the
the
things I wonder if it's
scroll up.
included is password. He talks about a pirate name. Your pirate name
Jeff, if
is
you-
the color of your underwear, your favorite food, and your mother's maiden name. Okay?
Yeah.
The color
So
of Jeff's
maybe
underwear?
those we can get from
Jeff, if
either
you go back
Facebook
to
or
the
Instagram.
go back to the page.
How'd you guess?
Go back to his website because
I'm sure we could get all of that on his Facebook.
Oh, email address, pet's name, mother's maiden name. Date of birth is, and well, we know his email address, but we don't know his date of birth.
his date of birth. Well, let's look at
Facebook would have
Facebook.
that.
It's on his
That's how I
Facebook.
find my
Birthday is
friend's
June
look,
16,
let me log
1985,
into
somebody said.
Facebook.
June 16th.
I don't know if this person
June
made it up.
16th, 1985. Let's give it a shot. Do you guys have his mother's maiden name by any chance from Instagram?
Anybody have his
friends,
mother's maiden name?
His
We
birthday
can
is
just try his
June
current one,
16th.
Capinson, there on Facebook.
I'm trying not to log into my social media networks here, friends.
We have it. We're doing it over here on our phones for you, Jeff. So
Thank
I don't think you have to.
Right, what was his birthday? 1965 and then what?
no, June 16th, 1985.
June 16th,
It says check his
1985.
friends.
And Williams is his mother's maiden name.
Okay.
And now we just need to find the name of his pet.
Maybe his mother is a friend.
I thought
I think
so.
people are adding him as a friend.
Capinson.
What's his first pet's name?
First pet's name is all we're looking for. So let's see.
Ew, wait, Instagram.
Am I gonna have to use my phone to do this so that I don't put it and dox myself?
Pirate name.
All we need is his pet's name. Anybody looking? Check his friends.
He might follow if his pet has an account of its own. He
Ooh.
might follow the pet's
Black
account.
Snake
That is good
Williams.
thinking.
Yeah, check following there.
His mother's
I want to
maiden
go
name.
study at
Williams.
University of
Williams,
Life.
that might
That
not.
sounds like
Yeah.
Allow us.
Oh, right.
come?
Darn it. Yeah.
So
What does it
Boxer,
want to
somebody
do?
suggested.
Log in.
Oh.
All right, Jeff, let's see if I can.
but he's on Facebook.com Baxter the Baller, and it's Baxter Capinson, not Carpinson. Who wrote that?
His dog's name is Dozer.
Dozer. Okay. that's-
D-O-Z-E-R.
Williams is his maiden name.
Oh,
That's
okay.
what someone
there
said.
we go. Yep, D-O-Z-E-R.
Yeah.
And his mother's name is, or maiden name was, what did I say, Williams? Is that what I said?
How did you get that?
The mother's maiden name, Williams, was from, somebody in chat gave us his dog name, Loca. We might need to.
Hey, look, jQuery calendar. I'm 18 years with 20 years experience on June 16th, 2021. So he's 38.
June 16th, 1985.
You think
Okay.
Uh,
that's right?
Do a capital D for this.
So was that 6?
His,
Right, 6/16.
85.
1983. Somebody said 1983. Let's try it.
Janiscu said 1983.
38 on, yeah, 1983. All right.
Okay, good.
Hey, we got all greens. Your password is get rich quick.
Get rich quick. There you
No,
go.
he left. He had to take off. He just hosted for a while. Rich left. Sorry.
We need
Okay.
to
So,
go back. Yeah.
all right, I'm
But
going
Oh,
we
to copy
don't
that.
sign in
Now we have to sign in. Yeah,
as him.
as him. Yep.
Okay.
So now we have to go back
So
to
Baxter the Baller.
Okay, we're in.
Confidential.
Sam and I got in.
Yes.
All right.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, I should save that password into my last pass.
Right?
Troy would be proud.
Short was Camber Sands in a beach in East Sussex. So if you scroll down, yeah, if you guys scroll down, Jeff, you can see just below that waist.
Camber Sands. Okay, so
What,
Let's
all right, so
try.
that over here. No. That's that.
We are overriding each other. Hold on.
Excellent
Hold on. Here,
work.
Camber Sands. There
Let's
you
go.
Camber Sands.
Nice work, team.
Well.
Okay.
7 minutes.
We saved the day.
That's not bad. Is it good enough for one of our high scores? I guess we'll find out, team. Let's find out how you actually did. The time left on the clock there.
Oh, we're out of time.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Does that mean we lost?
Back reassembling. You're all there, reappearing. All right, let's go back. Let's see how you did. Now you covered a little bit on that on the panel. You were pretty quick there at getting into many disposals of the way. A few things now. Might not be a maximum score, but I guess we'll see. Let me give you an idea before we reveal these scores, teams. Let me give you an idea. Generally speaking, a score of over 100 is good. A score of over 120 is very, very good. A score of below 80 is not good. So with that in mind, let's have a look. See, co-partiers, where you ended up placing in the grand scheme of things. And I can tell you, your final score on the game
130!
130 points. That
Look at
is
that.
a new record for the hack job team. That is a phenomenal score. Well done, co-partiers. You worked together despite I think spamming the wrong button more times than anyone ever known. You did, however, pull out the highest score at the end of it. Co-partiers, congratulations. You have passed the test. You will be rewarded with rich contracts and work from Infinite. And if there's anyone who's crossed you along the way, pass their names over and we'll see what we can do about it. Team, you've been an absolute delight to play with today. I hope you've had a good time cracking the hack job. I don't think I've ever seen anyone crack it quite as effectively as that. You are truly excellent hackers. Well,
we did it.
Team, from myself and from everyone at Infinite, thank you for your hard work today. It's been a pleasure. We'll see you again sometime. You take care. Well done.
All right. So I've got some nasty database administrators I can tell you about, folks that were mean to me that, no?
So did everybody complete the form? Did
Yes.
we get the form?
So the code party form, right?
I don't think it's
Do you
on
want
the
me to drop it
website.
in? Do we want to give them a few more
If it
minutes?
is,
I
I
can
don't
drop
know
it
where
in
it
the pin
is. I
again.
didn't find it anywhere.
Do we have the link to the code party?
We have it in Twitch, but not YouTube. I think we got a workaround on YouTube, but yeah, that's
Okay.
kind of where we're at.
So Jeff, how much time are we giving people to fill it out before we do our random draw?
Let's give them another 5 minutes.
Okay.
So and let's talk about some of our sponsors here for a little bit while we give folks a chance to fill out the forms. So you have a list of our sponsors. Can we bring that up?
Yes, we can. It's right here.
There we go.
All right.
So we've got a huge list of sponsors. My goodness, thank you everybody for sharing information about .NET Conf, telling your folks about it. We couldn't have reached as many folks for this event without you. So thank you so much. Of course, we got to start with the .NET Foundation, right?
That's right. Got to start with the foundation.
Yeah, folks, we still don't see it.
Yeah, guys in the studio, all we see is our amazing score, which is phenomenal.
Fine.
But we would love to be able to see those sponsors if you guys could swap out screens for us in studio.
You know,
We don't want to share that screen that Dee Dee's got it on.
Hang on
Oh,
here.
Some
I
people
mean,
are looking
I would
for the
love to
form.
just
No, why
look
don't
at
you
that
go to the
130 all day
individual
long.
pages? What do you think? Right, Jeff?
Yeah, we can go to we can go to the .NET Conf page, right?
Yeah.
Here it is. Oh, crap.
Not that one.
Not that one either.
But here on the .NET Conf page, there's the list of
There
sponsors.
we go.
We can start there, and there's even more scrolling down a little bit further.
Yeah, so .NET Foundation.
We know them. I don't
Progress.
know this next company. I'm not familiar with them.
I don't know who they are.
No, that weird multicolored flag.
Up next is Progress.
Progress Software. We know them. They make all kinds of great components for all of your .NET frameworks.
Iron Software?
And where's Iron? Yeah, there they are. So Iron makes a PDF rendering tool. They make barcode tools and a bunch of OCR capabilities with their software. Really neat group. Small company that just started up, but has gotten really active in being a part of the .NET community.
Avalara.
Avalara, look at that, tax compliance done right. Have you heard of Avalara?
No, tell me.
So they make software that allows you to hook up and do all your tax verification inside. So you're building a storefront, they give you all the components to take care of tax processing.
Oh, that's vital, especially when you're building a business.
Yeah.
.vvm.
.vvm started as an open source project, didn't they?
And they still are. They're a .NET Foundation project.
And the folks from .vvm were primarily based in Czech Republic,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Just outside Brno, a bunch of them are in Prague. But what they do is they built a framework that allows you to specify and build your .NET applications, particularly ASP.NET applications, in an MVVM framework. So it's portable between .NET framework and .NET 8. So it makes it easier to bring stuff back and forth. They offer consulting and other services around that.
So the next two, Mobilize and Growth Acceleration Partners, which we got acquired by Growth Acceleration Partners. We do, you got old
Mobilize
stuff.
got acquired,
Mobilize
not
did,
us.
yeah. Yeah, Fritz got acquired by something else. But Mobilize does you got old code, we know how to turn it into modern code, and then Growth Acceleration Partners will add really cool stuff to it, like microservices, UX, all that cool stuff. And then we've got Nostis.
Nostis makes a bunch of documentation tools that works with PDFs to allow you to read PDFs, write PDFs. Pretty cool set of functionality they have.
Code Factory.
Code Factory, they're the big CF you see here in the middle. They make a plugin for Visual Studio that that allows you to automate Visual Studio code generation. So you can write, they call them recipes, to generate code inside your application.
Uno Platform.
We know Uno,
Yeah,
right?
friends at Uno. In fact, they've been tweeting and it's been fantastic. Yeah.
So, and Uno makes cross-platform tools to allow you to build with .NET using XAML to deploy to all kinds of different frameworks.
Thank you. Yeah, that's fantastic.
ABP.
So ABP makes a framework that gives you infrastructure for building applications.
That's right. Yeah.
It's very cool. Octopus Deploy.
They do DevOps. They're a DevOps provider, so you can set up, configure, and automatically build on remote servers that they call tentacles.
And Didi, can you also point out the new ones that have joined us? Are they
Yeah,
one of the
we're
new
going to go
ones?
through all of
got
them.
it. Perfect. Yeah.
Sync Fusion.
Another component vendor. They make all kinds of great components for all your favorite .NET frameworks.
You might know something about Gunnar.
Gunnar? Gunner.
Gunnar.
Yeah, they make.
You know, because I went to elementary school with a Gunnar.
Oh, okay.
That's why I say Gunnar.
So Gunnar makes really cool glasses, not just amber glasses that help you with reducing the amount of blue light that you get from your PC, but they make dark amber glasses to help you at night, so you really can reduce the amount of blue light you take in, and they make sunglasses.
Oh, nice.
So prescription and regular, just plain glasses, as well as they'll do transitions, so you can transition from computer glasses to sunglasses. Prescription, I have bifocal ones of these that are pretty cool.
Oh, that's
so.
I need a pair.
Yeah, so they've got discount codes that are available out there. They're doing a Black Friday
We're giving
sale as
away.
well. We're giving away a bunch of their glasses as part of the swag bags.
Dev Express.
Yeah.
Tell us about Dev Express. You might know something about
I
them.
know a little something. Yeah, no, another fantastic partner in the .NET ecosystem that makes these great components that live in Visual Studio. So
And CodeRush.
CodeRush also,
Right.
exactly.
Yeah.
Another fantastic tool. So we can go through so many of the things, but yeah.
Code Magazine, or Code Group.
Yeah, Code Magazine Group, of course, they make Code Magazine, right? We can go and get all kinds of great articles about .NET, .NET techniques and programming capabilities and frameworks. Gosh, I've been a subscriber and I've been reading Code Magazine for years.
Grape City, which is renamed
to Mescius. Is that how we pronounce it?
I'm not sure.
I
Mescius?
believe so, yeah.
Like we've seen all the emails, but we haven't heard it pronounced.
Another great partner in the ecosystem, right?
They've been making components for a long time.
That's right.
When I think about the big four component vendors there, right? It's Mescius, DevExpress, SyncFusion,
Progress.
Progress. Yeah.
That's right.
Oh, Infragistics. I forgot about them. Gosh.
Of course.
Yep. Five. So.
Redis.
Redis.
Right.
Wow. Yeah, thank you.
Right. They make the great caching. Well, we use it primarily for caching, but it's that in-memory database that you can use everywhere. Open source, but they've got enterprise solutions available as well.
If you're doing any cloud native, it's definitely using Redis.
A couple of our speakers today were using Redis to set up caching for their applications.
And last but not least, Pact.
So, right, Pact, they publish all kinds of books and things.
Oh, of course,
from some of our influencers and folks. Our friend Jimmy Engstrom in Stockholm has a Blazor book coming out, or a second edition of his Blazor book that's focused on .NET 8 from our friends at Pact.
Gotta look for that, right, Katie?
Oh, yeah.
Great
It's already in my
stuff.
cart.
So that is a huge list of sponsors. Some of the other sponsors here haven't sponsored the Code Party, but I want to make sure you check them out. You can click through on all of these links, learn more from them, and don't forget to click through and check out the challenge here, the Secret Decoder Challenge, where there's even more for you to win. We'll have results and information about the Decoder Challenge Thursday as we wrap up.
In the afternoon, I'll come back to Microsoft and we'll give a bunch of stuff away.
You're coming back to work at Microsoft?
No.
Oh.
No. I'll come
Missed it
back
by
and visit Microsoft. Although, coming back to Microsoft, you still get free Diet Coke. Tell me that's not awesome.
That is
right.
And a machine that spews hot chocolate.
It doesn't brew hot chocolate. It spews it.
Spews hot chocolate. You just stick a cup in there and press a button. It's
amazing.
Magic.
Chat, do you see what I have to deal with? Do you see what I have to deal with? Sarah and Sam, they've only got to deal with this for this little bit.
We miss you guys. We would love to be in the
I
studio
know,
with you.
we miss
but,
you.
But
So,
you know what we have been doing? We have been looking through and we did some random number generators, and we actually have our winners. So I'm going to
can they
drop
share?
this.
So-
you know what? We can't, but I'm gonna drop this over to you,
Okay.
Dee Dee, right now in Skype, so you can, or Teams, and you can grab it.
Should I try to share, or how
Or should I
we
give
do
it to
this?
Jeff? Who wants it?
Jeff.
Yeah, if you give it to me, can we take down my screen briefly? There, folks in the air. Thank you. See that? I appreciate that and helping me not dox myself, because I do that a lot.
The problem is he has all these underwear pictures of himself on his That's what he's afraid of.
Dee, that was private. That was a secret.
Well, it's even better than that.
only.
On his Twitch stream, he's always showing off his Azure subscription. So if you want a free Azure
Right,
subscription, check out his
right.
Twitch.
Oh, I solemnly swear I'm up to no good.
Did you guys get it, or do I need to let me know
I
if
think he
it's come
got
through?
it.
Got it.
There it
working
is.
on it.
Is that it? No.
No, hang on, let me check back. I clicked the button for it to down. Where did
Is
Skype
it-
go? Oh, it's over here, and that. Okay, it downloaded it and I had to reopen. All right, here we go. So our friends our director friends over there, Justin, good. You can put my screen back up. There we go. There's our winners, and it already advanced to the end.
It was so exciting.
Hope you got it fast. And we will be getting you your prizes. I will be following up with you on email. If you aren't here right now, oh, Jeremy Sinclair, I'm so glad you got something. I'm glad all of you got something.
That's right.
But it's-
Congrats to all of
to
you.
all of you.
Thank you so
All
much.
of our good
But
friends.
Jeremy Sinclair, if you aren't following Sinclairinator on Twitter,
Yeah.
you are missing out. That guy is a machine, and you will learn so much. Anyway,
He's been summarizing the sessions as we've been going along.
Love
the guy
it.
is a monster tweeter, and he's great.
If there was a score for the number of messages that were appearing on the Tags app board, I think he'd have a high score.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Easily.
He is
So,
the best. But
really
anyway,
great.
we will. Don't worry about your prize. Either Sarah or I, probably me at this point. Well, we'll still figure that out. But anyway, we will be following up with you to award you your prize.
Fantastic. Look at that's quite a list.
That is an awesome list.
It's an
Very
amazing list. We have some
exciting
great
stuff.
sponsors every year. Yeah.
So, look, if you didn't win today, there's still opportunities to win the swag bag. There's opportunities to win the Secret Decoder Challenge that are out there. And everybody gets the digital swag that's out there. We've got wallpapers for your phone, for your watch, for your desktop that you can install so that you can I like the .NET bot in the race car.
Oh,
yeah.
That's hot
My
stuff.
favorite.
You got to check that out. And there's going to be swag given out at local events too, right?
Yep.
You want to talk a
Local
little bit about that stuff?
Yeah, we have over 100, almost 200 local events globally spread out, and we're sending them swag.
Yeah.
So definitely check those out on the .NET Conf website. Find one near you. Go attend it or watch it if it's virtual. And maybe get some swag.
Absolutely. So there's a bunch of things that we're shipping out for them. We're not going to tell you exactly what it is, but I understand there's hats. Not this hat, but there are hats like that one that Sarah has.
Like this one, perhaps?
Sneak peek.
That
that
you can get at a
This
local
one
event
is really cool,
near
you
you.
guys. Look at this. Oh, I had it on backwards the whole time. Look at that. There's actually
a .NET bot on that.
It's
There's a .NET
reversible
bot on it.
too.
It
It's
is reversible.
reversible?
So you have the
Are you
.NET
kidding me?
bot.
Get out of
No,
here.
look at
Reverse
this.
it.
But wait, there's more.
Dun, dun, dun.
What?
Party style.
Oh, okay.
that.
Oh yeah.
No
And
way.
Light mode, dark mode.
I just want you guys to know it matches my phone case.
That's amazing.
And it's so rare that even I didn't get it because I'm sitting next to it.
There you go. So make sure you check those out. Pay a visit to one of your local events. Not only are they a cool place to pick up some of our .NET Conf swag, you might meet some folks in your local community.
That's right.
There's folks representing other local businesses. A lot of times, different consultant groups, recruiters like to visit, and they're looking for folks that are looking for a job. They'll recruit you and help you get your next gig. Great opportunity to participate.
Yeah, connect with them. And where do you go? What URL can people find those list of local events?
So we do have an AKA for it.
But it's at .NETconf.net,
The
and
local
there's a
events
local
page.
events tab at the top. You can can't miss it.
Yeah,
gonna-
there's a huge map, so you can also just check
Can't
out,
miss it.
zoom in,
Yep.
see where
Yep,
you wanna
it's
go.
right up there on .NETconf.net.
Yeah.
There
Let's
you
show
go.
the
Find a
people.
There you
local
are.
event.
And that's a live map, right?
Yep.
Live.
That's right. So click
So-
in, zoom in,
So
whatever
don't
you like.
hit it hard because it's alive.
Right. Look at all the events in Europe.
Incredible.
Now, they're all asleep right now. Let's go over, I know some of our friends in India are watching. It's first thing in the morning there. There's all kinds of opportunities for you to participate. Folks in Eastern Asia, there's a couple over there, and I think there's a couple here in Australia for some of you out there. Make sure you check it out. There is lots of opportunity to participate in a .NET Conf local event near you.
And Jeff, as you mentioned, like all this content at .NET Conf,
Yeah.
it's free, right? We're packaging it up, and if you want to present, feel free to, right?
So you're going to be able to download it afterwards. We're going to have links on the website after the event for folks to download slide decks, to download some of the samples that folks are sharing. And of course, all the videos are recorded. They're all going to be on YouTube. Our amazing studios team here, we've got editors that are literally going to town, editing, breaking down the sessions so you have individual videos so you don't have to watch 8 hours of .NET Conf to get through to your favorite session at the end of the day with Scott Hunter or Maddie and David talking about .NET MAUI. All kinds of great stuff that's available, and there's more coming tomorrow.
This is just day one.
This is only day one.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, right? We're going to go 32 hours straight tomorrow.
Woo!
Wow.
Fritz,
End
you
of
might-
day one. Are we gonna dance?
We should do the
Oh wait, no,
wave.
that's end of day. No,
It's end of day 3.
Okay, you're dancing though, right?
It's going to be interpretive dance.
All right. It's on the table.
I'm gonna get coffee.
So, Fritz, you
Sam
might
was
appreciate
trying
this
to
a
chat
little
here. What do you
Oh,
got?
Yeah. So I was just going to say, I'm on East Coast in the Americas today, and this is by far the most exciting day as a .NET developer.
Oh my
Brand new
God.
bits.
Yeah.
And I am speaking on stage today about .NET MAUI and Blazor and .NET 8. So I downloaded .NET 8 bits on conference Wi-Fi half an hour before going on stage. So if I can do that, so can everybody. It's out there, and it's super exciting.
Sam, can you tell us, how hard was it to upgrade your samples?
Wasn't too hard. Just change a number pretty much. For most of the MAUI stuff and the Blazor stuff, just change the number from 7 to 8 and you're up and running.
So for all of you out there, the .NET developers, folks that are checking out .NET 8, it's an easy upgrade process. We've made this as seamless as possible. Check it out. Get .NET 8. Go grab it. Get a copy of it. We want to hear your feedback also. We've got links to surveys on the .NET Conf website about .NET, about our event. We want to hear from you. We want to make this event better, and we want to make .NET 9 better for you too.
Exactly. Yeah. And
So-
we want to hear what got you excited from what you all saw today. I mean, I'm so hyped by the Aspire announcement today that I downloaded 17.9 Preview 1 of Visual Studio.
Yes.
Just to play with that starter. File new starter, I'm up and running.
And
amazing.
Folks that are getting started, we've got great new videos for them.
We have a ton of new beginner videos.
Yes.
We're
Sweet.
super excited about them. They're bright and shiny and new. If you're trying to learn C#, we have 19 videos with Scott Hanselman and David Fowler.
Yeah.
They're amazing. And you can check out all of those at the .NET website. So .NET, go to Learn and Beginner Videos, and you'll see them all right there.
Yep.
Or the .NET YouTube, of course.
Absolutely, right? So, hey, they're on .NET YouTube. Go to the playlist, put it on the TV there in the living room.
Yeah.
Sit
Popcorn.
back with your laptop and watch. So, we've got new Learn modules coming out as well. Make sure you check those out. It's been an amazing day. All of this great content we've published, and we're going to do it again tomorrow.
And the next
And the next day.
That's
oh.
right. Yeah.
So.
Stay with us.
Yeah.
No, and there's tons of great stuff. Not just so today we had a lot from the team.
From
and
the
then-
.NET team.
That's right.
Yeah.
And then we've got more, not just from the team, but the wider community of folks that you all know and love. Folks who write the articles and the books, that give the talks, all that great stuff.
Make sure you check out the .NET Conf agenda at the website. There's lots of great stuff listed there, and we're going to get into some cloud things. We're going to get into some other capabilities that integrate with Windows, with AI. Really great stuff. I want to make sure folks check out. I've been trying to call out this session. Bill Wagner tomorrow is going to be talking about everyday C# features, stuff that you can use all the time. Great place to make sure that you catch up with what's new in C#.
Oh yeah. And cherry on top, scroll up a little bit.
Yeah,
There was
yeah.
a Scott Hanselman and Quincy Larson from Free Code Camp talking about the new foundational C# certification. That's going to be a really exciting session.
All right.
Yeah.
As we wrap up the day here, thank you so much, everybody, for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for another day of .NET Conf.
Yay!
Woo! Let's go. Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you.